The sound of rushing water stirred the slumbering Su Qing awake. As she opened her bleary eyes, she was taken aback by the sight before her. She found herself in an opulent guest room, the morning sunlight streaming across the disheveled sheets, while the garments and shoes of both a man and a woman lay scattered across the carpet. A lingering scent of intimacy hung in the air. Glancing down at her own bare body beneath the covers, discomfort surged from below, prompting Su Qing to tug at her long hair in frustration. The fragmented memories of the previous night flooded back like a slideshow. Her boyfriend of 3 years had accused her of being ungraceful, lacking tenderness, and devoid of femininity, before departing abroad with a wealthy woman to pursue a doctorate. Strong in appearance, yet fragile within, Su Qing had drowned her sorrows in drink the previous night, impulsively bringing a man back to her room from the bar. Now seated on the edge of the bed with trembling legs, she grappled with disbelief. How could she, a woman of self-respect and dignity, have engaged in such behavior that she would usually only dare to contemplate? It seemed the adage that alcohol emboldens the timid was indeed true. In a flurry, she hastily donned her clothes, grabbed her bag, and was about to slip away unnoticed when the bathroom door swung open with a loud bang. Instinctively, Su Qing turned her head, her gaze falling upon a strikingly handsome man emerging from the bathroom. He boasted thick hair, a chiseled face, deep-set features, and a robust physique, his loosely draped bathrobe hinting at strong, sensual chest muscles. He was a paragon of masculinity, a stark contrast to her treacherous ex-boyfriend. In that moment, satisfaction surged within her. She would rather bestow her first experience upon this stranger than allow it to benefit the heartless man who had wronged her. The recollection of the previous night flushed her cheeks with warmth. In contrast to Su Qing's disarray, he exuded an air of composure, his intense gaze appraising her from head to toe. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain that unsettled Su Qing. Suddenly, he approached the bedside and reached for his Gucci wallet. Spotting a thick wad of cash within, Su Qing's clarity returned. He must have assumed she was the kind of woman who could be compensated for last night's encounter. No, she refused to be subjected to such indignity. Swiftly, she retrieved the scant sum of 150 yuan from her bag and threw it onto the crumpled sheets ahead of him. He raised an eyebrow, his expression one of confusion as he regarded her. With a thought of calm, Su Qing crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her chin upward as she spoke in a critical tone. Though your looks are commendable, your prowess is lacking. Thus your worth is limited to this amount. What did you say? His irritation was palpable as Su Qing observed his brow furrow and his expression darken. To enhance her performance, she stepped forward and patted his shoulder, adopting a tone of earnest advice. I suggest you consider a discount for your services to gain some experience. Once your skills improve, your worth will naturally increase. Women today are not easily pleased, you know. You're courting death. He growled through clenched teeth, his brow furrowing further. As Su Qing observed his fists clenched tightly, she had no intention of playing the role of a sparring partner. Before the tiger could unleash its wrath, she opted to swiftly vacate the scene. Upon exiting the Hilton Hotel, the visage of his darkened face lingered before her eyes, and she placed a hand over her racing heart, grateful for her speed. After running a full kilometer, ensuring that the man with the somber demeanor was not in pursuit, she finally exhaled in relief. She pulled out her phone to check the time, and her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Today was Monday. Goodness, in her state of heartbreak, she had completely lost track of the weekdays. The next moment, Su Qing hailed a taxi and hurried towards her office. However, despite her urgency, she still arrived 5 minutes late. Alas, her hopes for a full attendance bonus of 500 yuan had been dashed. Cursing under her breath at the thought of that dark-faced man, she realized she had lost 650 yuan, enough for a month's worth of lunches. Yet, recalling the muscular, handsome man, she consoled herself, deeming it merely the cost of one unfortunate encounter. After all, 650 yuan could hardly procure such a rare specimen. Upon entering the office, Su Qing immediately sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone appeared as dejected as wilted eggplants. At that moment, her colleague Xiao Li approached her. Did you see the announcement on the company intranet last night? What announcement? Su Qing had been too preoccupied enjoying the services of exquisite cuisine to notice any notifications. You don't know yet? Xiao Li's expression was one of shock. With suspicion, Su Qing opened her computer and checked her email, only to be taken aback. The recent rumors had come to fruition. The headquarters of Shengshi Group was relocating to Jiangzhou, and their branch would merge with the headquarters, with the most alarming news being that half of the branch's staff would be laid off. Does this mean only half of our finance department can remain? Su Qing glanced around at the 6 or 7 employees in her department. No wonder they all wore frowns today in these trying times. It would be nearly impossible to find jobs with comparable salaries elsewhere. Xiaoli patted Su Qing on the shoulder, offering some solace. You possess strong professional skills, surely. You will be retained. If we stay together. If we leave together. Su Qing declared boldly. However, Xiaoli shook her head. This is not the time for bravado. You have your mother and younger sister in college to support. If one of us can remain, that is a victory. At those words, Su Qing felt like a defeated rooster, her head hanging low. This was the essence of poverty, stifling ambition and unfortunate reality. Yet, Xiaoli bore her own burdens, relying on Su Qing for her mother's medical expenses, and living cost the weight of uncertainty loomed over them both. As the workday drew to a close, the finance manager, Wu Feng, known as the Iron Lady, approached Su Qing's desk, towering over her with an air of authority. Su Qing, the HR department is short-staffed. Starting tomorrow, you will assist in HR during the mornings and return to finance in the afternoons. Upon hearing this, Su Qing lifted her head, ready to respond, but the Iron Lady had already glided away. Jolie rushed over and whispered into Su Qing's ear, "It must be that Hu Pei's doing. She's seizing the opportunity to make things difficult for you." Speaking of Hu Pei, she was indeed Su Qing's nemesis from a past life, and now, in this life, they were sworn enemies. More than a decade ago, Su Qing's father, Chen Shimi, had an affair with Hu Pei's mother, ultimately abandoning his wife and daughter to embrace his mistress and raise another's daughter. Their connection was truly fateful. Just months ago, Hu Pei had interned at their company and successfully charmed the HR manager, securing a permanent position. Ever since her promotion, Hu Pei had repeatedly sought to provoke Su Qing, who had thwarted her attempts each time. Yet, Hu Pei remained undeterred, relentlessly persistent. Well, I suppose I must face her heat in. What other choice do I have? I cannot defy the orders of our superior, otherwise I would be the first to leave, Su Qing said, shaking her head in resignation. Good luck, Jolie replied, gazing at her with concern. In the opulent hotel suite, a tall figure clad in a white shirt stood by the window, his deep-set eyes gazing out at the picturesque Jiangzhou landscape, his fingers idly caressing a white object. This object was a nameplate, clearly inscribed with the words, Su Qing, Finance Department, Shengshi Group, Jiangzhou Branch. Shortly thereafter, the door behind him swung open, and his assistant, Lin Feng, entered, placing a personal resume on the desk. President Guan, this is the document you requested. Upon hearing this, Guan Mushi hesitated momentarily before striding over and taking the resume from the desk. His gaze lingered on the passport-sized photo for several seconds before swiftly scanning the other details, a slight frown creasing his brow. Even this subtle reaction did not escape Lin Feng's notice. President Guan, if you require, I can procure more detailed information, he offered. Guan Mushi remained silent, his eyes fixated on the resume. Lin Feng recognized his tacit approval and promptly turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he paused and turned back with a mischievous smile. President Guan, do you know the girl on the resume? Guan Mushi shot a piercing glance at Lin Feng. I will take care of it immediately. Lin Feng realized he had overstepped and hurriedly exited. Once Lin Feng departed, Guan Mushi tossed the resume onto the desk and reclined in his swivel chair. The woman in the photo had effortlessly stripped him of his innocence, and the mere recollection filled him with regret. He had always prided himself on his immunity to women, yet that fateful night had bewitched him. No, it must have been the alcohol. It was not his fault. That infuriating woman even had the audacity to claim his skills were lacking, which incited a murderous impulse within him. With a glance, it seemed as if the woman in the photograph was perpetually smiling at him, prompting him to irritably flip the resume over. The work in the HR department was utterly grueling after 2 weeks. Su Qing's back ached so much that she could hardly stand upright. She had become the junior assistant in the human resources department, tasked with menial duties such as cleaning desks, boiling water, photocopying documents, and ordering takeout. Practically all the errands fell upon her shoulders. The manager of the department wore a perpetual scowl, constantly assigning her trivial, yet physically demanding tasks devoid of any constructive purpose. She was acutely aware that this was instigated by Hu Pei, who likely struggled to find a means to undermine her, coercing her into submission, thereby justifying her dismissal. However, Su Qing was not so easily manipulated. She resolutely refused to fulfill Hu Pei's desires. Nevertheless, it was disheartening for her, as each day she silently recited, "When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it first exercises his mind with suffering, exposes his muscles and bones to labor, and puts him to hunger." That day, while waiting for the bus after work, Su Qing was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xiao Li when she glanced up and spotted an imposing figure approaching, an avant-garde fashionista with strikingly large eyes, a prominent nose, a slender waist, and an eccentric hairstyle. Recognizing her as Hu Pei, her sworn enemy, Su Qing continued her banter with Xiao Li, feigning ignorance. "Oh, Su Qing, waiting for the bus?" Hu Pei called out with a smirk that masked her true intentions. "Yes," Su Qing replied, unable to evade the encounter, letting out a slight sound through her nose. Hu Pei leaned in with a conspiratorial laugh. "You see, one must never contend against fate. Look at you, raised on a meager diet, destined to ride the bus, whereas I, spoiled by my father's wealth in my youth, now enjoy the luxury of a BMW." At that moment, a BMW came to a halt right in front of Hu Pei. "Goodbye," she exclaimed arrogantly, waving dismissively at Su Qing before climbing into the car. The BMW then sped away. Chapter 4. When one becomes despicable, they are invincible. What nonsense! In her youth, she lived in luxury, thanks to her mother's sacrifices. Now, as she drives a BMW, it is because she has resorted to selling her body. Both are wretched beings. How contemptible! Zhou Li cursed in the direction of the departing BMW, unable to contain her ire. Letting anger consume you is not worth it. Engaging with such people is futile, Su Qing remarked with a faint smile. Over the years, her father, a true scoundrel, had thoroughly shattered her heart, transforming it into stone. Mere words could no longer inflict harm upon her. Zhou Li, aware of Su Qing's suffering, could only offer a comforting pat on her shoulder. Half a month later, one evening, Su Qing returned home, utterly exhausted. "Qing is back. It's time for dinner," her mother, Chu Fun, announced, having already laid out a steaming spread on the table. Though she endured torment in the Human Resources Department each morning and still had her regular duties in the afternoon, she had managed to cope with the intensity of work in the past. However, these days, fatigue overwhelmed her to the point where she felt unable to rise from sleep. There was an unsettling feeling she couldn't quite articulate. Particularly, the food tasted bland, and Su Qing chewed her rice as if it were tasteless wax. At that moment, Chu Fan spoke up. "Qing, today I ran into your aunt. She mentioned that your grandfather is gravely ill. Perhaps you should visit him in the hospital?" I did not wish to go. Years ago, her mother had humbly pleaded with her father to remain married, promising to overlook his affair for the sake of a family for her and the children. Yet, her despicable father remained unsatisfied, not only divorcing her mother, but also absconding with all their money. The hardships endured by the three of them over the years were known only to them, if possible. She wanted no connection with that scoundrel and his family. "Your grandfather is nearly 90, and he may not have much time left. You should visit him at least once. After all, I have divorced your father, and it would be inappropriate for me to go," her mother urged earnestly. "I will go this weekend," Su Qing replied reluctantly. "Good." Chu Fan responded with a nod and a smile. On that weekend, Su Qing visited the hospital where her grandfather was staying. He had served in the military during his youth and participated in the War of Resistance against Japan, thus receiving the benefits of a retired cadre. The hospital had arranged for him to have a private room. Upon entering the ward, Su Qing saw her uncle and aunt weeping beside her grandfather's bedside. "Qing is here," her aunt exclaimed, rising to greet her. "How is grandfather?" Su Qing inquired, her heart heavy as she gazed at the frail figure of the elderly man on the bed. A critical condition notice had already been issued. It was a matter of days. "He has been given only a day or two," her uncle replied despondently. At this, Su Qing's eyes reddened, but she offered words of comfort. Uncle, you have cared for grandfather all these years. You have done your utmost. Her grandfather had been bedridden for over a decade, solely relying on her uncle and aunt for care. Her uncle began, but was interrupted by a commotion outside. Soon after, her father, the scoundrel, along with his mistress and stepdaughter, Hu Peiyu, entered the room in succession. Hu Lijing, whose name phonetically resembles that of a fox spirit, is indeed the mother of Hu Pei. However, she now embodies the essence of an old fox spirit, with a collar so low it barely conceals her, and her makeup so thick it could easily fall into a bowl. Yet, this cannot mask the wrinkles adorning her face. Her stepdaughter, Hu Pei, continues to sport heavy makeup, and Su Qing has never truly seen her natural appearance. Upon entering, Hu Lijing immediately exclaimed, "Oh dear, old master, how can you simply declare something impossible without so much as a word? It would be prudent to leave some instructions regarding your affairs, lest your two sons find themselves in disarray later on." Chapter 5. A fierce confrontation. As Hu Liqing arrived, the once tranquil hospital room descended into chaos, prompting a frown from Su Qing. It was evident that the family had been indifferent to grandfather's illness over the years, only to now quarrel over the inheritance that awaited him. In his final moments, could they not allow him to depart in peace? The voice of the elder uncle resonated with fury. At that moment, Hu Liqing ceased her sobbing and aggressively proclaimed, "Elder brother, grandfather is about to leave us. Should we not clarify the ownership of his house and the funeral expenses that the state will provide? Father is still with us. Moreover, the funeral fees will only be disbursed posthumously," retorted the elder uncle, a man of integrity, who found himself ill-equipped to contend with the likes of Su Jinxiang and Hu Liqing. Then, Su Qing's father interjected, "Elder brother, you cannot claim this money solely for yourself. After all, father has two sons, you and me." "You." The elder uncle, pale with indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Su Jinxiang. The elder aunt hurried to support him, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you having a heart episode? Indeed, grandfather's wealth is also a rightful share of the second household," chimed in Hu Pei, the stepdaughter. The elder aunt, guiding her husband to a chair, turned to confront Su Jinxiang and the others. "Second son, do you still have the audacity to contest father's estate? Where were you during his ailment all these years?" She continued, "You, of all people, his biological son, couldn't even muster a visit during his sickness. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Su Jinxiang was at a loss for words, recognizing his fault. Yet, Hu Liqing continued to fan the flames. "Sister-in-law, if you and elder brother desire a larger share, we can concede some to you. But why pretend to be noble? Were you not serving father for his pension?" The elder aunt, incensed, pointed at Hu Liqing, her face drained of color. "Ever since you entered our family, we have known no peace. You are indeed a harbinger of misfortune." "Who are you calling a harbinger?" Hu Liqing retorted fiercely, advancing toward her. "Do you believe you deserve respect?" The elder aunt regarded Hu Liqing with disdain. "You've always looked down on me. Do not presume I am easily intimidated. Today, let us settle this once and for all." Hu Liqing spat, launching herself at the elder aunt. Despite her age, the elder aunt struggled valiantly, but after several exchanges, she began to falter. "Stop this at once." The elder uncle, immobile in his chair, could only watch as Su Jinxiang circled around the fray. "Mother, teach her a lesson. Let her see the consequences of her disdain." Hu Pei stoked the embers of discord from the sidelines. Before long, Hu Liqing seized the elder aunt's hair, striking her face twice with force. Witnessing this, Su Qing realized that if she did not intervene, the elder aunt would suffer greatly. In the next moment, Su Qing stepped in and pulled Hu Liqing away. Finally freed, the elder aunt retaliated with a swift slap across Hu Liqing's face. Infuriated, Hu Liqing shouted, "You insolent girl! How dare you intervene?" In retaliation, Hu Liqing shoved Su Qing, causing her to stumble and collide painfully with the bed's railing, leaving her gasping for breath. Hu Liqing turned back and exclaimed, "Su Jinxiang, are you a ghost? Seeing your wife being bullied, yet you remain idle. Do you even consider yourself a man?" Chapter 6. "You're fine. Just a minor issue, aunt," being a woman, grasped Su Qing's hand upon witnessing Su Jianxiang's fierce demeanor. Su Qing cast a glance at her flustered aunt, then at her grandfather, whose health had deteriorated alarmingly. She glared at Su Jianxiang and admonished, "If you dare to act recklessly again, I shall promptly call the police and claim that your actions have caused my grandfather's demise. I will also inform the press about this exclusive story, revealing how an esteemed veteran was driven to death by his ungrateful offspring, who, even before the body is cold, comes seeking the inheritance. Surely, this will garner significant attention." Before Su Qing, Su Jianxiang displayed no semblance of paternal authority. He had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Once, during a time of dire need, when Su Qing sought financial assistance, he not only refused, but also struck himself in frustration. Yet, he had indulged the daughter of his mistress with utmost care. Su Qing had vowed silently that she would never acknowledge him again. Her words left the trio momentarily speechless. Su Jianxiang's gaze shifted anxiously to his father lying in the hospital bed, his resolve wavering. Observing this, Li Jing erupted, "You insolent girl, cease your dramatics. Jianxiang, teach her a lesson." In a moment of quick thinking, Su Qing swiftly retrieved her phone, dialing as she exclaimed, "Hello, is this the police?" "You, hand me the phone." Enraged, Su Jianxiang lunged forward to snatch it, but Su Qing evaded, retreating to the other side of the bed. Aunt quickly intervened, blocking Su Jianxiang's advance. "Listen here, if you do not leave immediately, I shall inform the press that you are agents of an insurance company. And let's see who would dare to purchase insurance from two heartless individuals like yourselves," she threatened, pointing at Su Jianxiang. Exchanging glances, Su Jianxiang and Li Jing understood that lingering would yield no benefits and would only invite trouble. Thus, Li Jing, feigning bravado, lifted her chin defiantly and declared, "I'm tired today. I shall deal with you another time." With that, she stormed off, followed closely by Su Jianxiang and Hu Pei. Once they departed, Su Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Had a confrontation ensued, both she and her aunt would have suffered greatly. Aunt grasped Su Qing's hand, expressing, "Qing, thank goodness you were here today. Otherwise, your uncle and I would have been bullied by them." Su Qing opened her mouth to respond, but a sudden, sharp pain in her abdomen caused her to gasp, paling visibly. "Qing, what's wrong?" her aunt inquired. "I'm fine. I just feel a bit unwell," Su Qing replied, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "You should return to rest immediately. Your uncle and I will keep watch here," her aunt urged. "Then, I shall take my leave," Su Qing said, exiting the ward. As she stepped out of the hospital wing, Su Qing leaned against the wall, the stabbing pain in her abdomen becoming excruciating. Could it be that she had injured herself when she bumped against the bed's railing? Surely, she wasn't so fragile. Initially hoping to alleviate the discomfort, the pain persisted, compelling her to make her way to the emergency room with great difficulty. After a series of intricate examinations, Su Qing lay pale upon the hospital bed, gazing anxiously at the female doctor before her. "Doctor, I was just bumped. Is there something wrong?" The doctor, while diligently noting down the medical records, replied, "You are fine. There are minor concerns, and you will need to be hospitalized for observation." "For what?" Su Qing was bewildered. She had no conception of being with child. Chapter 7. A little duckling sewn in the belly. Are you 5 weeks pregnant and yet unaware? What a careless mother you are. Take a moment to rest and proceed with the hospitalization procedures. It would be best to contact your family to accompany you. The female doctor shook her head and turned to leave. Pregnant? 5 weeks. It took several minutes for Su Qing to comprehend her current situation. Gazing at the examination report in her hand, she felt a surge of despair. That despicable duck had caused her a loss of 650 earlier. And now, after today's series of tests, she faced yet another expense of over 1,000. As if that weren't enough, it had also left her with a little duckling in her belly. She was about to become a duck mother, although she found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. After several hours of calm contemplation, Su Qing resolved to bring this little duckling into the world. She simply could not bear to extinguish this tiny life. Gritting her teeth, Su Qing decided to be hospitalized to protect the pregnancy. Fortunately, it was Saturday, and she thought that taking a few days off next week would suffice. Su Qing managed to call her closest colleague, Li, asking her to retrieve some clothes and personal items from her home, concocting a story about a sudden business trip to deceive her mother. Once she had completed all of this, Su Qing settled down to accept the treatment for her pregnancy. On Monday, during lunch break, Li rushed over from the office to visit Su Qing. "Did the tyrant grant me leave?" Su Qing anxiously inquired upon seeing her. The tyrant, known for annihilating all life in her path, had a notorious saying, "If it's not your deceased parents, you cannot take leave for trivial matters." Li produced a leave request form, exclaiming, "I was pondering how to fabricate a reason for your absence, but to my surprise, the moment I presented this leave form, the tyrant waved her hand grandly and granted you a week off, even stating that if it was insufficient, you could request more." Upon hearing this, Su Hink furovet herbroth. "This is it. I will likely be the first to be laid off." "Don't be so pessimistic," Li advised. "Alas, if I am laid off, there is nothing to be done. I can only leave it to fate." Though Su Qing spoke lightly, her heart was heavy with worry. If she were laid off, her entire family's livelihood would be at stake. "By the way, this, whose is it?" Li asked, pointing curiously at Su Qing's belly. Su Qing and Li were very close, sharing everything, so she had no reason to hide the truth. "A little over a month ago, I went out for a drink and mistakenly got involved with a duck, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy." "What? You don't even know who the father of the child is?" Li exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. "It's better not to know. The child will have no burdens in the future," Su Qing replied nonchalantly. "So, you plan to be a single mother?" Li inquired. "I intend to give birth to him," Su Qing said, gently caressing her still flat abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, Li expressed her concern. "Sister, with layoffs imminent, is choosing to have a child or bearing a child out of wedlock really a wise decision?" Su Qing replied, "We'll take it one step at a time. After all, my mother managed to raise both me and my sister despite her struggles, didn't she?" Li shook her head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was meticulously reporting to Guan Mushin about the news received today, when suddenly a thunderclap resonated in his mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss. After a few seconds of daze, he turned and retrieved a cigarette from the box on his desk, then picked up a lighter in an attempt to ignite it. Perhaps feeling a bit anxious, he struck the lighter several times, but it failed to produce a flame. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly approached and took the lighter from Guan Mushin's hand, pressing it once, at which point a flame finally flickered to life, enabling him to light his cigarette. Taking a deep drag, Guan Mushin then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the distant scenery. Chapter 8. No room for mishaps. A moment later, Lin Feng gazed at the silhouette by the floor-to-ceiling window and mustered the courage to speak. "President Guan, based on the investigations conducted over the past few days, it is certain that Su Qing's situation was not orchestrated by anyone. Initially, Guan Mukin had harbored suspicions that someone had deliberately arranged for Su Qing to spend the night with him. After all, what were the odds that upon his arrival in Jiangzhou, someone would climb in his bed, and it just so happened to be an employee from the branch office? Thus, he had dispatched Lin Feng to investigate for over half a month, only to find that it was indeed a remarkable coincidence. They had somehow shared a bed as if it were the result of a century's worth of karma. Noticing Guan Mukin's prolonged silence, Lin Feng expressed his concern. "After all, Su Qing is unmarried and pregnant. I fear she may choose to have an abortion." Upon hearing this, Guan Mukin furrowed his brow and immediately commanded, "Make arrangements. No hospital in Jiangzhou is to perform an abortion for her." "Understood." Lin Feng responded promptly before turning to carry out the orders. "Also," Guan Mukin added, Lin Feng hurriedly returned, "ensure someone keeps a close watch on her. She must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances." "Yes," Lin Feng nodded and hastily departed. After Lin Feng had been gone for quite some time, he was jolted from his thoughts when ash from a cigarette fell onto the back of his hand, prompting Guan Mukin to regain his focus. During Su Qing's hospital stay for her pregnancy, Li came bearing news that her grandfather had passed away. Fortunately, Li was astute enough to inform Su's mother that Su Qing's work trip required confidentiality, hence she could not use her phone, effectively covering for her. Unable to bid farewell to her grandfather one last time left Su Qing feeling despondent. She could only visit the cemetery later to pay her respects. In the aftermath, Su Qing learned that her grandfather had been wise enough to determine who would inherit his property and wealth. Aware of Su Jinxiang and Hu Lijing's contentious nature, he had preemptively drafted a will bequeathing his assets to the state. As a result, neither Su Jinxiang nor Hu Lijing attended the funeral, which only deepened Su Qing's disdain for them. On Monday, Su Qing was discharged from the hospital and returned to work. As soon as she sat down, Qiaoli approached her, whispering, "You're back to work so soon. Is everything all right?" Su Qing replied softly, "The doctor said I'm fine now. Just to be cautious and not overexert myself. But you still need to assist in the Human Resources Department. Can your body handle it?" Qiaoli inquired with concern. Su Qing furrowed her brow as she too was worried about this. At that moment, the door to the finance manager's office swung open, and the formidable manager Mieju, clad in a black suit and sporting black-rimmed glasses, emerged. Upon sighting manager Mieju, Qiaoli instantly darted back to her chair, fearing a reprimand for being out of place. Su Qing quickly stood up, saying, "I'll head to the Human Resources Department now." Having taken such a lengthy leave, the sight of manager Mieju made Su Qing tremble with apprehension. She dreaded being the first to face layoffs, especially now that she had another life to nurture. "You need not go. Manager Mieju intercepted suin." Panic-stricken, Su Qing stared at the sternly dressed manager, wondering if she had already incurred her wrath. In the next moment, the master of extinction adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Our finance department has been quite busy lately. I have informed the manager of the Human Resources Department to reassign personnel from other departments." Upon hearing this, Su Qing not only exhaled in relief, but also wore a smile of liberation on her face. She had been concerned that her frequent trips to the Human Resources Department would adversely affect the child she was expecting, but now, such worries were alleviated. At that moment, the Master of Extinction suddenly smiled gently at Su Qing and said, "You have been working too hard lately. I have asked Qiaoli to take on half of your workload. You only need to complete the remaining portion." With that, the Master of Extinction departed. Suing, feeling somewhat dazed, returned to her chair. The Master had truly smiled just now. After 3 years of working here, she had thought the Master would never express such warmth. However, after a moment, Su Qing began to feel restless, wondering if the Master was being so kind merely to placate her before potentially letting her go. In the following days, Su Qing felt a profound sense of anxiety. Chapter 9. Gradual training. A sleek black, extended Bentley was parked by the roadside, with towering office buildings reaching for the clouds ahead. In the morning, the office workers hurriedly made their way to work. The individual seated in the back of the Bentley gazed intently out of the window until a figure appeared in the distance, causing a slight furrow of his brows. On her commute, Su Qing had forsaken her high heels and cosmetics, presenting a fresh face each day and adopting a slower pace in her walk. This was due to her doctor's advice, as the fetus was still unstable within her for the next 3 months, necessitating careful attention to prevent any mishaps. His gaze trailed the pedestrian's movements, and as she passed the Bentley, Guan Mushin finally observed her features up close. He realized that she was even more striking in person than in photographs. Her skin was as smooth as satin, her long hair cascaded gracefully, and her delicate features, though not of a breathtaking beauty, were undeniably pleasant to behold. At that moment, he slightly pursed his lips, expressing his satisfaction with the mother of his future child. Her temperament, albeit a bit lacking in gentleness, was something that could be nurtured over time. Not long ago, he had felt vexed by her having taken his virginity. Yet now, his intrigue towards her only deepened. Surely, it was the fact that she now carried his child that justified his growing interest, he reasoned internally. Once Su Qing had walked out of sight, Lin Feng, seated in the driver's seat, turned back and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Guan, I have arranged for her to be protected like a giant panda." "Drive." Guan Mushin interjected sternly, cutting Lin Feng's words short. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Lin Feng promptly fell silent. That morning, upon arriving at the office, Su Qing overheard her colleagues discussing the company's new benefits. The company had introduced a delightful perk, providing free lunches for employees. It was said that the culinary standards were exceptionally high, and she had even noticed a new chef being hired upon her arrival. One excited female employee exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli smiled at Su Qing and remarked, "There will be delicious food today, just in time for you to nourish yourself." Suin smiled subtly, her hand instinctively brushing her abdomen as she thought to herself, "Little duckling, you won't have to endure those dreadful bento boxes at lunch anymore." When lunchtime arrived, Su Qing and Xiaoli entered the dining hall together. Upon seeing the array of delectable dishes displayed by the master chef, the eyes of everyone widened in astonishment. The spread included an abundant selection of meats, seafood, and even large prawns, far surpassing a typical buffet. What has gotten into the company? They truly are generous. Hio li marabalat. Let's hurry and get our food, Su Qing urged, giving Xiaoli a gentle nudge. After filling their plates, they found a spot to relish their sumptuous feast. Glancing at the dishes in front of Xiaoli, Su Qing furrowed her brow and asked, "Why is it only I have this soup? The others don't have any." Xiaoli turned to look and confirmed that indeed the other employees lacked the same. She then turned back to Su Qing, making a pitiful gesture while saying, "It's probably prepared for you by that tyrant of supervisor. Lately, she has been acting like Lin Daiyu in front of you, delicate and afraid to raise her voice." Get lost. Su Qing let out a soft laugh. However, it indeed felt strange. The exterminator master could not possibly have changed her nature. Could she? By the way, I recently heard a rumor, Zhou Li suddenly said mysteriously. What rumor? Suinin koyer passive. I hope you won't be angry when I tell you. Zhou Li appeared hesitant. Chapter 10. She was drinking a pregnancy-sustaining soup. Xiaoli gazed at Su Qing cautiously and remarked, "Recently, there have been rumors circulating that the plump son of the ruthless matriarch has taken a fancy to you. It is said that she wishes to marry you off to her son, which explains her sudden kindness towards you." Upon hearing this, Su Qing was left both amused and exasperated. Do you truly believe such nonsense? You are fully aware of my current situation. Do you think someone like him would accept a buy-one-get-one free offer? Su Qing touched her abdomen and lowered her voice. Even a buy-one-get-one free scenario would be a bargain for her. I've heard her son weighs over 200 pounds and is rather dim-witted. No girl would willingly marry him, Xiaoli responded. I am utterly incredulous about these people. They can fabricate stories out of thin air. Su Qing shook her head with a smile. They're likely envious of the way the ruthless matriarch treats you differently. Yet they cannot pinpoint a reason for it, Xiaoli speculated. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind Su Qing. Turning to look, she saw Hu Pei arguing with the chef serving the meals. I want a bowl of that soup, she asked, drinking. Hu Pei pointed towards Su Qing. The chef cast a fleeting glance at Hu Pei. There isn't any left. Not any left. Are you speaking nonsense? She is neither a leader nor a VIP. Why should she be the only one to have that soup? Hu Pei questioned indignantly. That is a question for someone higher up. I'm just here to do my job. The chef's tone grew curt. Oh, I see. It must be that you have a special relationship with her, and made that soup just for her, didn't you? Hu Pei's gaze was laced with malice as she scrutinized the chef. Upon hearing this, the chef angrily tossed the spoon he held into the vegetable basin and exclaimed loudly, Miss Hu, I have lived a respectable life for over 4 decades. If you dare to tarnish my reputation, I will not stand for it. Just because you have a manager backing you, do not forget your own name. In the end, you are no saint yourself. If someone's wife were to come and give you a beating, you would swiftly remember who you really are. With that, the chef turned on his heel and departed. His words prompted a wave of laughter from those dining in the hall. Hu Pei was left speechless, her anger palpable. At that moment, Duan Jian, a close friend of Hu Pei, advised, why stoop to the level of a mere cook? Let us go eat elsewhere. What a joke. P.S. Just a chef, yet he dares to be so arrogant. Hu Pei shouted a couple of times before leaving with Duan Jian. Su Qing, witnessing this scene, curled her lips in disdain, revealing a cold smile. Hu Pei seemed to view her as a benchmark. Whatever she had, Hu Pei believed she should possess as well. And whatever Su Qing lacked, Hu Pei felt entitled to. Hu Pei caught sight of Su Qing's mocking smile and shot her a fierce glare. Su Qing, undeterred, returned a contemptuous look. Once outside the dining hall, Duan Jian inquired, What do you want to eat? What is there to eat? I'm already full of anger. Hu Pei retorted, her frustration evident. It's just a bowl of pregnancy-sustaining soup. Is it truly worth such a fuss? Duan Jian remarked. What did you say? Pregnancy-sustaining soup? Hu Pei halted in her tracks, staring at Duan Jian in confusion. It is indeed a medication for preserving pregnancy. My grandfather owns a traditional Chinese medicine shop, where he combines various herbs and supplements to create concoctions for women to safeguard their pregnancies, Duan Jian said with a casual air. Why has Su Qing started taking pregnancy-preserving medicine? Hu Pei's eyes narrowed. Chapter 11. Swiftly uncovering evidence of her pregnancy. Isn't Su Qing in a long-term relationship with her boyfriend? They are probably getting married, Duan Jian remarked. Hu Pei immediately shook her head. He broke up with her a few months ago to study abroad. Then whose child is she carrying? Duan Jian asked in astonishment. At that moment, Hu Pei's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. I dare say that the child in Su Qing's womb is undoubtedly of questionable origin. Premarital pregnancy is a severe misconduct in our company, especially with the ongoing restructuring. How can we possibly retain someone like her, who might take maternity leave at any moment and cannot focus on work? Hu Pei sneered. What do you mean? Duan Jian frowned at Hu Pei. Hu Pei leaned closer to Duan Jian's ear and whispered, Aren't you also in the finance department? Swiftly gather evidence of Su Qing's pregnancy and report it to the HR department. With my connections to the HR manager, you will surely earn some merit. Su Qing and I have no grievances against each other. What benefit do I gain from this? Am I merely seeking revenge for you? Duan Jian felt it was not worth it and was reluctant to proceed. Hu Pei frowned and replied, Are you foolish? There are 7 people in your department, and only 3 can remain. The formidable manager will undoubtedly stay. In terms of seniority, Su Qing qualifies as well. The last spot will be a contest between you and Xiao Li, giving you only a 50% chance. If Su Qing were to be laid off, both you and Xiao Li would certainly remain, ensuring a 100% chance of not being dismissed. Moreover, HR still remembers your contributions, perhaps after the merger with the headquarters. They might arrange a good position for you. Upon hearing this, Duan Jian immediately smiled and said, You're so quick-witted. How did I not think of that? But without evidence, it's futile. Hu Pei retorted. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on her. I'm not afraid she won't slip up, Duan Jian declared resolutely. Hu Pei smiled in satisfaction. That evening, Su Qing sat at an old table with her mother and younger sister, Su Zi, having dinner. Suddenly, Chufan turned to Su Qing and said, Qing, your aunt has asked someone to introduce a potential match for you. You should meet him this weekend. Su Qing was taken aback and glanced at her sister, who was making faces at her, before finding an excuse to refuse. Mom, the company is merging, and I have a lot of work to do. If I don't perform well, I could be laid off. Chufan began her lecture again. Qing, you are not getting any younger. It's time to consider marriage. As the saying goes, doing well is not as good as marrying well. Mom, one must rely on oneself. Marrying someone like Su Jinxiang. At this point, noticing her mother's change in expression, Su Qing quickly stopped. Chufan put down her chopsticks, her face etched with deep concern. Just because I took a wrong turn in life, I want you to live well now. That Hu Pei is in the same company as you. You absolutely cannot let her surpass you. You must marry better than her to give your mother some pride. Seeing their mother getting emotional again, both Su Qing and Su Zi lowered their heads. Chu Fun continued, Your aunt has introduced someone who is a professor from Southern University. Well off, and reportedly good-looking. Such a fine match is indeed hard to come by. Mother, is that not the school I currently attend? Suzi Inuited, Liftink Hadgaze. Indeed, it is your school. What was it called? Zheng Haoren. Chu Fun exclaimed, tapping her forehead. Professor Zheng? Suzi's spirits lifted at the mention. Do you know him? Chu Fun asked. He is quite the distinguished figure at our institution, charming and cultured. His classes require one to arrive early to secure a seat, lest one be left standing. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Suzi's eyes. Listen, this time it must be right. Chu Fun beamed with delight. However, Su Qing felt utterly despondent, realizing that, for the sake of her mother, she had no choice but to comply. Chapter 12. A quality matchmaker on a pleasant evening a few days later, Su Qing found herself seated in a charming Western restaurant, awaiting her blind date. To be candid, she held little regard for the professor, and her attendance was merely a formality. Thus, she devised a strategy to navigate the encounter. At precisely 7 o'clock, a gentleman clad in gray trousers and a white shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, took a seat across from her. Hello, My name is Zheng Haoran, 31 years old, a local, and currently teaching at Southern University. His introduction was succinct and to the point. Su Qing scrutinized him for a moment, tilting her chin defiantly as she stated, I have a few questions for you. The man exuded a refined demeanor, radiating an air of cultured elegance, and she sincerely wished not to provoke him. Yet, it seemed that without a bit of provocation, she would be unable to extricate herself from the situation. I am an open book, and I speak candidly, Zheng Haoran replied with a smile, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth. Do you own a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment? Su Qing cast him a sidelong glance. Although Jiangzhou was not a provincial capital, it surpassed many in prosperity, with housing prices to match. For a young person to possess such an expansive residence, one must either come from affluence or be exceptionally talented. This inquiry elicited a chuckle from Zheng Haoran. I currently reside in a 200-square-meter duplex. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, surely his family must have pooled resources for the down payment on that duplex, situated in a remote suburb. Without hesitation, she pressed on. Do you drive an Audi A6? Zheng Haoran's smile deepened. My current vehicle is a Land Rover, but if you prefer an Audi, I could consider a change. Su Qing felt as though she had been choked by a bun, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words, while Zheng Haoran regarded her with an amused glint in his eyes. Determined, Su Qing declared, I am not a virgin. She fixed her gaze upon him, thinking, I refuse to believe you are entirely indifferent. Zheng Haoran glanced out the window, then surprisingly responded with a smile, I have no fixation on virginity. Su Qing's temper flared at his remark, and she slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You possess a grand home, a luxury car. You are handsome and charming, a university professor. Why would you seek someone like me? What is wrong with you? Zheng Haoran gazed deeply into her eyes. My father left with his mistress when I was young. I come from a single-parent household. Now my mother and sister rely on me for support. My ex-boyfriend claimed I lacked gentleness and femininity and left for a wealthy girl abroad. Su Qing, having unleashed her grievances, found herself at a loss for further words. Is there anything else? Zheng Haoran inquired, still smiling at her. Nothing more, she muttered, lowering her gaze to sip her juice, feeling as though she had laid bare all her flaws. Why had he not yet made his exit? In that moment, Su Qing yearned to confess that she was pregnant, that her presence at the blind date was merely a means to appease her mother. However, she soon reconsidered. If he were to divulge this to the matchmaker, and the matchmaker to his aunt, the news would inevitably reach her mother. Thus, she swallowed her words, refraining from uttering the truth. You're the most unique girl I have ever encountered. In truth, I also dislike blind dates, but I do not harbor a distaste for making friends. Shall we start as ordinary friends? I presume you would not object. At last, Zheng Haoran handed Su Qing a business card. Su Qing accepted the card, having enjoyed a complimentary meal courtesy of Zheng Haoran. The two engaged in delightful conversation, for it is often said that more friends pave the way to numerous opportunities, particularly when one can gain favor with their mother. Upon returning home, Chu Fan eagerly bombarded Su Qing with questions. Su Qing could only blink and respond, Mom, he didn't take an interest in me, so there's no chance. How could that be? Did you not converse properly with him? Chu Fan became anxious upon hearing the lack of prospects. Su Zi, overhearing Su Qing's remarks, stifled a smile. Mom, his qualifications are so impressive that the line of girls vying for his attention could stretch all the way to the municipal government. I am neither a celestial beauty nor a prodigy. It's evident that he wouldn't find me appealing. With that, Su Qing retreated to her room and fell asleep. That night, she overheard her mother sighing, which made her chuckle secretly under the covers, knowing she had successfully navigated the situation. Chapter 13. The report. It was hardly surprising that news of Su Qing's dinner appointment with an elite gentleman reached Guan Mushin's ears. He gripped the pen in his hand, the ink leaving a heavy mark on the document, and his expression darkened immediately. Noticing his boss's displeasure, Lin Feng hastily remarked, Mr. Guan, it's merely a blind date. It likely won't lead to anything significant. However, Lin Feng's words faltered as he stammered, for he could see the fury brewing in his employer's demeanor. Guan Mushin furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before issuing a command. Give the order. By the end of this month, the headquarters must complete its restructuring, and the Jiangzhou branch will be dissolved. Understood. Lin Feng responded promptly and hurried off to carry out the directive. Once Lin Feng departed, Guan Mushin opened his drawer and beheld a photograph on a resume. He snorted disdainfully. A woman, daring to go on a blind date while carrying my child? Oof. The incident ignited a fervent desire within Guan Mushin to reunite with Su Qing. It was high time for his presence to be felt. Initially, he feared that revealing his true identity would frighten her, but it seemed that instilling some trepidation might be just what was needed. This woman cannot be left to wander freely. She must be kept under his watchful eye. The following morning, as Su Qing stepped into the office, she overheard her colleagues murmuring, "Did you see the announcement? Our fates will be decided before the end of the month. If we're all being dismissed, what is the point of working? Didn't they say the headquarters wouldn't restructure until next month? Who knows? Perhaps it's just a whim of the big boss." Seeing the anxious expressions of her co-workers, Su Qing felt a whirlwind of emotions as she took her seat. She discreetly caressed her belly, pondering what would become of her little duckling if she were to be laid off. In the corridor, Hu Pei and Duan Jian were engaged in hushed conversation. "Have you obtained the evidence yet?" Hu Pei inquired anxiously. "Not yet," Duan Jian replied, shaking her head. "In a few days, decisions regarding personnel will be made. If you're late, the evidence will be of no use." Hu Pei expressed her urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Jian suggested, "I'll take action during lunch when they go out to eat. You keep watching the dining hall and call me immediately if anyone returns." "Let's do that." Hu Pei nodded in agreement. At lunchtime, Hu Pei surveyed the dining hall while eating, keeping a close eye on every member of the finance department. Just as she was finishing her meal, her phone buzzed with a text message. Hu Pei glanced at her phone, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. She then rose, and, as she passed Su Qing, a cold smirk was unmistakably visible on her lips. Noticing his arrogant demeanor, Su Qing frowned. "Why do I feel like her gaze is so sinister?" Xiao Li remarked, observing Hu Pei's retreating figure. "It's no surprise. She is probably dreaming of my misfortune." Suing shrugged. "She definitely seems off," Xiao Li replied, furrowing her brow. 3 days later, Xiao Li suddenly summoned Su Qing out of the office and onto the spacious terrace. "What is it? Why the mysterious demeanor?" Su Qing asked, her brow knitted in confusion. Xiao Li hesitated for a moment before frowning and replying. "I just overheard a temporary worker from the HR department mentioning that someone has filed a formal complaint against you for being pregnant out of wedlock, claiming misconduct, and they said evidence has been submitted." Upon hearing this, Su Qing was taken aback. She believed she had concealed her situation well, only to discover it had been uncovered. At this critical juncture, the report is clearly aimed at getting you dismissed, Xiao Li asserted. At that moment, Su Qing felt a sense of resignation settle in her heart. After all the torment she had endured over the past few days, her efforts had ultimately led to the inevitable outcome of being let go. "It must have been that Hu Pei. I suspected something was off about the way she looked at you the other day." Xiao Li reflected. "Why are you silent?" Xiao Li asked anxiously, noticing Su Qing's continued quietude. Su Qing walked to the railing, gazing down at the people and vehicles below, appearing as tiny as ants, and suddenly smiled. "I have been so afraid of being laid off that I couldn't even sleep properly. Now, it seems I will definitely be dismissed. I shall have a good night's sleep tonight and think about what to do next tomorrow." "You have such a great attitude. Aren't you going to confront Hu Pei?" Xiao Li shook her head in confusion. Su Qing turned back, her long hair swaying gently in the breeze, and calmly replied, "A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. It is never too late. My primary concern now is to safely bring this child into the world." Chapter 14. Life is full of surprises. As the end of the month approached, Xiao Li rushed into the office, seizing Su Qing's hand and pulling her outside. "What are we doing?" Su Qing asked, bewildered. "The company has published a list of retained employees. We must go check it," Xiao Li exclaimed with urgency. Upon hearing this, Su Qing reassured her, "I have a strong feeling you will certainly be retained." However, upon noticing the dejected expression on Su Qing's face, Xiao Li encouraged her. "You have consistently performed well. Perhaps you will also be among those retained. If you remain, it would be wonderful, as I will soon be on maternity leave." She knew that once the company learned of her unexpected pregnancy, her position would be at risk, especially since the HR manager was in league with Hu Pei, who would undoubtedly target her first. Upon arriving at the meeting room where the list was displayed, they found it already crowded. Xiao Li and Su Qing squeezed their way inside. Xiao Li anxiously scanned the list for her name. Meanwhile, Su Qing had lost interest in the list altogether, only to glance up and see Hu Pei strutting toward them with a smug grin. Su Qing, even if you don't get retained with your abilities, you'll find a better job than Shengshi in no time. Unlike me, who will have to toil away here. Hu Pei taunted. In response to Hu Pei's provocation, Su Qing replied coldly, "Everyone knows how you managed to stay here. There is no need for your arrogance." Just as Hu Pei was about to retort, Xiao Li let out an excited scream. Su Qing, both of us have been retained." Xiao Li's words astonished not only Su Qing, but also Hu Pei. Su Qing and Hu Pei both looked up at the list, their eyes racing to find their names. Indeed, moments later, they both spotted Su Qing's name. Su Qing blinked in disbelief, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Her name remained. "Su Qing, we both have been retained," Xiao Li exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. At that moment, Su Qing's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had actually been retained. Overjoyed, she grasped Xiao Li's hand, and they hurried out of the meeting room, reveling in their good fortune, completely ignoring the stunned Hu Pei. Still reeling from the shock, Hu Pei was confronted by Duan Jian, who stormed up to her and shouted, "Hu Pei." Hu Pei looked up, meeting Duan Jian's accusatory gaze. Before she could speak, Duan Jian seized her and dragged her to a secluded terrace. "Did you not say that as long as I gathered evidence to report Su Qing, she would be dismissed, allowing me to stay? Now I have gone to great lengths to acquire evidence and report her, yet she remains while I am the one being dismissed." Duan Jian's frustration was palpable. Hu Pei was at a loss for words, turning to leave as she muttered, "I will go ask the HR manager." "There is no need to ask. He's been dismissed," Duan Jian shouted after her. Upon hearing this, Hu Pei turned back, stunned, to glare at Duan Jian. With her arms crossed in anger, Duan Jian lamented, "What a classic case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare." Hu Pei furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward to reassure, "Duan Jian, do not fret. Once I reach the headquarters and establish some connections, I shall surely manage to have you reinstated." Duan Jian regarded Hu Pei with a skeptical gaze. "Do you think this is merely talk? Is it so simple to cultivate connections?" Yet Hu Pei spoke with unwavering confidence. "Did not the former head of the HR department quickly succumb to my charm? The headquarters is teeming with talents. As long as I secure a prominent ally, I will undoubtedly bring you back." Hu Pei's assertion held merit. She had been with the company as an intern for just a few months before being exceptionally promoted to a permanent position, and her retention amidst layoffs was attributed to her swift rapport with the HR manager. Duan Jian recognized Hu Pei's capabilities, which was why she had maintained a close association with her. With no other options available, she resolved to place her trust in her. "Very well. I shall await your success, but do not let me down." Duan Jian's frustration began to dissipate. "Just wait and see," Hu Pei declared, patting her chest confidently. Chapter 15. A slightly more plump appearance? On Monday, Su Qing commenced her first day at the headquarters of Shengshi Group. Embracing the new environment, she adorned herself in formal attire. A black professional skirt suit complemented by a burgundy low-cut blouse, modestly heeled shoes, and her hair elegantly cascading down her back. She exuded a spirited and polished demeanor, hoping to leave a favorable impression on her new superior. However, misfortune struck as a traffic accident ensued, resulting in a 20-minute delay. Despite rising early, she found herself arriving late. In a frantic rush, Su Qing dashed into Shengshi Tower, only to be met by a throng of individuals waiting at the elevator. Glancing at her wristwatch, she frowned. There were merely 3 minutes until 9 o'clock, and it was evident she would be tardy. To arrive late on her inaugural day was an exceedingly poor impression, one that would surely lead her superior to view her through a lens of skepticism. She resolved that she absolutely could not afford to be late and turned to ascend the stairs. Although the office was on the 20th floor, she believed she could still make it if she hurried, despite her concern for the little duckling within her, whose future sustenance was now her priority. At that moment, A kindly cleaning lady intercepted Su Qing as she rushed towards the emergency exit. The woman inquired with genuine concern, "Young lady, are you in a hurry? If you don't mind a bit of dirt, there's a freight elevator that could take you up." Su Qing was so overwhelmed with gratitude that she nearly embraced the cleaning lady, relieved that her little duckling would be spared from distress. "Thank you, Annie," she exclaimed joyfully before sprinting towards the freight elevator. Upon reaching the freight elevator, Su Qing discovered it was filled with boxes, leaving only a narrow space for her to enter. She furrowed her brow and stepped inside, making a concerted effort to avoid staining her clothes. Pressing the button for the 20th floor, the elevator doors began to close. Just as they were about to shut completely, a man's arm suddenly thrust into the gap. The doors reopened, and a robust man in a black suit stepped inside. Su Qing grimaced slightly, as the space was exceedingly cramped. Her body was wedged between the elevator wall and the cargo. The man's physique was nearly pressed against hers, rendering her extremely uncomfortable. In a fluster, she lowered her head and crossed her arms over her chest, a gesture of self-protection. A fleeting glance revealed the man's striking features, and she could faintly detect the scent of tobacco emanating from him. This aroma made her feel somewhat nauseated, as her sensitivity to odors had intensified recently, compelling her to stifle a gag reflex. "Have you become slightly more plump since I last saw you?" A voice, somewhat familiar, resonated from above. Su Qing instinctively looked up, her gaze locking onto a face that she recognized, leaving her momentarily stunned. Noticing her reaction, the man appeared slightly displeased, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "It's only been a little over a month. Have you already forgotten me?" At his words, Su Qing's memory swiftly returned, recalling precisely who this distinctly featured individual was. He is the one who caused her to spend over $1,000 and even planted a little duckling in her womb. An exquisite duck. Su Qing could never have imagined encountering him at the Shengshi headquarters. Goodness, could it be that he also works here? What to do? What to do? She certainly does not wish to attract the attention of such a man, who is known for his indiscriminate affairs. Raising her gaze, she found his eyes narrowed, fixated on her, a clear indication that he was no good. Chapter 16. Someone dares to slap Mr. Guan's face. "Sir, I do not recognize you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." In the next moment, Su Qing pretended not to know the person before her. Upon hearing this, Guan Mushan's deep-set eyes fixed intently on her, and he remained silent for several seconds. Su Qing felt that his gaze was extraordinarily sharp, akin to two keen blades that effortlessly pierced through her facade. Unexpectedly, fragments of that night spent entwined with him flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "How can you turn your back on me so swiftly? One moment in bed, and the next, you act as if we are strangers. Do you not understand that a day of marriage brings 100 days of affection?" Guan Mushan's fingers glided through her long hair, his gaze teasing. Ding! At that moment, the elevator arrived at the 20th floor. Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, and with a frown, she raised her hand and struck his face with considerable force. Guan Mushen, taken aback by her unexpected slap, was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity while he was still reeling, Su Qing summoned all her strength to push him out of the elevator. Then she exited and dashed away. As Su Qing sat in the finance department, her heart raced with lingering shock. She kept muttering to herself, "I must never encounter that despicable man again. I am truly repulsed by him now." Just then, Chowley leaned in and whispered, "You were late on your first day?" Fortunately, our new supervisor, Manager Chow, is at a meeting, otherwise you would be in trouble. Hearing this, Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her luck was holding out today. When Guan Mushan stepped into the president's office, Lin Feng immediately noticed the red mark on his face. "Mr. Guan, what happened to your face?" Lin Feng inquired, astonished. "Postpone the new employee meeting until tomorrow. I have other commitments today," Guan Mushan replied, avoiding the question. "What?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Shouldn't you hurry and notify everyone?" Seeing Lin Feng still standing there, Guan Mushan's temper flared. "Yes," Lin Feng quickly answered, hastening to comply. "Bring me some ice." A command came from behind as Lin Feng reached the door. "Yes," Lin Feng responded promptly and departed. That day, Guan Mushun remained in the office, canceling all his appointments. Lin Feng entered a few times to deliver items, each time witnessing the president applying ice to his face, struggling to suppress his laughter while questioning who could possibly have dared to slap the president. In the afternoon, the finance department manager, Cao Xiuda, entered the room. This middle-aged man surveyed the office's employees and spoke with a serious demeanor. I hope the new and old employees will work together diligently to ensure the success of our finance department. I am pleased to announce a personnel appointment. Su Qing will serve as the assistant to the finance department manager, effective immediately. At this announcement, Su Qing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Cao Xiuda smiled at her, saying, "Do well and do not betray the company's trust. Now, let's all get back to work." With that, he turned and entered his office. In the next moment, Xiao Li leaned closer, whispering, "I've noticed you've been quite fortunate lately." Su Qing, with a delightful smile, gently caressed her belly and lowered her voice, saying, "It must be the little duck that has brought me good fortune." At that moment, Xiao Li, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "I just heard some exhilarating news." "What is it?" Su Qing inquired with curiosity. Hu has been assigned to the front desk in the lobby. Xiao Li chuckled, covering her mouth. Upon hearing this, Su Qing paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. The tides of fortune must indeed shift. The front desk is a thankless job, requiring constant vigilance as one welcomes and bids farewell to guests. There is no room for complacency, as the higher-ups could appear at any moment. Even the slightest misstep could lead to dismissal. Moreover, the remuneration is meager, typically reserved for newly arrived interns. I estimate she won't last more than a few days before resigning to return to her insurance job, Xiao Li said. Running insurance suits her quite well. Su Qing replied with an impassive expression. Indeed, much like her little third mother, she excels at securing male clients, often leaving them on the brink of divorce. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and departed. Chapter 17. The dream lover of a flourishing era at 9:30 the following morning. Shengshi Group convened its inaugural staff meeting in Jiangzhou following its relocation. Although only the retained personnel from the branch and employees from the headquarters functional departments were in attendance, the grand conference room was filled to capacity with at least 200 or 300 individuals. The podium was adorned with flowers and nameplates of the executives, indicating the significance the company attributed to this gathering. Su Qing and Xiao Li occupied seats towards the rear, while Hu Pei chose to sit in the front row, eager to seize the opportunity to identify potential connections. Now, we welcome Mr. Guan Mukin, the president of Shengshi Group, along with the vice presidents. As the MC's words echoed, thunderous applause erupted throughout the conference room. Is that Mr. Guan? So young, so handsome. Two female employees conversing behind Su Qing, who had also come over from the branch, chimed in. You may not know this, but Mr. Guan is the dream lover of every unmarried female employee at a Shengshi Group. And let us not forget the married ones who are allowed to dream too. Another female employee from the headquarters quipped. Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings, noticing the female employees gazing at the podium with starry-eyed admiration, as if they were entranced by Mr. Guan's every move. Was Guan Mukin truly more charming than Andy Lau or Tony Leung? The enthusiasm of the female employees suggested he was indeed a notorious womanizer. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the first all-staff meeting in Jiangzhou since the relocation of the Shengshi headquarters. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the retained staff from the Jiangzhou branch. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from the podium. Upon hearing that voice, Su Qing felt her blood run cold. How could this voice sound so familiar? Instinctively, she lifted her gaze towards the podium. When she beheld the speaker, her mind went blank in disbelief. How could it be the exceptional duck? He was none other than Guan Mukin, the president of Shengshi Group, the dream lover of all the female employees she had just heard about. Coming to terms with this reality, Su Qing immediately lowered her head. No, she must not let this exceptional duck discover that she was an employee of his company. Otherwise, she risked losing her job or even facing pressure to terminate her pregnancy. She could not afford to lose either her work or her child. She considered slipping away, but realized that such an action might draw more attention. With 200 or 300 people seated in this grand conference room, he likely wouldn't notice her. In the next moment, she hastily covered half her face with her hair. After the meeting, the female employees in the office were extolling the president's handsomeness, demeanor, and eloquence. In contrast, Su Qing remained silent in her seat, still reeling from her earlier shock. Qiaoli leaned in and whispered, "I noticed Hu Pei's eyes were glued to the president. It seems she has set her sights on a target. She might have a chance to succeed." Su Qing believed Guan Yuan was undoubtedly a reckless man, likely out courting women daily. Would the president even take notice of someone like her? He probably wouldn't give her a second glance, even if she presented herself to him. Qiaoli scoffed in response. Men are generally accommodating. Well then, let us hasten to our tasks. The meeting has already consumed 2 hours, and the work at hand will remain unfinished today. In the next moment, Su Qing immersed herself in her duties. Qiaoli promptly returned to her work as well. That noon, both Qiaoli and Su Qing, in their eagerness to complete their tasks, neglected to eat. At 1 o'clock, Qiaoli stretched and said, "Su Qing, you carry on. I shall go downstairs to fetch some food, for we cannot allow you to go hungry." "Very well," Su Qing replied without lifting her head. Not long after Qiaoli departed, the office phone rang. At this hour, most others had gone out for lunch or a brief respite, leaving Su Qing alone in the office. She rose to answer the call, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, her face froze in shock. "Is this Su Qing?" A male voice inquired. "Yes, this is she," Su Qing responded. "I am Lin Feng, the special assistant to General Manager Guan. He requests that you come to the president's office immediately." Lin Feng concluded before abruptly hanging up. However, Su Qing barely had the chance to respond. Chapter 18. Do you remember me? There was no way to resist the summons of the exquisite duck. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Qing stepped into the president's office a few minutes later. Guan Mushun sat at his desk, engrossed in documents, seemingly oblivious to her arrival. Gazing at his thick hair, Su Qing took a deep breath and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Mr. Guan, you call for me?" Upon raising his head, Su Qing quickly offered an awkward smile. After having slapped him just the day before, she feared he might be seething with indignation, seeking revenge, or perhaps planning to dismiss her. Though she held him in disdain, the reality was that she desperately needed this job. After a moment of composure, she resolved to lower her head under his roof, as her financial constraints left her with little choice. His gaze was sharp and frigid, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The same look as yesterday, which irked Su Qing, reminded her of their stark confrontation that night, causing a flush of heat to rise to her cheeks. Yet, she could only endure it for now. In her heart, she thought, "What is so impressive? Just wait until I flourish. I shall return the favor." However, Su Qing's chances of success felt slimmer than being struck by lightning. Guan Mushun found her submissiveness amusing. He set down his pen and leaned back in his expansive leather chair. After a few seconds, he pointed toward the coffee table across the room and commanded, "Go eat everything in that lunchbox." "What? Eat?" Su Qing glanced back to see a large lunchbox on the coffee table. Though perplexed by his intentions, her stomach was genuinely growling. Skeptically, she approached, opened the insulated container, and revealed 4 layers of delectable dishes, accompanied by a bowl of soup. It was a feast, but was there something sinister hidden within? To her delight, there was even a freshly baked pineapple bun from Su Ji, her absolute favorite. Seeing the golden, flaky bun, Su Qing could hardly resist the urge to take a bite when a male voice interrupted her. "Put that down. Eat your meal first." With a pout, Su Qing obediently picked up her chopsticks. The stir-fried dishes and the fragrant, light chicken soup were all from Su Ji, exceptionally delicious, luxury she seldom indulged in. As she silently savored her meal, she occasionally cast glances at the exquisite duck, who sat in a swivel chair, eyes shut in quiet contemplation. Regardless of his intentions, be it revenge or termination, she resolved to satiate her hunger first, for this might be her last meal. Guan Mushun's eyes would occasionally steal a glance at the voracious eater, unable to suppress a subtle upward curve of his lips, hinting at a barely perceptible smile. During this time, he felt the urge to smoke and reach for his cigarette case, but suddenly reconsidered and set it back down. Soon after, Su Qing had eaten her fill, rising to wipe her greasy lips. "Are you satisfied now?" At that moment, Guan Mushun stood from his chair, circled the desk, and approached her step by step. He towered over her, and as Su Qing looked up, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Now you remember me, don't you? I haven't mistaken you, have I? Guan Mu advanced step by step towards her, holding a name tag aloft before her. Upon seeing the tag emblazoned with her own name, Su Qing furrowed her brow, realizing that it had been missing since that fateful night. How ironic that it was now in his possession. Instinctively, Su Qing took a step back, stammering, I remember now, Mr. Guan. That day was merely an accident. Let's just forget about it, shall we? My actions yesterday were indeed inappropriate. If you're upset, I would be willing to allow you to retaliate. How about we consider ourselves even? At that moment, Su Qing felt a twinge of disdain for herself. She had resorted to showing weakness. Yet, what choice did she have? After all, she still depended on him for her livelihood, and she certainly did not wish to face a future of hardship. Chapter 19. Allow me to showcase my skills once more. As the climax drew nearer, Su Qing continued to retreat. In the next moment, her foot collided with the sofa behind her, causing her to plop down onto a single armchair. Guan Mushi swiftly grasped the armrests of the chair, leaning in closely to Su Qing's face. With wide, terrified eyes, Su Qing gazed at the man so near, her voice trembling as she inquired, What do you intend to do? Guan Mushi, observing her like a startled little rabbit, replied with a hint of suggestiveness in his gaze. I recall you mentioning that my skills were lacking. Over the past month, I have devoted myself tirelessly to honing my craft, and I have finally reached a level of proficiency that is unparalleled. Therefore, I sought you out today to allow you to experience my skills once more. Perhaps this time I may meet your standards. After all, the price you offered last time was rather low. His warm breath brushed against her face, sending Su Qing into a state of panic. Mr. Guan, this is an office, she exclaimed, her voice rising. Are you suggesting we revisit the Hilton Hotel where we last met? Guan Mushi asked playfully. Su Qing understood that he was retaliating for the humiliation she had inflicted upon him previously. As the saying goes, a good man does not suffer a loss in front of others. And realizing she could not contend with his authority, she reluctantly capitulated once more. In the next moment, Su Qing feigned vulnerability, saying, Mr. Guan, I apologize for my inappropriate remarks last time. I promise I won't dare again. Please, let bygones be bygones. At that moment, Su Qing was on the verge of tears. After all, she was now a child, and any misstep could jeopardize her little duckling's safety. Next time, Guan Mushi frowned. No, absolutely not. Su Qing surrendered, raising her hands in defeat. Seeing that she was sufficiently frightened, Guan Mushi straightened his posture and took a step back, slipping his hands into his pockets. Relieved by his retreat, Su Qing quickly stood and said, Mr. Guan, I must return to work. With that, she fled in haste. Watching Su Qing's retreating figure, Guan Mushi couldn't help but smile, finding the game with this woman increasingly amusing. Upon returning to the finance department, Xiao Li approached her, inquiring, Where have you been? The meal is about to get cold. I went to the restroom. I had a bit of an upset stomach, Su Qing quickly replied, clutching her abdomen. Though Xiao Li was her good friend, Su Qing found herself at a loss for words. Should we see a doctor? Xiao Li asked with concern. No need. I'm feeling better now, Su Qing hastily answered. Then let us eat, Xiao Li said, placing the meal on the table before Su Qing. Having been overly filled earlier, Su Qing suddenly felt nauseous at the sight of the food and clutched her mouth before rushing out. Having vented her frustration on the troublesome duck, she hoped to avoid any further entanglements. The next morning, just as Su Qing was about to enter the Shengshi building, she spotted Guan Mushi walking ahead with his assistant. A wave of frustration washed over her. How was it that she encountered him every single day? However, if I do not leave soon, I shall be late. Su Qing could only muster the resolve to step into the grand hall, making an effort to maintain a distance of several meters from the ostentatious woman ahead. As Guan Mukin entered the lobby, he was swiftly approached by Hu Pei, who was flamboyantly dressed at the reception desk. Good morning, Mr. Guan, she exclaimed, her face awash with flattery, her eyes gleaming with ulterior motives. Who are you? Guan Mukin narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Guan, my name is Hu Pei. I have just been transferred from the branch office. I heard that you are also an alumnus of J University. We are fellow graduates. Hu Pei hastily introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Guan Mukin nodded briefly, his tone cool as he inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Well, my father is a director at Qing Insurance Company, well regarded in the industry. We have collaborated with the branch office previously, and I wanted to inquire if our headquarters has any needs in this regard. You should direct your inquiries to the administrative department," Guan Mukin replied, already moving away to increase the distance between them. Witnessing this exchange, Su Qing cast a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Hu Pei was brazenly attempting to ingratiate herself with someone in public. Could Su Jianxiang's modest agency even boast a total of 10 employees? To call herself a director and elevate her status to that of a socialite was quite the audacity. Chapter 20. Medical examination. Once again, the area before the elevator was crowded with people. To avoid tardiness, Su Qing had no choice but to take the freight elevator. Fortunately, this time it was devoid of cargo. After pressing the button for her floor, the doors were about to close when a figure clad in a black trench coat suddenly entered the lift. Upon seeing him, Su Qing frowned, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. Why was it him again? What business did a high-ranking executive have riding the freight elevator? Was it intentional? Guan Mushen scrutinized head furovit broth. His magnetic voice resonating. "Do you not wish to see me?" "No. I am merely curious as to how President Guan managed to conclude his intimate rendezvous with the receptionist so swiftly," Su Qing replied, lacing her tone with a hint of sarcasm. At her words, Guan Mushen lowered his head and chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Su Qing sensed malevolence in his mirth. "You're jealous," Guan Mushen observed, his gaze penetrating. "Me? Jealous of you? What a ridiculous notion," Su Qing retorted, her annoyance palpable. Guan Mushen took a step closer, pressing his hands against the elevator walls on either side of her head, effectively enclosing her in a confined space. "What do you intend to do?" His sudden proximity sent a flutter of unease through her. His commanding presence enveloped her, and as he noted the fear in her eyes, a glint of satisfaction flickered across his face. He then stated with utmost seriousness, "If you dislike it, I can have Hu Pei resign immediately." At his words, Su Qing turned her face away. "What does that have to do with me?" In the next moment, his hands cradled her face, and he leaned down to seal her lips with his own. Su Qing's eyes widened in terror, her mind momentarily blank before she instinctively attempted to push him away. However, Guan Mushen released her just as swiftly, looking down and saying, "Who permitted you to wear lipstick? From now on, you are forbidden to do so." Su Qing gazed at him in astonishment. He had wiped his lips with the back of his hand, revealing a vivid scarlet stain. Only then did she comprehend that he had just tasted the lipstick from her lips. Ding! The elevator arrived at her designated floor. Su Qing shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Guan Mushen, you are despicable." After hurling her insult, she hurried away. Seated at her desk, anxiety coursed through her. What had he just asserted? That she was not to wear lipstick? For days she had abstained. Only today, noticing her pallid complexion due to morning sickness, had she applied a touch to enhance her appearance, never anticipating such an encounter. In short, the whirlwind of emotions stirred within Su Qing, all thanks to Guan Mushen. 2 days later, Chao Xiude abruptly declared that the company would provide insurance for everyone. Hence, they were to undergo medical examinations that afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Su Qing instinctively felt that Hu Pei had successfully endeared herself to Guan Mushen. Before she could suppress her uneasy feelings, panic surged through her. She pulled Xiaoli aside to a secluded spot and lamented, "What should I do? If they discover I'm pregnant, it will be a hassle since I lack a marriage certificate." Jolie walked back and forth twice and suggested, "Both blood tests and urine tests are quite manageable. You may use mine. However, undergoing the ultrasound may pose a bit of a challenge. Here's the plan. Once you enter the ultrasound room, feign a stomachache to evade the initial scrutiny. Afterward, when the crowd diminishes, I will accompany you for a second visit and perhaps offer a little incentive to the examiner." It seemed that this was the only feasible option. Su Qing nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Su Qing sat anxiously on a bench outside the ultrasound room, her heart racing with trepidation. "Suin." The nurse soon called her name. She hurriedly entered the ultrasound room. Upon seeing the medical staff seated before the ultrasound machine, she instinctively touched her abdomen, ready to feign discomfort. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly emerged from behind the curtain, standing directly before her. When she looked up, she found Guan Yukin gazing at her with a knowing smile, his deep-set eyes locking onto hers, causing her heart to skip a beat. Chapter 21. By what right do you claim it as yours? How? How did you get here? Su Qing stared in astonishment at Guan Yukin. He stepped forward, grasping her wrist, and led her away through the back door of the ultrasound room. Let go of me. Where are you taking me? Suing pretestive. Struggling but unable to free herself from his grip, Guan Yukin brought her to a secluded corridor before finally releasing her wrist. Mr. Guan, could you please show a bit more respect towards female employees? Su Qing said, rubbing her sore wrist. At that moment, Guan Yukin produced a piece of paper and held it up before her. Upon seeing the paper, Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you come by this? She asked, her heart racing. It was the ultrasound report from the hospital, containing the diagnosis of her pregnancy. She remembered casually placing it in her bag, but it had mysteriously vanished later. You once had a colleague named Duan Jian, right? She took this report to the HR department to report you, Guan Yukin replied. So was her. No wonder there were rumors that the person who reported her had obtained evidence of her pregnancy. Duan Jian had stolen the report from her bag. It was common knowledge that Duan Jian and Hu Pei were close friends, and Hu Pei was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this scheme. If Hu Pei didn't torment her, she would feel utterly uneasy. Feeling flustered, Su Qing reached for the report in Guan Yukin's hand and said, "This is indeed mine." "Thank you." With that, she turned to leave. However, Guan Yukin swiftly blocked her path. "What do you intend to do?" Su Qing asked, her heart racing with anxiety. "How much longer do you plan to keep this from me?" Guan Yukin fixed his gaze on her intently. "What can I possibly hide from you?" Suin replied cryptically. With a furrowed brow, Guan Yukin laid his cards on the table. "You are carrying my child. Do you really think I am unaware?" At his words, Su Qing's mind raced. What did he want? Did he intend for her to terminate the pregnancy? Or did he want her to bear the child and give it to him? Did wealthy men not often pursue heirs at the cost of their mothers? No, she absolutely could not lose her child. With a cold smile, she raised her head and replied, "Mr. Guan, your confidence is truly remarkable. I am indeed pregnant, but you are not the only man in my life. How can you be so certain that the child in my womb is yours?" Her words incensed Guan Yukin, who stepped forward and tightly grasped her wrist, fiercely declaring, "You are never to speak such words again." I am merely stating the truth," Su Qing retorted, holding her chin high, refusing to back down. After a moment of calm, Guan Yukin softened his expression and said, "That time was your first, and over the past month, you have not been with any other man. You have only been on one date, and although that individual has a good impression of you and occasionally sends you messages, you have never replied. Therefore, the child in your womb is most likely mine." At his words, Su Qing stared at him in shock, realizing she could no longer hide the truth. Her mind raced with thoughts of the consequences of admitting it. Did he come today to resolve this matter? Given his prominent background, he likely had encountered similar situations before. In a moment, he might just provide himself with a check or a bank card, leaving her to resolve the matter independently. A sudden plan emerged in Su Qing's mind. Should he indeed grant her a bank card, she would accept it. As she was in dire need of funds, she would resign from Shengshi and retreat to give birth to the child, ensuring that she and Guan Mushin would never cross paths again. She believed she could raise the child alone. "Why are you silent? Are you going to continue denying it?" Guan Mushin grazed Su Qing's shoulder. In the next instant, she nodded and said, "This child is yours." Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin finally relaxed his brow. Swing continued. "However, you need not worry. I will not demand anything from you, nor will I cling to you incessantly." What do you mean by that? Am I irresponsible? Or am I incapable of shouldering this responsibility? Su Qing's demeanor ignited Guan Mushin's anger, and he tightened his grip, shaking her slightly. Su Qing gazed at him, and in the next moment, she suddenly clasped her abdomen and crouched down. "Ouch! What is wrong with you?" Guan Mushin froze, his hand suspended in midair, panic overtaking him as he observed her condition. "I have a bit of pain in my stomach. Hurry and fetch a wheelchair. I need to see an obstetrician." Suing Fronith. I'll carry you. Guan Mushin stepped forward, intending to lift Su Qing. She quickly waved her hands. Your hands and feet are too heavy. What if you hurt the baby? Being a man without any experience, Guan Mushin quickly replied, Wait here. I will return shortly. After watching him dash away, Su Qing promptly stood up and rushed out of the outpatient building. A thought had just popped into her mind. Guan Mushin's notion of responsibility would likely entail her having an abortion, and she could not bear to lose this child. Thus, she feigned a stomachache to escape. As she descended the steps, Su Qing spotted Xiao Li approaching. Where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere, Xiao Li chided. Su Qing had yet to respond when a fashionably dressed woman sauntered over, smirking wickedly. Su Qing, congratulations on your unwed pregnancy. Fury clenched Su Qing's fists, and Xiao Li stepped forward, grasping her arm. Hu Pei, let us keep things civil. Don't go too far. With many people around, Xiao Li feared the other women from their company would overhear. Su Qing, you're quite something. Even with evidence, they can't force you out of Shangshi. Have you hooked onto some big tree? Who is the father of your illegitimate child? Surely, he must be someone significant? Hu Pei sneered at Su Qing. Su Qing pushed Xiao Li's hand away and strode angrily towards Hu Pei, who took a step back. Don't act recklessly. Being unwed and pregnant is not a matter of pride. Seeing that Hu Pei was not keen on provoking a confrontation, Su Qing coldly retorted. Since you were so curious about the identity of the child within me, I shall enlighten you. Who? Xiao Li squinted, vixited old Su Qing. A super impressive person. Are you satisfied now? With that, Su Qing disdainfully turned and walked away. As she departed, Hu Pei, invigorated, shouted, Ha! You think you're worthy? Uncertain of the identity of that wild man, one might surmise he is merely a security guard, a lowly errand runner, or a courier. She chuckled. Xiao Li caught up with Su Qing, grasping her arm, and urged, Su Qing, do not heed Hu Pei's nonsensical ramblings. She is incapable of uttering anything of value. I am well aware of her true nature. Su Qing offered a wry smile in response. Xiao Li scoffed. Have you heard? Hu Pei resigned yesterday. Resigned? How could she bear to leave Shangshi? Su Ying inwarded, had astonishment evident. Who knows? Regardless, she has secured a significant contract. Rumor has it she has been appointed to handle all the company's women's insurance. Did you not notice her air of arrogance? Xiao Li continued. By the way, who is the father of the child you carry? Is there truly some significance to it? Xiao Li could not help but ask. Noticing Su Qing's silence, she quickly added, If you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly fine. I am merely curious. Su Qing then led Xiao Li to a secluded spot, wary of Guan Mushin's potential pursuit, and subsequently recounted the entire saga. Xiao Li was left dumbfounded. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped Su Qing's hand and declared, I will take you to find the capitalist. She explained that Guan Mushin exploited their surplus value, earning him the clandestine label of capitalist. He sought me out just moments ago, and fearing he would coerce me into an abortion, I fled. Should he come looking for me, I must take my leave. With that, Su Qing hastily exited the hospital. Chapter 22. Shall we marry? As Su Qing dashed out of the hospital, she intended to hail a taxi along the road. Unexpectedly, a sleek black Bentley careened past her from behind, making a sharp turn to block her path. Startled, Su Qing stumbled back, only to see Guan Mushin emerging from the back seat. She contemplated fleeing, but a firm grip seized her shoulder from behind. Do you dare deceive me? Guan Mushin's voice carried a hint of indignation. How could I possibly deceive you? My stomach suddenly stopped hurting, so Su Qing stammered, attempting to clarify her predicament. Let us marry, Guan Mushin declared suddenly, fixing his gaze upon her. Su Qing stared at him in disbelief. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Wasn't he meant to hand her a check or a bank card to resolve the situation independently? Marriage? Surely you jest. I'm not taking that seriously, she responded, convinced he was merely making light of the situation, or perhaps speaking nonsense. Many women aspired for his favor, based solely on her pregnancy. He must have been married 10 times over by now. I am entirely sincere. Guan Mushin's dark, profound eyes bore into hers, caught in his earnest gaze. Su Qing felt a flutter of anxiety. His expression was unmistakably serious, far from jesting, and he had never indulged in such frivolities with her. In that moment, her mind spiraled. He wanted to marry her, a conclusion she had never entertained amidst her myriad thoughts. "Do you not desire our child?" Guan Mushun's expression suddenly stiffened as silence enveloped them. "Who said I do not want this child? I am determined to give birth." Immediately. Upon hearing her response, a smile tugged at Guan Mushun's lips, his tone softening. "That is excellent." However, Su Qing hesitated, her thoughts lingering on the prospect of marriage. Still unprepared for such a commitment. This man possessed all that women coveted: noble lineage, wealth, intellect, and striking looks. Yet she was merely an ordinary woman. Marrying him felt overwhelmingly daunting. But what then? "Do you wish our child to be a bastard?" Guan Mushun's gaze remained fixed on her. "Certainly not," Su Qing exclaimed without hesitation. The child, though still an embryo, had already ignited her fierce desire to protect and nurture. "That is wonderful. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at once," he said, taking her hand and leading her toward the car. His touch was warm, enveloping Su Qing in a wave of security. Though she did not know him intimately, she trusted he would safeguard her and their child. He was so exceptional, so handsome. Their baby would undoubtedly inherit his remarkable genes. Regardless, she was certain that the child she bore would be extraordinary. As the car glided smoothly down the road, Su Qing gazed at Guan Mushun, her confusion evident. "Are we truly going to register our marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Casting a sidelong glance at the dazed Su Qing, Guan Mushun chuckled softly. "You are so assertive in your work, yet when it comes to your own matters, you seem to lag behind." Su Qing pressed her lips together and retorted sharply. How could one be subjected to the exploitation of capitalists without a keen sense of self-preservation? Her gaze, sharp and unwavering, pierced through to him. Upon hearing the term capitalist, Guan Mukin furrowed his brow, then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "The Civil Affairs Bureau will close soon. I have no time for a verbal sparring match." Suddenly, Guan Mukin produced 2 sheets of paper and handed them to Su Qing. "This is our prenuptial agreement. Please review it. If you have any concerns, feel free to amend it. If not, kindly sign." At his words, Su Qing paused momentarily before accepting the prenuptial agreement from his hands. As she lowered her gaze to examine the document, her brow furrowed in dismay. For although the agreement was straightforward, its stipulations were glaringly inequitable. The agreement stipulated that upon marriage, both parties would agree to the following terms. First, during the period of cohabitation, the first party would bear all expenses for the second party and her child. Second, in the event of divorce, the first party promised to provide the second party with a house no smaller than 150 square meters and $2 million in cash, with the second party forfeiting any claim to the first party's assets. Third, the second party was prohibited from engaging in close relationships with other men during the marriage. Fourth, the second party was required to cooperate with the first party in presenting themselves as a model couple. Fifth, should a divorce occur, custody of the child would belong to the first party. As the second party, Su Qing grasped the implications of this agreement and realized a bitter truth. Following their marriage, she would possess a gilded ticket to a life of comfort. Yet if they were to divorce, she would be left without even her child. The more she contemplated it, the more infuriated she became. She had naively hoped he would care for her and their child. It now appeared that his intent in marrying her was solely to secure the child she carried. In a moment of hurt, Su Qing flung the agreement back at Guan Mukin. "Stop the car. I will not go through with this marriage." Guan Mukin seemed to have anticipated her reaction. With his gaze drifting to the scenery outside the window, he replied nonchalantly, "Su Qing, you must understand that a family like mine does not casually choose a woman to share a life with or to bear children. Before I proposed marriage, I was fully aware of your circumstances. Thus, every word I utter today is not to be taken lightly. I will not coerce you into any decision, but I must remind you that your stepsister is already aware of your pregnancy. How long do you think it will be before she reveals this to your family? How do you plan to face your mother then? Do you have a means to keep this child? Are you threatening me?" Su Qing's anger surged. She recalled the day he had summoned her to his office for lunch, knowing precisely which restaurant she favored, and a wave of trepidation washed over her. Before Guan Mukin, she felt like a transparent figure, with every detail of her life laid bare to him. He wielded power and wealth, rendering her vulnerable at his mercy. A cold smile flickered across Guan Yukin's face, though his tone remained calm. This child is part of me as well. I merely wish to ensure he is not harmed by your stubbornness. Child, child, child. Indeed, his only concern lies with the child. Su Qing finds it difficult to articulate the source of her irritation. Perhaps it is because his words evoke a profound sense of defeat within her, as they resonate with an undeniable truth. Having experienced a failed marriage herself, she understands the immense challenges faced by single mothers. This is precisely why she has gone to great lengths to seek out suitable partners. If he were to discover her unmarried pregnancy, he would undoubtedly be devastated. Otherwise, she would not have felt compelled to conceal it for so long. As she gently caresses her abdomen, her eyes betray a deep sense of reluctance regarding this child. After casting a lingering glance at her, Guan Mushun turned to the driver, Lin Feng, and inquired, "How long until we reach the Civil Affairs Bureau?" 3 more minutes, came the reply. Guan Mushun then faced Su Qing and remarked, "You have 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. I have a dinner engagement at 6 o'clock. His words were unmistakable. Should she fail to reach a conclusion before arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the opportunity for marriage would swiftly slip away. Meeting Guan Mushun's gaze, Su Qing felt her heart racing. Was she truly on the verge of acquiescing? Noticing the hesitation reflected in her eyes, Guan Mushun added, "Should you choose to terminate the pregnancy, I will provide you with ample funds for the procedure and for your post-operative care." In disbelief, Su Qing stared at him. "If I opt to terminate this pregnancy, you would not oppose it?" Guan Mushun narrowed his eyes and replied, "I have no right to coerce anyone into bearing a child for me. Ultimately, the fate of this child rests upon your decision." Chapter 23. The marriage certificate. Guan Mushun's words caused Su Qing to furrow her brow. He had placed a scalding hot potato in her palm. This man was infuriatingly clever. If she refused to marry him, the possibility of bearing a child would vanish, leaving her as the executioner responsible for the child's demise. Although Su Qing held her pride and dignity in high regard, when faced with the life of her child, she inevitably chose the latter. Raising her gaze to the Civil Affairs Bureau that had come into view, Su Qing turned to Guan Mushun and stated, "I cannot agree to the final clause of this agreement, nor the fourth. I must retain custody of the child. Working in your company, if I am branded as Mrs. Guan, I will truly find no peace. The child she bore, sacrificing her pride and love, could not be so easily claimed by another as stipulated in the agreement. Furthermore, with no genuine affection between them, how could they possibly act as a model couple? Maintaining such a faade would ultimately lead to their unraveling." Guan Mushun studied the resolute expression on Su Qing's face, furrowing his brow before responding. "I will instruct my lawyer to amend it to ensure we adhere to the fourth clause in front of both our families. Do you have any objections? And what about custody of the child?" Suing prest. Guan Mushun pinched her cheek gently. "If you care so much for the child, you should strive to avoid divorce with me." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, and under his piercing gaze, she could only nod in agreement. "Very well. I consent to the marriage." After all, the agreement would be revised, and when the time came, he would have no leverage over her. At that moment, Lin Feng had already parked the car in the Civil Affairs Bureau's lot. Guan Mushun and Su Qing entered the bureau one after the other, likely the only couple not holding hands or embracing as they approached the altar of matrimony. When it came time to sign the marriage application, Su Qing hesitated for 2 seconds before ultimately inscribing her name. Guan Mushun, however, signed without a moment's pause, his name flowing elegantly across the page. Observing his composure, Su Qing couldn't help but wonder if this was not his first marriage. Once back in the car, Su Qing found it hard to believe she was now a married woman, and to Guan Mushun, no less. The interior of the vehicle was enveloped in silence, neither party breaking the stillness. Throughout the journey, the two in the back seat exchanged not a single glance. Before long, Lin Feng brought the car to a halt at the entrance of Su Qing's residential community. Yet, she remained in a daze, unsteady from the recent developments. Noticing her stillness, Guan Mushun shifted his gaze slightly and said, "I have an appointment to attend. You should return home to rest. I will contact you later." At his words, Su Qing looked up to find the car had indeed stopped at her community's entrance. Meeting Guan Mushun's profound gaze, She noticed his expression was devoid of any emotion. Was he ushering her to exit the vehicle? Su Qing, what are you thinking? Do you truly wish to accompany him home? He merely views you as a vessel for bearing children. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are his wife. Flushing at this realization, Su Qing quickly nodded, all right, and promptly exited the car. Gazing at the car that had vanished into the distance, Su Qing shook her head vigorously, grappling with the reality that this was not a dream. Everything was indeed true. Unexpectedly, today, she found herself a married woman, and her husband held the esteemed position of CEO in a prosperous era. As she ascended the stairs, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She had, rather astonishingly, wed without a wedding ceremony, without a wedding gown, without rings, and even without a banquet, merely obtaining a marriage certificate. Her hand instinctively reached into her bag, where a vibrant red marriage certificate lay. Upon unlocking the door, Su Qing was met by her mother, who approached her with a smile. Mom! Suddenly, Chufan stepped forward and struck Su Qing across the face. Stunned, Su Qing blinked back tears, looking at her mother and asking, Mom, why did you hit me? Since her graduation, she had diligently worked to support her family and fund her sister's education, believing she had never committed a wrong. You still have the audacity to ask why? Although I, Chufan, may be timid, I have always upheld my integrity. You have truly brought shame upon me. Chufan secolet vementin. Mom, what have I done? Su Qing felt a sinking premonition. Could it be about her pregnancy? Sure enough, Chufan pointed an accusatory finger at her. Are you really pregnant? Yes. Su Qing had never lied to her mother, so she nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Chufan sank into the sofa, weeping. Why is my life so bitter? To be abandoned by my husband at such a young age. After all the effort I put into raising you, I had hoped you would bring me some pride, yet you have become pregnant out of wedlock. What a disgrace. Su Qing immediately sensed that Hu Pei was the architect of this turmoil, never allowing her a moment of happiness. Despite her immense anger towards Hu Pei, Su Qing resolved to soothe her mother first, for she understood her mother's hardships intimately. Mom, please listen to me. What more can you say? You and Hua Tianming just broke up days ago. How could you possibly be pregnant? Have you stooped so low as to indulge in reckless behavior? Chu Fun, in her fury, struck Su Qing several more times. Su Qing did not evade. She accepted the blows, recognizing the validity of her mother's accusations. Indeed, she had ventured into reckless behavior, resulting in this predicament, yet she could not confess, not out of fear of punishment, but out of dread of her mother's heartbreak. Mom, you are truly mistaken. Although my breakup with Hua Tianming was recent, I did not engage in reckless behavior. I met someone with whom I connected deeply during my time of despair, and we fell in love. Look, we even obtained a marriage certificate today. We are serious about spending our lives together. As she spoke, Su Qing hurriedly retrieved the marriage certificate from her bag. She felt grateful for agreeing to marry Guan Mushin today. Otherwise, she would have been utterly at a loss. Chu Fun, skeptical, took the marriage certificate and opened it, scrutinizing the photograph of Guan Mushin. Guan Mushin? Chu Fun read aloud from the certificate. Dis, suine ferm vigerli. How old is he? Chu Fun inquired further. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. She truly had no idea how old Guan Mushin was this year. However, she quickly glanced at the date of birth on the marriage certificate and discovered he was 4 years her senior, promptly replying, 29. What about his family? What do his parents do? What is his occupation? What is his character like? Chu Fun inquired in rapid succession. Su Qing rolled her eyes, having no choice but to fabricate a response. He is an only child, hails from a remote rural area, and his family situation is rather modest. He is merely a junior employee and still cannot afford a house, which is why I hesitate to bring him home for you to meet. Nevertheless, he possesses a commendable character and is quite considerate towards me. Goodness. Su Qing, who had never been one to lie, found herself having told not a single truth today and felt a twinge of admiration for her own storytelling prowess. Such poor circumstances? He pales in comparison to Zheng Haoren, whom your mother introduced you to a few days ago. Chu Fun remarked with a disdainful curl of her lips. Mom, that professor wasn't interested in me, was he? To prevent her mother from persistently meddling, Su Qing had previously informed her that Zheng Haoren had no interest in her after their last blind date. Indeed, we shall not wed someone who does not love us, regardless of their merits. As long as he is a good person, ambitious, and treats you well. I have no inclination towards wealth. By the way, bring him home tomorrow. I would like to meet him. A smile finally graced Chu Fun's face. Chapter 24. Sweet treats? Well, Mom, his job requires frequent travel, so he has to leave early tomorrow morning. He mentioned it might be 10 days to half a month before he returns. Su Qing hurriedly fabricated an excuse. Traveling all the time? How will you manage your lives in the future? Chu Fun said, troubled. There are allowances for business trips. He must earn money for me and the child. There's no other way. Su Qing quickly replied. That's true. When Mu Shun comes back, he must come home for dinner. After saying this, Chu Fun took the marriage certificate and retreated to her room, glancing at it as she went. Once Su Qing saw her mother close the bedroom door, she sighed in relief, placing a hand on her chest. Thank heavens, I've finally passed this hurdle. As for what happens 10 days or half a month from now, we'll deal with it then. Upon returning to her room and shutting the door, her younger sister, Su Zi, cheerfully turned around while doing her homework. Sister, congratulations. You made it through. Su Qing quickly sat at the edge of the bed, lowering her voice to ask her sister, who came by today? How did Mom find out about my pregnancy? Suzy glanced towards the door and responded in a hushed tone. Today, Su Jinxiang called Mom. He spoke quite harshly, and she ended up crying. The sisters privately referred to their father by his full name, as in their eyes, he had long ceased to exist. It must have been Hu Pei who told him, Su Qing said, filled with indignation. That Hu Pei really seems to have a grudge against our family, Suzy added. Equally upset, Su Qing's fists clenched in anger. It's not just a grudge. I cannot coexist with her. Inwardly, Su Qing vowed that Hu Pei and Hu Lijing would surely face retribution for their actions. The next day, on her way to work, Su Qing spent several hundred yuan on a cheap diamond ring and a few packs of branded candies to bring to the office. Upon entering the office, she radiated joy as she distributed the sweets. Everyone enjoy the candies. Su assistant, what occasion is this candy for? Teased a male colleague. With a smile, Su Qing replied, I got married, just registered yesterday. As you all know, this marriage was rushed due to my pregnancy, so I'm handing out wedding candies now, and we'll celebrate properly later. This was the plan Su Qing had devised the night before. After all, the news of her pregnancy was already widespread. If she didn't announce her marriage, she would have no face to continue working here. However, she hadn't lied. She had indeed just gotten married. Su assistant, that diamond ring is exquisite. Several female employees noticed the ring on Su Qing's hand. Oh, I bought it just yesterday afternoon. It was so rushed that I didn't have time to pick. Su Qing felt her smile was rather forced, but knew she had to maintain the facade, given the fear of gossip. That ring must have cost several tens of thousands, right? A female employee approached and grabbed Su Qing's hand. Fearing that the cheap ring would be discovered, Su Qing quickly withdrew her hand. It's just over 10,000. It's nowhere near as grand as yours. Yours is several times the size of mine. Upon hearing this, the female employee felt greatly satisfied and returned to her desk without further comment. In the office, men vie for power while women engage in subtle competitions. Even a slight edge over others can satisfy their vanity, whereas falling short ignites envy and resentment. Su Qing is acutely aware of this dynamic. Assistant Su, what prestigious position does your husband hold? Inquired the gossiping female colleagues. Yes, just a minor employee, nothing grand. Su Qing promptly replied. Aren't you supposed to buy a house and a car after marriage? They teased. Su Qing feigned concern. My husband's family isn't well off. And with the soaring property prices in Jiangzhou, we can only afford to rent for now. Upon hearing this, the mockery directed at Su Qing for her premarital pregnancy dissipated, replaced instead with sympathetic glances. In that moment, Su Qing successfully diffused her personal reputation crisis, silently chuckling to herself. Zhou Li, who had been silent until then, seized an opportunity to pull Su Qing aside to the balcony for a private conversation. What prompted this sudden turn of events? Have you truly found a backup plan? It wouldn't be that Zheng Haoren, would it? Is he compliant or coerced? Zhou Li could not help but bombard her with questions. What nonsense are you spouting? I am genuinely married, Su Qing asserted, recounting the events of the previous day to Zhou Li. After listening for a while, Zhou Li remained perplexed, finally giving Su Qing a firm pat on the shoulder. Su Qing, your fortunes have turned. Su Qing could not help but laugh. I am burdened by misfortune. Thank you very much. Regardless, you are now legally wed to a capitalist. Lower your guard and flatter him. You might reap substantial rewards. Zhou Li suggested with a grin. Do you think he is a fool? Didn't you see that agreement? He has everything planned out. The mere thought of that agreement left a bittersweet taste in Su Qing's heart. At the very least, you and your child have secured a stable future. Even if you divorce later, you will have both a home and cash. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? Forget about the house and cash. Just the allure of a handsome man is enough to make one yearn. Zhou Li lamented, touching her face in frustration. If you crave that allure so much, perhaps I could create an opportunity for you to experience it? Su Qing teased, gazing at the lovesick Zhou Li. Oh please, do you think I would violate the code of friendship? Though I may be a bit infatuated, I would never encroach on a friend's territory, Zhou Li declared earnestly. Kudos for your integrity, Su Qing chuckled, nodding in agreement. For an entire week, Su Qing's nominal husband failed to reach out to her even once. Reflecting on his casual remark about contacting her later, she realized it was merely a platitude, and she couldn't help but laugh at her own gullibility. That afternoon, Su Qing received a phone call from Zheng Haoran. Why haven't you contacted me in days? He asked. I've been a bit busy, she replied. Since acquiring their marriage certificate, Su Qing had not initiated contact with Zheng Haoran. She had intended to find an appropriate moment to inform him of her marriage, to avoid hindering his pursuit of other partners. But alas, the opportunity never presented itself. Are you free for a casual lunch? He asked. At noon. I happen to be attending to some business near your company. Zheng Haoran extended an invitation to Su Qing. Sure, she replied without hesitation. For it was high time to clarify matters with Zheng Haoran. Let's meet at the Western restaurant downstairs at your office at 12 o'clock. Goodbye. After Zheng Haoran finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Su Qing cast a glance to the side and noticed a few gossiping female colleagues staring at her while she was on the call. During their breaks, they had been incessantly asking why her husband never came to pick her up and why she hadn't received even a single affectionate phone call. Their intentions were clear. They suspected that her marriage was a fade, perhaps a ruse to conceal the truth of a pregnancy. Chapter 25, Mrs. Guan. Su Qing's eyes flickered as she refrained from hastily ending the call. Instead, she continued speaking into the phone. Darling, I feel nauseous at the mere scent of grease. Perhaps we should opt for something lighter? After a brief pause, she added, All right then, let's discuss it further when we meet at noon. Goodbye, my love. Having finished her lengthy monologue, Su Qing promptly hung up the phone, only to be taken aback upon lifting her gaze. Good heavens! How had Guan Mushin silently appeared in the office, his piercing gaze fixed upon her? He must have overheard her previous remarks, and instantly, Su Qing lowered her head, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Some employees stifled their laughter, while others remained silent, their heads bowed. The finance manager, Chao Xiude, who stood beside Guan Mushan, quickly intervened, saying, Su Qing, how can you make personal calls during work hours? Honestly, I'm so sorry. Manager, Su Qing stammered, rising from her seat with trepidation. Stealing a furtive glance at Guan Mushan, she noticed his expression remained impassive, his demeanor as stoic as ever, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Guan, as you know, we are dedicated to our work and typically refrain from personal calls during office hours. Perhaps your husband is simply worried given your condition? Chao Xiude continued to advocate for Su Qing beside Guan Mushan. However, the mere mention of her condition made Su Qing feel increasingly uneasy. Any justification for taking personal calls during work hours seemed inadequate. Thus, Guan Mushan declared, for this infraction, I shall deduct your full attendance bonus for the month as a warning. With that, he elegantly turned and exited the office. Take care, Guan, Chao Xiude called after him. Jiaoli shook her head disapprovingly at Su Qing, lamenting her misfortune. Defeated, Su Qing sank into her chair, contemplating the loss of her attendance bonus, which amounted to 500 yuan, nearly enough to cover her family's grocery expenses for a month. Once Chao Xiude had escorted Guan Mushan out, he approached Su Qing, lamenting, "Oh, Su Qing, why did you have to cross paths with him on his first inspection? Your actions may have tarnished the department's reputation in his eyes. Please take this as a lesson and reflect deeply. I will be more cautious in the future," Su Qing murmured, bowing her head in acknowledgement. Sighing, Chao Xiao to return to his office. After his departure, Jiali leaned closer, whispering, "You overacted, and it backfired. Don't revel in my misfortune. You are treating me to lunch this month since I lost my attendance bonus." With an exasperated glance, Su Qing retorted, "Why should I treat you when we both have the same husband?" Jiao Li promptly retreated after that exchange, prioritizing money over friendship. Su Qing muttered under her breath, chastising her ill fortune. As noon approached, Su Qing's phone buzzed with a text message. "I'll be waiting for you at Wangjianglu, Capital Hall. Shun." The single character, Shun, left no room for doubt. It was undoubtedly Guanmu Shun. She wondered about the nature of their relationship, questioning the familiarity that allowed him to sign off so casually. Upon receiving this message, Su Qing found herself in a predicament. She had already made arrangements with Zheng Haoren. After much contemplation, she realized that she could not provoke Guan Mukin, the formidable figure, and thus decided to call Zheng Haoren under the pretext of an urgent matter. Postponing their meeting. Noticing the hour was getting late, Su Qing hastily dialed Zheng Haoren's number, but to her dismay, it was unreachable. He had likely activated airplane mode, a common practice during his classes or meetings. At this moment, the workday had concluded and everyone had dispersed for dinner. Su Qing picked up her bag, preparing to leave, when Xiaoli approached with a smile, suggesting, "How about I treat you to sweet potato noodles?" "No, I must go to Wangjiang Tower." Su Qing whispered in Xiao Li's eyes widened in mock horror as she exclaimed, "A five-star hotel. You truly are the CEO's wife now. Take me along." With a serious tone, Su Qing replied, "The capital has summoned me. Who knows what ulterior motives lie behind this? If you wish to join, it would certainly bolster my courage. Forget it. I've always been intimidated by superiors since childhood. You go ahead. I shall excuse myself." With that, Xiaoli swiftly departed. Shaking her head, Su Qing proceeded alone to Wangjiang Tower. The establishment, a five-star hotel situated across from Shengshi, was renowned for its exquisite cuisine, and its prices reflected the upscale nature of the venue, an indulgence reserved for significant gatherings, far beyond Su Qing's usual budget. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Qing immediately spotted Lin Feng waiting for her at the stairway. He was the only one at Shengshi privy to the true nature of her relationship with Guan Mukin. "Madam, President Guan is this way." Lin Feng guided her towards the Capital Hall. Su Qing hesitated at the entrance, smiling at Lin Feng. "You may simply call me by my name from now on." The title of Madam felt oddly uncomfortable, and she mused that should she bear a child, Guan Mukin might choose to divorce her. Such a title would be fleeting and cumbersome to alter. Lin Feng chuckled. "You are now indeed Mrs. Guan. If I fail to address you properly, President Guan would hold me accountable." At his words, a strange tightening gripped Su Qing's heart. Could it be that Guan Mukin had instructed Lin Feng to address her in such a manner? In the next moment, she offered Lin Feng a brief smile before stepping into the private room. The elegantly decorated space exuded a vintage charm, spacious enough to accommodate a table for 12, already laden with a variety of dishes, yet the chairs remained unoccupied. Looking up, Su Qing noticed a figure clad in a black vest standing at the window, gazing out at the scenery. Perhaps sensing her approach, Guan Mukin turned to her, swiftly extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray before stating, "Let us dine." Guan Mukin took the seat of honor, and Su Qing hesitated before choosing the chair to his left. The atmosphere was thick with silence as they dined. Guan Mukin sat upright, savoring his meal with deliberate elegance. Su Qing felt a wave of nervousness. The air in the room felt stifling. She preferred a dining experience filled with conversation and laughter, a stark contrast to the current ambience. Well, when in Rome, one must follow the customs of the land. Must she conform to his ways? Is this what they call the harmony of husband and wife? Su Qing thought to herself with a hint of irony. As she picked up her chopsticks and glanced at the dishes on the revolving platter, her brow furrowed immediately. The offerings were all vegetarian, either cold tossed greens or stir-fried vegetables, or perhaps a simmered tofu soup. Good heavens, she was accustomed to a diet rich in meat, and at this moment, her stomach was growling with hunger. Had she come to a five-star hotel only to be served such monk's fare? Was he simply frugal, or did he abstain from meat altogether? If he were a vegetarian, what a dismal fate awaited her. Would she be doomed to accompany him in a daily regimen of ascetic dining? Chapter 26. Finding fault, why aren't you eating? Observing that Su Qing had not touched her food for quite some time, Guan Mushun gazed at her in confusion. Of course I will eat. Su Qing quickly nodded and picked up her chopsticks to take a bite of the vegetables. However, these greens were hardly satiating. She was a carnivore, not a delicate fairy detached from the mundane world. Though she understood that the affluent had their dining etiquette, she couldn't help but inquire, "Do you usually prefer vegetarian food?" At her question, Guan Mushun's brow furrowed. "Did you not say that the smell of grease makes you nauseous and that you prefer something light?" "Aye. That was merely something I said for others to hear." Happy to take her words so literally. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Su Qing pulled it out and saw that it was Zheng Haoran calling. She briefly frowned before smiling at Guan Mushun. "I'll step out to take this call. Is there something you must discuss in secret?" Before she could take a step, Guan Mushun's voice interrupted her from behind. Turning to look, she found him expressionless, staring at the food on the table, and could sense the displeasure in his tone. She thought to herself, after all, he had no clandestine dealings with Zheng Haoran, and stepping out to take the call would only draw suspicion. Thus, she pressed the answer button. "Su Qing, why haven't you arrived yet? I've ordered your favorite dishes." Zheng Haoran's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Upon hearing this, a wave of guilt washed over Su Qing, and she quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Haoran. Something came up suddenly, and I can't make it. Perhaps you should enjoy it by yourself." "What sudden matter? Do you need my assistance?" Zheng Haoran's tone was insistent, concerned that Su Qing might be in trouble. Seeing Guan Mushun's expression darkening further, she furrowed her brow and insisted, No, I. At that moment, a hand reached out and snatched her phone away. "Hey." Su Qing watched as Guan Mushun took her phone and addressed the caller, "Professor Zheng. Is it? My wife, Su Qing, is currently dining with me. She is pregnant and has quite the discerning palate. So I believe it would be best if you didn't trouble yourself with inviting her to dinner. Yes, that is how it is. Goodbye." Su Qing was oblivious to what Zheng Haoran might have said on the other end. She only saw Guan Mushun utter a few more words before hanging up and returning the phone to her. Seeing the smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Su Qing's anger flared. "Guan Mushun, what do you mean by this?" Guan Mushun immediately wiped the smile from his face, lowering his gaze as he fiddled with her phone while decisively stating, "My meaning is quite clear. I am your husband. It doesn't matter if that professor is unaware. I'll inform him that if he dares to pursue you again, you should not blame me for my rudeness. Zheng Haoran and I are merely ordinary friends. You are being utterly disrespectful. Swing pretestive." At that moment, Guan Mushun placed his phone in front of Su Qing, fixing his gaze on her sulking lips as he spoke each word deliberately. "Su Qing, your current identity is that of my wife. The sixth clause of our prenuptial agreement is crystal clear. You are not permitted to engage in close interactions with any males." Su Qing, who usually possessed a silver tongue, found herself at a loss for words, as if choked, unable to utter a single syllable. She could only glare fiercely at the insufferable man before her. He seemed to have memorized the prenuptial agreement backwards, and while he was not wrong, she had indeed violated the sixth clause. She stubbornly refused to acknowledge it verbally, for that was her nature. In the next moment, Guan Mushun stood up, looking down at her, his tones softening slightly. "I have a meeting this afternoon. I shall take my leave now." "Enjoy your meal," he said. "Enjoy my meal? I'm already fed up with you." Su Qing shot him a fierce glance just as he turned away, prompting her to hastily lower her head. She was perplexed as to why, despite her fearless disposition, she felt intimidated by Guan Mushun. He had already perceived the defiance in her eyes and smirked, saying, "From now on, you will come here for lunch every day. Why should I listen to you?" Su Qing retorted, her voice laced with irritation as he turned to exit. "Because I am your husband." With that, Guan Mushun left, slamming the door behind him. The sound of the door closing made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. She could sense the emotional weight behind his departing words. Yet, she dismissed it. What did it matter? Although it was merely vegetarian fare, it would suffice to satiate her hunger, especially since it was from a five-star hotel. She decided not to waste it and began to eat. After satisfying her appetite, Su Qing reached for her phone, intending to call Zheng Haoran to explain her situation and inform him of her marriage, hoping he would come to terms with it. However, in her frantic search, she discovered that she could not find Zheng Haoran's number. Just as anxiety began to set in, she remembered that Guan Mushin had been fiddling with her phone earlier. It dawned on her that he must have deleted Zheng Haoran's contact. Realizing this, Su Qing felt a surge of anger. How could Guan Mushin be so petty? Now, without Zheng Haoran's number, she would have to explain things to him later. As she contemplated exiting her contact list, she suddenly noticed an unfamiliar saved entry on her phone, labeled husband. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had never saved such a term before. Upon inspecting the number, she realized it belonged to Guan Mushin, undoubtedly a result of his earlier antics. At that moment, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. How could this grown man behave like a child, playing such pranks? Upon returning to the office, Xiaoli had come back from her lunch and, upon spotting Su Qing, chuckled softly. Surely, the meals provided by capitalists must rival a lavish banquet? Su Qing shot her a glance of disdain. Please, it's merely food fit for rabbits. Really? Such stinginess? Xiaoli exclaimed. Indeed, Su Qing replied. Su Qing spoke emphatically. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed through the room. Both Su Qing and Xiaoli turned to see the impeccably dressed Hu Pei striding in. Upon her arrival, Su Qing cast a disdainful glance before returning to her seat. Hu Pei shot a scornful look back at Su Qing. Then, holding a document in her hand, inquired, which accountant is responsible for the insurance reimbursement? I am here to collect the payment. Here. Xiaoli raised her hand and subsequently took her seat. Hu Pei placed the document before Xiaoli, forcing a smile onto her face, and sweetly said, Miss, I am here to collect the payment today. I would appreciate your assistance. Xiaoli glanced over the documents and replied, I am sorry, but your documents do not comply with the regulations. What do you mean they do not comply? These documents bear the signature of Manager Guan. Have you ceased to recognize his authority? Hu Pei's tone sharpened. Chapter 27. Is he married? Ungria Pei's attitude an raja kiori. She pointed to the guidelines affixed to the wall, her expression stern as she declared, It is clearly stated here that reimbursement requests must be made 3 days in advance. Our payments are meticulously planned, and we have a daily expenditure limit. With such a large company, there are numerous reimbursements each day. Without a plan, chaos would ensue. Upon hearing this, Hu Pei's face turned pale with anger. She snatched the document, shot Xiaoli a fierce glare, and then strode out in her towering heels. Once Hu Pei had departed, Xiaoli muttered curses under her breath. What kind of person is she? Just as Su Qing contemplated offering some comfort to Xiaoli, a colleague approached her mysteriously. All right, don't be upset. She has connections, so be cautious with your words. She might report you. What connections does that woman named Hu have? Xiaoli inquired, glancing at Su Qing before turning back to her colleague. I've heard that Hu Pei is an alumnus of the same school as General Guan and was even taught by one of the professors. Do you understand why General Guan entrusted all of Shengshure's insurance to her? The colleague whispered. Indeed, I have also heard that Hu Pei frequently visits General Guan, suggesting a close relationship, chimed in another colleague. Su Qing shook her head in disbelief. This Hu Pei, like her mother, was indeed pervasive. Just because they were taught by the same teacher, she believed she could leverage that connection. It was said that Hu Pei barely attended school and struggled with many subjects. The first colleague smirked. Perhaps securing insurance is secondary. Capturing a wealthy husband is her true aim. Could General Guan possibly have such poor taste? I doubt she possesses anything genuine about her. The female colleagues began to tease, exchanging banter. Indeed, there are many women vying for a place in General Guan's affections. The line stretches as far as the provincial city, they laughed. Normally, Su Qing would dismiss such remarks with a smile, yet today, they unsettled her. Could it be because she had already received a marriage certificate with Guan Mushin? However, she knew full well that their union was merely a consideration for the child she carried. Otherwise, they would not have omitted a wedding, and it was likely she would be divorced soon after childbirth. Xiao Li couldn't help but sneer. Perhaps General Guan is already married. Is that possible? How do you know? The female colleagues echoed in unison, staring intently at Xiao Li. Exchanging glances with Su Qing, Xiao Li quickly clarified, I don't know anything. I merely thought that General Guan, being of a certain age and exceptionally handsome and wealthy, might already have a wife. Xiao Li winked at Su Qing, relieved that she had reacted quickly and avoided revealing too much. I feel certain that General Guan is not married. I also believe he isn't married. I saw him without a wedding ring the other day. Exactly. General Guan's secretary, AI Li, and the senior management have never mentioned a wife. The female colleagues sought any evidence to confirm that Guan Mushun was indeed unmarried, while Su Qing bit her lip in contemplation. In her thoughts, she mused. If these female colleagues were to discover that the person with whom she had registered was Guan Mushun, would they not tear her apart on the spot? As her colleagues indulged in fantasies about their idol, Guan Mushun, Hu Pei returned, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. Upon her arrival, the others hastily returned to their respective stations. Hu Pei approached Xiao Li's desk, flinging the documents onto it with a haughty demeanor, and declared, President Guan has specifically noted that you should process this immediately. Spare me your notions of protocol. President Guan's signature is the only rule that matters. Get on with it. I have an appointment shortly. With that, Hu Pei flicked her red-painted fingernails through her curled hair, her expression replete with disdain. Xiao Li furrowed her brow as she glanced at the documents, confirming the instructions for immediate processing. She had no choice but to suppress her frustration, turning to her computer to initiate the transaction. Meanwhile, Su Qing, seated nearby, felt her face flush with indignation at Hu Pei's brazen display of arrogance. What was even more infuriating was Guan Mushun's lack of principles in dealing with Hu Pei. Was it merely because she was some trivial alumna of his? Or did he truly find a lure in her manipulative charm? After all, if he could share a night with her, it was not beyond reason that he might have done the same with Hu Pei. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Su Qing felt a surge of agitation coursing through her veins. Her temper was rising, yet she knew she had to maintain her composure. 2 minutes later, Xiao Li handed the completed documents back to Hu Pei. It's all done. The funds have been transferred. Are you certain the amount is correct? Otherwise, I shall inform President Guan of your negligence. Hu Pei taunted as she received the paperwork. The amount is most certainly accurate. You shall have no opportunity to lodge any complaints, Xiao Li replied, lowering her gaze. She understood all too well that Hu Pei was aware of her close friendship with Su Qing, and this provocation was a deliberate affront aimed at Su Qing. However, given that it was work hours, neither could afford to retaliate, fearful of jeopardizing their positions in such a lucrative environment. Su Qing had assumed Hu Pei would leave with the money. However, to her surprise, Hu Pei turned back and strode toward her. Su Qing looked up to meet the heavily made-up face, feeling a surge of animosity. Hu Pei smirked and began her scathing mockery. Didn't you claim the father of your child was a head of state? And yet, the head of state allows you to toil away for a pittance here? You ought to return to your rightful place as the main consort. Oh, I see now. You wouldn't happen to be just a fleeting dalliance of the head of state, would you? Su Qing sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Hu Pei. I have yet to settle the score with you for spreading my personal affairs, and now you dare confront me? If I don't teach you a lesson, your insolence will know no bounds. Teach me a lesson? With what authority? Hu Pei retorted scornfully. Su Qing, I am well aware of your insignificance. You, a mere lowly employee, think you can impose consequences upon me? Let me warn you, my relationship with President Guan is anything but ordinary. Be cautious, or I shall ensure he dismisses you. Hu Pei threatened, her demeanor menacing. Hu Pei's words elicited a hearty laugh from Su Qing. What are you laughing at? Su Qing's laughter sent a shiver down Hu Pei's spine, gradually restraining her mirth. Su Qing coldly gazed at Hu Pei and remarked, I find your fondness for daydreaming quite amusing. You are asking for a beating. Hu Pei, infuriated, raised her hand to strike Su Qing's face. The crowd gasped in shock, and Xiao Li hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 28. The Quarrel at the Critical Moment. Su Qing seized Hu Pei's wrist and forcefully pushed her, causing Hu Pei to stagger. With a finger pointed at Hu Pei, Su Qing exclaimed. I have tolerated you for far too long. I warn you, if you provoke me again, I shall make you regret it. Hu Pei, unaccustomed to such humiliation, glared at Su Qing with malice, her fists clenched tightly. Su Qing, filled with indignation, regarded Hu Pei with contempt, her heart brimming with resentment from past grievances. She no longer cared that they were in a prestigious company. Today, she resolved to settle old scores. Mr. Guan? At that moment, a voice called out in shock. Su Qing looked up to find Guan Mushun standing at the office door, flanked by the finance department manager, Chao Xiuda. Observing Guan Mushun's expressionless face, albeit with a somewhat sinister gaze directed towards her and Hu Pei, Su Qing felt momentarily flustered. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, and Chao Xiuda quickly approached. Reproaching Su Qing, what is the meaning of this? Miss, who is our business partner, you must be mindful of your manners. Su Qing met Manager Chao's gaze, questioning the notion of mindfulness in the context of being attacked without retaliation or insult. Meanwhile, Hu Pei rushed to Guan Mushun's side, wrapping her arms around his, and in an excessively aggrieved tone, complained, Mushun, look at how one of your employees is resorting to violence. The management at your esteemed company is utterly chaotic. What if this were to happen to someone else? It could tarnish the reputation of your company. Hu Pei played the role of the victim, and Su Qing shot her a fierce glare, especially uncomfortable as Hu Pei clung to Guan Mushun's arm. Turning away, she averted her eyes from the sight of them together. Manager Chao, favoring his employee, quickly turned to Guan Mushun, smiling apologetically. Mr. Guan, Su Qing's mother is unwell, and she has been in a poor mood lately. I hope you and Miss Hu can show some understanding. Before Guan Mushun could respond, Hu Pei interjected. Who doesn't have their own family issues? If everyone were like her, your company would descend into chaos. Chao Xiuda regarded Hu Pei with disapproval, choosing silence, but inwardly shared the sentiment that Hu Pei seemed to consider herself the mistress of the company. It was Miss Hu provoked us first. While we are employees of this esteemed company, we cannot simply endure insults without response. Do we not possess any dignity as employees of your company? Chali could no longer restrain herself and spoke out for Su Qing. Her words resonated with the employees who, though fearful to voice their opinions, nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon noticing this, Hu Pei immediately pointed at Xiao Li, stating to Guan Mushun, this employee has an atrocious attitude and low efficiency. How on earth did someone like her even get into such a prominent company? Why? Xiao Li attempted to defend herself. Enough. If you don't wish to keep your job, Manager Chao Xiuda quickly signaled her to be silent. Recognizing the necessity of her position, Xiao Li turned away, begrudgingly swallowing her indignation. Upon witnessing Xiao Li's distress due to her own grievances, Su Qing, unable to endure any longer, addressed Hu Pei. Hu Pei, it is I who have wronged you. Please do not involve innocent parties. Direct all your ire towards me. General Guan, do you truly believe you can intimidate me with your arrogance? Hu Pei retorted vehemently. And what of General Guan? You silence. Before Su Qing could complete her statement, a commanding voice resonated through the room. Guan Mushun's countenance was ashen, and his piercing gaze swept across the assembly, plunging the space into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The fury of Guan Mushun was indeed terrifying. The employees bowed their heads, while Hu Pei stood agape. Su Qing felt a chill envelop her, the flames of her earlier anger extinguished. Guan Mushun brushed Hu Pei's hand aside, subtly distancing her from himself. Shortly thereafter, he addressed Chao Xiuda. Employees of Shengshi must adhere to the regulations of Shengshi. Those who cause discord with clients today are required to submit a written self-critique, which I shall personally review. Yes. Gao Siu not det vigo du sin. At that moment, Hu Pei interjected with dissatisfaction. Mushun, is that all? Just a written critique? Guan Mushun's gaze shifted to Hu Pei, his tone rigid. Miss Hu, we are not on such familiar terms that I would address you by your first name. Furthermore, this is Shengshi, not a marketplace. I implore you to mind your words and actions. Su Qing observed as Guan Mushun, before a multitude, refused to grant Hu Pei face, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. I have a meeting to attend. "Excuse me," Guan Mushan remarked politely before turning to leave. "Mu." Hu Pei began to call out, but quickly stifled her words, casting a glance at the onlookers before storming off in a huff, eliciting a chorus of suppressed laughter. "What are you laughing at? Get back to work," Chao Xiuda admonished softly before retreating to his office. Resuming her position, Su Qing felt a surge of frustration. Her gaze fell upon the blank sheet of paper and pen before her as she pondered the daunting task of writing a self-critique. The very thought ignited a storm of indignation within her. The following day at noon, just as she was about to clock out, Su Qing received a call from Lin Feng. "Madam, please proceed to the Capital Hall at Wangjiang Tower for a meal." Hearing this, Su Qing glanced around, ensuring no one was observing her, before replying quietly, "I've already arranged for a colleague to bring lunch." "Madam, this is a directive from General Guan," Lin Feng insisted. Furrowing her brow, Su Qing realized he was still waiting on the line, and reluctantly acquiesced, "I shall be there shortly." After hanging up, Su Qing felt a sense of resistance wash over her. Although Guan Mushan's treatment of Hu Pei had been somewhat gratifying, he still required her to submit a self-critique. In truth, he maintained an impartial stance. Had it been anyone else, it might have been bearable, but as his nominal wife, she felt unjustly subjected to Hu Pei's bullying. This internal conflict had been the source of her melancholy over the past few days. Nevertheless, under the circumstances, she had to yield, for her livelihood depended on him. Despite her reluctance to meet him, Su Qing reminded herself that it would be foolish to refuse a good meal and drink. Upon entering the Capital Hall, Su Qing beheld a table laden with an array of dishes, yet there was no sign of Guan Mushan. Only Lin Feng stood before the banquet. Perhaps noticing the look of confusion in her eyes, Lin Feng graciously pulled out a chair for her. "Madam, Mr. Guan has a luncheon engagement today, so you may dine at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a surge of delight, for she was spared the sight of that unpleasant countenance, and there were delectable offerings to savor. She observed that the table was not solely adorned with vegetarian dishes today, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. The exquisite cuisine was indeed tempting to the palate. Chapter 29. A wager after a hearty meal, Su Qing returned to her desk, feeling overly full. Just as she was about to let out a belch, she was startled to find Chao Xiuda standing before her, causing the belch to retreat. "Your self-reflection has been reviewed by Manager Guan. He deemed it insufficiently profound and has requested a rewrite." Chao Xiuda placed the self-reflection document before her. "What? A rewrite?" Su Qing felt a surge of frustration. She had believed her writing to be both orderly and insightful. Why was it still inadequate? It seemed that Guan Mushan was simply intent on making her life difficult. Noticing Su Qing's impatience, Chao Xiuda gently patted her shoulder. "Please take this seriously and rewrite it. We wouldn't want to leave Manager Guan with a poor impression." "Fine." Su Qing could only nod in resignation. As she racked her brain for her self-reflection, Chao Xiuda announced a piece of news that sent the office staff into a frenzy of excitement. "Everyone, this weekend the company is organizing a trip for all employees to Moon Bay Resort, and the expenses will be covered by the company. Please prepare, as we will depart Friday afternoon," he declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into applause. The Moon Bay Resort, located in the suburbs of Jiangzhou, boasted stunning scenery and an upscale environment, particularly renowned for its hot springs. The costs were substantial, and who wouldn't wish to take advantage of a complimentary getaway? "Manager Chao, does this include Manager Guan as well?" A timid young female employee ventured to ask. "Yes, will Manager Guan be attending?" At this question, several young women widened their eyes in anticipation, eager for the chance to engage in close proximity with Guan Mushan. Observing the infatuated expressions of the women, Su Qing shook her head in disapproval. What was so admirable about that expressionless face? These women were superficial, focusing solely on Guan Mushan's wealth and appearance. "Well, I'm not sure." Chao Xiuda shrugged, and after uttering that, he retreated to his office. "Manager Guan should be going, right? Didn't you just say all employees?" "But Manager Guan is the boss, not an employee." As the crowd debated, someone suggested placing bets on whether Guan Mushan would attend the resort. With a wager of 1,000 yuan, the men predominantly bet against Guan Mushan's attendance, arguing that a boss would not engage in such trivial activities. and perhaps he had a rendezvous with a beauty plan for the weekend. The women, upon consideration, seemed to agree, resulting in few betting on Guan Mushin to attend. Su Qing had no desire to partake in such a frivolous wager, but Xiao Li pulled her aside and whispered, "Do you think Manager Guan will go?" "How would I know?" Suin exclaimed, exasperative. "You're his wife. How could you not know? Hurry and place a bet. Whatever you choose, I'll choose the same." "Li urja." "I genuinely have no idea," Su Qing replied, furrowing her brow. "Then just place a random bet," Xiao Li suggested. Su Qing glanced at the betting scene. The odds against attending were significantly more favorable than those for attending. If she wanted to win, betting on the underdog would be essential, but she could not guarantee that Guan Mushin would certainly go. In a moment of exasperation, Su Qing decided to wager both her and Xiao Li's 2,000 yuan on the side that bet on his attendance. After placing their bets, Zhou Li pulled Su Qing aside and whispered, "You must ensure that he goes. Do you understand? 1,000 yuan is sufficient for my monthly living expenses, and I am in urgent need of money. I can barely manage my mother's medical bills." Upon hearing this, Su Qing was taken aback. "Aren't we just playing for fun? Winning or losing is quite normal. I don't care. You must find a way to make him go. Otherwise, you will have to cover my meals for the month." Zhou Li raised her eyebrows defiantly. "Hey, is this reasonable? Fine, I will think of a way for this, but you will write my self-criticism." Su Qing handed her a piece of paper and a pen. Zhou Li chuckled. "Although I am not adept at writing self-criticisms for my husband, I am sure I can complete the task." Su Qing shook her head, relieved not to worry about this self-criticism anymore. But how could she ensure that Guan Mushin would definitely go to the resort? On Thursday night, Su Qing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She had thought she would have the chance to see Guan Mushin in the next couple of days and could casually inquire whether he would go to the resort. However, to her dismay, he had been elusive, which left her quite distressed. With 2,000 yuan between them, it was indeed enough for their monthly living expenses. What should she do? Reluctantly, Su Qing finally picked up her phone and sent a text to Guan Mushin. "Have you been busy lately?" She genuinely struggled to find anything else to say and settled for a feigned inquiry. After several minutes without a reply, she tossed her phone aside, thinking to herself, "At such a late hour, he is either asleep or engaged in some thrilling activity. The president's nightlife must be quite exciting." Just as Su Qing was losing hope and about to turn off the light to sleep, her phone emitted a chirping sound, indicating a new message. She quickly grabbed her phone and saw it was indeed a message from Guan Mushin. "I just finished work. Why are you still awake?" This is not good for the baby. Seeing that he had been working until now stirred a pang of sympathy within her. The fact that he also cared about her filled her with warmth. Yet, the final message brought her back to reality. He was merely concerned about the child she carried. "You should rest early. You have work tomorrow." Su Qing hesitated, and just then, another message came through. Knowing that if she didn't speak up now, she might miss her chance, she quickly typed a response. "Are you going to the resort with us tomorrow?" Ding, ding. Instead of a text reply, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was Guan Mushin calling. Su Qing felt a flutter of anxiety, but answered the call promptly. "Do you wish for me to accompany you to the resort?" His deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. Su Qing felt a surge of tension. She was unsure whether to affirm or deny. If she said yes, would it imply she was revealing her feelings? Yet, if she said no and he chose not to go, would her and Zhou Li's 2,000 yuan be wasted? After weighing her thoughts, Su Qing hastily remarked, "You, with your busy work schedule, should take the opportunity to relax over the weekend. After all, health is the foundation of revolution." She felt her mouth stretch to its limits. Such words felt insincere, and her face flushed, fortunately hidden from the other party. There was a brief silence on the other end, then the voice softened slightly. "I understand. Rest early." Before Su Qing could respond, the call was abruptly ended. "Brother, could you at least let me know whether you are going or not?" Su Qing lamented, teetering on the brink of tears. Chapter 30. Mr. Guan has arrived on Friday afternoon. Shengshi granted an early leave, and 4 large tour buses were parked in front of the Shengshi building, where employees were boarding in droves. Sitting on the bus, Su Qing gazed outside, noting that most of the company's executives had already arrived, yet there was still no sign of Guan Mushin. Would he come or not? Beside her, Xiao Li began to lose her composure. "I don't know," Su Qing replied, frowning. I think it's unlikely. We'll be leaving in 5 minutes, and my money. Xiaoli despondently covered her face. All right, if it comes to that, I'll treat you to lunch all month. Su Qing thought, reasoning that since she couldn't finish the dishes at Wangjiang Tower every day, bringing some back for Guan Mushin would surely not be a bother. Mr. Guan is here. Mr. Guan is here. Suddenly, a chorus of excited female voices reached her ears. Looking up, she indeed saw a tall figure in a black suit approaching, flanked by his assistant Lin Feng and secretary Ai Li, who were pulling luggage. He really came. We won, Xiao Li exclaimed, gripping Su Qing's arm with excitement. Su Qing noticed that Guan Mushin's gaze flickered in their direction, and it appeared gentle, sending ripples through her heart. What was happening to her? Why did she feel this way? At that moment, her heart warmed. She found herself indifferent to the wager, her heartbeat quickening merely at the sight of him. Mr. Guan will be with us for 2 days and nights. Just thinking about it is thrilling. The female employees giggled dreamily. Meanwhile, Xiao Li was busy counting money, and a few minutes later, she handed a thick stack of bills to Su Qing. You want a total of 4,000. Su Qing accepted the money, suddenly feeling uneasy. Did this count as cheating? Was she wagering on her own husband? Just then, an even more sensational event unfolded. Guan Mushin actually boarded their bus with his assistant and secretary. The female employees' eyes widened in disbelief, while the male employees loosened their ties, visibly tense. Naturally, Guan Mushin, along with Lin Feng and Ai Li, was seated in the front VIP section, and the bus fell silent, no one daring to speak above a whisper. Su Qing's seat afforded her a view of Guan Mushin's back. She couldn't resist glancing at him a couple of times before turning her gaze outside, internally admonishing herself. Why are you so flustered? It's just a bus ride together. Don't act like one of those infatuated women. It's not as if you've never experienced this before. The flavor is merely the same. As the bus was about to depart, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air. Wait for me. Don't drive away. Hu Pei, pulling a suitcase and teetering on high heels, rushed towards them. Upon seeing Hu Pei, Xiao Li frowned. What is she doing here? She's not even an employee of Shangshi. Someone must have invited her. Su Qing felt a pang of bitterness. Did Guan Mushin invite her? Logically, if it weren't a company invitation, she wouldn't have known about Shangshi's employee trip, would she? Her good mood was utterly shattered. Jolie pouted, remarking, it's merely a pile of foul dog waste. Just pretend you haven't seen it. Su Qing offered a gentle smile, reminding herself not to take offense, Once Hu Pei boarded the vehicle, she promptly settled beside Guan Mushin, inciting envy among all the female passengers. As the vehicle set in motion, Hu Pei commenced her relentless courtship, offering Guan Mushin water, fruit, and snacks, all of which he declined with a wave of his hand. Undeterred, Hu Pei continued her efforts, either sharing jokes to amuse him or engaging in idle chatter, reaching the pinnacle of sycophancy. How utterly nauseating, Jolie whispered to Su Qing. Su Qing cast a fleeting glance at the two figures before responding. Just hang in there. We will arrive shortly. Before long, the 2-hour journey came to a close, and the bus began to enter the Moon Bay Resort. Nestled among mountains and waters, the resort boasted stunning scenery and comprehensive facilities. Upon disembarking, a refreshing breeze greeted them. Each vehicle had its own guide, and Su Qing and her companions received their hotel room keys. Naturally, Guan Mushin, along with his assistant and female secretary, could not be accommodated in a standard hotel. They were promptly escorted to the VIP area. However, Hu Pei clung obstinately to her suitcase, trailing behind Guan Mushin, clearly intent on securing a spot in the VIP section for the night. What a disgrace. She is utterly embarrassing all women. Jolie spat. After sitting in a car for so long, aren't you tired? Hurry and get to your room. Though Su Qing felt a pang of disappointment, she maintained her composure. Oh, by the way, your reflection paper. Are you planning to deliver it to Mr. Guan personally? After all, it's a chance for interaction. Jolie suddenly produced the reflection paper she had written for Su Qing, her eyes glinting with mischief. Do you think I'm like Hu Pei? Just presenting myself on a silver platter, only to be met with disdain? Su Qing shook her head. Jolie frowned but didn't Mr. Guan specify that you needed to submit it before the weekend? Gazing at the reflection paper in her hands, Su Qing felt a moment of hesitation. She truly did not wish to seek out Guan Yukin in the VIP area, especially not in the presence of that insufferable Hu-Pei. Observing her turmoil, Jolie smiled and offered, "Why not let me deliver it for you? You truly are a savior, like the Bodhisattva of mercy." Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately pressed her palms together in gratitude. Jolie took the reflection paper and departed, returning approximately 15 minutes later, her enthusiasm palpable. "Su Qing, you can't imagine how vastly superior the VIP area is compared to where we're staying. The hot springs, the villas, words fail to describe," Jolie exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "Did you deliver the reflection paper?" Su Qing inquired, indifferent to the allure of the VIP area, as she had no plans to stay there. "I handed it to Assistant Lin Feng. He assured me he would personally present it to Mr. Guan," Jolie replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a sense of relief. After all, this was a matter of business, and the boundaries between her and Guan Yukin were distinctly drawn. In truth, it seemed they shared no personal interactions at all. At that moment, a colleague called for all personnel to gather downstairs, prompting Su Qing and Xiao Li to hastily change their attire before descending. As night fell, the employees of Shengshi adorned themselves in splendid attire for the evening's banquet. Su Qing was no exception, donning a delicate sky-blue V-neck chiffon dress, complemented by a silver hairpin. Her softly curled hair cascading gracefully down her back. With a light touch of makeup, she radiated a fresh and natural beauty, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, captivating the attention of numerous male colleagues. Shortly thereafter, Guan Mushun made his entrance, clad in his customary black suit. This seemingly monotonous attire possessed an irresistible allure, ensnaring the admiration of all the women present. Wherever he went, their gazes followed. Chapter 31. Punishment. Jolie had already blended seamlessly with her male colleagues, and today, Hu-Pei's attire was particularly extravagant, a backless golden gown that nearly exposed her posterior. While it was rather vulgar, the men could hardly resist casting furtive glances. In contrast, Su Qing chose to remain quietly in a corner, savoring the delicacies rather than seeking attention. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the host announced the beginning of a game segment. "Ladies and gentlemen, our first game is a balloon relay race. In these two boxes, one contains cards with the names of the women present, and the other holds the names of the men. I will randomly draw 5 men and 5 women, and those selected will come up on stage." The host stood before the transparent boxes brimming with cards. The balloon relay required a male and female pair, both forbidden from using their hands, and the balloon must not touch the ground. Their bodies would transport the balloon from the starting point to the finish line, and the pair that managed to relay the most balloons within the time limit would be declared the winners. This game tested their coordination, but primarily served to create humorous moments of flirtation between the genders, resulting in a lively atmosphere as the men eagerly anticipated their selection. Soon, 4 pairs of men and women stood on stage. Su Qing initially thought this unlikely event had nothing to do with her. After all, the odds of being chosen from 100 female employees were minuscule. Yet, to her astonishment, she was the last one drawn. "The 5th lady is Su Qing," the host announced. Dazed, Su Qing was nudged by a colleague, snapping her back to reality. She stood, arranged her hair, and bewilderedly ascended the stage. The host continued, "I will now draw the last gentleman." At that moment, Guan Yukin glanced at his aide, Lin Feng, who promptly signaled the host. The perceptive host immediately grasped the implication. Raising his microphone with flair, "Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed Guan, who has always shown us great care, will also participate in this game. Therefore, the partner of our 5th lady is none other than Mr. Guan. Let's welcome him." Upon hearing that Guan Yukin would join the game, the women in the audience shot envious, resentful glances at Su Qing, lamenting why the 5th lady was not one of them. As Su Qing stood on stage, she was taken aback to see Guan Yukin approach her. How could she be paired with him? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Guan Yukin soon stood beside her, and, as the staff prepared the balloons, she suddenly heard his deep voice close to her ear. "Don't be nervous. Let South aim for first place." Turning to glance at him, Su Qing noticed his expression was devoid of emotion, yet his gaze was gentle, unlike his usual cold demeanor. Had he changed in just a few days? Why was he suddenly so affable? In the next moment, Qing caught a sharp gaze from the crowd, one that radiated not mere envy, but a fierce animosity. At this moment, Pei was filled with a fierce desire to pull Qing down from the stage. Her resentment palpable, as if Qing had devoured the meat from her bowl. Qing flashed a sly smile at Pei, suddenly adopting an expression of sheer delight, intent on provoking her rival. Indeed, Pei's face contorted with rage, likely infuriated to the point of exasperation, which amused Qing immensely. Soon, the game commenced. Initially, Qing led the way while Guan Yuan trailed behind, a balloon precariously wedged between Qing's backside and Guan Yuan's abdomen, eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. However, their movements proved too sluggish. They subsequently altered their strategy to face each other. The balloon now clutched between their midsections, their hands interlocked to maintain synchronized steps and actions. His large hand radiated warmth, enveloping Qing's smaller one, their faces nearly touching. A flurry of butterflies erupted in her chest, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she dared not gaze into his eyes. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, creating an almost ticklish sensation. Yet, there was no time for such distractions, for any lapse in focus would cause the balloon to fall. The cheers of encouragement rang in her ears. Finishing last would entail punishment, and they must not falter. Their collaboration was commendable, although not in first place. They managed to cling to second. Just when they thought victory was within reach, calamity struck. Qing inadvertently twisted her ankle, collapsing onto the ground in an ungainly manner. The crowd gasped in shock, and Qing's face burned with embarrassment, regretting her choice of 3-inch heels for the day. In that moment, a strong pair of arms lifted her back to her feet. As she looked up, her gaze met Guan Yuan's deep-set eyes. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his brow slightly furrowing, radiating charm. "I'm fine." Qing quickly shook her head. "That's good." He nodded in response. As Qing glanced around, she noticed the competition nearing its conclusion, and they had evidently slipped to the last position. Anxiously, she grasped his arm, exclaiming, "We're in last place. We must hurry." However, Guan Yuan shook his head and gestured to the host, signaling their withdrawal from the competition. "Why give up?" Qing protested, unwilling to face the impending punishment, the nature of which remained unknown. Suddenly, Guan Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, speaking softly, "If it's too difficult, don't force it. Remember the baby in your belly." At this, Qing could only bow her head in resignation. Thankfully, she hadn't harmed the baby. How could she have forgotten in her moment of panic? Truly, a reprimand was warranted. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the game, the victorious couple was awarded the latest Huawei smartphones, their joy palpable. Qing stood there pondering, surely, the last place won't have to pay for those 2 Huawei phones. Right? Goodness. Each phone costs 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and I have no money. However, glancing at the person beside her, she hoped that if a penalty were to be imposed, he would certainly cover her share. At this moment, the host finally spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the penalty for the last place in this game is to be doused with a bucket of ice water." Upon hearing this, Qing furrowed her brow once more. Although it was spring, being drenched in ice water could surely lead to a cold. "Are you ready?" the host called out, and immediately, someone brought forth a large bucket of ice water, while another staff member placed a chair in front of her and Guan Mushin. The staff member ascended the chair with the bucket in hand. Observing this, Qing had no choice but to wrap her arms around herself and close her eyes. Surrendering to fate, she could only hope to avoid catching a cold, especially since she was expecting a baby. Chapter 32. The Mad Dog. The host counted down. 1, 2. Guan Yuan swiftly shed his suit, draping it over Qing's head before enveloping her in his arms, holding her tightly against his chest. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, and as Qing opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by darkness, yet she was held snugly in his embrace. Her forehead resting against his chin, inhaling his distinctive masculine scent. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams and cheers. Qing could easily imagine the envy and jealousy of countless women directed toward her. Unlike before, she felt no fear of their envious glares. rather. She reveled in the admiration. He was like a formidable mountain, bestowing upon her an immeasurable sense of attachment and security. A warm current surged within her heart, and she realized she no longer harbored such disdain for him. In fact, she found herself quite willing to savor the scent of his masculinity. "Pour the water," commanded the host, and a bucket of icy water was unceremoniously dumped. The sound of cascading water reached Su Qing's ears, yet not a drop landed on her. She tightened her embrace around Guan Yukin's waist, silently wishing for the icy water to spare him, feeling an unexpected concern that he might catch a chill. At that moment, the host cleverly crafted a narrative for Guan Yukin. Mr. Guan is truly a considerate boss, willing to endure the entire deluge of icy water to spare his female employees from suffering. The employees of this prosperous era are indeed fortunate to encounter such a commendable employer. Seconds later, Guan Yukin gently released Su Qing, and she quickly withdrew her arms from his waist. He took back the now-drenched suit, and she gazed up at him, towering over her, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Your self-reflection paper was quite well written," he remarked abruptly, catching her off guard. "What?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Guan Yukin's lips curved into a smile as he turned, carrying the wet suit away. Su Qing stood frozen, pondering the implications. He had seen the self-reflection paper that Xiao Li had helped her write. If he deemed it satisfactory, did that mean she need not rewrite it? A flicker of joy coursed through her. After all, she had successfully completed her task. Hu Pei seized the opportunity and rushed to catch up with Guan Yukin, tiptoeing with a handkerchief in hand, attempting to dry his damp hair and face. However, Guan Yukin promptly pushed her away, firmly rejecting her kind offer. Then, his special assistant Lin Feng and female secretary Ali approached, taking the suit and draping a prepared towel over Guan Yukin's shoulders as the group made their way toward the VIP section. Seeing Hu Pei thwarted only heightened Su Qing's spirits. Just as she stepped off the stage, Hu Pei approached her. "I have never seen such a shameless woman as you, flaunting your pregnancy while trying to seduce men." Hu Pei sneered maliciously. "Supire sin had anger, su yink similit tightly." "But you, without a pregnancy, have failed to seduce anyone, have you?" "You." Hu Pei fumed, ready to retaliate. Su Qing warned her, "These are all my colleagues, and with Mr. Guan gone, there will be no good outcome for either of us if we fight here. Let's see about that." Hu Pei turned around in a fit of anger and left. After her departure, Xiao Li approached, casting a disdainful glance at Hu Pei's retreating figure, exclaiming, "She behaves like a mad dog every day." Su Qing stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Xiao Li's, and remarked with a smile, "If we were bitten by a dog, should we not retaliate by biting back? The juice over there is delightful. Let us indulge in another glass." "Sound great," Xiao Li readily agreed. As they walked, Xiao Li whispered, "It's evident that the capitalist treats you well." His expression changed when you fell, just now. "He merely felt sorry for my stomach. Do you really think he cares for me?" Suingri tortid, though a warm feeling stirred within her heart. "Come now, with so many women around, who wouldn't he covet what you carry? Don't play coy." The way the capitalist held you was quite dashing, almost like a knight protecting a princess. Xiao Li clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with envy. Su Qing found herself pondering whether her encounter with Guan Mushan was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. In his presence, she felt an undeniable sense of security, much like a princess under protection. For years, she had taken on the role of safeguarding her mother and sister, even when dating Hu Tianming. She had been the one to care for him more. She had never truly experienced the sensation of being cared for and protected. As the evening banquet drew to a close, Guan Mushan's secretary, AI Li, unexpectedly appeared before Su Qing. "Miss Su, I must admit, I'm a bit timid. The VIP area has rather spacious guest rooms. If you wouldn't mind, would you accompany me tonight?" AI Li, typically assertive, bore a somewhat bashful expression. Yet her request was compelling. "Oh, very well." Although Su Qing found AI Li's proposition somewhat peculiar, she graciously accepted. "Shall I go fetch my luggage now?" AI Li inquired with a smile. "All right." Su Qing nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the guest room, AI Li waited at the door while Su Qing entered to gather her belongings. Xiao Li pulled Su Qing aside and whispered, "This seems rather complicated." "What do you mean by complicated?" Suing Fronith. Xiao Li chuckled softly. Is it possible that the capitalist is feeling lonely and desires your company for the night? How ridiculous. You're overthinking it. Su Qing pushed her playfully. Just wait and see. My instincts are rarely wrong, Xiao Li asserted confidently. Once Su Qing had packed her things, she informed Xiao Li, I'll report back to you upon my return. With that, she grabbed her luggage and joined AI Li. Stepping through the grand entrance of the VIP area, Su Qing was taken aback by the breathtaking scenery. Under the gentle moonlight, a vast expanse of tulips swayed in the breeze, and the faint fragrance wafted to her nostrils. Nearby, a magnolia tree stood tall, its white blossoms exuding an air of nobility and purity, transporting her to another realm. The presence of a hot spring and swimming pool added an enchanting touch to the atmosphere. Behind the pool and hot spring lay several exquisitely crafted villas. And AI Li led Su Qing into one of them. The decor within the villa exudes an opulent splendor. Su Qing, having never resided in such a luxurious estate, could not help but steal a few glances, marveling at the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent, where even the furnishings appeared to be masterpieces of artistry. Eli guided Su Qing upstairs into a spacious bedroom, featuring an extraordinarily large leather bed. A crystal chandelier illuminated the deep blue embroidered carpet, embodying sheer grandeur. This is your room? Su Qing ventured to inquire. Why was there not a pair of single beds? Was she expected to share a grand bed with Eli? The notion felt rather peculiar to her. No, this is Mr. Guan's room, Eli promptly replied. Chapter 33. How to thank me upon hearing Eli's words. Su Qing gazed at her with a look of confusion. Is this Guan Mushun's room? Could it truly be that Guan Mushun instructed Eli to bring her here? Was Eli not fearful, but rather eager for her company? Noticing Su Qing's perplexed expression, Eli chuckled softly and said, I apologize, Mrs. Guan. Earlier, in front of the Shengshi staff, I had no choice but to fabricate a story. It was indeed Mr. Guan who asked me to bring you here. The mention of Mrs. Guan made Su Qing realize that Eli was already aware of her relationship with Guan Mushun. It seemed that Xiao Li's speculation was correct. This was all orchestrated by Guan Mushun. There's a hot spring outside. You may enjoy a soak. If you require anything, feel free to call customer service. I shall take my leave now, Eli said politely before preparing to exit the room. Just as Su Qing had begun to regain her composure, she called out to Eli. Is there anything else? Eli halted her steps, feeling a sudden flush of warmth from Eli's courteous demeanor. Su Qing thought to herself that the status of the president's wife was indeed different, yet she found it strange that she was still so unaccustomed to it. Where is he? Su Qing glanced around the room, confirming that Guan Mushun was not present. Mr. Guan is in the hot spring, Eli replied with a smile before stepping out. Once Eli departed, Su Qing tentatively sat on the large bed, discovering that the mattress was neither too soft nor too firm, but exceptionally comfortable. She then approached the window, gazing down at the nighttime scenery, but after searching for a long while, she could not spot Guan Mushun's silhouette. With a sigh of resignation, she decided to wash up after a long day. As the night deepened, Su Qing stood before the mirror, having just dried her hair. Before she could apply any skincare products, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Qing looked up to see Guan Mushun entering, clad in a bathrobe, a damp strand of hair resting on his forehead, indicating he had just returned from the hot spring. Upon seeing Su Qing, a shadow flickered across Guan Mushun's eyes. At that moment, she too was dressed in a white bathrobe, the slightly open neckline revealing a generous expanse of skin, her long, smooth hair cascading down her back. Utterly devoid of makeup, resembling a pure and flawless water lily. Sensing the intensity in his gaze, Su Qing quickly tightened her bathrobe and forced a smile. You are back. Guan Mushun nodded slightly, turned to close the door, and then leaned against the headboard of the bed. Outside, the world had fallen silent, and the room was enveloped in a sudden stillness. Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of unease, caught in a limbo of standing there or moving away, her delicate fingers resting on the vanity, as though she could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Thank you for today. Su Qing broke the silence. How do you wish to thank me? Guan Mushun fixed his gaze upon her. In the moonlight, she was blissfully unaware of how alluring she appeared. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and flawless, and a glimpse of her beautiful legs beneath the bathrobe sparked countless fantasies. Huh? Su Qing stared blankly at Guan Shun, who was reclining against the bed. At that moment, the ties of his bathrobe loosened, and a wave of inappropriate thoughts flooded her mind. Was he truly expecting her to share the bed with him? Suddenly, Su Qing felt even more flustered and anxious. "Bring me a glass of water," Guan Shun commanded abruptly. "Ah, what do you mean? Is pouring a glass of water your idea of gratitude?" Su Qing was momentarily bewildered. "I'm thirsty." Seeing her standing there motionless, Guan Shun added, "Oh, understood." Expressing gratitude by pouring a glass of water was far too simple. Su Qing turned around to fetch the water. A minute later, she approached the bedside, holding the glass with both hands, offering it respectfully to Guan Shun. Gazing at her downcast face, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips. He reached out, but instead of taking the glass, he seized her wrist and yanked her, along with the glass, onto the bed. The glass tumbled onto the bed, spilling water that soaked the sheets. Su Qing pressed her hands against Guan Shun's chest, her eyes wide with panic as she stared up at him, momentarily at a loss. Water had been spilled. After a long pause, she stammered, unable to resist licking her lips. This seemingly casual gesture was the most lethal temptation for the man before her. His gaze darkened. His voice turned hoarse. "I no longer desire water." "Why?" she asked helplessly. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I wish to taste your flavor." Was this a love confession? If it was, Su Qing's heart had already melted. He sealed her lips with his own, deftly untying the sash of her bathrobe. His hands sent her into a flurry of confusion. Her mind screamed for her hands to push him away, yet they hesitated to obey. Ultimately, she succumbed entirely to his advances, surrendering herself to his whims. "Turn off the light," she exclaimed amidst the haze. How could he bear to part from her? With a swift motion, he extended his leg and switched off the lamp on the bedside table with his toes. As the light extinguished, darkness enveloped the room, save for the twinkling starlight filtering through the window. Though she could not see his eyes, she discerned the outline of his face, and in that moment, she found the courage to reach out and touch his chiseled features. He was gentle, his kisses tender, his movements soft, perhaps out of concern for the baby within her. Su Qing found herself lost in his tenderness afterward. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering how she had lost her composure. They say women can seduce, yet men possess the same skill. Su Qing kept her eyes shut, afraid to open them, feeling somewhat ashamed, allowing herself to drift into a deep slumber. When she finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Turning her head, she found her side of the bed empty. A glance around the spacious bedroom revealed that Guan Shun had long since departed, though his bathrobe still lay draped over a chair beside the bed. Su Qing gazed tenderly at the white bathrobe, resting her head on the pillow, a smile gracing her lips. Recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. At 25, she had experienced the bliss of intimacy for the first time, although not her first encounter. The last had left little impression. She found herself unable to resist him, her body craving his touch. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon an envelope on the bedside table. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to retrieve it. The envelope bore the words self-reflection, and immediately, Su Qing recalled that it must have been Xiao Li who had penned this self-criticism on her behalf. With nothing else to occupy her time, Su Qing opened the envelope and extracted the letter within. As she unfolded it, a frown creased her brow. Could this truly be the self-reflection Xiao Li had crafted for her? It was rather. No wonder that Guan Shun had remarked on the quality of the writing. Disheartened, Su Qing cast the letter aside and threw herself onto her bed in frustration. Chapter 34. A loss of face. The self-reflection letter was penned as follows. Dearest husband, if my previous reflection was rooted in professional matters, this time I shall delve into the emotional realm. Hupe has always been my staunch adversary, a fact you're surely aware of. Nevertheless, I have endeavored to distinguish between personal grievances and our collective responsibilities at Shangshi. Yet, Hupe's actions have incited such ire within me that I found it difficult to restrain my emotions and engaged in a debate with her. I must admit, I felt vexed and envious allowing my imagination to spiral into unfounded suspicions regarding your relationship with her. As an employee of Shangshi, I acknowledge my misstep. However, as your wife, I believe my feelings are justified, for they are entirely natural. Yours, Su Qing. This letter of reflection left Su Qing utterly mortified. It was only near noon that she finally made her appearance at the dining hall. Upon spotting her, Qiao Li immediately pulled her aside, whispering, "Why are you so late? Lunch is almost served." "I overslept," Su Qing replied, absent-mindedly touching her face. "Was last night particularly enchanting?" "Qiao Li desa, nujing Su Qing playfully." Su Qing shot her a glare and produced the letter, accusingly asking, "What have you done?" Qiao Li took the letter, grinning mischievously. "Isn't President Guan particularly pleased? This is something I crafted with great effort. You've utterly humiliated me. How am I supposed to face him now?" Su Qing lamented, nearly in tears at the thought of the embarrassing words she had penned. "You two are at least legally married. What is so difficult about facing him?" Qiao Li scoffed at her friend's concerns. "It's pointless to talk to you about this. I'm starving," Su Qing said, turning away to retrieve her meal. Today's gathering was a buffet, and the array of dishes was sumptuous, perhaps due to the exertion of the previous day, combined with skipping breakfast. Su Qing was now ravenous. After filling her plate, her eyes caught sight of a dish labeled braised bird's nest, and her heart leaped with excitement. She had longed to try bird's nest soup, but it had always been an extravagant luxury beyond her reach. Today, however, seemed like a rare opportunity. Just as she was about to lift the lid off the dish, a staff member approached her with a warm smile, saying, "Miss, I apologize, but bird's nest is not available in today's buffet." "Oh, that is quite all right," Su Qing quickly replied, realizing that a buffet featuring such a delicacy would undoubtedly cost a fortune. This company gathering was already quite generous, considering the modest price point. The staff member offered a sheepish smile, and Su Qing nodded politely. As she turned away, her gaze fell upon a figure clad in a black suit. Raising her head, she was startled to find Guan Mushan before her. A wave of panic surged within her, causing her to slip momentarily, but fortunately, Guan Mushan caught her just in time. Su Qing inwardly cursed. She vowed never to wear those high-heeled shoes with waterproof platforms again, as they always seemed to bring her embarrassment. "Why do you always find yourself in such predicaments?" Guan Mushan furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with reproach. Flustered and slightly irritated, Su Qing swiftly pushed his hand away and quickly reassured him. It won't happen again. With that, she turned and walked away. Seated at her table, Su Qing felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as the memories of the previous night flooded back. She glanced around at her colleagues who were eating, anxious not to reveal anything untoward. Qiao Li observed Su Qing and smirked. "Did something happen last night? You seem off today." Upon catching Qiao Li's mischievous grin, Su Qing decided to be forthright. What is a beautiful evening for a man and a woman, if not an opportunity for something to unfold? Do share the details. Qiao Li jarli urja. You can't possibly keep quiet during a meal. Suing, vid din herfork. Speared a piece of chicken and playfully shoved it into Qiao Li's mouth. As Qiao Li chewed, she continued to cast a playful glance at Su Qing. Delicious. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, Su Qing thought Qiao Li was truly insufferable at that moment. Just then, Lin Feng, Guan Mushan's assistant, stood up and cleared his throat, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, today Mr. Guan has generously ordered extra dishes for everyone. Imported premium bird's nest from Malaysia, 1 bowl per person. Enjoy." At this proclamation, the employees erupted in excitement, for each bowl of this Malaysian delicacy was worth a fortune. Su Qing glanced toward Guan Mushan, who was quietly eating, his expression unreadable. Premium bird's nest from Malaysia. When do we ever get to indulge in such luxury? I've heard it's particularly beneficial for women. Qiao Li exclaimed, "It seems we're all fortunate today. What does a show of extravagance have to do with me?" Su Qing hastily retorted. Yet, she understood all too well that when she had attempted to open the vessel containing the bird's nest, Guan Mushan had likely noticed. It was not a mere whim. He had intended to order it for her, but to avoid drawing attention, he opted to order for everyone present. At that moment, a warmth spread through her heart, filling her with happiness. Do you think I'm blind? I saw you wanted to eat the bird's nest. Callously interjecta. Su Qing could only respond defiantly. He merely wishes to treat the child in my womb. Then what about his sending Hu Pei away? Was it also because your child disapproves of her? Xiao Li inquired, her gaze piercing through Su Qing. Taken aback, Su Qing stammered, "What are you saying? Who sent Hu Pei away?" She scanned the room, and indeed, Hu Pei was nowhere to be seen. Normally, at this hour, she would be dressed flamboyantly, vying for Guan Mu Shun's attention. What? You're unaware? This morning, Hu Pei was sent back to Jiangzhou in a vehicle arranged by Lin Feng. You should have seen her unwilling expression, she nearly cried. Those who dislike her are reveling in her misfortune, Xiao Li replied. Su Qing cast a fleeting glance towards Guan Yukin, who remained elegantly engrossed in his meal. A tempest of emotions stirred within her. She had never anticipated that he would send Hu Pei away. Could this be an act done for her sake? At that moment, Xiao Li leaned forward teasingly, remarking, "It seems you must have performed exceptionally well last night. Our chairman Guan appears to be in splendid spirits today. Alternances sunt ritortiv." Withdrawing her gaze and instinctively touching her face, feeling the heat radiating from it. What nonsense! This morning I saw the capitalist jogging, looking remarkably refreshed and invigorated. Callously lauga. Su Qing lowered her head in contemplation. After a night of tumultuous activity, she felt utterly spent, yet he still possessed the vitality to run. It seemed his physique was remarkably robust. She could still vividly recall his strong, powerful waist. Chapter 35. You deceive me on a Saturday afternoon. Under the guidance of the resort staff, employees explored the breathtaking scenery of Crescent Bay. Throughout the entire afternoon, Su Qing did not catch a glimpse of Guan Mushin. And even at dinner time, his absence left her a bit perplexed. Did he not even partake in a meal? Observing Su Qing's despondency, Xiao Li leaned in with a playful whisper. What is the matter? Has his absence felt like an eternity? Enough of that. I immediately habit fatigued, Su Qing retorted. Playfully shubing, Callously. With a serious demeanor, Xiao Li remarked, in all honesty, after wandering around for so long this afternoon, you must be tired. You should head back to rest. We wouldn't want to disturb the pregnancy. All right. Su Qing nodded in agreement, rising to make her way toward the VIP area. As she stepped through the entrance of the VIP section, she spotted Guan Mushin's secretary, A.I. Li, approaching with a hefty folder in her arms. Madam, have you finished your meal? A.I. Li inquired with a smile, halting her steps. Privately, A.I. Li addressed Su Qing as Madam, exhibiting utmost respect, yet in public, she treated her with equal regard, showing no preferential treatment. This demonstrated why A.I. Li earned Guan Mushin's deep trust, as her efficiency was truly commendable. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Su Qing noted, realizing she had not seen A.I. Li in the dining area earlier. Glancing down at the folder, A.I. Li replied, President Guan asked me to send this document over promptly. I must complete my task before I can eat. Su Qing furrowed her brow, pondering, is Guan Mushin still working? Sensing her confusion, A.I. Li compassionately explained, after lunch, President Guan and Assistant Lin returned to Jiangzhou. There is a significant case that requires his decisive input. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt enlightened. It was no wonder she had not seen him or Lin Feng all afternoon and evening. They had indeed returned to Jiangzhou. I shall get back to work now. A.I. Li smiled at Su Qing before departing swiftly. Watching A.I. Li's retreating figure, Su Qing felt an unexpected pang of melancholy. Back to Jiangzhou, Crescent Bay was over 2 hours' journey from Jiangzhou, indicating that he would not be returning tonight. Although she no longer had to confront him awkwardly, a profound sense of solitude enveloped her heart. After returning to her room and taking a shower, Su Qing extinguished the lights and retired for the night, as she was undeniably weary from the day's events. In a drowsy state, she vaguely heard faint footsteps and the rustling of fabric nearby. Deeply immersed in sleep, she was aware of someone's presence, yet could not open her eyes. It was not until a strong arm encircled her and drew her into a warm embrace that she fully awakened. Without needing to turn around, she recognized the person behind her as Guan Mushin. His powerful arms and distinctive aura were unmistakable. Glancing outside, she noted the pitch-black sky, a moment of profound stillness enveloping the night. What had prompted his sudden return? You. How did you come back? Su Qing could not help but voice her bewilderment. It is now estimated to be around 1 or 2 in the morning. His reckless return in the dead of night is perilous and exhausting, especially since there is no work awaiting him here, merely leisure and relaxation. Could it be that he longs for himself? The thought sprang into Su Qing's mind, startling her. Is it too presumptuous to think this way? Would such an outstanding man ever take an interest in her? Su Qing felt a flush creep over her face. Oh, I find the air here rather pleasant. That's why I came to rest, responded the person behind her after a brief hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel that his reasoning was rather far-fetched. To traverse the night merely for good air? Could it be that he perceives the air as pleasant due to his own reasons? Although she felt somewhat self-indulgent, she could not suppress such thoughts. The night was tranquil, and the two fell silent. Su Qing soon found herself drowsy, only to feel something furry brushing against the nape of her neck. Subconsciously, she stirred, thinking, although she had not yet experienced any significant signs of pregnancy. She could not withstand his persistent entanglements over the past 2 nights. Su Qing fidgeted and involuntarily uttered, "No. Don't. What do you mean by that?" Guan Mushun's lips curled into a charming smile, his voice imbued with an alluring magnetism. I have a baby in my belly, and I can't withstand your nightly demands." Su Ying stammered, "Hercheks aflame." As soon as the words left her lips, the person behind her cleared his throat and said, "I negotiated with a company executive for 8 hours this afternoon, and after dining, I headed straight to Moon Bay. I'm utterly exhausted now. Even if you have demands, I am unable to fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Su Qing realized she had been teased, and in a fit of indignation, she turned and playfully struck his chest with her small fist. "How infuriating! You tricked me. You're the worst." Guan Mushun laughed heartily, allowing her to playfully hit him a few times before he tightly embraced her in his arms. With her face pressed against his powerful, rhythmic chest, Su Qing suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable happiness, and his laughter was melodious and bright, revealing a side of him she had never seen before. Perhaps he truly was fatigued, for soon she heard his steady breathing. Under the moonlight, Su Qing looked up and saw that he had indeed fallen asleep. It was her first opportunity to gaze at him without restraint. He was undeniably handsome, the kind of striking allure that was both gallant and resolute, with sharp features and a hint of sensuality in his thin lips. She had never dared to dream she would marry such a man. Although she was uncertain how long he could remain her husband, at least in this moment, she basked in his warmth and embrace. Su Qing had no idea how long she had been gazing at his handsome face before sleep overtook her. When she awoke the next morning, she found that Guan Mushun was gone. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Su Qing sat up, stretching languidly, feeling that she had slept exceptionally well. Enveloped in a warmth of strong arms throughout the night, a sensation that truly made her feel secure. As she drew back the curtains upon rising, the landline in her room rang. Su Qing approached the bedside and answered the phone, whereupon she heard Alai's voice. "Madam, have you awakened? Breakfast is ready. Would you like me to have it sent to your room?" Su Qing marveled at Alai's diligence, realizing that the mere act of pulling back the curtains had signaled her awakening. "Thank you. Please have it sent over," she replied. "Certainly," Alai responded. Just as she was about to hang up, Su Qing quickly interjected with a question at the last moment. Where has he gone?" Alai paused for a moment, then immediately understood whom she was referring to, smiling as she answered. "Mr. Guan had a ribbon-cutting ceremony to attend at 9 this morning, so he left for Jiangzhou at 6:30 with Assistant Lin." Chapter 36. Restless what? Back to Jiangzhou again? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Madam, no further instructions. I shall hang up now." On the other end, alarmingly ended the call. Su Qing found it difficult to process. He had rushed back on a night train at 2 in the morning and departed again at 6:30 that same morning. If he was aware that there was work today, why expend over 4 hours on a round trip? Was he merely here to see her? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart began to race. Today's breakfast was sumptuous, featuring milk, congee, sandwiches, and flour rolls with side dishes, a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisine. While savoring the meal, she found herself reminiscing about Guan Mushun, realizing that she had begun to harbor feelings for him. The morning's activities included boating, flower admiring, and tea drinking at the resort. Yet Su Qing was distracted, her thoughts consumed by Guan Mushin's image. During lunch, she found the food unappetizing. Xiaoli glanced at Su Qing across the table and chuckled. "Why are you so lethargic today? Haven't you seen the capitalist in high spirits?" It was then that Su Qing recognized the source of her malaise, and she was momentarily startled before retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a pregnant woman, after all. Naturally, I crave food and sleep, yawning incessantly." Xiaoli considered this and nodded in agreement. "I thought the capitalist had enchanted you in just 2 days." "Enchant? Nonsense." Su Qing shot a glance at Xiaoli. As they were bantering, a female colleague from the finance department approached, smiling. "Xiaoli, Su Qing, not only do you get a free vacation this time, but you've also earned us several $1,000s. Shouldn't you treat our finance department colleagues upon returning to Jiangzhou?" At this, several colleagues from the finance department joined in, teasing that Xiaoli and Su Qing had profited at their expense and should pay to mend their wounded spirits. Xiaoli laughed. "A bet's a bet, right? We wagered on General Guan coming to the resort, while you all wagered he wouldn't tea. How stingy of you. Each of us earned 4,000. Can't you spare 200 to treat us to a feast?" Colleague B interjected playfully. Xiaoli was about to respond when Su Qing clapped her shoulder, standing up and exclaiming, "Isn't tea just a treat? Simple enough. But let us agree on a casual dining spot. No last-minute changes. Barbecue and beer it is." The colleagues promised not to change their plans. "All right, tomorrow night then," Su Qing declared with enthusiasm. At that moment, several colleagues suddenly noticed someone behind Su Qing, quickly stifling their laughter and bowing respectfully, calling out, "General Guan." Upon hearing those words, Su Qing's expression stiffened, and she slowly turned her head to find Guan Mushin standing right behind her, his countenance inscrutable. "General Guan," she greeted promptly, lowering her gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw his glance flicker over her before he turned to leave, appearing rather displeased. After Guan Mushin departed, his colleagues began to whisper anxiously amongst themselves. Could it be that Mr. Guan is displeased knowing we have wagered on him? One mused. Alas, we in the finance department have surely offended him. Surely, Mr. Guan cannot be so petty? Another replied. Su Qing, overhearing their conversation, felt a pang of anxiety. The expression on Guan Mushin's face earlier had been particularly somber. Do you think he would be upset about being used as a wager? She sought counsel from Xiaoli. Xiaoli shook her head. It's simply your misfortune. Offending a capitalist after winning 4,000 is quite the predicament. What should I do? Suing Fretit, tugging at her long hair. Sweeten your words to appease him, Xiaoli suggested with a smile. Suing Fronet, feeding conflictive. Is that appropriate? What could be inappropriate? You are, after all, a legitimate couple, Xiaoli insisted. Su Qing pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of regret. Hadn't he gone to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony? Why had he returned in the middle of the day? It was just her luck that he had overheard them. After lunch, as everyone packed to return, Su Qing joined the others in the VIP area to gather her belongings. Upon entering the villa, she was greeted by the sight of alarmingly standing in the living room beside her suitcase. Madam, your luggage is ready. alarmingly smiled as he approached her. Glancing at her suitcase, Su Qing accepted it and cast a glance upwards, unable to suppress her curiosity. Has Mr. Guan left? Mr. Guan and Assistant Lin have already departed, alarmingly replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Qing managed a faint smile before bidding alarmingly farewell and pulling her suitcase away. Upstairs, behind the window, a tall figure watched as Su Qing departed with her luggage. Walking beneath a few magnolia trees, the pure white blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, showering her with petals that landed softly upon her hair and shoulders. Despite knowing that there was no love between her and Guan Mushin, Su Qing felt an inexplicable emotion stir within her. She suddenly missed him dearly and wished she could see him now to clarify the betting incident. Suddenly, she turned her head back toward the window, an unshakable feeling that he had not truly left. At that moment, Guan Mushin, noticing her gaze, swiftly concealed himself behind the curtains. After a moment, he peered outside again, but she had vanished from sight. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed as alarmingly entered. Mr. Guan, the madam has boarded the bus. Guan Mushin lowered his head in contemplation for a brief moment before instructing, "Call the driver and advise him to proceed slowly, ensuring safety." "Understood," Oily responded before exiting. Guan Mushin lit a cigarette. His eyes darkened as he gazed out at the picturesque scenery. Ever since this young woman had entered his life, his heart had been thrown into turmoil. He could not discern whether it was her character or her appearance that stirred such emotions, but the scar within him throbbed anew. After taking a couple of sharp drags from his cigarette, he extinguished the butt forcefully in the ashtray. The following day, Su Qing found herself in the office. Restless throughout the morning, she eagerly anticipated the arrival of noon, when she could dine at Wangjiang Tower and, with any luck, encounter Guan Mushin. At that moment, she yearned to elucidate the matter of their wager. Finally, noon arrived, and as soon as work concluded, Su Qing shouldered her bag and made her way to Wangjiang Tower. Upon reaching the Capital Hall, she noticed Assistant Lin Feng standing at the entrance, his expression slightly peculiar upon seeing her. "Hello, Assistant Lin," Su Qing greeted him, attempting to step inside. However, Lin Feng raised his hand to halt her, leaving Su Qing puzzled and somewhat bewildered. Chapter 37. Heartache. Lin Feng gazed at the puzzled Su Qing, hesitating as he spoke. "Madam, Miss Hu Pei is inside." Upon hearing this, Su Qing looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, then shifted her gaze to the door before her, momentarily dazed. In Lin Feng's eyes, there appeared to be a hint of reluctance, yet he was powerless to change the situation. Su Qing could not comprehend why Guan Mushin had chosen this moment to bring Hu Pei here, but an unsettling premonition stirred within her. His motive for bringing Hu Pei could not bode well. Resolutely, she stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, Su Qing beheld Guan Mushin and Hu Pei seated side by side. Guan Mushin wore a pristine white shirt, his face slightly flushed, likely from a drink or two. In contrast, Hu Pei donned a striking red V-neck blouse, her neckline plunging dangerously low. She radiated vitality, incessantly serving dishes to Guan Mushin, and their intimate posture suggested an extraordinary closeness. At that moment, a dull ache pierced Su Qing's heart. She could not fathom how the man who had held her so tenderly the night before could now be so affectionate with another woman. "Mushin, you must try this fish. It's absolutely delicious." Hu Pei's voice dripped with allure. At that juncture, Guan Mushin lifted his head and caught sight of Su Qing through the partially open door. Their gazes collided in the air for 2 fleeting seconds before he averted his eyes, deliberately raising his voice to praise the woman before him. "You look truly beautiful today." Taken aback by Guan Mushin's compliment, Hu Pei paused, her excitement palpable as she touched her face. "Really? Is it the dress or me that's beautiful? You ought to be clearer." In response to Hu Pei's theatricality, Guan Mushin regarded her with calm composure and replied gravely, "The dress is beautiful." Upon hearing this, Hu Pei frowned slightly. Guan Mushin continued, "But you're even more beautiful." At this declaration, Hu Pei playfully pushed against Guan Mushin's chest with her vividly painted nails, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. "You naughty man." At that moment, Su Qing had already withdrawn her hand, the door closing gently, yet the echoes of their playful banter lingered in her ears. Her complexion paled as she slowly turned away, directing her gaze towards the exit. "Assistant Lin, please inform Mr. Guan that I will have lunch alone from now on." Before Lin Feng could respond, Su Qing had already turned and departed, fearing that tears might betray her in front of him. Once outside the Wangjiang building, Su Qing looked up at the sky, ultimately managing to hold back her tears. She reminded herself that she must not cry. After all, the scene she had just witnessed had been anticipated when she and Guan Mushin had obtained their marriage certificate. How could she be so foolish as to hope to invest her emotions in him? He was a man adorned with every conceivable brilliance. How could he possibly be enamored with an ordinary woman like her? Their connection was merely a result of a chance encounter, and henceforth, she would regard him simply as the father of her child. As for everything else, whether it be a fleeting performance or a mere game, it was all simply a dream that could awaken at any moment. In the Capital Hall of Wangjiang Tower, Guan Mushin glanced at his wristwatch. Su Qing had departed 5 minutes ago, and she must have gone quite far. Suddenly, he stood up and said to Hu Pei, I have an impromptu appointment. You may dine alone." Seeing an opportunity to spend time with him slip away, Hu Pei, unwilling to let it pass, quickly rose, took hold of his arm, and smiled. "Mushin, even if you have an appointment, you should finish your meal first. Such irregular eating habits are detrimental to your health." Guan Mushin pushed Hu Pei's hand away, his expression stern as he replied, "Excuse me," before turning and exiting the room. Mushin, Hu Pei's brows furrowed in frustration. Yet she found herself powerless against Guan Mushin's sudden coldness. He and Lin Feng entered the elevator one after the other, where Guan Mushin inquired, what was her reaction? "I'll inform you that she will be dining alone from now on," Lin Feng responded. Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin furrowed his brow in concern. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Feng summoned his courage to say, "Mr. Guan, why must you persist in this manner? It is evident that you care for your wife. Seeing her in distress surely affects you as well. Your words today are rather excessive." Guan Mushin's cold gaze swept over Lin Feng, silencing him immediately. Ding! They arrived at the first floor, and before stepping out of the elevator, Guan Mushin instructed, "Order a freshly baked pineapple bun from Su Ji and have it delivered in your name. The rest, you may decide." "Understood," Lin Feng responded promptly, though a slight grimace appeared on his face. Seated at her desk, Su Qing stared at the pineapple bun before her, devoid of appetite. Just then, Li, who had just finished her meal, entered the office and noticed the bun immediately. She leaned closer and whispered, "Even the capitalist knows you adore this place's pineapple buns?" Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Qing mustered her spirit to reply, "It was Assistant Lin who ordered it for me, seeing that I hadn't eaten. Everyone around the capitalist knows you love Su Ji's pineapple buns? It must have been a directive from him, right?" Li asked curiously. The question struck Su Qing like a bolt of realization. If he truly felt nothing for her, why would he remember her preferences so well? Could it be? Su Qing dared not pursue that thought further. Just moments ago, Guan Mushin had clearly seen her in the Capitol Hall. Yet he chose to flaunt his affection for Hu Pei right before her. Was this an intentional act? Unable to fathom why he would behave in such a manner, she wondered if he sought to make her unhappy. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. He was retaliating against her for using him as a wager, for angering him. Now, he was utilizing Hu Pei to strike at her. At this thought, Su Qing was instantly incensed. She felt a swell of anger within her chest and exclaimed, "He only knows how to exploit others. He can't possibly be so benevolent. Don't be ungrateful. Many would desire such a thoughtful meal. If you wish to eat it, take it." Su Qing pushed the pineapple bun toward Li. "It wasn't tea specifically ordered for me. I have my pride." Li pushed the pineapple bun once again in front of Su Qing. The bun exuded a delightful aroma, something Su Qing usually relished. However, upon inhaling its scent this time, she found it overwhelmingly sweet, causing her stomach to churn violently. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, covering her mouth, and dashed outside. As Su Qing exited the office, she hurried towards the restroom. At that moment, Guan Mushin was returning from outside and happened to pass by the finance department. Noticing her distressed expression as she covered her mouth, he immediately furrowed his brow in concern. Seeing that the surroundings were empty, he followed her to the entrance of the women's restroom. Upon hearing the agonizing sounds of her retching from within, his frown deepened even further. Chapter 38. Enemies meet. From that day forth, Su Qing began to experience severe pregnancy symptoms, reaching a point where she would vomit at the slightest hint of a pungent or strong scent. She felt utterly drained, her vitality diminished, and her weight had noticeably dropped. That morning, Manager Chow handed Su Qing a document and instructed her, "This is last month's financial report that President Guan is eagerly awaiting. You must deliver it at once." Upon hearing she was to deliver the report to Guan Mushan, Su Qing furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of reluctance. She was not yet prepared to confront him. Noticing her hesitation, Chow showed a frown and said, "This task is quite straightforward. I have done my utmost to accommodate you, ensuring you do not have to work overtime or spend excessive time on the computer. However, you must also understand my predicament. Managing so many people without discipline is no easy feat, no problem. I am merely reviewing the report to ensure there are no discrepancies. It would be disastrous if President Guan returned it, Su Qing quickly fabricated an excuse. After all, work was work, and personal feelings were personal. She could not allow her private matters to interfere with her professional duties. Besides, she could deliver the report directly to Guan Mushin's secretary, Ali, without needing to see him. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Manager Chow nodded. I know you are not that fragile. Once Manager Chow retreated to his office, Su Qing took the report and exited the finance department. Upon arriving at the entrance of the president's office, she placed the report on Ali's desk with a smile. Ali, here's last month's financial report that President Guan is waiting for. Please be so kind as to deliver it to him promptly. Seeing Su Qing, Ali had already risen. Although she could not reveal Su Qing's true identity within the company, she still felt it necessary to treat her with the respect due to the boss's wife. Isn't President Guan inside? Aren't you going to deliver it personally? Ali asked with a smile as she took the report. Su Qing shook her head. I have many other matters to attend to. It's best if you take it in for me. Very well, Ali replied with a nod. At that moment, the door to the president's office swung open, and a glamorous woman clad in a red low-cut blouse and a black skirt emerged. Upon seeing Hu Pei, Su Qing's expression stiffened, and she turned to leave, feeling a wave of discomfort. It was evident that Hu Pei and Guan Mushin had been getting along quite well these past few days. Just as Hu Pei was relishing her moment of superiority, she could not allow Su Qing to escape. Stepping forward, she blocked Su Qing's path. Su Qing harbored a strong aversion towards Hu Pei, casting her a disdainful glance and coldly retorting, What you want? With her arms crossed over her chest, Hu Pei feigned a smile. We are practically sisters. Is it too much to exchange a few words when we meet? I lack the fortune to be your sister, Su Qing scoffed. Hu Pei circled around Su Qing, a mocking smile on her lips. Since you feel that way, don't blame me for not looking after you at Shengshi in the future. Perplexed, Su Qing lifted her gaze to Hu Pei. You looking after me at Shengshi? Hu Pei, filled with an air of unwarranted confidence, cleared her throat and proclaimed, I am currently enjoying a splendid relationship with Gushan. He adores me and treats me exceptionally well. If all goes smoothly, I shall soon become the matron of the prosperous era. Should anyone provoke my displeasure, I shall promptly have them pack their belongings and leave. Her words elicited a suppressed chuckle from Su Qing. It was truly amusing how Hu Pei fancied herself so esteemed. Believing that mere flirtation with Gushan would lead to matrimony, such notions were utterly ludicrous. Moreover, even if Gushan desired to marry her, he would first need to dissolve his existing marriage. What are you laughing at? Hu Pei, sensing Su Qing's reaction, grew agitated. I laugh because you are remarkably naive. What you just said is the most amusing joke I have heard all year, Su Qing retorted, her laughter subsiding. Hu Pei, now flustered, began to hurl sharp and acerbic remarks. Su Qing, are you envious of me? Just look at yourself, resembling a worn-out woman. Which man would be attracted to you? By the way, aren't you a child? Whatever happened to the man responsible for that? It's quite telling that he hasn't come to whisk you away in a grand display. Jealous of you? Suing scoffed, but soon felt a wave of nausea rise within her, leaving her no time to spar further with Hu Pei as she rushed towards the restroom, clutching her mouth. Observing Su Qing's hasty retreat, Hu Pei grew emboldened, muttering a few more words in her direction. It seems I struck a nerve. She is too embarrassed to face me now. All of this was witnessed by Guan Mushin from behind the partially closed door. He turned and picked up the phone, dialing his secretary, Ali. Have security escort Hu Pei out immediately, he commanded, his face etched with irritation. Yes, right away, Ali replied promptly. Also, wasn't there a prestigious magazine that wished to interview me? Contact them and inform them that I am available this afternoon, and I want to be featured in the latest issue. Ali hesitated before inquiring, Mr. Guan, didn't you previously state that you would not accept interviews of an entertainment nature? I have changed my mind. Do you require my approval for that as well? Guan Mushin's tone was chillingly frosty. Yes, I apologize for overstepping. Ali quickly responded before hanging up. After the call, Ali noticed that Hu Pei had already departed and shook her head, thinking, thank goodness she left swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been a most embarrassing situation. Just then, the phone rang again. Ali glanced at the caller ID and saw it was the president calling. Not daring to delay, she answered promptly. I do not wish to see Hu Pei again. If she attempts to come back, prevent her from entering. With that, the line went dead. Ailey had no opportunity to utter a single word, gently placing the receiver down as she shook her head once more. It was apparent that Hu Pei had truly irked Mr. Guan today, and it seemed that this hidden wife held a significant place in his heart. Su Qing found herself retching uncontrollably in the restroom. After a brief moment of relief, she gazed into the mirror and was met with the sight of her pallid complexion, undeniably unattractive. The thought of applying makeup to mask her poor color was daunting, and she couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-pity. It was no wonder that even Hu Pei remarked upon her current state as that of a waning beauty. It was hardly surprising that Guan Mushan treated her with such icy indifference, especially as he cavorted with the garishly superficial Hu Pei. Suin felt profoundly discertenet. Yet, upon reflection, she questioned why she allowed these two individuals to undermine her happiness. One was her adversary, and the other merely the father of the child she carried. She resolutely decided not to let these two nefarious figures dictate her emotions. With a fierce determination, she crumpled the tissue in her hand and tossed it into the wastebasket before striding confidently out of the restroom. Chapter 39. Guanzhong married in the following week. Su Qing felt as though she were enduring a living hell. Her morning sickness was excruciatingly severe, causing her to vomit whatever she attempted to consume. Yet, despite her sallow complexion, she persisted in going to work, for her family still needed sustenance. During the lunch break, while her colleagues ventured out to eat, Su Qing found herself alone, resting her head on her desk. Each day, she utilized this brief interlude to recuperate, relying on Xiao Li to procure some meager sustenance to tide her over, as her appetite had completely vanished. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld Guan Mushan, clad in a black suit, entering the room. He approached her desk, paused, and surveyed her pallid visage, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Your morning sickness is quite severe. You ought to take a leave of absence and return home." Though his words bore good intentions, Su Qing's pent-up resentment towards him erupted at that moment, for she had scarcely exchanged a word with him in recent days. Unable to restrain herself, she raised her voice. "I am not a wealthy individual like you. If I take leave, I forfeit my salary. Without my salary, my family would be left to endure the harsh winds of the Northwest." Guan Mushan, equally incensed, thrust his hands into his pockets and retorted with a cold smirk. "I heard you casually wagered and won several thousand yuan. Surely this should suffice for a month or two of food and drink." It seemed he was still holding a grudge. Su Qing, in a fit of defiance, shot back, "I did not steal or rob anyone by placing a bet. Have I broken the law?" Guan Mushan's expression darkened as he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and tossed it onto her desk. "I did not come here to quarrel with you. This card allows for withdrawals of up to 100,000 each month, ample for you and your family's living expenses." Gazing at the silver card, Su Qing felt a deep sense of humiliation. She immediately rose to her feet, seething with anger. "Guan Mushan, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that your wealth makes you superior?" In response to her unreasonable outburst, Guan Mushan exhibited signs of impatience. "Am I not fulfilling what was agreed upon regarding your and the child's living expenses?" His words struck a sensitive nerve within her. Indeed, there existed an agreement, and everything had to be conducted according to its terms. Turning her face away, she gazed out the window and softly declared, "Currently, there are no expenses associated with the child. As for myself, I am capable of working. I do not require your money. Please take back your bank card." Guan Mushan scrutinized her for several seconds before acquiescing with a resigned nod. "Very well. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to make your request known. I shall not default on my obligations." With that, he placed the bank card back into his pocket and turned to leave. Once Guan Mushan departed, Su Qing raised her eyes to the ceiling, striving to prevent the tears from spilling forth. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to enduring hardship without shedding tears. As that would signify weakness, she could not allow reality to defeat her. It had been a long time since she had felt the urge to cry, yet lately, she found herself on the verge of tears at the slightest provocation. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of pregnancy reactions. Indeed, The emotional instability of expectant mothers is quite evident. How could she shed tears for someone who neither loves her nor whom she loves? Although the agreement is clearly articulated, she cannot allow Guan Mushin to look down upon her. She must persist in her work and only claim his financial support when the child requires it. Before long, the colleagues returned from lunch, and Xiaoli brought a bento for Su Qing. Just as Su Qing opened it and took a couple of bites, manager Chao Xiuda walked in, holding 2 magazines. Ladies and gentlemen, this edition of Shangping features an exclusive interview with our general manager Guan. This copy was just delivered by the Human Resources Department. Feel free to circulate it among yourselves if you're interested. After placing the magazine on Su Qing's desk, Chao Xiuda turned and retreated to his office. Before Su Qing could react, several female colleagues rushed over to snatch the magazine, chattering excitedly as they flipped through its pages. Observing their fervor, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They were pursuing Guan Mushin as if he were celebrity. Wasn't he merely blessed with good looks and exceptional luck? His temperament was capricious, and his demeanor was often cold and distant. Even though he was now presented to her on a silver platter, she had no desire for him. At that moment, a female colleague, suddenly gazed at the magazine with tearful eyes, exclaiming, "What's going on?" A chorus of inquiries followed from her peers. A tossed the magazine onto a nearby desk, her expression one of despair. General Manager Guan is actually married. What? General Manager Guan is a married man? No way. Let me see. The group of women crowded around the magazine. Goodness, it's true. General Manager Guan has confirmed in the interview that he has a wife. And when did he acquire a wedding ring on his ring finger? While Su Qing was eating, her chewing momentarily halted upon hearing this revelation. He actually admitted to being married? What did this mean? Hadn't he mentioned concealing their marriage from the company? However, upon reflection, perhaps he had his reasons for acknowledging his marital status. As for the identity of his wife, that remained an eternal enigma. He merely wished to inform everyone of his married status. I told you, General Manager Guan might indeed have a wife, yet you all refused to believe it. Xiaoli winked in Su Qing's direction as she spoke. Do you know who General Manager Guan's wife is? One female colleague inquired, not ready to give up. Gioli Shuja. How would I know? I'm not related to him. Isn't that obvious? In families like General Manager Guan's, they surely seek a match of equal social standing. How many Cinderellas have you seen marry into affluent families? Even if they do, it seldom lasts. Female colleague remarked with a hint of bitterness. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps one day, General Manager Guan will introduce his wife to everyone. And she might just be a Cinderella, Xiaoli replied with a smile. That is highly improbable. Female colleague scoffed dismissively. At that moment, Xiaoli approached Su Qing and whispered in her ear, "Pay no heed to them. They simply cannot attain the coveted Tang Sung meat and do not wish for those around them to savor it either." Indeed, there was a semblance of wisdom in their words. However, Su Qing found herself inexplicably disheartened once more. Just then, female colleague entered from outside, her expression brimming with delight. I just witnessed a major news event, she exclaimed. Another piece of news? Is today not already saturated with reports? Inquired female colleague A, who thrived on chaos. Rest assured, if it does not pertain to General Guan, I would still share it as news, replied female colleague B with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 40. Rejected at the door, what on earth is going on? Hurry and tell us. The female colleagues were all intrigued. Su Qing glanced at her colleague B. Her curiosity piqued. Colleague B then explained, I just want to see Secretary AI, and saw that Hu Pei was back, insisting on meeting President Guan. But Secretary AI Wu Ti let her in, claiming that President Guan was too busy to see her. Is that even news? I've known all along that Hu Pei is nothing but a nuisance, at best just trailing after President Guan. Colleague A scoffed. Upon hearing this, Su Qing furrowed her brow. Feeling puzzled, wasn't Guan Mu Shin recently quite taken with Hu Pei? Why had he suddenly stopped seeing her? Could it be that he had found someone new? The thought made her feel a bit uneasy. Colleague B continued with a laugh. There's something even more amusing. Hu Pei was holding a copy of Shangping magazine, looking forlorn, asking Secretary AI if it was true that President Guan was married, and who his wife was. Isn't that ridiculous? I heard she's practically a public figure and still dares to dream of becoming President Guan's wife. The group shared disdain for the arrogant Hu Pei, shaking their heads and scoffing at the absurdity. Hearing all this, Su Qing felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. She could almost envision Hu Pei's despondent expression. Hu Pei was utterly deluded, aspiring to marry someone like Guan Mushan. If he were to actually marry her, one might suspect he had lost his mind. Of course, Su Qing's father, Su Jinxiang, had once married someone just as unworthy as Hu Pei, Hu Lijing, and had abandoned both wife and daughter. It seemed evident that his judgment had faltered as well. Yet, years later, Su Jinxiang still walked around with an air of pride, leaving Su Qing at a loss for words when it came to describing her so-called father, who was perpetually surrounded by scandal. Finally, the workday came to an end, and Su Qing exited the office alongside Qiao Li. With just the two of them remaining, Qiao Li teased, "Do you think the capitalist is eager to rid himself of Hu Pei, which is why he agreed to the Shangpi magazine interview and admitted to being married?" Su Qing stared at her in shock. She had never considered that possibility. Indeed, Hu Pei had been aggressively pursuing Guan Mushan. Could it be that he found it difficult to refuse her, hence resorting to such a strategy of presenting himself as married? It was said that the teacher who had once instructed both Hu Pei and Guan Mushan had been quite taken in by Hu Pei. And given that this teacher had looked after Guan Mushan in the past, he might have felt compelled to speak kindly of her, making it difficult for Guan Mushan to reject such overtures too harshly. Perhaps he too had his moments of helplessness. Who knows? It's his affair, and it has nothing to do with me, Su Qing thought, feeling disillusioned with Guan Mushan, though she had never harbored any fervor for him in the first place. "Hey, he is your husband, you know," Xiao Li reminded her. Su Qing pursed her lips into a bitter smile. "To me, he is merely the father of my child. Honestly, I feel that the capitalist has a special regard for you. Now that you are legally married, why not make an effort? You never know. It could turn into something real. Moreover, there exists a child between you, and even if things were to falter, you would suffer no real loss." Asioli urgit suwing. Su Qing could not help but cast a disdainful glance at her. "What I stand to lose is my most cherished dignity," she retorted. "How much is dignity worth? Ithli skoft asu chingasentiments." Indeed, the dignity of the impoverished holds little value nowadays. Nonetheless, Su Qing still clung to her fragile pride in front of Guan Mushan. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she simply did not wish to bow her head before him or allow him to look down upon her. Upon entering her home, Su Qing instinctively called out, "Mom, I'm back." As she changed her shoes, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, Chu Fen promptly emerged from the kitchen. "You must be hungry. Dinner will be ready shortly." After washing her hands, Su Qing began to set the table, while Chu Fen placed a dish of stir-fried potato shreds on the table. Smiling as she said, "Qing Qing, this Saturday is your cousin's wedding. You should accompany me to present a red envelope and extend your congratulations." At this, Su Qing furrowed her brow. Although she shared a decent relationship with her uncle and cousin, the recent reconciliation between Su Jianchang's family and her uncle's had caused her discomfort. It was rumored that her cousin's bride came from a family of some influence, which had prompted Su Jianchang's family to ingratiate themselves as if they had never quarreled with her aunt, now treating her with utmost respect. Such a significant event would undoubtedly lead to tension, and she would not only feel anger, but also disrupt the joyous occasion. Noticing Su Qing's distress, Chu Fen quickly reassured her, "Weddings are momentous occasions. Su Zi has heavy academic commitments. Your uncle and aunt will surely understand if you do not attend. However, you must go. It will be quite inappropriate otherwise. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Qing recognized that her mother, though silent on the matter, had not truly let go of Su Jianchang over the years. In truth, she longed to see him, but as a daughter, she refrained from voicing such feelings. Thus, Su Qing nodded in agreement, conceding, "All right." Seeing Su Qing acquiesce filled Chu Fen with joy, and she quickly served her more food. "Now that you are a pair, eat a little more. You look so pale and thin." Soon, Saturday arrived, and Su Qing accompanied Chu Fen to the hotel where the wedding festivities were taking place. The venue was adorned with golden, auspicious characters and vibrant red roses, while the grand photographs of the bride and groom greeted guests at the entrance, exuding an air of splendor and formality. Her uncle and aunt, along with the newlyweds, stood at the entrance to welcome guests. The groom donned a black tailcoat, exuding gravitas, while the bride, resplendent in a crimson silk cheongsam, radiated elegance. Chufan tugged at Su Qing and whispered, "Just look at how well-matched your cousin and his bride are, and what a magnificent wedding they are hosting. You and Mu Shun should also have a splendid celebration in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Qing found herself at a loss for words. The bond between her and Guan Mu Shun had likely reached its conclusion after the birth of their child. Was it truly necessary to stage a wedding only to divorce afterward? Wasn't that akin to dropping one's trousers to fart? Utterly superfluous? Of course, such thoughts were not to be shared with her mother. Instead, she merely nodded and remarked, "Cousin and his bride are both well-paid professionals. How could we possibly compare ourselves to them? This is a matter of a lifetime. It ought to be done with some decorum," murmured Chufan as she and her daughter approached their uncle and aunt. After exchanging a few congratulatory words and presenting a reasonably respectable red envelope, Su Qing accompanied Chufan into the banquet hall. As they entered, they unexpectedly encountered Su Jianxiang approaching them. Not wishing to see him, Su Qing turned her head away. "Jianxiang, you arrived early?" Chufan exclaimed, her face alight with joy upon spotting her ex-husband. Su Jianxiang glanced at Chufan. Then his gaze fell upon Su Qing. His expression twisted with disdain as he remarked, "Just look at you now. How can you still show your face here? What will our relatives and friends think?" Chapter 41. Conflict due to her pregnancy. Su Qing's complexion had indeed taken on a sallow hue, and she refrained from applying cosmetics. Clad in casual attire and devoid of high heels, she appeared exceedingly ordinary, providing no semblance of pride for her family. Moreover, she was carrying a child, and her marriage remained a secret. Su Jianxiang's words immediately filled Su Qing's chest with indignation, prompting her to retort, "I neither steal nor rob, nor do I flirt with men. How can you say I have no shame?" At that moment, her gaze swept over to Hu Lijing and her daughter, who were seated not far away at a banquet table. Su Jianxiang, not one to be easily deceived, discerned Su Qing's veiled reference, his fury escalating. "You unfilial daughter, you have brought me nothing but disgrace. You must be mistaken. That ungrateful girl over there is the one who has tarnished my name. I have long severed any connection with you." Su Qing replied coldly, "It appears you wish to experience my wrath firsthand." With hands on her hips, Su Jianxiang advanced a step closer. "If you dare strike me again, I shall call the police." "Suing threatened. Can you both refrain from this quarrel? Why must a father and daughter always argue?" Chu Fun interjected, stepping between the two antagonists with a weary expression. Upon hearing Su Qing's threat to involve the authorities, Su Jianxiang seemed to temper his rage slightly, directing his ire towards Chu Fun. "Look at what you've raised. A daughter devoid of manners. Not only is she unfilial, but she is also pregnant out of wedlock, utterly lacking in shame." After spewing a few more ungracious remarks, Su Jianxiang turned to leave. Su Qing, incensed, contemplated pursuing him to defend herself, but was restrained by Chu Fun. "Qing, today is your cousin's special day. We cannot assist your uncle, so let us not create more trouble," Chu Fun implored, her voice tinged with distress. Su Qing understood that her mother had taken considerable time to prepare for this occasion. Donning clothes that had long been cherished in a wardrobe, she recognized her mother's desire to impress Su Jianxiang, especially after such a long separation. Now, faced with Su Jianxiang's tirade regarding her parenting, Chu Fun was undoubtedly upset. Thus, Su Qing swallowed her pride and refrained from further conflict with him. With the intent to maintain peace, Chu Fun and Su Qing settled at a distant table, far removed from Su Jianxiang and Hu Lijing. Chu Fun was no longer a member of the Su family, and Su Qing had not yet achieved significant standing. Thus, their relatives, who reveled in hierarchy, paid little heed to the pair. Conversely, Su Jianxiang and Hu Lijing flourished, having established an insurance company and acquired a grand residence, drawing the relatives' attention and fostering warm exchanges of toasts. Though the uncle, aunt, and Su Qing's cousin had visited their table to offer their regards, they did not neglect Chu Fun and her daughter. Yet, Chu Fun remained somewhat uncomfortable in this setting, eating little. Su Qing observed her mother's unease with a heavy heart and softly suggested, "Mother, it is getting late. Shall we not return home? Chufan glanced at the guests enjoying their meals and shook her head. Having come this far, let us persevere a little longer, lest others accuse us of lacking in decorum. My mother, a quintessential model of a devoted wife and mother, possesses many admirable qualities. However, her timid nature prevents her from standing up for herself, leading her to endure grievances passively. This very trait is why Su Jinxiang managed to seize nearly all of her assets, leaving only the two sisters in her care. Yet, given my mother's disposition, Su Qing felt powerless to intervene and could only acquiesce. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged within her, prompting her to inform her mother before hastily retreating to the restroom. After a brief bout of dry heaving, as Su Qing emerged from the restroom, her gaze was drawn to a pair of grand floral arrangements at the entrance, adorned with a ribbon that read, Gu In Msh In wishes the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness. Taken aback by the sight of the floral tribute, Su Qing found herself momentarily stunned. Why would Gu In Msh In send a floral arrangement to her cousin and his wife? Upon reflection, she surmised it was likely due to some professional connection between her cousin and Gu In Msh, prompting him to send a gesture of goodwill. Naturally, someone of his stature would not deign to attend such a modest wedding banquet. As she prepared to enter, a voice called out from behind her, "Madam, you have arrived?" Turning around, Su Qing was surprised to find Lin Feng standing behind her. "You are here to deliver the floral arrangement?" she inquired. Surely, Gu In Msh had chosen not to attend himself and had sent Lin Feng with the arrangement in a red envelope. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "I came with President Guan. He is here." Su Qing glanced around, but did not see Gu In Msh anywhere. Lin Feng quickly clarified, "President Gu In ran into a few acquaintances and is dining with them in a private room." This revelation left Su Qing perplexed. What could have compelled him to grace a common wedding banquet with his presence? "Oh, then I shall enter first." Although surprised, Su Qing chose not to voice her thoughts and turned to walk into the banquet hall. She remained by Chu Fan's side until the conclusion of the event, after which the mother and daughter duo exited the banquet hall. As they reached the hotel lobby, Chu Fan suddenly spotted Su Jinxiang approaching and promptly greeted him with a smile. Su Qing, witnessing this, felt it inappropriate to intervene and instead waited at a distance. "Jinxiang, have you eaten well?" "Chu Fan in guit, so mewat o se guisho." "Get to the point. I am in a hurry to return," Su Jinxiang replied with evident impatience. With a forced smile, Chu Fan continued, "Su Zi is now a sophomore. With your experience, could you assist her in considering future employment? That girl has always been slow-witted. She can find any job that comes her way," Su Jinxiang replied disdainfully. However, Chu Fan persisted, "She is still your daughter. Please consider helping her." All right, I understand." Su Hianqiang relented begruth hingli. Watching her mother grovel like this ignited a fire of resentment within Su Qing, prompting her to stride over and grasp Chu Fan's arm. "Mother, the conversation is concluded. Let us leave." Chu Fan attempted to interject, but at that moment, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air from behind them. "Chu Fan, after so many years of divorce from Jinxiang, how can you shamelessly cling to him? It seems you truly have no one left, do you? He is now a married man. Please refrain from contacting him unnecessarily. If this continues, you may find yourself in the position of a mistress," who Li Jing approached with an air of arrogance. Chu Fan, who had never engaged in quarrels, felt her eyes welling with tears and stammered, "How can you speak like that? Jinxiang and I share 2 daughters. Is it not permissible for me to discuss matters concerning them with him?" Chapter 42. Support your daughter is already an adult, isn't she? Stop using her as an excuse. It seems you are deliberately trying to reconcile with Jinxiang. How shameless. Hu Living's Colette Chu Fan. Witnessing her mother being bullied by Hu Lijing once more, Su Qing could no longer contain her indignation. She rushed over, pointing at Hu Lijing, and exclaimed, "You were the third party who destroyed a family back then, and now you have the audacity to speak about others? The most shameless one here is you. Suing, you are but a junior. How dare you speak to your aunt in such a manner?" Su Jinxiang reprimanded Su Qing as he stepped forward. Looking at Su Jinxiang, who appeared so righteous at that moment, Su Qing scoffed. You're no longer my father. What gives her the title of aunt? Don't make me feel nauseated. I have no connection to you shameless people. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Su Jianxiang clutched his chest, feigning pain. This prompted Chu Fun to panic, pulling Su Qing, who had defended her, and said, Daughter, perhaps you should say less. Don't upset your father. I've told you long ago, he is not my father. My father died 15 years ago, dead. Su Qing's agitation escalated. At that moment, Hu Lijing stepped forward to support Su Jianxiang, feigning concern as she said, Jianxiang, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be upset over this unfilial daughter. Allow me to teach her a lesson. Then, turning to Su Qing with a mocking tone, Hu Lijing sneered, Su Qing, don't call me a mistress every day. You are not exactly innocent yourself. I've heard you were pregnant. Where is your man? Why haven't you married? Is he also someone else's husband? Stop your nonsense. I'm already married. We just haven't held the banquet yet. Unlike some, I won't shamelessly play the mistress and ruin a family. Su Qing retorted immediately. At this moment, Hu Pei stepped forward with a cold laugh. Married? To whom? Where's he? Today is your cousin's wedding. It's a grand occasion, and your husband should at least show his face. Yet there isn't even a shadow of him. I suspect he is someone you cannot show off, who looks like a mistress. Clarify your words. Suing, furious, approached Hu Pei to confront her. With Su Jianxiang and Hu Lijing backing her, Hu Pei felt emboldened and arrogantly raised her chin, declaring, I'm talking about you. What of it? You are indeed a mistress. Come here and say that. Enraged, Su Qing raised her hand and slapped Hu Pei. Hu Pei, taken aback by the unexpected slap in front of her parents, covered her burning cheek, her face flushed with anger. Su Qing, how dare you hit me? I will make you pay for this. How dare you strike my daughter? Hu Lijing, witnessing her daughter being hit, rushed over, ready to tear Su Qing apart. Beside them, Chu Fun, in a state of panic, didn't know what to do. She slapped her thigh and cried, Please don't hit my daughter. Do not strike. Su Qing exclaimed as she noticed Hu Lijing and her daughter lunging towards her. Instinctively, she clasped her hands protectively over her abdomen, fearing the worst. She thought to herself, It's over. Today I am surely at a disadvantage. While I can endure the loss, I must protect the child within me. Stepping back, she observed as Hu Lijing's daughter aimed to seize her hair while Hu Lijing herself attempted to slap her. With eyes squeezed shut, Su Qing braced herself. In that critical moment, a figure emerged, forcefully pushing Hu Pei off balance, while Hu Lijing landed heavily on the unforgiving marble floor, eliciting a grimace from her. To Su Qing's astonishment, she found Guan Mushin standing beside her, while the mother and daughter lay in disarray. Are you all right? Guan Mushin inquired, extending his arm to steady the visibly shaken Su Qing. I'm fine, she stammered, momentarily dazed. Why did he intervene personally? Does he not fear exposing our relationship? The agreement clearly states that we are in a concealed marriage. Chufin, witnessing the dashing man supporting her daughter, noted his impeccable attire, which bore a striking resemblance to the photograph on their marriage certificate. She immediately concluded that he was her son-in-law. Without hesitation, she approached Guan Mushin, a smile illuminating her face. Mushin, you're back from your business trip? Caught off guard, Guan Mushin took a moment to respond, as Su Qing quietly informed him. Mom has seen our marriage certificate. Understanding the implication, he replied politely with a smile, Mom, I'm back. Both Su Jianxiang and Hu Pei, helping Hu Lijing to her feet, were taken aback upon hearing Guan Mushin refer to Chufin as Mom. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. It was Su Jianxiang who broke the silence, inquiring with a forced smile, Mr. Guan, did you just call her Mom? Am I mistaken? Guan Mushin met Su Jianxiang's gaze with unwavering clarity. Uncle, you are not mistaken. This is my mother-in-law, colloquially referred to as mother-in-law. You, what did you say? Su Jianxiang stood frozen, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. The most anxious was Hu Pei, who pushed past Su Jianxiang to stand before Guan Mushin, her eyes filled with confusion. Mushin, if she is your mother-in-law, then you and Su Qing are. Su Qing was taken aback by Guan Mushin's public acknowledgement of their relationship. Amid her shock, a warmth blossomed within her heart. She realized his intervention was meant to shield her from the wrath of the two frenzied women. Had he not acted, she might have faced a miscarriage at their hands. With an impassive expression, Guan Mushin addressed Hu Pei, Miss Hu, as I previously mentioned, we are not yet familiar enough to address each other by our first names. We are merely business partners, devoid of any personal sentiment. Kindly refer to me as Mr. Guan or Director Guan in the future. Hu Pei's face fluctuated between red and white, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Qing observed quietly, witnessing how Guan Mushan reprimanded the two women. Indeed, Guan Mukin subsequently remarked, I hope you and your mother refrain from troubling my wife and my mother-in-law in the future. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you cannot remain in Jiangzhou. As for whether I possess such capability, I trust it requires no further elaboration from me. Hu Pei still struggled to accept the reality that Su Qing was indeed in a relationship with Guan Yukin. She pointed at Su Qing and inquired, Have you truly married him? How can this be? Are you certain this is not a jest? At that moment, Guan Yukin unexpectedly extracted a ring from his pocket and presented it to Su Qing with utmost seriousness, saying, Su Qing, you left our wedding ring on the sink this morning while washing your face. I intended to return it to you earlier, but my uncle summoned me to accompany the esteemed guests for the bride's procession, and I simply had no opportunity. Chapter 43. Showcasing affection, Su Qing stared blankly at the so-called wedding ring in Guan Mushan's hand. The silver band, adorned with a plethora of diamonds, shimmered like a sky full of stars, dazzling to the eye. Although it lacked a singular, several-carat diamond, she understood that such a ring was still of considerable worth. I shall place it upon your finger, Guan Mushan said tenderly as he took Su Qing's hand and slid the ring on her ring finger. At that moment, Su Qing's heart inexplicably raced. She lifted her gaze to the man holding her hand, only to find him smiling gently, the corners of his lips curving in a warm expression. He had never smiled at her with such tenderness before, and it sent shivers down her spine. Ah yes, they were merely acting. He was assisting her in countering Hu Pei. How could she have been so naive? Soon, Su Qing's hand intertwined with Guan Mushan's, and she smiled playfully, saying, I thought the ring was lost, which caused me quite a bit of worry. I should have informed you sooner. Guan Mushan's face radiated warmth, making him appear entirely different from his usual austere self. Their performance was so convincing that those around them were left with no doubt, believing that Guan Mushan and Su Qing were indeed married. Su Jinxiang was the first to react, stepping forward with a sycophantic smile. Su Qing, my dear, why didn't you inform your father that you were marrying Guan? Oh no, Mushan. I had no preparation whatsoever. Seeing the sudden change in Su Jinxiang's demeanor, Su Qing responded with a cold expression. She felt a wave of shame wash over her for having such an unsatisfactory father. For the first time, she felt humiliated to share his bloodline. At that moment, Hu Pei finally recognized the harsh reality. With a pale face and flustered demeanor, she shot a resentful glare at Su Qing before storming off in anger. Pei, Hu Lijing realized that today was a lost cause, and without a moment to spare, she turned to chase after her daughter. Su Qing watched the retreating figures of Hu Lijing and her daughter with a sudden sense of absurdity. Over the years, she had been in constant conflict with them, yet she had never emerged victorious. In the end, it was Guan Mushan's mere words that left them utterly humiliated, highlighting just how insignificant individuals can be in the face of status and wealth. Your wife and daughter have already departed. Are you not going to pursue them? How could you speak to me like that? I am your father. Su Jinxiang replied, his confidence waning. Father? Su Qing scoffed, raising her head in derision. She fixed her gaze on Su Jinxiang and questioned, Where were you when my sister and I could not afford our tuition? Where were you when we lacked food and clothing? Where were you when we were bullied? Do you think the title of father is so easily earned? It carries with it immense responsibility and obligation. My sister and I have been without a father for the past 15 years. Henceforth, please refrain from claiming to be my father in my presence. It is nothing short of laughable, utterly ludicrous. Su Qing is Su Jianyang speechless. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily unfastened the buttons of his collar. Chu Fan naturally wished to spare Su Jinxiang from embarrassment, promptly pushing Su Qing aside and saying, Qing, what are you talking about? She then turned to Su Jinxiang with a smile. Jinxiang, this child is simply unaware. Please do not take it to heart. It's getting late. Why don't we all head home? Su Qing, knowing she could not reason with her mother, turned and walked outside. Su Jinxiang, still smiling, said to Guan Mushin, "Mushin, let us have a proper chat next time." "Sure." Guan Mushin nodded and then followed Su Qing out. Su Qing and Chu Fan settled into Guan Mushin's luxurious Bentley. Lin Feng was driving in front, while Guan Mushin occupied the passenger seat, leaving Su Qing and Chu Fan side by side in the back. Chu Fan glanced around the opulent vehicle and cheerfully inquired of Guan Mushin, "Mushin, this car is so luxurious. It must belong to your boss, right? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to use your boss's car? Perhaps we should just take a taxi home to avoid disrupting your work." Guan Mushin was taken aback by her words and looked at Su Qing, who was momentarily at a loss for how to explain to her mother. At that moment, Lin Feng, the driver, turned to Chu Fan with a smile. "Annie, mister. Guan is indeed the boss. This car is his, so you and your daughter can ride however you wish." Chu Fan was left speechless, frowning at Su Qing for clarification. Su Qing hurriedly reassured, "Mom, what Assistant Lin said is true. This car belongs to him." Chu Fan found it difficult to comprehend. "Qing, didn't you tell me that Mushin is just an employee? He comes from a rural background and has poor conditions, unable to afford a house. How has he suddenly become a general manager with such a high-end car? What on earth is happening? Why did you deceive me?" Su Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, regretting her earlier casual remarks, realizing that any explanation now would seem inadequate. Just as she was feeling troubled, Guan Mushin interjected with a smile, "Mom, please do not blame Su Qing. This is all my fault. I feared you would not accept my identity and might think I am not serious about Su Qing, hence I kept it from you. If you must place blame, let it be on me." Chu Fan's gaze, once stern toward her daughter, softened into a gentle look directed at her son-in-law. "I understand you are defending her. I know my daughter well. It must be she who has misled me. Regardless of your wealth, seeing how well you treat Qing, I have no reason to disagree. As long as you care for her in the future, I shall rest easy, for this child has endured far too much suffering throughout her life." As she spoke, Chu Fan suddenly wiped away tears. Su Qing quickly offered her a handkerchief. "Mom, why are you crying for no reason?" "I am just so happy," Chu Fan replied, taking the handkerchief to dab her eyes. "Please, do not cry. Otherwise, when we return, Su Qing will surely not spare me." Guan Mushin jested at that moment. His joke brought forth a radiant smile from Chu Fan, lifting her spirits immensely. Su Qing, witnessing this, cast a grateful smile towards Guan Mushin. In her heart, she mused, "This Guan Mukin not only captivates young women, but also possesses a remarkable charm that resonates with middle-aged and elderly women. He is truly a femme fatale." Upon returning to the Su family, Guan Mukin solemnly presented a red envelope to Chu Fan, stating earnestly, "Mother, I initially intended to visit you in a few days. Hence I did not prepare a gift today. I can only hastily wrap this envelope to convey my sentiments. I sincerely hope you will accept it. How can I possibly accept this? As long as you two are living harmoniously and happily, that is all that matters. I cannot take the money." Chu Fan Naitali Dekolin, refusing to accept the gesture. Chapter 44. Take her away. In a moment of hesitation, Guan Mushi and Chu Fan found themselves politely refusing each other. Observing their exchange, Su Qing decisively snatched the red envelope and placed it into Chu Fan's hands, proclaiming, "Mother, this is a welcoming gift from your son-in-law. If you refuse it, it signifies your disavowal of him." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan reluctantly accepted the envelope. "Is that so?" she mused. However, upon glancing at the envelope, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "This must be 20,000 yuan. No, this is far too generous." Su Qing had initially overlooked the amount, taken aback by Guan Mushi's extravagant gift, but quickly masked her surprise, lifting her chin defiantly as she replied, "Mother, considering you did not demand a bride price in the millions, this should suffice. Do accept it. Internally, su inchaidi herself." Reflecting that this could be regarded as her dowry, 20,000 yuan, with a buy-one-get-one free offer, was hardly exorbitant. "You really have a way with words," Chu Fan reproached Su Qing. Guan Mushi glanced at Su Qing and remarked, "Mother, it is precisely this candidness that I admire about Su Qing." At that moment, Su Qing felt utterly exasperated. Was it merely a performance? His boldness was rather excessive, sending shivers down her spine. She fidgeted uncomfortably while Guan Mushi maintained a relaxed demeanor. His lips perpetually curled in a half-smile, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Qing as he leisurely sipped his tea. A while later, Chu Fun suggested, "Mushi, since it's your first visit, why not stay for dinner? Although I may lack skill, I can still prepare a decent meal." Before Guan Mushi could respond, Su Qing interjected, "Mother, Mushi mentioned he has an important engagement tonight that he cannot postpone, correct?" She cast a meaningful glance at Guan Mushi. With a gentle smile, he nodded, "Mother, I shall savor your culinary delights another time. Tonight's appointment holds significance and cannot be rescheduled. Is that so? Very well. Then it shall be for another occasion." Chu Fan replied with a touch of regret. Originally, Su Qing intended to see Guan Mushi off, but then he unexpectedly declared, "Mother, as Su Qing and I are now married, and I have prepared my house, might it be permissible for me to take her home with me today?" Stunned, Su Qing gazed at Guan Mushi in disbelief. What was he saying? Go home with him? Was this truly how one conducted such matters? An unexpected proposal without prior consultation of her sentiments? Catching a glimpse of Su Qing's incredulous expression, Guan Mushi turned to Chu Fun and smiled. "Mother, I understand you may be reluctant to part with Su Qing. Rest assured, she will visit you often. Moreover, my home is spacious enough for you to stay whenever you wish." Chu Fun withdrew her gaze from her daughter, taking hold of both Guan Mushi and Su Qing's hands, intertwining them. Every daughter must eventually grow up, and marriage and children are part of life's journey. I have to let go, but I trust you will support and care for each other, living harmoniously together. Her words brought tears to Su Qing's eyes, and she leaned into Chu Fun's embrace, playfully asserting, "Mother, I shall not leave. I will stay with you and Su Zi for a lifetime." As Guan Yukin gazed at Su Qing, who was exhibiting an unexpectedly childlike demeanor, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. "Silly child, is there truly a woman who does not marry? Hurry and pack your belongings." Unable to suppress her tears, Chu Fan promptly got up and hurried into the bedroom. Half an hour later, Su Qing emerged from her home with a simple travel bag in hand, accompanying Guan Yukin. Once they stepped out of the corridor, Su Qing lamented, "Why did you pull me out of my house without even asking if I want to come?" Guan Yukin cast a glance at the flustered Su Qing, but continued on his path, unperturbed. "You are now my wife. Naturally, you must reside with me." Faced with his domineering stance, devoid of any room for negotiation, Su Qing resolutely followed behind him, retorting, "I must inform you in advance that I have many bad habits. So don't say I didn't warn you if you find them unbearable. During my school days, my dorm was filled with people who ground their teeth, burped, and passed gas. I got used to it. Surely, you cannot be more intolerable than those raucous fellows." Upon hearing this, Guan Yukin suddenly turned to face her. Caught off guard by his abrupt movement, Su Qing, unable to halt her forward momentum, collided with his chest, letting out a soft gasp. "Oh, my dear wife, we are not home yet. We should save our embraces for when we cross the threshold," Guan Yukin quipped with a playful smile. This remark caused Su Qing's cheeks to flush. Just as she was about to retaliate, he snatched the handbag from her grasp and wrapped an arm around her waist, leading her out of the community. His warm, strong hand on her waist sent a wave of dizziness through her, and the normally sharp-tongued Su Qing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively following his lead. At that moment, Su Qing noticed the watchful eyes of the neighborhood gossipers, particularly their scrutiny of Guan Yukin. With her head held high, she allowed him to guide her forward. The gossipers must have already caught wind of her pregnancy, whispering about how she had become with child without being married. Her mother had silently endured their spiteful remarks for many days. Now, as she boldly departed with her husband from the neighborhood they had called home for so long, it was a testament to herself and her family that she could indeed thrive, having wed a man of remarkable stature and success. Stealing a glance up at the man who held her waist with one hand while carrying her bag with the other, a myriad of emotions surged within her. He had come to publicly affirm her status as his wife, warning Hu Lijing and her daughter, restoring her dignity, treating her mother with utmost respect, and personally escorting her home. Did he intend for them to build a life together, growing old side by side? With her heart racing at the thought, Su Qing quickly lowered her gaze to conceal her excitement. Previously, She had never imagined developing feelings for this man. Could it be that an inexplicable affection had truly blossomed between them? As they exited the small community behind them, Guan Yuqin instinctively withdrew his hand from Su Qing's grasp. Su Qing furrowed her brow and glanced up at him. The tranquility returned to Guan Yuqin's countenance, and the smile that once graced his lips had vanished. Suddenly, he explained to Su Qing, "Just now, I noticed your mother peering at us from the window. What did you say?" Su Qing swiftly turned to look back at the community, but they had already ventured too far from her home to catch a glimpse of anything. Chapter 45. The performance. Since we are to play a role, we must commit fully to the performance. Moreover, you are an adult now. It is time to spare your mother further worry, Guan Mushin suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Qing could not help but let out a bitter smile. Though her heart was filled with self-mockery, she maintained her composure and replied to Guan Mushin, "Thank you for your thoughtful consideration." The affection and concern he had displayed earlier were merely part of the charade. Su Qing, oh Su Qing, how foolish you were to feel moved. To entertain thoughts of a harmonious future and dreams of growing old together, when it was all but a performance. Did you truly believe it? There's no need for gratitude. We are, after all, legally married. We simply seek common ground while acknowledging our differences, Guan Mushin remarked, as if discussing a business transaction. Su Qing lifted her chin, striving to appear less desolate. You are quite right. At this moment, they had reached the car. Lin Feng took the luggage from Guan Mushin's hands, and they each entered their vehicles, which promptly vanished from sight. The car swiftly navigated through the bustling traffic, and as Su Qing gazed at the receding scenery, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She was about to reside in this man's home, yet love was conspicuously absent between them, and she carried his child within her. Never had she imagined her marriage would unfold in such a manner. As Su Qing had anticipated, Guan Mushin resided in one of the most upscale neighborhoods in Jiangzhou, Chuinong Yuan. Notably, Chuinong Yuan was characterized by its garden-style architecture, replete with flourishing flora that filled the air with a refreshing vitality. Consequently, the property prices here were exorbitant, attracting only the affluent and elite. Guan Mushin escorted Su Qing into a duplex apartment, which boasted at least 200 square meters of space. The DCOR was strikingly modern, with furniture and embellishments in stark black and white, yet it exuded a cold and rigid atmosphere devoid of warmth, reminiscent more of an office than a home. As Su Qing surveyed the expansive residence, she realized, quite frankly, that she did not favor it. The monochromatic curtains left her feeling somewhat suffocated. Guan Mushin placed her luggage on the similarly patterned floor and, in her presence, retrieved a set of keys and a bank card from his pocket. Su Qing looked at him quizzically, wondering what he was about to explain. Indeed, the next moment, Guan Mushin pointed to the keys on the coffee table and said, "This set contains the keys to this apartment, and there is a vehicle available for your use in the parking space, should you require it. Now that your identity has been made public, it is no longer suitable for you to work at Shangshi. I will assist you in submitting your resignation. This bank card is yours to use freely, with a monthly limit of 100,000 yuan, sufficient for your daily needs, as well as those of your child and family." He had meticulously arranged everything, and as Su Qing gazed at the keys and bank card on the table, a sense of desolation washed over her. His tone resembled that of a boss giving instructions to an employee, devoid of any warmth one might expect between spouses. "I understand. Thank you," Su Qing finally murmured, lowering her gaze. At that moment, Guan Yuqin glanced at his watch and remarked, "Familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "All right," Su Qing nodded in response. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the door closing that she realized he had truly departed. Surveying the vast expanse of the house, a wave of loneliness enveloped her, for in such a grand abode, she found herself utterly alone. Ascending the stairs with her luggage, Su Qing discovered 2 bedrooms on the upper floor, one generously spacious, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet, undoubtedly the master bedroom, and the other considerably smaller, yet impeccably tidy. A dilemma arose. Guan Yuqin had provided no guidance on which room she should occupy. After some contemplation, she opted for the guest room. Considering her current condition of pregnancy, which rendered her sleep light and her nausea unpredictable, thus likely disturbing his rest. Moreover, she felt it unnecessary for them to share a bed given her inability to meet his typical needs. After meandering through the house for several hours, Su Qing noted that although the decor and furnishings did not align with her personal tastes, the amenities were indeed comprehensive. The bathroom was stocked with an abundance of daily necessities, and a refrigerator brimmed with high-quality ingredients, a testament to the wealth of the capitalist. Glancing at the bank card he had provided her, which allowed for a monthly withdrawal limit of 100,000 yuan, she realized her future was secure in terms of sustenance. However, only a few hours had passed, and she felt akin to a caged canary, an unsettling sensation that left her disoriented. Around 5 in the afternoon, a message from Guan Yukin pinged on her WeChat. "I will be home for dinner around 7. A simple statement, yet Su Qing stared at the words for quite some time before comprehending that he expected her to prepare a meal. A flicker of annoyance crossed her mind. Why not simply state that she should cook instead of being so indirect? However, reflecting on the fact that she was being provided for, with both food and financial support, her mood lightened. Besides, he had recently dealt with her formidable adversary, Hu Pei, so it was only fitting that she contribute in some manner. With that thought, Su Qing set aside her irritation, realizing time was slipping away. She hurried to the kitchen to see what she could conjure for dinner. Having grown up in hardship, she was adept at cooking, and within an hour, she had skillfully prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Just as she arranged the meal, she glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was precisely 7 o'clock, signaling the hour. In that instant, the front door swung open, and Guan Yukin entered, clad in a sleek black suit and carrying a briefcase. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of the meal, prompting him to cast a glance toward the dining area. There, he beheld Su Qing, adorned in a whimsical cartoon-patterned apron, her hair neatly tied back with a simple blue headband. His eyes dimmed momentarily at the sight. Surprised by his punctual return, Su Qing smiled softly and said, "You're back? Dinner is ready." "Very well." Guan Yukin nodded in acknowledgement. He subsequently removed his outer garment and changed into slippers before approaching. Taking a seat, he beheld a dining table adorned with stir-fried greens, braised ribbon fish, ants climbing a tree, and pork rib yam soup. The enticing aroma indicated a feast for the senses. Su Qing placed a bowl of rice before Guan Mushi, who likely famished, swiftly took the rice and, wielding chopsticks, lifted a piece of dish to his mouth. Su Qing swiftly smacked the back of his hand, admonishing him sternly. "Quickly wash your hands." Chapter 46. Capricious emotions. "I don't need to eat with my hands," protested Guan Mushin, lifting his head defiantly. "That is unacceptable. It is a bad habit that must be corrected." Su Qing glared at him menacingly. "Why should I listen to you?" Guan Mushin furrowed his brows, astonished that anyone would dare speak to him in such a manner. "Because I prepared all this food. If you don't like it, you need not eat." Su Qing seized the bowl before him. Guan Mushin glared at her, and truthfully, Su Qing felt a twinge of anxiety. However, with the bowl now in her possession, she could not concede immediately. Thus, she returned his glare, internally steeling herself. Do not fear him. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. In the next moment, Guan Mushin abruptly stood up, causing Su Qing to take a step back in alarm. He was tall and robust, and in terms of physical strength, she was no match for him. Then, with an expressionless face, he stated, "A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. I shall wash my hands." After saying this, he turned and headed to the restroom. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qing exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, "I thought he was going to resort to violence." A moment later, Guan Mushin returned, reseating himself and swiftly snatching the bowl from Su Qing's hands, then bowing his head to commence his meal. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing observed that the 3 dishes and a soup on the table were being obliterated as if by a tempest. She could not help but frown, wondering if this capitalist had not eaten in days, for he resembled a starving ghost. Under Su Qing's scrutiny, Guan Mushin glanced up and noticed her unwavering gaze. Momentarily taken aback, he unexpectedly plucked a piece of rib from the soup and placed it into Su Qing's bowl. "Why aren't you eating? It seems I shall need to prepare more food in the future." Su Qing, lowering her head to grasp the rib, intended to savor it. However, the pungent aroma immediately assailed her senses, provoking a wave of nausea. She swiftly covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom. Her morning sickness had been quite severe, and in the restroom, it felt as though she might expel her very bile. Naturally, Guan Mushin did not remain idle. He anxiously paced outside the restroom, offering her back rubs, water, and towels. "Thank you." Su Qing accepted the towel, wiping her mouth, genuinely pleased with his current demeanor. Upon exiting the restroom, she hastily consumed a bit of rice and vegetables before preparing to clear the table. Guan Mushin quickly interjected, "You should rest. I will tidy up." Su Qing stared at him incredulously. "Can you manage that?" He was a pampered young master who likely had never laid a finger on a dish before. "Washing a bowl does not require much skill. Go and rest," Guan Mushin insisted, encouraging her to leave as he began to clean up. Stepping out of the dining area, Su Qing still felt a twinge of worry, so she settled onto the sofa in the living room, watching television while keeping an eye on Guan Mushin's dishwashing endeavors. Clatter! Crash! The sound of porcelain shattering echoed into Su Qing's ears, and she immediately leapt to her feet. Rushing to the kitchen, she found fragments of bowls and plates strewn across the floor, and she exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" I slipped, and they fell," he stammered. At this moment, Guan Mushin felt as guilty as a child who had erred, his hands clutching 2 shards of porcelain. Seeing him in such a state, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this side of him. Intentionally placing her hands on her hips, she admonished, "Quickly clean this mess up. Do you understand?" I know. You should just go and rest," Guan Mushin urged as he gently pushed Su Qing out of the kitchen. "Be careful not to cut yourself. You never do anything right," Su Qing muttered before she leaned against her waist and ascended the stairs. Lying in bed, Su Qing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Guan Mushin, too, could be criticized to his face. Just reflecting on the earlier exchange brought her a sense of relief. However, upon further contemplation, she realized that he was somewhat capricious and prideful, yet fundamentally a good person. She would never have imagined he would help her wash the dishes, nor allow her to scold him. Perhaps this was what a normal married life entailed, and Su Qing felt a sense of immersion in her role. Before long, the door to the guest room swung open unexpectedly. Su Qing looked up to see Guan Mushin's stern visage re-emerge. "What does this mean?" he inquired, his gaze icy as it bore down on her. "What do you mean?" Su Qing was perplexed by his questioning. "Are we not married?" Guan Mushin pressed on. "Yes." Su Qing nodded, albeit internally acknowledging that, while they were legally wed, there was no love between them. "Then why are you residing in this room?" he retorted irritably. At this, Su Qing stared at him, bewildered. What was he implying? Was he blaming her for not sleeping in the master bedroom? Did he find it impossible to be without her? What a ridiculous notion. It certainly could not be the case. Did he expect her to satisfy his primal urges while she was pregnant? That was utterly inhumane. Su Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, and then hastily fabricated a rationale. "Well, while we are married, we each need our own space. It makes living together a bit easier, don't you think?" By the time she finished speaking, Guan Mushin's expression had darkened considerably. Realizing she may have misspoken, Su Qing quickly pressed her lips together. "Do as you please." With that, Guan Mushin stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Su Qing furrowed her brow, then relaxed it again, puzzled by his sudden mood shift. Was capriciousness simply part of his character? Returning to the master bedroom, Guan Mushin found everything displeasing. Grabbing his phone, he placed a call. "President Guan, how may I assist you?" Came the voice of his secretary, Ali, from the other end. "There's no need to arrange for anyone else for tomorrow morning's business trip. I will go myself," Guan Mushin stated. "But the tickets for the person assigned have already been booked. Cancel them." "Did you not comprehend my words?" Guan Mushin's voice rose sharply. "Understood. I will book your tickets immediately," Ali responded before hanging up. Throwing his phone onto the bed, Guan Mushin stood by the window, hands on his hips, suddenly feeling rather absurd. How could such a trivial matter ignite the flames of ire within him so successfully? Or rather, how could the person residing next door ignite his fury? Guan Mushin lowered his head and shook it slightly, sensing that he had perhaps become too engrossed in his role recently. It was time to cool off. The following morning, as he descended the stairs, he found Su Qing had already set the breakfast table. "It's time to eat," she said, her cheerful demeanor accentuated by the cartoon apron she wore as she smiled warmly at Guan Mushin. Last night, She had contemplated her situation. She was eating someone else's food, living in someone else's home, utilizing someone else's resources, yet she knew she could not offend the capitalist, for doing so would bring her no benefit. Thus, she resolved that her future approach must be one of gentleness and diplomacy. Chapter 47. The frying pan. Guan Mushin cast a fleeting glance at Su Qing, his expression aloof, and remarked, "There's no need. I am pressed for time." As he began to stride away, Su Qing, in a moment of urgency, stepped forward to obstruct his path and implored, "Even when in haste, one must eat. I have prepared a meal." Guan Mushin had just opened his mouth to respond when Su Qing grasped his hand, drawing him toward the dining table. Taking his briefcase, she urged, "Hurry and eat. It will take merely a few minutes." Guan Mushin surveyed the table, which was set with congee, side dishes, and scallion rolls. He pressed his lips together, ultimately yielding to the protests of his stomach, and seated himself to partake in breakfast. Surprisingly, the food was quite delectable, and he found himself enjoying a hearty meal rather than merely rushing off. Across from him, Su Qing watched with rapt attention, resting her chin on her hand as he ate. His demeanor was strikingly elegant. He sat upright, his gaze unwavering, and uttered not a word, reminiscent of a noble prince. Observing him was, in itself, a pleasure. Perhaps due to the stillness of the room, Su Qing could not restrain herself any longer. "This morning meal is of utmost importance, especially for someone like you who will work all morning. A person is like iron, and food is steel. Neglecting meals can lead to stomach ailments. Moreover, could you allow me a moment of peace?" Guan Mushin interjected, irritation creeping into his voice. "You are flitting around me like a headless fly this early in the day." Upon hearing this, Su Qing bit her lip and muttered under her breath, "If I am a fly, then you must be a rotten egg." "What did you say?" Guan Mushin inquired, his expression grave. Su Qing quickly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and stammered, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant that I need to amend my chaotic fly-like tendencies. I am heading to Hong Kong for a business trip. My flight is at 9 this morning." Guan Mushin suddenly announced. Su Qing paused, taken aback, and asked, "How so sudden?" "It was just confirmed last night," he replied, his eyes betraying no emotion. "How long will you be gone? When will you return?" Su Qing's mind raced at the unexpected news of his trip. "Approximately 3 to 4 days. If you require assistance, you may contact Ailey. She will address any issues you might have," Guan Mushin added after a moment of contemplation. "Oh," Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Guan Mushin had finished his meal, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and stood to retrieve his briefcase from Su Qing's embrace, preparing to depart. "Wait!" Su Qing suddenly tightened her hold on the briefcase, unwilling to let go. "Is there something else?" Guan Mushin frowned, scrutinizing her. Su Qing glanced around the room, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "I am not particularly fond of the DCOR in this house. May I change it?" Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin relaxed his brow, gazing up at the ceiling before responding, "You are now the lady of this house. As long as you do not dismantle it, you may alter anything you wish." With his consent, Su Qing was elated and promptly stood, extending the briefcase to him with both hands in a gesture of reverence. "Here you are." At this moment, Su Qing's smile radiated brilliantly, causing Guan Mushin to hesitate for a fleeting second before accepting the briefcase. He then resolutely turned away, suppressing the urge to look back, unwilling to be swayed by that captivating visage. Once Guan Mushin departed, Su Qing embarked on an ambitious endeavor to transform the house. It was unclear which designer had concocted the home's cold and rigid black and white decor, which not only appeared frigid, but also felt oppressively stifling. However, since the furnishings could not be altered, Su Qing resolved to compensate for the drabness through decorative enhancements. First, she replaced the curtains with vibrant green ones, complemented by sheer white lace that lent an ethereal, poetic quality to the atmosphere. The cushions and throw pillows on the sofa were also swapped out for a soft beige hue. She refreshed the decorative vases, porcelain pieces, and the living room carpet with invigorating colors. Upstairs, the bedding was adorned with an array of floral patterns, and she filled vases with resplendent blooms, infusing the entire house with vitality, dispelling the previous stiffness. Ding ding, ding ding. On that day, as Su Qing oversaw the installation of the curtains. Her phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Su Qing. How could you be so inconsiderate? Now that you've become a wealthy young lady, you haven't even given me a call. Are you afraid I might ask to borrow money?" The boisterous voice of Qiao Li erupted from the other end. Hearing this, Su Qing chuckled and stepped out onto the terrace. "Are you still unaware of the weight of my status as a wealthy young lady? He merely provided me with a credit card, no cash." "A credit card? What's the limit?" "Qiao Kidat intriga. 100,000 per month," Su Qing replied. This provoked an immediate shriek from Qiao Li, prompting Su Qing to hold the phone at a distance. Is such excitement truly necessary? Sui laughed. 100,000. That's enough to spend freely each month, Qiao Li cackled. "How could I possibly spend that much?" Su Qing remarked. She had always been frugal, and although she had indeed expended quite a bit on bedding, curtains, and decor in recent days, more than she had ever spent in her life, she was aware of Guan Mushun's discerning taste and thus opted for high-end items. After all, a fine horse deserves an exquisite saddle. Are you foolish? You could buy clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and handbags without hesitation. Spending money shouldn't be a challenge for you. If all else fails, invest in jewelry. Such items can always be converted to cash later. And with a credit card that exceeds 100,000, you can at least withdraw 50,000. Qiao Li relentlessly offered her suggestions. Su Qing smiled deepened. "All right, I am currently supervising, so I have no time to entertain your ramblings. I must hang up now." "Wait, I still have something very important to tell you." Qiao Li quickly interjected. "What else is there?" Su Qing inquired patiently. "The news of your marriage to a capitalist has created quite a stir today. Thankfully, you have already resigned, or else the female employees here would have been ready to kill you with their glares." Qiao Li exclaimed. "No wonder several former middle-aged colleagues have added me on WeChat today, both male and female." There were also 2 unfamiliar calls that Su Qing did not answer, suspecting them to be nuisance calls. It turns out these were related to the revelation of her marriage to Guan Mushun. After years of experience in the workplace, Su Qing is acutely aware that the younger employees in the company are filled with envy and jealousy towards her, while those slightly older appear to be attempting to ingratiate themselves with ulterior motives of advancement. This thought only serves to exasperate her further. It seems that the capitalists are indeed right in preventing her from returning to work. Just moments ago, she considered the possibility of relinquishing her job. But now it appears that even if she were to return, she would struggle to perform satisfactorily. The cunning nature of capitalists is not to be underestimated. One must seize the opportunity to exploit them when they are in high spirits, lest one regret it later. Listening to Qiao Li's teasing remarks, Su Qing offered a faint smile. Chapter 48. Fainting for 3 consecutive days, there was no word from Guan Mukin, and Su Qing could not help but miss him. On the 3rd day, she could no longer resist sending him a WeChat message, fearing that a phone call might disrupt his work and rest. Yet, half a day passed with no response. Su Qing thought perhaps he was simply too busy, or perhaps he had no time to check his messages. Fortunately, she had been occupied with various errands, constantly buying or delivering items to her home, which allowed her to somewhat push Guan Mukin to the back of her mind. However, during the long, sleepless nights, thoughts of him would intermittently invade her consciousness, though she refused to acknowledge it. She attributed it to the overwhelming pregnancy symptoms affecting her sleep, which led to his image frequently appearing in her mind. That morning, the doorbell rang, prompting Su Qing to hurry to the door. Upon opening it, she found 2 workers standing outside, each carrying a box. One of the workers smiled and asked, "Are you Miss Su? Did you order 2 carpets? We are here to deliver them." Yes, please come in," Su Qing replied, stepping aside. As the 2 workers entered with the boxes, Su Qing said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let me get you some water." "No need to trouble yourself. We don't drink," the workers replied, waving their hands. "On such a hot day, it's no trouble at all. Just wait a moment," Su Qing insisted, turning to head towards the kitchen. Just as she reached the kitchen door, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she closed her eyes, collapsing onto the floor. Miss, what happened to you?" The workers rushed over to assist her as they noticed her fainting. Su Qing seemed to hear someone calling her name, but after just a few seconds, everything faded into oblivion. In her dreams, Su Qing could hear voices speaking near her, yet her eyelids felt unbearably heavy. She wanted to open them, but could not. Nevertheless, the conversation between two individuals penetrated her consciousness. "Doctor, how is my wife?" Guan Yukin's voice was laced with anxiety. "Mr. Guan, we have conducted a comprehensive examination. The patient's physical condition is currently stable. The fainting was due to overexertion. Given that she is pregnant, she must avoid excessive fatigue in the future," replied a male doctor. "What about the baby?" Guan Yukin inquired again. "The fetus appears to be stable for now, but the patient needs to remain on bed rest for a week and take some medication to support the pregnancy," the doctor responded. "Are you certain that both mother and child are fine?" Guan Yukin's voice held a note of doubt. The doctor chuckled lightly, responding cautiously, "Mr. Guan, doctors are not omniscient. No physician can provide such guarantees." "I apologize for my earlier haste," Guan Yukin said. "It's quite all right. I understand your concern." The doctor smiled and turned to leave. At that moment, Qing finally managed to open her heavy eyelids. At this moment, Guan Yukin's anxious gaze was distinctly visible to her. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and not only was he without a tie, but his shirt was also undone at a few buttons, a stark contrast to his usual rigid demeanor. Upon noticing the urgency in his eyes, Qing couldn't help but smile faintly. He did care for her after all, didn't he? "Madam, you are awake." At that moment, Li, who had been standing by the bedside, suddenly realized Qing had regained consciousness and exclaimed with delight. Hearing Li's voice, Guan Yukin stepped forward to the hospital bed, his deep eyes scrutinizing the recently awakened Qing. She responded with a smile, for she sensed his concern from his earlier conversation with the doctor. However, in the next instant, Guan Yukin's expression hardened, and he reproached her sternly. "How can you be so careless at your age? Do you realize you're pregnant? Why couldn't you wait to tidy up that dilapidated house? Must you exhaust yourself to this extent in just a few days?" Thankfully, those delivery workers were kind enough to bring you to the hospital and even found my phone number in your contacts. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Do you understand? Understood, Qing replied in a barely audible voice. She lowered her head, acknowledging her fault. After all, this situation was indeed her responsibility. She had intended to have everything in order before his return, but little did she know her body would betray her after only 3 days of work, leading to her fainting. Guan Yukin glanced at his watch, then looked up and said, "I have an important meeting shortly. I'll have Li stay here with you. I must leave now." As soon as he mentioned leaving, Qing abruptly sat up, grasping his arm in urgency. "Have you informed my mother? She is quite timid and cannot handle such news well. If she finds out I'm hospitalized, she will be frantic." Guan Yukin studied her for a moment before replying. "Since you are not in serious condition, it would be best not to worry your mother, so I have refrained from informing her." Upon hearing this, Qing sighed in relief, saying, "That's good. If my mother found out, she would surely scold me. I think it would be appropriate for her to reprimand you." Guan Yukin replied with an impassive expression, "Can you stop pressing me so hard?" Qing pleaded with glistening eyes. In that moment, she saw Guan Yukin gaze deeply at her. Although his face bore no expression, there seemed to be a faint hint of concern in his profound eyes, a sliver of care that made her heart flutter. "Can you let go of me now?" he suddenly said coldly, realizing she was still holding onto his arm. Qing felt her face flush as she noticed Li standing nearby. She quickly withdrew her hand and lowered her gaze, unable to meet Guan Yukin's eyes. Internally berating herself, "What are you doing? It's been a few days. You needn't act this way. I'm leaving," he said to the person on the hospital bed before turning to depart. After Guan Yukin departed, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Qing raised her gaze to meet the smiling face of Li and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I hope I didn't make you laugh." "Li, however," replied with a grin. "Every couple has their own unique way of flirting." "Really?" Qing stared at her in bewilderment, pondering whether her earlier interaction with Guan Yukin could indeed be classified as flirting. "But your flirtation with Mr. Guan is rather special," she continued, chuckling softly. "I have often imagined what flirting between Mr. Guan and his partner would be like, and today I fortuitously witnessed it." At this point, Li covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing an amused smile. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qing offered a nervous laugh and said, "He simply enjoys teasing me." She found herself at a loss for words. Could she really admit that her relationship with Guan Mukin was devoid of any genuine affection? Chapter 49. Astonishment. Subsequently, Eli's words left Su Qing somewhat astonished. However, Mr. Guan genuinely cares about you. When the worker called him, he immediately contacted me to go to the hospital. He took the earliest flight back to Jiangzhou and sat by your bedside for nearly the entire night, without even taking a sip of water. What? Su Qing's jaw dropped in disbelief, her eyes fixed on Eli. Reflecting on it now, she indeed noticed the bloodshot hue in Guan Mushun's eyes earlier. Glancing outside, she realized it was already morning, indicating she had been asleep for a whole day and night. You have no idea how anxious Mr. Guan was when you were undergoing your examination. It was the first time I saw him so tense, Eli remarked, his gaze radiating envy. If he was so anxious, why was he so harsh with me when I woke up? Su Qing suddenly transformed into a petulant woman, pouting and wearing a face of complaint. A stark contrast to her usual assertive demeanor in the workplace. Such intensity of emotion stems from deep affection. He cares for you immensely, which is why he couldn't help but lose his temper. Eli chuckled. Upon hearing this, Su Qing swiftly returned to reality. Eli, being Guan Muxin's subordinate, naturally spoke on his behalf, almost capable of turning the dead into the living with his words. Nonetheless, her mood was indeed buoyant today. She tugged at the blanket, lying down with a smile still gracing her face. Su Qing remained in the hospital for 3 days, and it was only then that Guan Muxin instructed Eli to arrange her discharge. She felt as if she might have grown moldy from lying there. This was the longest she had spent in bed in her memory. On the day of her discharge, Guan Muxin personally attended to the matter. He walked side by side with Su Qing as they exited the ward, followed closely by Lin Feng, who carried Su Qing's personal belongings. Stealing a glance at Guan Muxin, Su Qing complained, "You come to fetch me from the hospital and yet wear such drab clothing? Can't you don something brighter? You look like a black crow every day." Guan Muxin lowered his gaze to his black suit, responding stiffly, "I haven't worn anything but black or white since middle school. Just because you haven't worn it doesn't mean you can't try it," Su Qing insisted. "I have grown accustomed to it," Guan Muxin replied. "Why are you so stubborn? If you don't try, how will you know the result?" Su Qing attempted to persuade him. Guan Muxin, however, straightened his face and retorted, "Do not attempt to change me. It holds no significance for you." With that, he walked to the car, opened the door, and sat down. Su Qing felt a surge of annoyance. Was it so unreasonable to suggest he try a different color? She had even bought him several garments in colors beyond just black and white during his absence. It seemed those expenses were a waste. Yet she felt no regret since it was his card being used. She was not at a loss. In the end, Lin Feng opened the car door for Su Qing. After she settled inside, noticing Guan Muxin's continued cold demeanor, she deliberately averted her gaze. The silence persisted throughout the ride home. Upon entering the house, a tidy woman in her 50s approached with a smile and said, "Young master, young mistress, you have returned. Dinner is ready, featuring all the dishes you love, and, of course, those that you adore as well." Su Qing scrutinized the woman before her, confirming that she had never met her, and then cast a suspicious glance at Guan Muxin. However, Guan Muxin offered no explanation. Instead, while changing his shoes, he remarked, "Let us commence the meal. I have arrangements later this afternoon." Understood. The woman nodded and proceeded to set the table. Su Qing pondered, judging by her attire and manner, she must be a housekeeper. It seems Guan Muxin is quite considerate, realizing I need to rest for a few days and thus employed someone to manage the household. Instantly, Su Qing's irritation dissipated. For during their time together, she had discovered that although Guan Muxin was often unpredictable and temperamental, he possessed a warm heart, frequently considering others' needs. He simply lacked the means to express it. Why should she be vexed with a stubborn mule who remained indifferent, ultimately risking her own peace? The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup: braised pork ribs, pickled jellyfish, stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with loofah, and seafood tofu soup. The stir-fried shredded potatoes were Su Qing's favorite, a dish she had prepared several times since moving here. What had the housekeeper just said? That there were dishes she loved? Was she referring to the shredded potatoes? How did she know it was her favorite? At that moment, Su Qing glanced up at Guan Mushun across the table. Surely he must have informed the housekeeper. Despite his unlikable demeanor, he was quite attentive, prompting a smile to play on her lips. "Chenma, please sit down and join us," Guan Mushun said, glancing at the housekeeper standing before the table. "Young master, that is not the custom." Chenma replied with a smile. Su Qing then looked at the woman referred to as Chenma, sensing a familiarity between them. Guan Mushun frowned, saying, "This is not the provincial capital." Upon hearing this, Chenma nodded and took a bowl of rice, sitting in a corner to eat slowly, appearing quite reserved, barely touching the dishes. Observing this, Guan Mushun took it upon himself to serve her a generous portion of food, which seemed to fluster Chenma even more. Just as Su Qing was filled with curiosity about Chenma, Guan Mushun spoke up. "Chenma has been with my family for many years, caring for my needs since childhood. Given your current health, I specifically brought her from the provincial capital to look after you." No wonder Guan Mushun treated Chenma with such respect, and why Chenma appeared so reserved. Their relationship was of that nature. "Then it shall be hard work for you, Chenma," Su Qing said with a smile. In truth, she felt that Guan Mushun was somewhat overreacting. Her health was quite good, and there was no need for someone to tend to her. Nonetheless, as it was his decision, she accepted it graciously. This time, Guan Mushun ate leisurely, consuming little, which caused Su Qing to furrow her brows in concern. In previous instances, although he consumed his meals with such grace, he indeed ate quite a substantial amount. Why then does he eat so little this time? Aunt Chun, who has always cared for him, should be well aware of his tastes. At that moment, Aunt Chun furrowed her brow and remarked, "Young master, why do you eat so sparingly? No wonder you have yet to gain weight." "My appetite has always been this way. I have had my fill," replied Guan Mushun, as he pushed his bowl of rice aside and rose to leave. Su Qing, puzzled, heard Aunt Chun add, "The young master has never had a large appetite." Su Qing couldn't help but frown. Does he truly have a small appetite? After all, it was only the first time he devoured all the dishes she prepared. Could it be that he had gone 2 days without a meal? "Young mistress, you should eat more. You are now nourishing too," Aunt Chun said with a smile. Chapter 50. Discontent. Su Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. Tentatively, she inquired, "Chenma, are there any other members in the Gu family?" Her curiosity about Guan Mushun's family was piqued, especially given the prominence of his parents, which undoubtedly came with numerous conventions. Earlier, he had mentioned that they were not at the ancestral home, hence Chenma felt at ease to join them for dinner. Did he have siblings? Or were there circumstances? During idle moments, Su Qing couldn't help but ponder these questions. "Did the young master not mention it to you?" Chenma asked, her expression one of surprise. Su Qing was taken aback and quickly replied, "You know how he is, Mushun. He is reluctant to discuss familial matters. That's just his temperament." Chenma nodded in understanding. Relieved, Su Qing realized her observations were indeed correct. Shortly thereafter, Chenma continued, "All the elders of the Guan family have passed away. Now, only the master and mistress remain, and the young lady has gone abroad for her studies. The young master seldom returns, so the household is quite tranquil." Oh, Sui Nadiv. It appeared that his family was relatively uncomplicated. She found herself amused by her own nosiness. Even though she had obtained a marriage certificate with Guan Mushun, they were not a typical couple, and she might never need to engage with his family. After their meal, as Chenma began to clear the table, Su Qing offered to help, but Chenma insisted she refrain. Thus, Su Qing retreated to the living room. Just as she settled onto the sofa, she noticed Guan Mushun descending the stairs. The moment he emerged, Su Qing was captivated by his presence. He had changed into an outfit that was a departure from his usual monochromatic black suit, donning a striking silver suit complemented by a sky blue shirt and a burgundy tie. Upon seeing his attire, Su Qing felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh, yet she stifled it, concerned that he might notice. Wasn't his outfit a tad too flamboyant? She remembered purchasing these items just days prior, intending for each piece to coordinate with his black suit to alleviate the monotony of his daily ensemble. However, he had chosen to wear them all at once, creating an effect reminiscent of a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Guan Mushun approached her, his expression dark as he scrutinized her. "What are you laughing at?" he demanded. Realizing she could not evade his gaze, Su Qing quickly raised her face and replied, I just recalled a rather amusing joke. Guan Mushun was not easily deceived. His eyes lingered on her face for a brief moment before he stated, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps you should change back. Su Qing, reluctant to see him revert to his somber black attire, sprang to her feet and grasped his arm. Just wear it for a while. You'll get used to it. It's far better than that dreary black ensemble. Really? Guan Mushun, for the first time, displayed a hint of uncertainty. Absolutely, without a doubt. Su Qing affirmed with fervent nods. After glancing down at his attire once more, Guan Mushun finally decided, fine, I'll listen to you this time. Su Qing vigorously nodded, signaling her approval, although she couldn't deny that his current outfit was indeed quite eye-catching. Before departing, Guan Mushun leaned in and whispered something in her ear. That evening, you moved back to the master bedroom. I did not wish for Aunt Chin to gossip. Oh! Su Qing looked at Guan Mushun in astonishment. Guan Mushun's lips curled slightly before he picked up his briefcase and exited the house. After his departure, Su Qing sat on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably to the point where her stomach ached. Thus, every time she recalled the incident, laughter erupted from her, and she found herself chuckling for an entire afternoon. However, despite her amusement, Su Qing dared not disobey Guan Mushun's instructions and promptly relocated from the guest room to the master bedroom to rest. In the afternoon, when Aunt Shun came upstairs to clean, she inquired curiously, Madam, are you and a young master sleeping in separate beds? Noting Aunt Chin's exaggerated surprise, Su Qing quickly replied, Oh, I am experiencing significant pregnancy symptoms and have light sleep. Sometimes, Mushun snores, which affects my rest. So, when his snoring becomes quite loud, I move to the guest room. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chin remarked, I see. Given your special circumstances, it is understandable. However, this should not become a habit. Let me tell you, couples who sleep apart tend to grow distant. Through half a day's interaction, Su Qing recognized that Aunt Chin was quite talkative, yet earnest and efficient in her work, paying great attention to cleanliness. Thus, she did not harbor any dislike towards her. Nonetheless, there were moments when Aunt Chin's chatter seemed incessant. However, it appeared that Aunt Shun moderated her speech somewhat in Guan Mushun's presence, as if the rules of his ancestral home held her tongue in check. With a polite smile, Su Qing merely acknowledged Aunt Chin's words. Seeing Su Qing's silence, Aunt Chin continued, You must not dismiss what I say. The master and mistress began sleeping apart over a decade ago, and now their relationship has grown cold, truly devoid of affection. Su Qing gazed at Aunt Shun in surprise, pondering, did Guan Mushun's parents have a troubled relationship? Noticing the astonishment in Su Qing's eyes, Aunt Shun sensed she had revealed too much and quickly laughed, saying, Oh dear, the young master instructed me to ensure you rest well. Look at me, chatting away when you need your rest. I'll go downstairs to tidy up. You take a moment to relax. With that, Aunt Chin departed with her cloth in hand. Once Aunt Shun was gone, Su Qing couldn't help but reflect. No wonder Guan Mushun's demeanor was so aloof. Could it be related to the environment in which he was raised? The distant relationship of his parents might easily influence a child's temperament. She found herself inexplicably sympathizing with Guan Mushun. Although he was born with a silver spoon, his childhood might not have been filled with happiness, akin to her own experience growing up in a fractured family. With this thought, a wave of tenderness washed over her heart. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the door was suddenly flung open, startling Su Qing awake from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she saw Guan Mushun entering with a dark expression. He approached the chaise longue, swiftly removing his silver suit and tossing his burgundy tie onto the sofa. After seating himself, he emotionally undid a few buttons of his shirt. Noticing that Guan Mushun was in a foul mood, Su Qing cautiously inquired, Why are you back so early today? Should I stay there and be a spectacle for others? Guan Mushun replied coldly. Su Qing turned over and got out of bed, poured a glass of water, and placed it before him. Then she cautiously sat in front of him, offering a smile, and remarked, Who would dare to treat you like a monkey? They might as well go home and watch Journey to the West. Were you doing it on purpose? Gvan Mui Sharp Gauze Vixitid O Su Qing. Doing what on purpose? Su Qing asked, bewildered. Making me dress like this. Guan Mu pointed to his light blue shirt. At that moment, Su Qing realized the reason. He must have been ridiculed for his attire, yet she still had to feign innocence. What did someone say? Su Qing inquired. Chapter 51. Daydreaming. Guan Mushin cast a fleeting glance at Su Qing. A business associate inquired whether my image designer was complimentary. Hearing this, Su Qing could not help but chuckle softly. Are you still laughing? Guan Mushin furrowed his brows, his expression exceedingly unnatural. It was the first time Su Qing witnessed him in such a state. Fearing she might truly vex the capitalist, she quickly stifled her laughter and remarked, Your outfit today is slightly flamboyant, though not entirely unappealing. The main issue lies in its incongruity with your usual demeanor. These garments were purchased with the intention of complementing your black suit. Just imagine how the sky blue shirt would exude vitality alongside the black suit, or how the burgundy tie would bestow elegance when paired with a black shirt. This silver suit, when worn with a white shirt, would soften your aura, rendering you more refined. Guan Mushin appeared to absorb Su Qing's words, moving to the dressing mirror to assess the color combinations she suggested. Witnessing a subtle transformation in him warmed Su Qing's heart. Despite his inherent reticence, he had engaged with her, if only in brief exchanges. Especially that evening. As they shared the same bed, her pregnancy notwithstanding, they were unable to engage in intimacy, yet the occasional physical contact felt surprisingly pleasant, and Su Qing found herself wholly unresistant to it. For an entire week, Su Qing spent most of her time in bed, not out of laziness, but due to Chun Ma's unwavering adherence to Guan Mushin's directives. Aside from meals and restroom visits, Chun Ma steadfastly prohibited Su Qing from undertaking any other activities, preparing an array of dishes for each meal, with a variety of soups served daily. At 25, Su Qing had never experienced such a languid existence, resulting in a weight gain of 5 pounds over the week, while her pregnancy symptoms appeared to gradually subside. One afternoon, feeling restless, Su Qing could no longer resist sending a WeChat message to Guan Mushin. Esteemed Mr. Guan, could you possibly persuade Chen Ma to allow me a stroll? I feel as though I'm about to mildew. During a meeting, Guan Mushin, upon reading her message, couldn't help but smirk, promptly replying, If you're feeling musty, I shall take you out for some sunlight tomorrow. Surprised by his swift response and the prospect of an outing, Su Qing's spirits soared. She quickly typed a reply, Great. Where shall you take me to bask in the sun tomorrow? Guan Mushin, gripping his phone while observing the executive presenting a report, felt his device vibrate. He discreetly glanced at his phone, noting Su Qing's response, and typed a few words in return. The old residence in the provincial capital. When Su Qing read those words, a wave of panic washed over her. The old residence in the provincial capital? That was Guan Mushin's parents' home. He was intending to take her home. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. If you have matters to attend to at home, feel free to return without concern for me. After all, Shema will be taking care of me. Su Qing contemplated for a moment and quickly sent a WeChat message in response. Yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts. What does Guan Mushin mean by this? Why has he suddenly decided to bring her home? Do his parents know about their marriage? Upon reading her message, Guan Mushin's lips curled slightly. He could easily discern that she was merely making excuses and that she must be quite anxious. Thus, playfully, he crafted another message and sent it. I have informed my parents about our marriage, and they wish to meet you. Please prepare yourself. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Receiving this text, Su Qing was momentarily stunned. She, the unrefined daughter-in-law, was to meet her in-laws? Good heavens! She was utterly unprepared for this. After sending a reply to Guan Mushin, she slipped on her shoes and went to find Chen Ma. All right, was the succinct response Su Qing sent back. Upon reading those 2 words, Guan Mushin could almost envision Su Qing's bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile, genuinely this time. The executives present were taken aback by this sudden display of amusement, for their usually reserved president seemed to have momentarily lost himself in thought during what was supposed to be a crucial meeting. At that moment, the executive presenting the report paused, lowering the materials in hand, and said, Guan, I have completed my report. After a brief hesitation, Guan Mushin finally responded, hastily putting down his phone and sitting up straight. Excellent. Let us proceed to the next agenda item. The presenter appeared taken aback and tentatively reminded him. Didn't you say you wanted to provide some instructions regarding this matter? Oh, come to my office after the meeting. I have a few questions I wish to discuss with you in detail, and I do not wish to take up everyone's time here, Guan Mushan replied earnestly. The reporting executive, believing the president would value his report, sat down, feeling quite pleased with himself. Guan Mushan, however, was keenly aware of his surroundings, his reflexes sharp. He had indeed been distracted and had not absorbed the entirety of the report, and given the importance of the matter at hand, he would need to revisit it later in his office. Su Qing hurried to the kitchen to find Chen Ma, holding her to sit on the couch in the living room. Young mistress, I am still simmering soup on the stove, Chen Ma remarked with a furrowed brow. Soup can simmer a little longer without issue, Chen Ma. Mu Shun is taking me back to the ancestral home in the provincial capital tomorrow, Su Qing replied, her face reflecting her unease. Hearing this, Chen Ma smiled and said, Young mistress, now that you and the young master are married, it is only natural to visit your in-laws. I understand, but I'm quite nervous. Please tell me about my mother-in-law and father-in-law's temperaments. What kind of daughter-in-law do they prefer? For instance, what should I wear and what gifts would be appropriate? Su Qing's mind was in a whirl at this moment. After a moment's thought, Chen Ma replied, the master is very kind. As long as you are respectful and polite, you will have no issues with him. As for the madam, she is shrewd and assertive. Even after many years in the Guan family, I have yet to fully grasp what kind of daughter-in-law she favors. What does that imply? Su Qing harbored a certain premonition that Gu Mushan's mother would prove to be rather formidable. Throughout his life, the young master had encountered numerous girls, yet none had ever captured her discerning eye. However, Chen Ma, with her forthright demeanor, seemed to have come to recognize that Su Qing was indeed a commendable young lady over the past few days, and thus she spoke candidly to her. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Noticing the strain on her face, Chen Ma quickly offered reassurance. Young mistress, do not lose heart. After all, you are already married to the young master. Regardless of how his mother feels, she must ultimately accept you. Just make an effort to win her favor. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Su Qing pondered this and nodded in agreement. Chapter 52. A lifetime of confinement despite Chen Ma's objections. Su Qing changed her clothes and prepared to go out. Chen Ma, bound by her duties, naturally blocked Su Qing at the door. Madam, the young master instructed that you should not leave the house. If I allow you to go out, he will blame me upon his return. As she put on her shoes, Su Qing replied, I will bear the consequences, Chen Ma. I do not have appropriate attire to meet my in-laws. Do you not understand how crucial first impressions are? Do you wish for my in-laws to hold a poor opinion of me forever? After some contemplation, Chen Ma conceded. Then I shall accompany you, so that I may provide assistance should anything arise. You are truly kind, Chen Ma, Su exclaimed, taking her hand as they headed to the department store. In the span of an afternoon, Su Qing purchased several outfits, shoes, and bags, all charged to the capitalist card, as it was only fitting that he foot the bill for a visit to his parents. By the time Su Qing and Chen Ma returned, the city was aglow with lights, and Guan Mushan sat with a stern expression on the living room sofa. Young master, you have returned? Chen Ma, laden with numerous shopping bags, spoke with trepidation. What have you been doing? Guan Mushan's gaze fell upon Su Qing. I accompanied the young madam on a shopping trip, Chen Ma hastily replied. Did I not instruct you that she was not to leave the house? Guan Mushan shot a glance at Su Qing before fixing his gaze on Chen Ma. Before Chen Ma could respond, Su Qing stepped forward, addressing Guan Mushan as if she were under interrogation. Do not blame Chen Ma. It was I who insisted she accompany me to shop. Guan Mushan's displeasure deepened as he observed the defiant Su Qing, his eyes darkening. I will go prepare dinner, Chen Ma said, frightened, hastily placing the bags on the sofa and slipping quietly into the kitchen. You think I would not dare to impose consequences upon you, do you? Guan Mushan's voice was strained, his gaze piercing as it bore into Su Qing. In an act of defiance, Su Qing turned and sat down on the sofa, rubbing her aching legs. I know you dare. You have always been ruthless. Speak plainly. Do you wish to tear me to pieces or flay me alive? Su Qing's brazen demeanor ignited Guan Mushan's ire. He abruptly stood, pointing at the nonchalant Su Qing. You are carrying a child, so I cannot dismantle you, nor can I flay you alive. However, I can ensure you never leave this house for the rest of your life. With that, He stormed upstairs in a fit of anger. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qing rolled her eyes, thinking, this man is utterly tyrannical. Is it really such a grave matter to go shopping? In her frustration, she kicked a cushion off the sofa, seeing that the young master had ascended the stairs. Chun Ma hurried from the kitchen, softly advising Su Qing, Madam, the young master responds better to gentle persuasion. You should go and appease him. Unieldin, suindri tortiv. I have no time to placate him. I require someone to soothe me. With a furrowed brow, Chun Ma earnestly advised, Young mistress, one cannot confront a man with sheer force. You must learn the art of strategy. When he is obstinate, you should yield. When he softens, you may assert yourself. You must master the subtleties of keeping a man firmly within your grasp. Hearing this, Su Qing gazed at Chun Ma and, after a moment, chuckled. Chun Ma, how come you sound like a love expert? How many romances did you have in your youth? Su Qing's words brought a flush to Chun Ma's face, prompting her to quickly change the subject. You should hurry upstairs and explain to young master that you went out to buy something for the sake of visiting your in-laws. Chun Ma shoved a bag from the sofa into Su Qing's hands and pushed her toward the stairs. Alas, what could Su Qing do with such a devoted servant? Standing at the master bedroom door, laden with various bags, she hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed about entering this way, thus deciding to turn back toward the guest room. Just then, the master bedroom door swung open unexpectedly. Su Qing turned to see Guan Mushun standing in the doorway, his expression icy. Startled, she fumbled and dropped the bags, which scattered across the floor. Oh, she exclaimed, her body swaying slightly. Observing this, Guan Mushun swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. His voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Su Qing, placing a hand on her forehead, replied sweetly, I'm fine, just felt a bit dizzy all of a sudden. Guan Mushun bent down to lift her effortlessly, cradling her in his arms as he stepped into the master bedroom. His strong arms and broad embrace made any earlier discomfort vanish from Su Qing's mind. As he gently placed her on the bed and returned with a glass of warm water, he softly admonished, You must have overexerted yourself this afternoon. Do you understand that you are pregnant? Straining yourself excessively can lead to a miscarriage. You should not only consider yourself, but also the baby within you. I realize my mistake, Su Qing murmured, her gaze dropping in guilt. She wasn't remorseful for not heeding Guan Mushun's words. Rather, she felt a pang of guilt for having feigned a fainting spell after he opened the door, discarding her bags in the process. Her intention had merely been to soften his demeanor, yet his palpable concern had caught her off guard, leaving her feeling guilty for causing him worry. Gradually, Guan Mushun's frown eased, as if his anger had dissipated. This afternoon, I received numerous notifications about your spending. Looks like you had quite the shopping spree, he remarked, pulling out his phone to peruse the messages. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes widened as she snatched the phone from his hand. Glancing down, she confirmed the details of her afternoon expenditures were indeed all there. It turned out he had linked his phone number to her card, allowing him to track every transaction, including time and location. A sense of disappointment washed over her as she returned the phone, lying down on the bed, feeling as if she were under surveillance. The prospect of shopping in the future now felt laden with pressure. Noticing her pout, Guan Mushun furrowed his brow. Hey, what's wrong? Such a trifling amount of money does not weigh on my mind. I feel as though I possess no privacy. Suvink furuit herbereis, semingvitrublit. I am now your husband. What further privacy do you seek? Guan Mushun's voice resonated as his profound gaze fixated intently upon Su Qing. His penetrating stare instilled a sense of unease within her, prompting her to sit up and clutch a cushion to her chest. Why do you look at me like that? She inquired. I am contemplating whether I have yet to fully understand you, Guan Mushun replied, reaching out to snatch the cushion from her embrace. Tossing it onto the floor and leaning closer, his hands pressing down on either side of her head. Chapter 53. I am no beast, his gaze profound and penetrating, locked onto her, causing Su Qing to hold her breath, her eyes wide with surprise at his ambiguous expression. What do you intend to do? At this moment, she resembled a startled fawn. Guan Mukin, suddenly intrigued, curled his lips into a subtle smile and inquired, What do you think I'm going to do? That doctor said I'm currently pregnant and cannot. Su Qing hesitated, biting her lip, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Cannot do what? Guan Yukin's eyes darkened with curiosity. Cannot engage in marital relations, Su Qing boldly declared. Yet, the moment the words left her lips, her ears flushed crimson. She felt a wave of anxiety, for he was a formidable presence. Should he choose to overpower her, she would be utterly helpless. Upon hearing her confession, Guan Yukin seemed instantly satisfied. Rising from the bed, he approached the window, drew back the sheer curtains, and turned to Su Qing, who had sat up in bed. Who said I wish to engage in marital relations with you? I am no beast. At that moment, a triumphant smile graced his face, as if he found amusement in the misunderstanding. Realizing she had been tricked, Su Qing promptly hurled a cushion at him. How dare you toy with me? Just as you once said, it is your own impure thoughts that lead you to dwell on such matters, Guan Yukin chuckled. Hearing this, Su Qing was reminded of that day in his office when he had tossed her small garment, accidentally left in the bathtub, onto his desk, claiming she was trying to seduce him. She had retorted with his own words, and now he had returned the jest. Fuming, Su Qing rushed up to him, pointing an accusatory finger at his chest. Are you seeking revenge on me? Guan Yukin, however, merely flicked her forehead with a gentle touch, his eyes sparkling with a semblance of affection. I am merely speaking the truth. At that moment, the glimmer in his eyes was unmistakable to Su Qing, and her anger dissipated like mist, replaced by an exhilarating flutter in her heart. She turned and walked to the foot of the bed, retrieving the items from her shopping bags. I went to the department store today to buy clothes and shoes. I wasn't sure what kind of attire your mother prefers, so I wanted to leave a good impression on your parents, to spare you any awkwardness later, Su Qing explained, measuring the garments against herself, as if justifying her afternoon outing. Guan Yukin seemed touched by her thoughtfulness. Approaching her as he said, Is that so? Then allow me to assist you in selecting an outfit for tomorrow. After deliberation, Guan Yukin chose a pair of black cropped harem pants, a white lace-trimmed blouse, a black classic handbag, and a pair of black high-heeled shoes. This ensemble should be splendid, demure yet elegant, he remarked, eyeing the clothes in her hands. Then I shall heed your advice. Su Qing replied, her spirits lifted as she joyfully gathered the clothes and shoes. Yet, a lingering trepidation remained in her heart. Just before bedtime, she turned to Guan Yukin and asked, I've heard your mother is quite strict. Is that true? Guan Yukin, his sleepy eyes barely open, pulled Su Qing into his embrace as he lay back down. Tomorrow, you shall witness it for yourself. Please do not be like this. Quickly tell me about your mother's temperament, her hobbies, and her culinary preferences, Su Qing inquired with a flurry of questions. As for my mother, Guan Mushin had already succumbed to slumber, his murmurs fading into dreams. Hey, Su Qing, feeling helpless, nudged him, but his snoring had already commenced. She reluctantly turned over and lay down, finding herself restless and unable to sleep. Early the next day, Guan Mushin and Su Qing prepared to set forth to the provincial city. Su Qing's attire today was that of a pure and graceful maiden, captivating Guan Mushin's attention, particularly her hair cascading beautifully down her back, prompting him to reach out and touch it. Previously, Su Qing was often clad in black professional attire or casual wear. Her experiences and character had never allowed her to don anything overtly feminine. This time, however, was a complete transformation, accentuated by her light makeup and deliberate slow movements, a fa to conceal her usually fiery temperament. Lin Feng drove ahead, while Su Qing sat upright, careful not to wrinkle her clothes. After nearly 3 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the Guan family's ancestral home at 11 o'clock. Standing before a villa nestled in the bustling city center, Su Qing felt a surge of anxiety. Though located in a lively area, it was a serene oasis amidst the chaos. Merely 200 meters away lay the bustling city. Yet here, an unusual tranquility prevailed, in close proximity to the municipal government and a lakeside park. The villa, though modest in size, was surrounded by tall walls, towering as high as 2 stories, revealing only glimpses of its green-tiled roof and crimson entrance. The interior remained shrouded from the eyes of passers-by, save for the large phoenix tree that stretched its branches over the wall. Remarkably, less than 50 meters from the villa stood a security post, complete with a small booth, a police car, and a soldier on duty. Noticing Su Qing's apprehension, Guan Mushin could not help but chuckle. You, who fear neither heaven nor earth, why you seem so anxious today? Is it that the ugly daughter-in-law fears meeting her in-laws? At this, Su Qing raised her chin defiantly. I am not anxious at all. I am merely unaccustomed to this unfamiliar environment. At that moment, Lin Feng approached, carrying the gifts prepared by Guan Mushin for the introduction to his parents, and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a young maid in her 20s opened the door, and upon seeing Lin Feng and Guan Mushin, she respectfully ushered them in. Young master, Assistant Lin. The maid cast a curious glance at Su Qing, but did not greet her. Guan Mushin, glancing at the maid, displayed a seriousness that contrasted with his earlier lightheartedness. This is the young mistress. Greetings, young mistress. The maid promptly bowed deeply to Su Qing, leaving her feeling quite bashful, for she had never before been treated with such deference. Upon stepping through the entrance, Su Qing was greeted by a modest artificial hill. Turning past the hill, she beheld a lush expanse of verdant lawn, adorned with a pathway of cobblestones winding through its center. To the left of the courtyard stood a grand trellis, beneath which rested intricately carved stone tables and benches. To the right loomed the tall phoenix tree, visible even from outside the courtyard, surrounded by a plethora of blooming flowers. With little time to appreciate the beauty of the surroundings, Su Qing followed Guan Mushin into the villa. Chapter 54. This is the aristocracy upon entering the villa. One is greeted by a modest yet elegant foyer, adorned in a traditional Chinese style, where even the shoe rack is crafted from exquisite mahogany. The vases displayed atop the foyer cabinet are evidently antiques, reminiscent of items one might encounter in museums or the homes of high-ranking executives. Though Su Qing lacks the expertise to fully appreciate their worth, after changing her shoes, she finally steps into the living room, where the furnishings are composed of precious mahogany, exuding a sense of weightiness and grandeur. The decor, featuring porcelain, jade artifacts, and calligraphy, imbues the space with the aura of a royal residence, causing Su Qing to momentarily hold her breath. Seated in a Ming-style mahogany armchair is a middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s. He sports gold-rimmed glasses and is dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, exuding the demeanor of a high-ranking official. Unlike Guan Mushin, his features are not austere but rather warm when he smiles. Observing the resemblance between this man and Guan Mushin, particularly in the contours of their faces and noses, it becomes clear that he is Guan Mushin's father. A few meters away in the living room, there is a chaise longue that starkly contrasts with the villa's decor. Perched upon it is a middle-aged woman, resplendent in her attire. Though she appears to be in her 50s, her well-maintained skin is fair and delicate, and her meticulously shaped eyebrows are slightly arched, suggesting a heavier makeup application, possibly to conceal fine lines. However, her gaze bears a sharp intensity, lacking the warmth of her husband's demeanor. Su Qing surmises that this must be Guan Mushin's mother, noting the striking similarity in their eyes. Reflecting on it now, the cold and aloof aura that Guan Mushin emanates may well be inherited from his mother, Lu Yuan, whose eyes possess an even sharper, more astute quality. In that fleeting moment of appraisal, the couple's scrutinizing gazes traverse Su Qing's form, particularly the piercing gaze of Guan Mushin's mother, which could be likened to a pair of daggers. To her bewilderment, both parents seem taken aback upon noticing her presence, leaving Su Qing puzzled as to why. In the next instant, she feels a tightening around her waist. Glancing down, she sees Guan Mushin's arm encircling her, and with a respectful demeanor yet devoid of a smile, he introduces her. Dad, Mom, this is my wife, Su Qing. Su Qing hastily bows her head, offering hello, Dad, Mom. At this moment, Lin Feng appropriately places a gift on the coffee table, addressing them. Sir, Madam, this is a present prepared by the young mistress for you. Feeling the intensity of Lu Yun's gaze fixed upon her, Su Qing quickly lowers her eyes. Meanwhile, Guan Mingqi, Guan Mushin's father, sets aside his newspaper with a benevolent smile, saying, it's little Su. Please, sit down and let us converse. Thank you, Father, Su Qing replies gratefully, as Guan Mushin gently guides her to a 3-seater mahogany sofa. At that moment, a young maid enters with tea, and Su Qing feels a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. The opulence of this aristocratic household, replete with an array of antiques and the luxurious embroidered carpet beneath her feet, amplifies her sense of being an outsider in this elevated social sphere. At that moment, Guan Mingqi received a sudden phone call. Rising while donning his attire, he addressed Lu Yun, stating that a delegation from the central government was visiting and he needed to meet with them. He urged her to treat Xiao Su well and not to slight her. Your son has brought home a daughter-in-law. Would I dare to be negligent? Lu Yun's first utterance upon Su Qing's entrance not only rendered Su Qing somewhat uncomfortable, but also caused a slight unease for both Guan Mingqi and his son, Guan Yukin. Having experienced much in life, Guan Mingqi quickly laughed it off, remarking that at their age, one should not indulge in childish temperaments. It was merely a minor disagreement with his son, and surely it should not affect his daughter-in-law. Even Su Qing, despite her simplicity, could discern that Lu Yun was dissatisfied with her as a daughter-in-law. Guan Mingqi was attempting to shield his wife, and she lowered her head, pretending to be oblivious, while feeling the warmth of the hand clasping hers. This simple gesture sent a wave of warmth through Su Qing's heart. In truth, why should she feel inferior? Why should she overly concern herself with the attitudes of Guan Yukin's parents? Her marriage to him was not born of love or a desire for their power. She merely wished to bestow a name upon the child growing within her. With that purpose fulfilled, everything else seemed trivial. Thinking thus, Su Qing felt a sense of calm wash over her. Xiao Su, this will be your home from now on. There is no need for formality. I have work today. We shall dine together another time. Guan Mingqi smiled as he approached her. Su Qing promptly stood and nodded, expressing her gratitude with a heartfelt, "Thank you, Dad." Subsequently, Guan Mingqi moved toward the entrance, where a secretary in a suit awaited, whispering a few words before they departed the villa together. Once Guan Mingqi had left, the house fell silent for a few seconds before Lu Yun broke the stillness. I hear you previously worked at Shengshi? Upon hearing this, Su Qing realized that Guan Yukin had likely briefed his mother about her background, and she nodded in acknowledgement. I worked in the finance department at Shengshi. So you are involved in finance. No wonder you are so calculating, Lu Yun remarked, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Immediately, Su Qing comprehended the implication of her words. Lu Yun must believe that she was after her son's wealth, employing all manner of schemes to marry into the Guan family. The disdainful smile, tinged with sarcasm, irked Su Qing, who held a sense of pride. Yet for the sake of Guan Yukin's honor, she refrained from rebuttal, choosing to endure the moment. What other family members do you have? Lu Yun cresceron, noticing sununtai Qing silence. I live with my mother and sister, Su Qing replied. This prompted a frown from Lu Yun. What about your father? Is he deceased or divorced from your mother? At that moment, Su Qing perceived the scorn in Lu Yun's gaze. Courageously meeting her eyes, she responded with dignity. He left 15 years ago for his mistress. Since then, the term father has been absent from my life. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from mentioning him in my presence in the future. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lu Yun's eyes, likely stemming from both the plight of Su Qing and her audacious response. He nodded in contemplative acknowledgement, realizing the situation at hand. What does your mother do for a living? Lu Yun continued to inquire. Su Qing replied with remarkable speed, before I found employment. My mother took on odd jobs. Since I've started working, she has been managing household affairs, while my younger sister is still in school. Currently, aside from my uncle's family, we have no other relatives. A few years ago, our family faced considerable hardships, and our relatives distanced themselves, fearing we might seek financial assistance. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Chapter 55. Unyielding yet respectful before Lu Yun could utter a word, Su Qing interjected, Mother, is there anything else you wish to inquire about? You may ask all at once, and I shall respond in kind. This remark incensed Lu Yun, who slammed her teacup onto the table with considerable force, rebuking, Do you realize whom you are addressing? Regardless of the circumstances, I am your elder. Your lack of decorum is astounding. Have you no understanding of the concept of upbringing? In response to Lu Yun's ire, Su Qing remained composed and retorted, Mother, you assert your status as my elder. So, does that imply you have accepted me, as your daughter-in-law? This counter-question left Lu Yun momentarily flustered. Her original intent was to pose some questions intended to belittle Su Qing, subsequently using their differing social standings as an excuse to reject her as a daughter-in-law. Instead, she found herself bested in this verbal exchange. Watching from the sidelines, Guan Mushin had anticipated stepping in once Su Qing faltered. However, he was taken aback to see her manage to infuriate her own mother so effectively. It was well known that his mother was a formidable figure, having bested many in the past. Yet today, she was chastened by a young woman. This unexpected turn of events elicited a chuckle from him. Guan Mushin's laughter only served to further incite Lu Yun's fury, her complexion darkening as she exclaimed, "Mushin, look at the kind of person you have brought home. How dare she confront me so boldly? What sort of family do we belong to? Are you not concerned about the embarrassment she may cause when you take her out? Mother, I am aware of her shortcomings, which is why I had no intention of introducing her to any prestigious gatherings. It was merely your and Father's insistence that compelled me to bring her to meet you," Guan Mushin replied with a hint of irreverence. Su Qing turned to observe Guan Mushin, then glanced at Lu Yun's sullen face, sensing a long-standing discord between the mother and son. Guan Mushin did not strike her as a man of rebellion. Perhaps there were deep-seated grievances between them. You would do well to remember your words today. Henceforth, ensure that she is excluded from all family gatherings and corporate events. Lu Yun retorted sharply. Instead of acquiescing to his mother, Guan Mushin directed his attention to the nearby maid, saying, "Xiao Qin, please escort the young mistress to my room upstairs to freshen up." "Yes," Xiao Qin replied promptly, moving to lead Su Qing away, understanding that the mother and son likely had matters to discuss that were not meant for her ears. Su Qing willingly rose to follow Xiao Qin upstairs. Xiao Qin guided her to a spacious room on the upper floor, decorated in the same classical redwood style as the lower level. The room featured an imposing redwood bed, cabinet, desk, and bookshelf, all exuding an air of grandeur, adorned with calligraphy and paintings that seemed at odds with Guan Mushin's demeanor. She had not anticipated that he had been raised in such an environment. "Young mistress, the washroom is on the left," Xiao Qin indicated. "You may leave now," Su Qing instructed, and with that, Xiao Qin departed. Su Qing glanced around the room before retreating to the restroom to touch up her makeup and wash her hands. Subsequently, she inexplicably exited the bedroom and stood at the staircase for a moment, uncertain of when Guan Mushin might ascend. A sudden longing for home enveloped her. At that moment, the voices of the mother and son below drifted into her ears. "Mushi, have you not yet moved on from your previous relationship?" That Su Qing Lu Yun began, but Guan Mushi interrupted her. "Mother, I am fully aware of my actions. You need not worry. Are you seeking revenge against me?" Lu Yun's voice escalated after a brief silence. "You are my mother. Why would I seek revenge against you? Besides, I would never use my marriage as a means of retribution." Guan Mushi's tone was imbued with icy resolve. Upon hearing this, Su Qing furrowed her brow. Was there truly animosity between them? Their exchange bore an undertone of tension. What did Guan Mushi's mother mean by mentioning a past relationship? Did she imply that Guan Mushi was still in love with his former girlfriend? Su Qing found herself perplexed yet irresistibly curious, compelling her to eavesdrop further despite knowing it was impolite. After all, the conversation contained elements pertaining to her. Isn't marrying such a woman a form of revenge against me? She lacks both family background and talent. Even if she is somewhat attractive, she falls far short of breathtaking beauty. What do you truly see in her? Do you not understand the nature of our family? Bringing home such a daughter-in-law would tarnish my reputation. Lu Yun's voice was laced with desperation. "She is carrying my child," was all Guan Mushi replied to Lu Yun's aggressive inquiries. At this revelation, Lu Yun momentarily fell silent, only to erupt in indignation. "I knew that Su Qing must have employed some underhanded tactics, so she is leveraging her pregnancy for position. Son, how could you be so naive? What of having a child? We could terminate it. At worst, we could provide her with a sum of money to disappear. Must you bring that lowly woman into our home?" At these words, Su Qing's chest swelled with rage. In her previous fiery temperament, she would have rushed down to confront Lu Yun or, at the very least, grabbed her belongings and left. However, now that she was married, she had to consider Guan Mushi's dignity, as he had consistently defended her in his words. Indeed, Guan Mushi's voice soon resonated from downstairs. "Mother, marriage is my personal affair, and I ask that you refrain from using such derogatory language to insult Su Qing, for she is my wife, your daughter-in-law, and will be the mother of your grandchildren. Whether you acknowledge it or not, we are now a family." Upon hearing these words, Su Qing beamed with joy. Though her bond with Guan Mushi was not particularly profound, his willingness to stand up for her in front of his mother filled her with an unprecedented sense of happiness. In the past, during her relationship with her former boyfriend, Tianming, his parents disapproved of their union. After all, she came from a fractured family, bearing the heavy responsibilities of supporting her mother and funding her sister's education. It was hardly surprising that his parents opposed their relationship. However, Tianming lacked the courage to openly defy his parents. Instead, he clandestinely maintained their connection, keeping it hidden from his family for several years. Reflecting on the painful memories, Su Qing pondered that regardless of where her journey with Guan Mushin might lead, at the very least, this man had never inflicted emotional harm upon her and had provided her with care in numerous ways. Deep down, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Soon after, Su Qing decided against eavesdropping on the conversation between mother and son, opting instead to retreat into Guan Mushin's bedroom. Chapter 56. Consideration. Approximately half an hour later, the door was gently pushed open. Su Qing, who was admiring an ancient painting against the wall, turned to see Guan Yukin entering. Upon scrutinizing his face, she noted that although his expression remained stern, there was no trace of the intense argument he had just had with his mother. "These calligraphies and paintings are quite remarkable," Su Qing remarked with a subtle smile, concealing her earlier embarrassment. Guan Yukin smirked slightly and replied, "These are authentic works from renowned masters of the Tang and Song dynasties." Upon hearing this, Su Qing quickly bit her tongue, realizing her ignorance, and inquired, "What caliber of masters are we talking about? At the very least, their artistic prowess would rank in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th positions of their era. The top 2 reside in my father's study and safe, and even I am not permitted to view them casually," Guan Yukin answered. "My goodness, the auction prices for the works of these contemporary 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th masters must reach several 100,000 or even millions. If we're speaking of the top 2, they would undoubtedly fetch tens of millions," Su Qing mused. While she was aware of Guan Yukin's affluent background, she had not anticipated such staggering wealth, where even a casual item in their home could be an antique from centuries past. It was no wonder that Lu Yun assumed the woman beside her son had designs on their family fortune. "Are you hungry? It's time for a meal," Guan Yukin said as he noticed the astonishment in Su Qing's gaze. "Sure," Su Qing nodded in agreement. Observing her lingering gaze on the paintings, Guan Yukin chuckled. "If you like them, I can gift you a couple." "No, I fear being apprehended by the police on charges of theft. Besides, I worry about being robbed. Having such items nearby feels akin to carrying a ticking time bomb." "It is certainly safer in your home," Su Qing retorted, recalling that just meters away from the Guan residence stood a police outpost, likely intentional given their family's elite status. Guan Yukin could not help but laugh at her words. She always had a knack for surprising remarks that elicited amusement. Seated at the expansive dining table of the Guan family estate, adorned with over 10 exquisite dishes, an array of pastries and desserts, all served on bright yellow porcelain that complemented the rosewood furniture, Su Qing felt as though she had stepped into a royal palace. "Our chef excels at imperial cuisine from the capital. Do give it a try. The flavors are delightful," Guan Yukin said before picking up his chopsticks. At that moment, Su Qing glanced at the seat of honor in the position opposite Guan Yukin. Understanding her unspoken concern, he explained, "My mother is attending a gathering with her old friends and will not be dining at home, so it will just be the 2 of us for lunch today." Hearing this, a relaxed smile immediately spread across Su Qing's face as she picked up her chopsticks and began to sample the exquisite dishes she had never encountered before. Moments ago, she had been apprehensive about sharing a meal with Guan Yukin's mother, and her stomach had been growling, fearing she would not be satiated. Little did she know, with the absence of the matriarch, she had become the reigning queen among the women present. Noticing Su Qing's carefree demeanor, Guan Yukin casually remarked between bites, "I never expected you to be so unafraid of my mother." Upon hearing this, Su Qing glared at him and said, "She doesn't possess extraordinary abilities. So what is there to fear? She is merely your mother, my nominal mother-in-law. I shall endure her presence to a degree." Guan Mushin tugged at the corner of his lips. Thus far, no one had dared to speak to my mother in such a manner. I am merely fulfilling my obligations. No one is born to be insulted, and the labels she has placed upon me are far too grand for me to accept. Suin scoffed. Guan Mushin fixed his gaze upon Su Qing for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "What labels has she placed upon you?" "Of course, she is after your wealth. Is that even a question?" Su Qing remarked, feeling that Guan Mushin's intellect was somewhat lacking. "So, are you suggesting that you are not after my wealth?" Guan Mushin smirked. "Is that even worth mentioning?" Su Qing's voice elevated slightly. "Then does that mean you are after me?" Guan Mushin asked somewhat brazenly. At his words, Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then abruptly picked up the juice beside her to mask her momentary panic, retorting, "Please, your person is far less appealing to me than your wealth." Her marriage to him was merely to provide their child with a legitimate identity. How could he have forgotten the words he used to persuade her? Yet, why did she feel a sense of unease at this moment? She endeavored to calm herself, to find tranquility. Guan Mushin paused briefly, then suddenly declared, "After dinner, we shall return to Jiangzhou." "So soon?" Su Qing asked in astonishment. She had thought they would stay here for a day or two, especially since Guan Mushin rarely returned home in months. "What? Do you not wish to depart, and desire to linger here for a few more days?" Guan Mushin's face resumed its usual sternness, though his tone bore a hint of jest. "No, I believe I am somewhat ill-suited to this place," Su Qing replied, gazing at the palace-like old residence, feeling it was too solemn and grand. She certainly would not be able to sleep here at night. The next moment, Guan Mushin instructed Shao Qin to summon Lin Feng to prepare the vehicle. And half an hour later, they set off in a car, leaving the provincial city behind. After approximately half an hour's drive, the vehicle suddenly turned into what appeared to be a luxurious resort. Su Qing could not help but ask Guan Mushin beside her, "Aren't we returning to Jiangzhou?" Guan Mushin glanced at the puzzled Su Qing and said, "Since we are already out, let us stay here for the night. Consider it a brief respite." Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled knowingly, feeling that his suggestion was truly splendid, and turned to admire the scenery outside the resort. Although the views were exquisite, Su Qing, being pregnant, could not withstand much fatigue and fell asleep as soon as they returned to the hotel. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly as Su Qing slept in the bedroom, while Guan Mushin worked on the computer in the living room. Su Qing's sleep was light. Although she was drowsy, the voices from outside still reached her ears. "Mr. Guan, the manager of the resort, Mr. Qing, has heard that you and your wife are staying here, and he would like to host a dinner for you both tonight." This was Lin Feng's voice, the assistant. Guan Mushin hesitated for a moment before responding. "Please convey to the other party that my wife is experiencing significant pregnancy discomfort and is unable to receive guests. Kindly express my gratitude for their kind invitation and suggest that they visit Jiangzhou another day, where I shall host them." "Indeed, Mr. Guan, your kindness towards your wife is truly commendable. The manager, Mr. Qing from this resort, once offended you in the business realm, yet now, in light of your desire for your wife to rest well, you have graciously set aside past grievances. The other party has certainly gained a considerable advantage." Lin Feng remarked with a smile. "One ought to resolve enmities rather than foster them. It has been so long that I have nearly forgotten," Guan Mushin replied nonchalantly. "That may be true, but you have always despised people like Mr. Qing, who are untrustworthy," Lin Feng countered. Chapter 57. A clash of glares upon hearing this. Su Qing seemed to grasp Guan Mushin's thoughtful intentions. This resort, situated on the outskirts of the provincial capital, required nearly 3 hours of continuous travel on the expressway to reach Jiangzhou. It appeared that Guan Mushin, recognizing her fatigue, had chosen to rest here for the night, opting not to return to the ancestral home, presumably to spare her the awkwardness of encountering his parents. His consideration for her was evident in every choice he made. Reclining on the soft bed, Su Qing felt an unusual sense of joy, closing her eyes to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Upon returning to Jiangzhou, the rapport between Su Qing and Guan Mushin seemed to deepen. Su Qing tended to his daily needs, while he dutifully accompanied her to prenatal checkups. They would sit together in front of the television, laughing and enjoying each other's company, embodying the essence of a perfectly ordinary couple. One morning, after Guan Mushun left for work, Su Qing ventured to the mall, returning home with numerous bags to visit her mother and sister. As she entered the house, she called out while changing her shoes, "Mom, I'm back." Stepping into the living room, she noticed Su Jianxiang seated on the sofa, while Chu Fan sat across from him. Their expressions appeared somewhat strained. Upon seeing Su Jianxiang, Su Qing felt a surge of anger and coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Child, how can you speak to your father like that?" Chu Fan quickly intervened, taking the bags from Su Qing and gently nudging her, signaling her to temper her tone. For once, Su Jianxiang abandoned his usual arrogance and awkwardly rose, rubbing his hands together as he smiled. "Qing, I just came to see your mother and sister." Su Qing let out a cold laugh, fixing him with a piercing glare. "We've lived here for over a decade, and you haven't glanced our way until today. It seems the sun has risen in the west. What are your true intentions? How can you speak to me like this? I would never be that kind of person. I only care about you three." Whether it was due to Su Qing's incisive words or not, Su Jianxiang's expression darkened, revealing a hint of embarrassment, which was unusual for someone who typically knew no shame. "Let me be clear. My mother, sister, and I do not need your concern. We're doing perfectly well on our own. You should return and tend to your own family." Su Qing retorted without a hint of gratitude. "Qing, perhaps you should refrain from saying more. Jianxiang, why not leave for now?" Chu Fan interjected, attempting to mediate. Reluctantly, Su Jianxiang nodded, "I will come by another day." Just as he was about to exit, Su Qing turned and called out to his retreating figure, "You need not return. You are not welcome here. Pay her no mind. She is just upset," Chu Fan explained to Su Jianxiang as she escorted him out. Su Qing was infuriated by her mother's persistent indulgence towards Su Jianxiang. After Chu Fan returned, she could no longer contain her emotions. "Mom, why you continue to tolerate him? You divorced him years ago. There's no chance for reconciliation. Do you honestly believe he still harbors feelings for you? I know him all too well. His visit this time surely signifies that you still hold some value for him." "Sister, you are truly astute. You have anticipated everything." At that moment, Su Zi suddenly emerged from the room. "What on earth is happening?" Hearing her sister's words, "Suincastas espiches gasat Sophie. Hurry and go study. This matter does not concern you." Chu Fan swiftly interjected to halt Su Zi's reckless speech. With a helpless shake of her head, Su Zi turned to re-enter the room, only to promptly poke her head back out, exclaiming towards Su Qing, "Su Jianxiang is here to plead with Mom to speak to you and brother-in-law, so that their insurance company can handle the property insurance for Shengshi." Upon uttering these words, Suzy quickly closed the door to avoid a reprimand from her mother. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was instantly infuriated, her anger boiling over as she turned to Chu Fan. Chu Fan immediately waved her hand, saying, "He came to make a request, but I did not agree. I only promised to mention it to you and see what happens. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for Mushan." This statement only served to further incite Su Qing's ire, yet she struggled to suppress her emotions and spoke earnestly. "Mother, how many times must I tell you before you understand? Why do you willingly allow Su Jianxiang to exploit you every time? He has long since lost any affection for you. His heart now lies with that who Li Jing and her daughter. If we no longer serve a purpose for him, he would trample us underfoot, deeming us unworthy of his shoes." At a loss for words, Chu Fan could only sit silently on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Su Qing felt a pang of sympathy and approached her mother, offering comfort. "Mother, both Su Zi and I will undoubtedly be filial to you in the future. You need not worry about your life ahead. If an appropriate companion comes along, you may consider finding someone again." This remark caused Chu Fan's face to redden. "You silly girl, what nonsense are you saying? I will turn 50 next year, and the earth will be up to my neck. How could I possibly remarry? You have a good 30 years ahead of you. You can live to 80. Su Qing responded with an open-minded attitude. "Indeed, mother. I also support what my sister has said." At that moment, Su Zi opened the door once more and poked her head out. "You two silly girls. I won't talk with you any longer." Chu Fan, feeling bashful, promptly retreated to her room. Su Qing smiled as she watched her mother's retreating figure and quickly beckoned Su Zi, Susie, come and see the clothes and treats I bought for you. All right. Susie joyfully ran over. While Susie was trying on the clothes, Su Qing noticed a fruit basket on the coffee table and furrowed her brow, asking, "Did Su Jianxiang bring this?" "Yes," Susie nodded. "It's the first time in all these years that he has bought something for us." Su Qing gazed at the exquisite fruit basket on the table, memories of their past struggles flooding her mind, and her eyes reddened as she lamented, "Unfortunately, we no longer need it. Let us dispose of it. It is an eyesore." With that, Susie picked up the fruit basket, opened the door, and tossed it into the garbage bin outside. After discarding the fruit basket, the two sisters sat in silence before the sofa, both engulfed in sorrow as they reflected on the hardships they had endured in the past, their hearts heavy with melancholy. Especially Su Qing secretly vowed in her heart that she would henceforth bear the weight of supporting her mother and funding her sister, refusing to allow Su Jianxiang and Hu Lijing to revel in her misfortune. Naturally, she would not permit Su Jianxiang and Hu Lijing to derive any benefit from her. Although Guan Mushin, out of respect for the teacher, handed over the life insurance of Shengshi employees to the insurance company represented by Su Jianxiang and Hu Lijing, Guan Mushin was a man of principles. The company's property insurance was a significant matter. He would never entrust such a crucial policy to a small agency like Su Jianxiang's. Therefore, Su Jianxiang should not harbor any illusions. Chapter 58. The ex-girlfriend in the blink of an eye. Su Qing had been pregnant for over 3 months. Her abdomen had begun to protrude slightly, and the initial symptoms of pregnancy had subsided. Now, she found herself consuming an abundance of food and experiencing frequent hunger, resulting in a noticeable increase in weight. However, her figure appeared more curvaceous and appealing. That evening, Chen Ma put down the phone and informed Su Qing, who was sitting in the living room engrossed in the television. "Young mistress, young master mentioned he would not be home for dinner due to a social engagement." Upon hearing this, Su Qing furrowed her brow slightly. In the past 10 days or so, Guan Mushin seemed to be extraordinarily busy, rarely returning home for dinner. And when he did, it was often close to midnight. Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet she could not articulate what was amiss. "Then let us eat," Su Qing finally replied after a moment of contemplation. After a few haphazard bites, she found herself lacking enthusiasm for the meal. In the bedroom, Su Qing leaned against the headboard, watching soap operas throughout the night until she finally awaited Guan Mushin's return, which came just before midnight. He gently pushed open the door, surprised to find Su Qing in her pajamas, seated at the head of the bed. "You're still awake at this late hour?" he inquired. The room was illuminated only by the dim light of the lamp and the flickering television. Su Qing noticed a hint of inebriation in him, his hair slightly disheveled, and his shirt collar loosely undone. Understanding that he had been drinking, she rose to pour him a glass of water. "I couldn't sleep, so I watched soap operas," she explained. Guan Mushin accepted the glass, but did not drink from it. Instead, he placed it on the bedside table. Su Qing sensed that the closeness they once shared had begun to dissipate, as if he were intentionally distancing himself from her. Yet, she reasoned that perhaps she was merely being overly sensitive. With a smile, Su Qing inquired, "Have you been busy with work lately?" "Not too bad," Guan Mushin replied while removing his clothing. Taking the garments from his hands, Su Qing turned to hang them in the closet and probed further. "Then why so many social engagements recently?" "Oh, a classmate returned from abroad, so we've had a few reunions," he answered vaguely. At this, Su Qing found herself at a loss for further conversation, as she was entirely unfamiliar with his circle of friends. "I'm going to take a shower," Guan Mushin said, grabbing his pajamas and heading straight for the bathroom. As she watched the bathroom door close, a flicker of despondency crossed Su Qing's face. In that moment, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Returning from the provincial capital, she had believed the distance between them had diminished and that they were getting along quite well. In truth, the chasm between them was vast. She remained ignorant of his past, and he had never introduced her to his friends or classmates. Did she truly believe herself to be his wife? Their union was merely a consequence of the unexpected child growing within her. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her, and she slowly climbed into bed, burrowing into the warmth of the covers, turning off the television, leaving the room dimly lit by the bedside lamp. Half an hour later, Su Qing heard the faint sound of Guan Mushin's footsteps approaching the bed. He slid in beside her from behind, extinguishing the lamp, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Though she and he were covered by a large quilt, their bodies remained untouched. Su Qing suddenly realized that, over the past few days, it seemed as if their bodies had never made contact at all. This revelation caused her to gasp, for it was quite abnormal. Since they had shared the same bed for more than a month, they had often found solace in each other's embrace during slumber. "I have a business trip tomorrow," the man behind her suddenly remarked. He knew he was not asleep, so Su Qing saw no need to pretend any longer and promptly inquired, "Where to?" "America," Guan Mushin replied. Taken aback, Su Qing pondered, did Shangshi have operations in America? Having worked at Shangshi for several years, she had never heard of such a thing. Was he perhaps on a personal trip? Understanding that he might not wish to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further, merely asking, "How long will you be gone?" "About a week," Guan Mushin considered before responding. "I'll pack your luggage," Su Qing declared as she began to rise. "No need," Guan Mushin promptly interjected. Turning to face the darkness where Guan Mushin lay, Su Qing frowned. "I only need to pack a few simple clothes. Tomorrow, let Chima help me. It's late. You should rest," Guan Mushin insisted. "I'll manage with just a few items. It's quite late now. You should get some sleep." At that moment, it was already past 1 in the morning, and packing would indeed disturb their rest. So Su Qing acquiesced. Soon after, the man behind her fell silent, and within minutes, his steady breathing signified that he had drifted into slumber. Yet Su Qing found herself wide awake, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity. Only when the faint light of dawn began to emerge did she finally succumb to a drowsy sleep. When Su Qing next opened her eyes, the glaring sunlight flooded in, prompting her to blink. A glance at the wall clock revealed it was already 10 o'clock. Turning her head, she noticed the space beside her was empty. In a panic, she threw on a robe and hurried downstairs. The first floor bore no trace of Guan Mushin. Approaching the kitchen, she saw Chen Ma preparing soup and could not help but ask, "Chen Ma, has Mushin left?" Hearing Su Qing's voice, Chen Ma turned, surprised. The young master left at 8. His flight was at 9:30. By now, the plane has already taken off for half an hour. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, chiding herself for oversleeping. Sensing Su Qing's despondency, Chen Ma quickly reassured her, "Madam, do not worry. I have already packed the young master's clothes." He insisted on not taking too much, saying everything can be bought there. Besides, Assistant Lin is accompanying him. He will take good care of the young master. Understanding that Chen Ma believed her concern was for Guan Mushin's well-being, Su Qing offered a faint smile. "You are right." That evening, as Su Qing anxiously awaited news of Guan Mushin's arrival in America, she sent him a WeChat message. "Have you arrived? The plane has safely landed." This is a message of reassurance sent by Guan Mushin, devoid of any emotional nuance or subjective expression. Su Qing felt a profound sense of disappointment and refrained from responding. For 3 consecutive days, Guan Mushin did not reach out to Su Qing, and although she was curious about his circumstances, she was certain of his safety and thus restrained herself from initiating contact. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that Su Qing received a call from an unfamiliar number. "May I speak with Miss Su Qing?" asked a young woman with a melodious voice on the other end. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Su Qing assumed it was either a marketing call or a social survey, so she responded with a hint of indifference. However, the caller soon dropped a bombshell. "Miss Su, my name is Feng Yi, and I am Mushin's ex-girlfriend." Chapter 59. Anxious heart. The revelation struck Su Qing like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily stunned as her mind raced. Guan Mushin's ex-girlfriend? Feng Yi? What could possibly bring her to seek out Su Qing? What intentions did she harbor? After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end inquired, "Are you there?" The inquiry jolted Su Qing back to reality, and she hastily responded, "I apologize, but Mushin has never mentioned you. Moreover, you should be aware that Mushin and I are now married. Please address me as Mrs. Guan, not Miss Su." The caller did not contest Su Qing's assertions or engage in a dispute. Instead, she replied, "Mrs. Guan, I would like to have a conversation with you. May I ask if you are available this afternoon?" The tone carried a sense of entreaty, devoid of the typical confrontational spirit of a mistress. and her voice was remarkably melodious, making it difficult for Su Qing to refuse. Yet, Su Qing was acutely aware of her current position, regardless of the caller's gentleness. It was evident that her motives were far from benign. Thus, she firmly stated, "I do not know you, so there is nothing for us to discuss." As she prepared to end the call, the other party, sounding somewhat anxious, hurriedly added, "I recognize that my call is rather abrupt today, but I truly believe that continuing in this manner is detrimental to all three of us, you, me, and Mushan." Su Qing's lips curled into a sardonic smile at those words. "What do you mean by that? Look at our situation. We're doing quite well. And as you so aptly put it, you are merely Guan Mushan's ex-girlfriend. The term ex indicates the past. Even if you and Mushan were to rekindle old feelings, it would be him you should approach, not me." Her emotions surged, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over her as she recalled how Mushan had been returning home past midnight every night. It seemed undeniable that he had re-established ties with this ex-girlfriend. The thought sent a jolt through her mind. Fang Yi, unfazed by Su Qing's stiff words, maintained her exquisitely soft tone. "I understand your perspective, but there are some matters that Mushan cannot bring himself to discuss with you. Remaining in the dark and being deceived and concealed from is an unpleasant experience. I believe it is essential for the two of us to converse. I will be waiting for you at 2 Rivers CAF, right at your doorstep, at 2 o'clock this afternoon." With that, she abruptly terminated the call. Suing, in a daze, placed the phone down, unable to find peace throughout the afternoon, grappling with the dilemma of whether or not to keep the appointment. She contemplated calling Guan Mushan directly to inquire about this woman, Fang Yi, but hesitated and ultimately hung up halfway through the dialing process. What marital bond existed between her and Guan Mushan? Did she truly possess the right to confront him as his current wife? What authority did she have, when the premarital agreement clearly stipulated that she could not interfere in his private life? After considerable deliberation, as the clock approached 2 o'clock, Su Qing resolved to go to the meeting. She was fully aware that she would likely hear many distressing truths, yet her curiosity compelled her to attend. She yearned to uncover the nature of the relationship between Fang Yi and Guan Mushan, and what ties persisted between them now. She was eager to uncover the true intentions of that woman. Recalling her visit to the ancestral home in the provincial city, she had overheard a conversation between Lu Yun and Guan Mushan. Lu Yun had questioned whether Guan Mushan was still entangled in his previous relationship. Could it be that the person Lu Yun referred to as Fang Yi? It appeared that Fang Yi had once held considerable significance in Guan Mushan's heart. Did he still harbor feelings for her? The mere thought sent waves of inexplicable panic, suffocation, and pain coursing through Su Qing, leaving her utterly despondent. How could she be feeling this way? What was happening to her? With little time to ponder further, Su Qing donned the outfit she had worn during her visit to the grand residence in the provincial city and informed Chen Ma before stepping out. Upon arriving at the CAF, Su Qing took a deep breath before entering. At this hour, there were not many patrons indulging in coffee. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a young woman seated by the window. When she discerned the woman's features, an unsettling unease gripped her heart. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, captivating in a way that left one breathless. An oval face, willow-like brows, a straight nose, and cherry-red lips, all complemented by porcelain skin. She epitomized the grace of a breathtaking beauty. At that moment, Su Qing stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, fortunate that the woman remained oblivious to her awkwardness. A wave of anxiety washed over Su Qing. She was well aware that Guan Mushan's former girlfriend was likely no ordinary person, yet she had not anticipated such breathtaking beauty. It was truly stunning. Reflecting on herself, while she considered her own appearance passable, it paled in comparison to the woman before her. At that instant, a profound ache pierced Su Qing's heart, as if a dagger were slowly carving into her chest. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, realizing how foolish she had been to nurture the delusion that she and Guan Mushan had developed some semblance of affection. With a former girlfriend like this, it was no wonder he could never truly forget her. It dawned on her that it had all been a cruel joke, merely a jest. His heart was still tethered to his past love. With a scrutinizing gaze, Su Qing observed the woman seated there. She had elegantly styled, slightly curled short hair, her makeup flawlessly applied, and she wore a chic black and white, sleeveless ensemble that exuded sophistication. The pearls adorning her ears, neck, and wrists sparkled brilliantly, indicating a lineage of immense wealth and status, radiating an aura of nobility. This former girlfriend was indeed stunningly graceful, exhibiting the same air of refinement as Guan Mushan. Together, they would be a striking pair. As for Su Qing, not only did her looks fail to measure up, but she also lacked the poised elegance that characterized the woman before her. At that moment, Fang Yi looked up and caught Su Qing's gaze. Recognizing her, she smiled and waved. Although Su Qing had mentally prepared herself for this encounter, her heart raced nonetheless. However, she had come this far, and retreat was not an option. She could not allow herself to be intimidated by the woman's presence. With newfound resolve, Su Qing took a determined step forward. As Su Qing approached her seat and settled down, she spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. "I apologize for my tardiness." Fang Yi responded with a slight smile. "It's quite all right. I understand that with your current pregnancy, venturing out must be rather cumbersome." At these words, Su Qing was taken aback. How could she possibly be aware of her pregnancy? It seemed that Fang Yi had comprehended everything about her. In that moment, Su Qing felt as though she were engaged in a precarious battle, utterly defenseless against a woman whom she still harbored feelings for. Chapter 60. The one who marries me is not you. The woman before me exhibited none of the brazen demeanor typically associated with a mistress. It is rather amusing to consider that perhaps she has become the third party in their relationship. Her voice was so melodious that it made Su Qing understand why Guan Mushan had always been so infatuated with her. "Miss Fang, is it? Please speak plainly. I have matters to attend to shortly." Su Qing wished to forego any pleasantries, eager only to discern the purpose of her visit. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi lowered her gaze to the coffee cup clasped in her hands, appearing rather hesitant to speak. Su Qing furrowed her brow, prompting Fang Yi to lift her head, her large, tear-filled eyes meeting Su Qing's. "Mrs. Guan, I apologize for intruding. I know I shouldn't seek you out, but Mushan and I are truly in love. I cannot live without him, and he cannot live without me. Please, could you support our love?" Fang Yi implored, her eyes filled with desperation. In that moment, Su Qing felt as though she were the actual victim, the one reduced to the role of a mistress. Although she lacked confidence, she was acutely aware of her current position. Thus, she responded to Fang Yi with an impassive expression. "You should approach Guan Mushan. If he wishes to divorce me and marry you, he is entirely capable of doing so." Fang Yi wiped away a tear before replying. "Mushan is a man of deep affection and loyalty. Now that you are carrying his child, he could never consider divorcing you at this juncture. Therefore, allow me to bear this burden." "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I should propose a divorce to Guan Mushan myself?" Su Qing suddenly perceived that this woman was far from the benevolent and sweet persona her appearance suggested. Her manipulations and demands were utterly unreasonable. Fang Yi had been feigning vulnerability, continually dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. "I recognize my request is excessive, but is your marriage truly happy? Can you feel Mushan's love for you? This is my personal affair. You need not concern yourself with it." Su Qing found herself increasingly irked by Fang Yi. If she could simply take Guan Mushan from her, why come to humiliate her instead? "I see you as a woman of independence. Would you truly be content living with a man who harbors affections for another?" Fang Yi abruptly jaset herviping, fink, het gaze on suving. This statement pierced Su Qing's heart like a dagger. She met Fang Yi's gaze, her own heart already riddled with wounds. Knowing the truth was one matter, but having an adversary openly articulate it was another entirely. Su Qing's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. The typically sharp-tongued woman found herself utterly defenseless, unable to muster a retort. After staring at Su Qing for 2 seconds, Fang Yi quickly apologized. "I am sorry, I did not intend to hurt you. It simply slipped out, yet what I said is in fact the truth, is it not?" Su Qing's icy stare remained fixed on her. Realizing the formidable nature of this woman, despite her seemingly delicate exterior, every word she uttered struck at Su Qing's heart, revealing her to be a formidable adversary. Su Qing remained silent, prompting Fong Yi to continue. In the week since Mu Shun left, has he mentioned what he intended to do? What are you trying to say? Su Qing was not so foolish as to hastily respond. It appeared she had inadvertently dug herself a pitfall. Fong Yi smiled faintly, seemingly a bit shy. I have lived in America for the past 2 years. I am rather inept and have made quite a few blunders there. This time, Mu Shun came to assist me in rectifying the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was taken aback, her heart swirling with a multitude of emotions. No wonder he claimed to be on a business trip to America. In reality, Shengshi had no substantial business there. It turned out that he had made that journey for the person before her, and she had wholeheartedly believed him. However, upon reflection, Su Qing found no reason to reproach Guan Mu Shun. After all, their union was born out of their shared connection through the child. If you're so deeply in love, then why did you not come together back then? Although Su Qing was aware of her own naivety, she could not suppress the inquiry that lingered in her heart. Fong Yi turned her gaze towards the expansive glass window, as if reminiscing about the past. Our families have been friends for generations. We practically grew up together. We were classmates in high school and college, so it was only natural for us to become a couple. At that time, both families were quite pleased, as we were well-matched. The phrase well-matched immediately unsettled Su Qing. She and he were not only mismatched, but had also never shared any previous intersections in their lives. The fact that Fong Yi and Guan Mu Shun were childhood sweethearts was something Su Qing had never anticipated. Fong Yi paused before continuing. In fact, we had planned to marry immediately after graduation. However, an unfortunate incident befell my family. My father made a grave mistake in the military and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. My mother, unable to cope, suffered a mental breakdown, and I was forced to drop out of school. Consequently, our engagement was put on hold, as the Guan family could not be associated with us at that time. Later, to seek treatment for my mother, I went to Malaysia to stay with my uncle, and eventually we lost contact until I returned from America a fortnight ago. Su Qing was uncertain of the veracity of her words, yet she could discern that they had indeed loved each other, and whatever had caused their separation must have been significant. They likely had only recently re-established communication, as evidenced by Guan Mu Shun's recent activities. But did Guan Mu Shun not inform you that he is married? Su Qing's question felt feeble, even to her own ears. Of course, Mu Shun has never deceived me. He told me he was married and that you had a child, yet he professed that his true love remains with me. He said he would divorce you once you gave birth, Fong Yi replied, although Su Qing was not surprised by this revelation. Hearing it from Fong Yi's lips still filled her with a sense of melancholy. Did Guan Mu Shun send you to find me? Su Vink fixet hergaze on Fong Yi. She believed that Guan Mu Shun was not so devoid of character as to orchestrate a meeting between two women to discuss his allegiances. Certainly not. Mu Shun would never broach such a topic, which is precisely why I am here, Fong Yi interjected. At that moment, Su Qing smiled, albeit with a rather unattractive expression. She solemnly addressed the person before her. Miss Fong, the individual I am to marry is Guan Mu Shun, and the child I carry is also his. Therefore, if we are to discuss matters regarding a potential divorce, is he who should engage in this conversation with me. I truly cannot discuss this matter with you. However, Fong, you wanted to say something. Yet, Su Qing did not afford her the opportunity. She stood up, picked up her bag, and said, I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. With that, Su Qing turned and walked towards the exit, completely disregarding Fong Yi behind her. Chapter 61. Tears upon exiting the CAF. The once indomitable Su Qing found herself shedding tears. She gazed up at the sky, attempting to draw strength from its vastness. Yet this tactic proved futile today, as tears continued to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. Although Fong Yi appeared delicate, her actions were precise and ruthless. She had already subdued her adversary without a battle, sealing Su Qing's fate from the very beginning. Wandering aimlessly under the scorching sun, she soon became drenched in perspiration, yet remained oblivious to her discomfort, save for the unbearable ache in her chest. It was only at this moment that she realized she had long since fallen for Guan Mu Shun, a truth she was reluctant to accept. But the pang of heartache rendered her incapable of self-deception. This agony surpassed even the heartbreak she experienced months prior when her partner, Tianming, abruptly left her for a wealthy heiress. Yet, from the outset, this love was destined for failure. She was merely a vessel for procreation, and once all was settled, she and Guan would inevitably become mere strangers. In her torment, Su Qing lost herself completely, until the sun's rays inflicted burns upon her skin. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiaoli called. Upon hearing Su Qing's sobs, Xiaoli was alarmed and rushed over, having never witnessed her friend cry in all their years of friendship. A clear indication that something grave had transpired. Upon her swift arrival, Xiaoli was taken aback to find Su Qing's face streaked with tears. In a state of shock, she quickly led her to a nearby budget hotel, unwilling to let her return home in such a condition where Aunt Shun might see her. As she applied soothing aloe vera gel to Su Qing's sunburned skin, she chided, "Look at you. How did you end up like this? What on earth happened? Did some capitalist bully you? Tell me, and I shall confront him." At that moment, Su Qing had already dried her tears. Years of resilience had taught her not to wallow in despair. Her earlier emotional outburst was merely a fleeting lapse. "I cannot blame him. Perhaps I was just too foolish this time," Su Qing replied with a vacant gaze. "What really happened?" Xiaoli pressed further. Su Qing then recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing the tale, Xiaoli was immediately incensed. "Who does that Feng Yi think she is? You and Guan are legally married now. She is nothing more than a mistress. She should be slapped across the face for her audacity. You haven't seen her. She's exceptionally beautiful and exudes the aura of a socialite. She and Guan have known each other since childhood. He truly loves her." Su Qing replied with a bitter smile. "So what? You're Mrs. Guan now," Xiaoli asserted. "The title of Mrs. Guan merely serves to provide legitimacy to the child in my womb. Do you think that after I give birth, Guan will allow me to continue as Mrs. Guan?" Suing countered. Xiaoli was momentarily speechless and sat down in silence. At that moment, Su Qing contemplated, rather than waiting until after the child is born to file for divorce, it might be wiser to sever ties now. At least she would be a pregnant woman seeking divorce, ensuring her child would have a legitimate status. As Su Qing contemplated the prospect of enduring over 5 more months of cohabitation with Guan, she felt a sense of suffocation creeping in. She set aside her feelings of oppression, fearing that as time progressed, her attachment to him would deepen, resulting in greater heartache. "What do you intend to do? Surely you do not wish to divorce Guan at this moment, as that would only benefit the other woman," Xiaoli exclaimed. Su Qing merely curled her lips in a faint smile, responding, "Perhaps I am the unwitting third party in their relationship. Ah, if he does not love you, there is no reason for you to continue this charade. However, should you choose to divorce, you must fight for your and your child's legal rights and secure a fair financial settlement. Otherwise, life with your child will become exceedingly difficult," Xiaoli advised, always considering Su Qing's best interests. Silence enveloped Su Qing as she could only feel a profound sense of sorrow. Xiaoli remained by her side until dusk, and by the time Su Qing returned to the Guan residence, the city was aglow with lights. Upon seeing her return, Aunt Shun hurried over, exclaiming, "Madam, you have returned. Where have you been all day? I called you numerous times and you did not answer. I was beside myself with worry." "Oh, I was out shopping with a friend, and my phone died," Su Qing replied dismissively. "By the way, the young master called from overseas this afternoon," Aunt Shun added as Su Qing ascended the stairs. Su Qing paused momentarily, not turning around, and inquired, "What did he say?" "He asked if you were home and where you had gone. Wanting to ensure that I took good care of you," Aunt Shun replied. "Madam, you are truly fortunate. The young master may appear aloof, yet he is warm-hearted beneath that exterior. He cares for you deeply." At this, Su Qing could not help but smirk cynically, thinking, "You must be concerned for the child in my womb. I am tired. I shall rest upstairs," she stated before proceeding to her room. As she was about to enter her bedroom, her gaze caught sight of the study next door, prompting her to pause briefly before striding toward it. Upon entering the study, Su Qing surveyed her surroundings and began to rummage through the bookshelf, drawers, and display cases. If that woman truly held immense significance in Guan heart, there must be some trace of her presence. After a chaotic search, Su Qing unexpectedly stumbled upon a photograph nestled within a poetry collection. Her hand froze momentarily before she reached for the picture. The backdrop depicted a vast expanse of azure ocean and white clouds, featuring a young girl with her arms outstretched. Her short hair radiating youthful exuberance, her skin a delicate shade of rosy white, her smile dazzling and vibrant. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Qing. Her hand trembled as the photograph slipped from her fingers and fell to the floor, and she despondently sank into a chair. As her eyes fell upon the image lying face down, she noticed an inscription on its pristine reverse. A keepsake from your 22nd birthday. Forever loving you, Shun. Fang Yi's words rang true. She and Guan Mushin indeed shared an unforgettable love, a bond that had never truly ended. The woman he could not let go of was none other than her. She was merely an unexpected occurrence in Guan Yukin's life, who sought only to provide her unborn child with a legitimate identity. Their marriage had never been about love, a fact that was irrefutable. Su Qing slowly rose to her feet and approached the window, gazing at the myriad of lights twinkling in the distance. A final tear slipped from the corner of her eye, marking the moment she resolved to make a decisive choice. Since he had never truly belonged to her and would never belong to her in the future, it was better to relinquish all hope now. She feared that if she became accustomed to his presence, it would only deepen her sorrow. This love, perhaps, could not be immediately retracted, yet it would remain deeply buried within her heart. Voicing it would merely transform it into a jest, bringing forth only more anguish. Chapter 62. Indifference at that moment. The mobile phone resting on the desk suddenly chimed. Su Qing turned around and reached for the device, noticing a message on WeChat from Guan Mushin. The sight of his profile picture, a mere landscape painting, made her heart flutter. Where have you been today? I called Chen Ma, and she said you were at home. I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't been in touch. Are you doing well? Upon reading his numerous inquiries, Su Qing's lips twitched slightly before she replied. I have an appointment with Xiao Li this afternoon. I'm fine, don't worry. Initially, she intended to set her phone aside and disregard him. However, a few seconds later, it chimed again. Picking it up once more, she found another message from Guan Mushin. Don't wear yourself out. Take care of your health. I have something to discuss with you when I return. The final sentence left Su Qing momentarily stunned. Something to discuss with me? What could it be? Is he planning to confess his rekindled romance with Fang Yi? Perhaps he wishes for me to expedite our divorce, offering generous terms, like doubling the amount outlined in our initial agreement. Su Qing had believed he would refrain from broaching the subject until after she had given birth in 5 months. Clearly, she had overestimated her significance in his heart. He had loved Fang Yi so deeply, never letting go of her for all these years. How could he bear to see her suffer? Though she had initially resolved to relinquish the marriage, hearing it uttered by Guan Mushin himself felt different, causing her heart to ache anew. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and promptly composed a reply. All right. Coincidentally, I have something to tell you as well. Rather than allow him to speak first and risk her own embarrassment, she preferred to voice her thoughts first, hoping to maintain her dignity. What is it? Guan Mushin inquired, his impatience evident. Let's discuss it face to face when you return, Su Qing replied. Very well. To her surprise, he added a smiley face to his message. This was the first time he had sent her an emoticon, and Su Qing stared at the cheerful face for some time before responding. I'm a bit tired today. I need a rest for a while. Her intention was clear. She didn't wish to continue the conversation. Shortly after, her phone chimed again, and knowing it was likely Guan Mushin acknowledging her message, she chose not to glance at it. Bending down, she picked up that glaring photograph, returned it to the poetry collection, and placed the book back in its original spot. For the following days, she refrained from entering the study. The next day, Suthi Sadendi Kayith Suin. Sister, I've achieved outstanding student status this semester. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Hearing this, Su Qing responded joyfully. Really? That's wonderful. There's a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. Suzy exclaimed. My sister is the best. Su Qing felt immense happiness, surprised by how well Suzy had performed. Sister, I've made up my mind. I want to change my major to accounting, Suzy declared. Su Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I understand that you have never been satisfied with your current major, and one cannot excel in a field that fails to ignite their passion. In truth, A degree in accounting holds considerable promise in the job market. By the way, wasn't the professor that Mom introduced to you previously teaching at Southern University? I heard he is also part of the accounting department. You should quickly inquire whether it's possible to transfer into the accounting program this year. It seems that connections are essential for such a transition, as this major is currently quite sought after. Perhaps that professor could even lend me a hand. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt somewhat troubled. I haven't been in touch with Zheng Haoren for quite some time. Ever since that incident when Guan Mushin seized my phone and claimed she was married to him, deleting Zheng Haoren's number from my device, I haven't seen him, nor has he reached out to me. I still feel a pang of guilt for not having explained the situation, but upon reflection, we were merely friends, and it seemed unnecessary to clarify things, so I have let it linger until now. Now that my sister wishes to apply to his department, it feels rather inappropriate for me to approach him. Sensing Su Qing's hesitation, Suzy immediately exclaimed, "Sister, this concerns my entire future. Please, put aside your pride and help me find out." Su Qing understood that choosing the wrong major could jeopardize everything. However, this was about Suzy's lifelong aspirations. Although she felt a bit reluctant to seek out Zheng Haoren, she ultimately acquiesced. "All right, I'll visit Zheng Haoren tomorrow." "What do you mean tomorrow?" "It must be today. If I don't transfer now, I may never have the chance again." Sophie insisted anxiously. "Very well, today it is," Su Qing replied before ending the call. Despite her heavy heart, she recognized the gravity of her sister's future and promptly changed her attire, heading directly to Southern University, where Zheng Haoren taught. Lacking Zheng Haoren's phone number, Su Qing inquired with numerous individuals in the accounting department until she finally located him, engaged in teaching a class. Through the window on the door, she observed him imparting knowledge to his students and chose to wait quietly in a corner, reluctant to interrupt. After an hour had passed, Zheng Haoren exited the classroom, and Su Qing quickly stood up, at which point he noticed her. His expression reflected surprise and curiosity upon seeing Su Qing, and she offered him a gentle smile as he approached. "Are you here to see me?" Zheng Haoren asked, his confidence wavering. "Yes," Su Qing replied with a nod. "I have a small favor to ask. Would you have a moment to take a walk with me?" Just outside the classroom lay the campus, renowned for its picturesque gardens, as Southern University boasted one of the finest landscape architecture programs in the nation. Of course, Zheng Haoren agreed with a nod. Thus, he and Su Qing strolled side by side through the idyllic scenery of Southern University. With his refined demeanor, intellectual prowess, and a delightful sense of humor, Zheng Haoren was the object of admiration for many female students at the university. At this moment, the professor and a young woman stroll through the campus, drawing envious and spiteful glances from numerous female students. "I apologize for what happened last time. My husband spoke rather rashly, so please do not hold it against him," Su Qing finally managed to utter after much contemplation. Zheng Haoren shrugged and smiled, then remarked, "I did not anticipate your marriage would come so swiftly. It is rather sudden for me. Not only you, I find it quite unexpected myself." Su Qing replied with a resigned smile. "What does this mean? Were you married in haste?" Zheng Haoren paused, staring at Su Qing with a look of confusion. Chapter 63. Why treat me this way? Su Qing smiled faintly, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly, and remarked, "To be precise, it should be a marriage born of pregnancy." Zheng Haoren's gaze fixated on Su Qing's abdomen. Momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment, his eyes briefly clouded by a hint of despondency, which he quickly masked. "Is that so? Congratulations. You are to become a mother," he replied, diverting his gaze elsewhere. "I have come to trouble you with a matter." Su Qing spoke politely. She purposely disclosed her pregnancy to Zheng Haoren, wishing to affirm her commitment to her current marital life. "Speak freely. I shall assist as best I can." Zheng Haoren responded generously. "It concerns my sister. She previously studied literature and history, but wishes to switch to accounting. She is currently enrolled at your university, and I have heard that changing majors is quite difficult. I hope you might lend a hand and see if there are any possible solutions. As this greatly impacts my sister's future," Su Qing explained with a smile. Zheng Haoren nodded promptly. Given the popularity of the accounting major, this request may be challenging. "Nonetheless, I will make an effort. Please provide me with your sister's information at your earliest convenience." and I will approach our department head. We share a good rapport, so I believe we can make it happen. Thank you immensely. I have been quite troubled by this matter. Although they did not become a couple, Su Qing found Zheng Haoran to be a commendable friend, notably enthusiastic about her sister-S situation. She felt reassured knowing he might personally mentor Su Ji, alleviating her concerns regarding her sister-S major switch. 2 nights later, Su Qing tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. She turned on the bedside lamp, leaned against the headboard, and checked her phone's calendar, realizing that Guan Mushi had been in America for a week. Did he not say he would return within a week? Why had there been no word from him? Since their last exchange of messages in the study, they had not been in contact for several days. Suddenly, Su Qing heard footsteps outside her door, heavy steps that were unmistakably not those of Aunt Shun. Her heart raced with anxiety. It was late. Could it be a burglar? The next moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock sent chills down her spine. Was this intruder attempting to pick the lock? Su Qing instinctively grabbed a fruit knife from the bedside table, contemplating whether she should resist if the thief truly entered. Almost immediately, and under her intense scrutiny, the door swung open. A figure clad in a white shirt, appearing travel-worn, stepped inside. As soon as she recognized that handsome face, her entire body relaxed. Guan Mushi noticed the cold sweat on Su Qing's forehead and the fruit knife clutched in her hand, instantly comprehending the situation. He promptly switched on the chandelier, chuckling as he approached the bedside. Didn't Tu claim to fear neither heaven nor earth? Upon witnessing the mocking undertone in his smile, Su Qing shot him a glare, placing the fruit knife back on the bedside table, and retorted, I fear neither heaven nor earth, but I do fear thieves. Thieves do not possess keys. Guan Mushin lifted the key in his hand. You, why have you suddenly returned? Su Qing gazed at him in confusion. His hair was somewhat disheveled, his shirt slightly wrinkled, and he appeared utterly exhausted. Even bloodshot veins were visible in his eyes. Seeing him in such a state tugged at Su Qing's heart, for his relentless toil was for the one he cherished, not for her. Upon hearing her words, Guan Mushin stepped forward and gently grasped Su Qing's chin, stating, I thought you would be pleased to see me. Am I not? Su Hing replied, Lojerin Hereitz. Unable to meet his gaze, they were on the verge of divorce, and he was about to marry another woman. How could she possibly feel joy? You cannot deceive me. It is evident that you are unhappy, Guan Mushin insisted stubbornly. Irritation flared within Su Qing as she brushed aside his hand that held her chin, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. How could she not feel repulsion? He belonged to another woman, both in heart and body. Why must he touch her? Guan Mushin, incensed by her expression, raised his voice sharply. I endured a marathon flight of over 10 hours just to return overnight because I was worried about you. Why do you treat me with such disdain? His deep-set eyes bore a hint of hurt as they fixed on Su Qing. Yet when she met his gaze, she remained oblivious to his feelings, instead responding passionately, Did you traverse dozens of hours of flights and a week of exhaustion for me? What exactly do you want to convey? Guan Mushin hesitated, suppressing the anger that simmered within him. After all, she was pregnant, and he must not stoop to her level. After days of contemplation, Su Qing finally uttered the painful words, Let us divorce. Guan Mushin froze at her declaration. Moments later, he clenched his fists, glaring at Su Qing with gritted teeth. Is this what you wish to tell me? Indeed, Sui Nadif. Beneath the covers, her hands grasped the fabric of her nightgown, trembling slightly. Upon receiving her confirmation, Guan Mushin's face darkened. Why? Isn't this what you wanted to say as well? Su Hing retorted. Her gaze unavering. You know what I wish to say? What nonsense is swirling in your mind? Guan Mushin's voice escalated several octaves, resonating sharply in the midnight hour. Ultimately, whether it is you or I who speaks first, the outcome remains unchanged. There is no distinction, Su Qing murmured, her eyes lingering on him. Guan Mushin's brows knitted tightly as he scrutinized her for a moment before finally shouting, You are truly unreasonable. With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. After a while, Su Qing donned her slippers and exited the bedroom, discovering the villa cloaked in darkness and silence. He must have left. Staring into the boundless night, her heart filled with unease. Where could he possibly be at such a late hour? The next morning, Su Qing descended the stairs. Her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Young madam, did the young master return last night? I saw his luggage at the door, but I haven't seen him this morning, inquired the maid. As soon as Chun Ma placed breakfast on the dining table and took a seat, she inquired about his whereabouts the previous night. He did come back, but it seems he had urgent matters to attend to, Su Qing replied. The young master is truly dedicated. Returning so late and yet heading back to the office without taking a moment to rest, Chun Ma chattered on. Su Qing, chewing her breakfast with little enthusiasm, had initially anticipated a straightforward acceptance of her request for divorce. Yet, his unexpected demeanor left her puzzled. Did he truly wish to remain married? Or was he merely incensed by her discernment of his intentions? Just then, the sudden ringing of her phone interrupted her thoughts, prompting Su Qing to hastily reach for it. Chapter 64. Do you intend to embarrass me? Upon glancing down, Su Qing noticed it was a call from Zheng Haoran, and she quickly answered. Su Qing, our accounting department has a quota for transferring to the accounting major this year. Your sister has performed admirably in her current department. I've already spoken to the leadership, and this transfer should pose no issues. I have an application form for the transfer. Where are you? I can bring it to you. Zheng Haoran said from the other end. Hearing this, Su Qing's face lit up with joy. It seemed that Su Zi would indeed be able to attend the accounting department at Southern University. No, I can go get myself. I don't want to delay your class. Su Qing promptly replied. All right, I will wait for you in the office. After saying this, he hung up. Su Qing hurried upstairs to change her clothes. Zheng Haoran typically started class at 9, and it was currently 8 o'clock. She estimated it would take her about half an hour to reach Southern University, just in time not to disrupt his lesson. 10 minutes later, looking presentable, Su Qing grabbed her bag and informed Chun Ma before heading out the door. She hailed a taxi right outside and set off towards Southern University. As the taxi pulled onto the roadway, a luxurious black sedan trailed closely behind. The man seated in the back had a stern expression. As the distance to Southern University diminished, his hands intertwined anxiously. The taxi gradually came to a stop in front of the university's gates. After paying, Su Qing exited and quickly made her way onto campus. The taxi departed, and her figure vanished within the university grounds, while the luxurious sedan remained stationary, unperturbed. Mr. Guan. Lin Feng in the driver's seat seemed poised to speak. Drive. Guan Mushun immediately interrupted him. Lin Feng had no choice but to restart the engine, and the car soon disappeared from the entrance of Southern University. In the afternoon, Su Qing returned to Guan Mushun's residence, weary from the day's exertions. She had collected the application form from Zheng Haoran's office, returned to her family home to fetch Su Zi, and together they processed the transfer application. After a hasty lunch, she dropped Su Zi back home before finally taking a taxi back herself. This day had truly exhausted the pregnant woman. Upon entering her home and changing into slippers, Su Qing began to massage her shoulders as she walked into the living room. However, upon raising her gaze, she was startled to find someone seated on the sofa. What was he doing home at this hour? He sat upright, as if awaiting her return, his gaze icy and penetrating, sending a chill down her spine. Where have you been? Guan Mushun's voice was frigid. I went to my family's house. Su Qing replied nonchalantly, turning to sit on another sofa. She knew she would eventually have to confront him. Yet wasn't he the one who desired a divorce to be with Feng Yi? Why was he now looking at her with such intensity? Su Qing felt a surge of annoyance within her. Are you still lying? Guan Mushun, enraged, slammed an ashtray onto the floor. With a resounding crash, the ashtray shattered into countless pieces, glass shards scattering at Su Qing's feet. Startled by the commotion, she instinctively placed a hand on her belly, her heart racing. I'm not lying. Su Qing lowered her voice as much as possible, fearing that she might startle the baby in her womb. Noticing her obstinacy, Guan Mushun suddenly stood up and swiftly approached her. A wave of dizziness washed over Su Qing, and in the next moment, her wrist was grasped by something as constricting as a vice. Are you still trying to deny it? You clearly went to Southern University. Guan Mushun's brows furrowed deeply. Upon hearing this, Su Qing could not help but be taken aback. Did you follow me? Or did you send someone track me? She demanded angrily. Does it make a difference? Guan Mushun replied coldly. So what if I did go to Southern University? Am I not entitled to personal freedom? Su Qing attempted to shake off his grip, but his hand was like iron, and no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not break free. What were you doing at Southern University? Were you looking for Zheng Haoren? Were you? Guan Mushan's voice grew louder, the veins on his forehead standing out. Had he not already made his choice in his heart? Was she merely a substitute for the one he loved? Did he truly care if she sought the company of another man? Perhaps this was the inherent flaw of wealthy men. Even if they lacked affection, they would not permit their possessions to be touched by others. Am I not allowed to have a male friend? At least my relationship with Zheng Haoren is innocent. Unlike your secretive affair with Fong Yi. Swingritortid Angredi. Hearing this, Guan Mushan's eyes narrowed. How do you know about Fong Yi? What else do you know? Seeing him tense up, Su Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh. I know everything, and so what? Guan Mushen. If you wish for secrets to remain hidden, you must refrain from wrongdoing. Do not assume everyone else is a fool. Although Su Qing had exposed him, the pain in her heart was something only she could comprehend. At that moment, Guan Mushen loosened his grip on her wrist slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing pushed him away and withdrew her wrist. She glanced down at her wrist, which had started to bruise, and frowned. Guan Mushen ran a hand through his hair, pacing back and forth in the living room before finally softening his tone. Suing, I have actually wanted to talk to you about Fong Yi for a long time, but as soon as he spoke, Su Qing coldly interrupted him. There is no need to explain. I do not wish to hear it. What is there to explain? The one you love is Fong Yi, Su Qing thought, unwilling to hear him utter this truth. She feared she might not be able to bear it. Heavens, how could I have fallen for Guan Mushen? This question had plagued Su Qing for days. She had seen many women fall for wealthy men, foolishly dreaming of soaring to greatness, and had always scorned such fantasies. Yet, why was she now ensnared in a similar dream? And now, the reckoning had come. She would suffer a catastrophic fall from the heights of her aspirations. Guan Mushen gazed intently at Su Qing, his expression shifting from soft to rigid, his eyes turning cold. Tilting his head, he asked, Do you know about my relationship with Fong Yi and are seeking revenge by pursuing Zheng Haoren? You want to humiliate me, don't you? You want to put a green hat on me, right? Su Qing was taken aback by his audacious thoughts. While many women resort to vengeance upon discovering their husband's infidelity, Su Qing, was not among those foolish women. At this moment, Guan Mushen was utterly insulting her. She initially intended to retort, but her heart seethed with fury, leading her to speak without restraint. In a fit of anger, she declared, Mr. Guan, I believe you are overly confident. Su Qing, have not yet degraded myself to the point of humiliating my own being for the sake of revenge. My pursuit of Zheng Haoren is simply because I find him superior to you. This statement ignited Guan Mushen's wrath anew, burning even hotter than before. Enraged, he grasped Su Qing's shoulders fiercely, his gaze dark and menacing as he demanded, What did you say? Repeat that. Chapter 65. Why haven't you divorced me yet? I assert that Zheng Haoren surpasses you by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Is that sufficient? The fury coursing through Su Qing had stripped her of reason. As she shouted vehemently at Guan Mushen, her words elicited visible anger from Guan Mushen, whose veins bulged and whose gaze turned increasingly frigid. Though she found a momentary thrill in striking him with such vehemence, it was swiftly overshadowed by the terror invoked by his icy demeanor. Guan Mushen gripped Su Qing's shoulders, tightening his hold. Her face contorted in pain, yet she stubbornly furrowed her brow, refusing to vocalize her suffering or show any sign of weakness. Do you not realize that you are with child? How can you engage with other men while pregnant? Do you even deserve to be a wife or a mother? Are you not aware that you have a husband? Guan Mushen bellowed at her. The force of his shaking left Su Qing dizzy, her shoulders feeling as though they might shatter under his grasp. Instinctively, she cradled her abdomen, sensing a troubling heaviness within. At that moment, Chen returned from outside, witnessing the entangled figures of the master and mistress. Young master, what are you doing? The young mistress is with child and cannot withstand such roughness, she exclaimed. Chen Ma's arrival jolted the frenzied Guan Mushen back to reality. As he loosened his grip, Su Qing collapsed onto the sofa. Young mistress, are you all right? Chen Ma hurried forward, her face a mask of concern as she helped Su Qing up. Seeing Su Qing's pale complexion, Guan Mushin cradled his chin in remorse and frustration, pacing the room like a headless fly. Gradually, Su Qing regained her composure, sipping the water offered by Chun Ma, feeling slightly better. Noticing her improved condition, Guan Mushin suddenly declared loudly, "Chun Ma, from this day forth, you are to keep a watchful eye on the young mistress. She is not to step outside the door." Chun Ma appeared bewildered at this proclamation. Su Qing, in a state of confusion, stared at Guan Mushin as he buttoned his shirt and turned to leave through the front door. "You have no right to restrict my freedom," she shouted at his retreating figure. Upon reaching the entrance, Guan Mushin halted, his profile cold as he uttered, "I am your husband, and I possess the authority to prevent you from straying." With that, he strode out the door without a backward glance. "Guan Mushin, you scoundrel!" Su Qing shouted as the door slammed shut behind him, leaving an oppressive silence in the room. Her eyes reddened, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. Is it permissible for him to indulge in his desires while I am left to suffer? He can spend every night with Feng Yi, returning home only at the stroke of midnight. He can abandon everything for a week at a time. How utterly unreasonable! Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Su Qing began to weep softly. Observing her tears, Chun Ma fretted nearby. "Young mistress, please do not cry. It is not good for the baby." What could have provoked the young master to such a rage? This woman ought to uphold her role as a virtuous wife. A man like Master Gu must possess a fierce sense of jealousy. Henceforth, you should refrain from associating with male friends. Chun Ma's incessant nagging only exacerbated Su Qing's agitation, prompting her to ascend the stairs, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, concerned that her turmoil might adversely affect the child within her. Su Qing chose to rest in bed for an entire day. Yet, life must persist. Su Zi had changed her major. Her aspirations now crystal clear. She aimed to become a certified public accountant and had even procured several foundational accounting books for herself. With a struggle, Su Qing rose, dressed, and grabbed her bag, determined to venture outside. In truth, she harbored a quiet rebellion against Guan Mushun's authority. He had forbidden her from stepping out, and thus she felt compelled to do so as an act of defiance. As she approached the entrance to change her shoes, Chun Ma hurried over, attempting to halt her. "Madam, you cannot go out. Master has expressly instructed otherwise. He has no right to confine my freedom," Su Qing retorted, ignoring Chun Ma and continuing to change her shoes. In a moment of desperation, Chun Ma positioned herself at the door, arms outstretched to block Su Qing's path. "Madam, if Master finds out, I cannot bear the consequences. If he learns of this, let him come to me directly." Pushing past Chun Ma without a backward glance, Su Qing exited the door, realizing she could not stop her. Chun Ma called after her, "Madam, please return soon. I will cover for you. Just make sure to come back early." Su Qing ventured to a bookstore to purchase books for Su Zi, then returned to her maternal home for lunch. In the afternoon, she arranged to meet Xiao Li for an afternoon tea at Shengshi Building. Deep down, she was aware that she was deliberately provoking Guan Mushun, perhaps in hopes that his anger would lead him to agree to a divorce. With a sense of reckless abandon, she accepted that her actions would likely invite trouble. Yet she proceeded defiantly, awaiting Guan Mushun to confront her. Upon her return to Guan Mushun's residence, the evening lights had begun to twinkle. As she entered the foyer, she was met by a visibly anxious Chun Ma. Su Qing chose to disregard her, lowering her head to change her shoes, fully aware that Guan Mushun had returned, as indicated by the sight of his polished shoes. "Madam, Master is in the living room and is quite displeased to learn of your absence. You must go and speak a few kind words to him," Chun Ma implored, grasping Su Qing's arm with genuine concern. In response to Chun Ma's good intentions, Su Qing furrowed her brow but proceeded into the living room. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking. Instead of pausing, she continued directly upstairs. "Stop!" A sharp voice called from behind as she reached the staircase. Su Qing grasped the banister. Her steps halted, yet she did not turn around. Guan Mushun forcefully extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, frowning as he approached her from behind. "Have you chosen to ignore my words? I expressly forbade you from going out, yet you lingered outside all day before returning. His voice resonated with such intensity it seemed capable of shattering the ceiling. Gradually, Su Qing turned to face him, maintaining her chin held high, her expression devoid of fear. You clearly do not love me. Yet now the one you cherish has returned to seek you out. Why do you still hesitate to divorce me? Guan Mushin, I fail to comprehend the workings of your heart. She gazed at him with confusion, his eyes as profound as the ocean, leaving one unable to decipher their depths. Su Qing's words momentarily stunned Guan Mushin. His lips parted, yet no sound emerged. Observing his expression, Su Qing found it amusing. He seemed to think she was unaware of everything. In the next moment, a glimmer of perplexity flickered in Guan Mushin's eyes as he inquired, How did you come to know? Chapter 66. Do not challenge my bottom line. It appears that your ex-girlfriend has not informed you of her visit to me. Su Qing stated coldly. Fong came to see you? Guan Mushin's expression was one of surprise as he grasped Su Qing's wrist. Do not touch me. Su Qing attempted to shake off his hand. However, Guan Mushin's grip was as unyielding as a vice, though it was not as forceful as the previous day, sparing her the pain of crushed bones. In the next moment, Guan Mushin suddenly broke into a grin. Why are you laughing? Su Qing found his mood swings bewildering. Moments ago, they were embroiled in a heated argument, and now he was smiling. So, you are jealous, Guan Mushin remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qing. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is jealous? His words stirred an inexplicable turmoil within her. She hurriedly denied it, yet she could not meet his eyes. For indeed, her reactions these past few days had stemmed from jealousy, but what right did she have to feel that way, given that the one he loved was not her? Today, Su Qing's response seemed to bring him a strange joy. He reached out to grasp her chin, lifting her face to compel her to look at him. Have you developed feelings for me? Though framed as a question, his tone was laced with certainty. This assertion prompted Su Qing to hastily push away his arm and turn towards the sofa, one hand resting against it as she stumbled over her words in denial. How could I possibly like you? What a joke. Su Qing, you cannot deceive me. He stepped closer, gazing down at her profile. In my heart, you are merely the father of my child. His proximity sent a tremor through her heart, his breath enveloping her entirely, yet she still uttered words that contradicted her feelings. Is that all? Guan Mushin seized her shoulder, turning her to face him. Su Qing was forced to meet his penetrating gaze, which seemed to reflect only her own image. Why was he asking her such questions? Why compel her to admit her feelings for him? Did he perhaps harbor even a flicker of affection for her in his heart? No, he loved Fong Yi and had not let go of her all these years. How could he develop feelings for her after such a brief period together? Perhaps he felt guilty towards her? Yet, in his eyes, she discerned a glimmer of fervor. Having experienced romantic emotions herself, she recognized that look all too well. In that moment, Su Qing was engulfed in confusion. What should she do? Acknowledge her feelings for him and take a chance against Fong Yi for his affection? Or should she eternally suppress her feelings and choose to walk away, severing any emotional ties for good? As Guan Mushin awaited Su Qing's response, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Ma went to answer the door, while the two remained oblivious, locked in each other's gaze. After a moment, Chen Ma re-entered, accompanied by a girl clad in a black uniform, announcing, Madam, this young lady is here to see you. Madam Chen, in fact, had the best of intentions. Upon witnessing the argument between the young master and his wife, she promptly ushered in a visitor to divert their attention. At that moment, Guan Mushin had already released his grip on Su Qing's shoulder. A sigh of relief escaped Su Qing's heart as she realized that the arrival of this individual was fortuitous, for she was at a loss on how to respond to Guan Mushin's inquiries. Are you Miss Su Qing? A courteous young lady clad in a black uniform inquired. Yes. Is there something you need? Su Qing nodded, unable to recall having met the young lady before. The girl retrieved an identification card from her bag, glanced at it, then looked up to compare it with Su Qing, finally smiling as she said, About a week ago, you checked into our hotel. In your haste, you inadvertently left your ID at our front desk. As Su Qing beheld the identification card being offered, a sudden recollection washed over her. After Fong Yi had come to see her that day, she had wept uncontrollably, and just as Xiao Li had called, they had remained at a nearby CF, opting for a hotel for the afternoon. In the ensuing days, she had not needed her ID, completely oblivious to the fact that it had been left behind at the hotel. Thank you. By the way, how did you know I stayed here? Su Qing inquired curiously as she accepted the ID. The young lady smiled gently, explaining, "Our hotel is located nearby. I happened to see you enter this community last time I passed by, so I asked the security guard at the entrance, who kindly informed me of your apartment number." "Ah, I see. Thank you for going through all this trouble." Su Qing expressed her gratitude, fully aware that losing her ID would entail a cumbersome process to replace it. She was pleasantly surprised by the exceptional service, as the young lady had dedicated a considerable amount of time delivering the ID to her. "Goodbye," the young lady said as she took her leave. After bidding farewell to the girl, Su Qing turned around only to find a pair of icy, penetrating eyes fixed on her, sending a chill down her spine. Before she could utter a word, Guan Mushin abruptly interrogated, "Who did you go to the hotel with? Is it Zheng Haoren? What are you talking about?" Su Qing was taken aback by his unfounded assumption that she had gone to a hotel with Zheng Haoren. Her anger flaring, not wishing to engage further, she turned to ascend the stairs, but Guan Mushin stepped forward, grasping her arm. He resembled a furious lion, his hair seemingly standing on end, causing Su Qing to shudder involuntarily. "Su Qing, you astound me. Even in your condition, you dare to venture out with another man." Guan Mushin's words were reckless and unfiltered. Fury surged within Su Qing, and in a moment of rage, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Guan Mushin's face. Stunned, he fixed a cold glare upon her, while Su Qing's hand trembled, uncertain whether it was from anger or the reverberation of her own action. After a long pause, Guan Mushin clenched her arm, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "You are the most shameless woman I have ever encountered. You were in the wrong, yet still dare to strike your man. Do you truly believe I would not retaliate? I know you would. Go ahead and kill me. Let all end." Su Qing retorted, her words now devoid of restraint. "Were it not for the child you carry within you, I would indeed wish for a definitive conclusion between us." At that moment, Guan Mushin's eyes were ablaze with fury. Upon hearing his words, Su Qing let out a cold laugh, retorting with defiance, "You seem rather confident that the child in my womb is yours." Guan Mushin's gaze darkened, a murderous glint flickering within. "Su Qing, I warn you once more, do not test my limits." Just then, seeing their escalating confrontation, Chen Ma hurried over to mediate. "Young master, young mistress, perhaps you could each refrain from saying another word?" Both Su Qing and Guan Mushin turned in unison, vehemently exclaiming, "What business is it of yours?" Chen Ma found herself momentarily at a loss. Chapter 67. Return to me in the next instant. Guan Mushin seemed to have a revelation. He shook off Su Qing's hand, approached the sofa, and retrieved her bag, swiftly extracting her phone. "What do you need my phone for?" Su Qing was perplexed by Guan Mushin's intentions and attempted to snatch the phone back. However, Guan Mushin raised his arm, placing the device out of her reach. After a futile struggle, she realized that no matter what, she could not wrest it from him. Since there were no secrets within her phone, she resigned herself, crossing her arms defiantly and settling onto the sofa. Yet, Su Qing's attempt to reclaim her phone only heightened Guan Mushin's suspicion that there was indeed a secret within. He unlocked the phone and began to peruse her messages, followed by the call log. As he scrutinized the call history, his expression darkened further. He thrust the phone before Su Qing, demanding, "What is this?" Casting a disdainful glance at the call log, Su Qing noted the name Zheng Haoren glaring back at her, alongside 5 or 6 recent calls exchanged between them. She recognized that Guan Mushin's imagination was running wild once again. With a hint of annoyance, she retorted, "Guan Mushin, will you ever cease? Am I not entitled to have a common friend? This person has always shown interest in you. You cannot feign ignorance. Now that I am away from Jiangzhou, your frequent interactions with him, what does it signify? Have you two remained in contact? Or has a relationship recently been rekindled?" In a fit of anger, Guan Mushin hurled the phone against the wall, where it shattered upon impact and tumbled to the floor. Witnessing the destruction of her phone, Su Qing seethed with rage and raised her hand to strike him. "Guan Mushin, you are fabricating charges against me." Guan Mushin allowed her small fist to pummel his chest. When she finally grew exhausted from her futile efforts, He seized the opportunity to bend down and lift her effortlessly into his arms. "What are you doing? Put me down at once. Do you hear me?" As she was suddenly lifted off the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and in desperation, she clutched at his collar, bewildered by his intentions. Guan Mushin turned and strode toward the door with Su Qing cradled in his arms. Shima hurried after them. "Young master, where are you taking young madam? Pack her daily essentials. Someone will come to fetch you shortly," Guan Mushin replied curtly, continuing his exit with Su Qing in tow, leaving Chun Ma in a state of bewilderment. "Guan Mushin, what do you intend to do? Put me down immediately." Throughout the journey, Su Qing's voice rang out in protest. Yet Guan Mushin remained unfazed, attracting the attention of bystanders. Upon reaching the parking area, Lin Feng awaited their arrival. He momentarily paused in surprise, but quickly opened the back door of the car. Guan Mushin gently deposited Su Qing into the back seat before joining her. Eager to reclaim her freedom, Su Qing reached for the door handle, only to discover that the door was locked and unyielding. At that moment, Lin Feng entered the car and drove out of the community. Realizing she was trapped, Su Qing turned to confront Guan Mushin, her anger palpable. "Where are you taking me?" "Soon, you shall know." Guan Mushin's expression remained impassive. Su Qing, in a fit of anger, struck the car window, only to be met with the harshness of the glass, causing her fingers to throb with pain, prompting an involuntary gasp. Observing this with the corner of his eye, Guan Mushin's brow slightly furrowed. The vehicle continued its journey towards the outskirts, suddenly veering onto the renowned winding road of Butterfly Mountain outside Jiangzhou. As the car ascended the mountain, Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, "What brings you to Butterfly Mountain?" Guan Mushin closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to her words. Frustrated, Su Qing turned to Lin Feng, the driver, and said, "Assistant Lin, pull over. I wish to get out." Lin Feng, with an expression of discomfort, replied, "Madam, I cannot stop without Mr. Guan's orders." Hearing this, Su Qing's face paled with anger, yet she found herself powerless, choosing instead to remain silent and observe his intentions. After more than half an hour, the car unexpectedly turned into a villa area as it neared the summit. Nestled at the peak of Butterfly Mountain, the area was replete with dense trees and babbling brooks, elegantly integrating human-made landscapes with several chic villas. Such properties must be exceedingly valuable, and the vehicle proceeded to the largest villa, complete with a garden. As the car came to a halt within the garden, Su Qing cast a bewildered glance outside, beginning to grasp Guan Mushin's intentions. He likely aimed to confine her here. Her disobedience in the city and tendency to roam freely had led him to abandon her in this isolated locale, rendering any attempt at escape impossible. At that moment, a chill of dread coursed down her spine. Guan Mushin was truly formidable. In this secluded mountain retreat, where not a soul could be seen, he could easily orchestrate her demise. Lin Feng opened the car door for Su Qing, yet she stubbornly refused to exit. Standing on the stone-paved ground, Guan Mushin stepped forward to steady the car door, coldly commanding, "Get out." "I won't get out." Su Qing barely finished her protest when she felt a tight grip on her wrist as he pulled her from the car. "Let go of me," she cried out, her protests echoing as he led her into the villa. Guan Mushin flung her onto the European-style leather sofa, asserting, "You will reside here until the baby is born, preventing you from gallivanting around with other men." His anger still simmered beneath the surface, his gaze icy and face darkened, though he struggled to contain his fury, wary of harming the child within her. Realizing her suspicions were indeed correct, Su Qing blurted out, "What nonsense are you spouting? I can't stay here. I have so much to attend to. You must take me back." Susie needed to change her major, and numerous matters required her attention. Her mother had been suffering from back pain and awaited her assistance to see a doctor. How could she possibly remain here? "This evening, Chima will bring your personal items to care for you. It will be best if you don't wander off." The peak of Butterfly Mountain has yet to be developed into a tourist attraction, so wild beasts may roam freely. Guan Mushin cautioned Su Qing before turning to exit the villa. By the time Su Qing regained her composure and rushed outside, she witnessed Guan Mushin already entering the vehicle, which was swiftly driven away by Lin Feng. "Guan Mushin, come back!" Su Qing cried out in panic. However, the garden gate had already begun to close slowly, revealing only the security guard waving farewell to Guan Mushin's car. At that moment, despair enveloped Su Qing as she sat despondently on the threshold, realizing that this scoundrel, Guan Mushin, had truly abandoned her atop this mountain. Chapter 68. Are you pouting at me? That evening, Chen Ma arrived punctually at the mountain villa with Su Qing's daily necessities. She prepared a bowl of egg noodles for Su Qing, but her heart was too burdened with anger to have any appetite. After tossing and turning through the night, dawn broke. Su Qing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, gazing down at the entire courtyard. The mountain air was considerably cooler than that of the city. She draped a robe over her shoulders. The morning light in the mountains was particularly beautiful and serene, yet she found no inclination to appreciate it. The villa was adorned with European-style decor and furnishings, exuding opulence. Even the crystal glasses for drinking water were imported from abroad, and the floors were covered with wool rugs. Although it was midsummer in Jiangzhou, the mountaintop was damp and chilly, compelling Su Qing to cocoon herself in a thick quilt at night to stave off the cold. It felt as if he had crafted a delicate cage to confine her here, and aside from the solitude and loneliness. A sense of fear crept in. Incurring Guan Mushin's ire was indeed perilous. Her phone lay shattered, severing her connection with family and friends, who must be frantic with worry. The villa's telephone had been rendered inoperable by Guan Mushin's orders, leaving her with only his and Lin Feng's numbers to call. No other numbers could be dialed. After a night of contemplation, Su Qing devised no better strategy than to bombard Guan Mushin with incessant calls. Guan Mushin, release me at once. Can you hear me? Guan Mushin, I refuse to remain here. Send someone to take me back to Jiangzhou immediately. Guan Mushin, you scoundrel. You cannot confine my freedom. Yet, every time she spoke these words into the phone, there was silence on the other end, leading her to believe he was entirely ignoring her. When she finally grew weary of shouting and fell silent, he would leisurely respond. The air in the mountains is quite pleasant, perfect for your cultivation. Considered a workout for your lungs. Guan Mushin, may you meet a terrible fate. Each time, she would hoarsely curse him, yet he always managed to hang up first, rendering her curses unheard. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, Su Qing smashed the villa's sole telephone. After 2 days of silence, she finally conceived a plan to resist Guan Mushin, a hunger strike. He might disregard her well-being, but he could not neglect the life of the child she carried. Resolute, she embarked on this course of action, fasting for an entire day. Though her stomach protested vehemently, she endured, refusing to be caged like a bird, especially since her mother and sister might have reported her missing. That evening, Chen Ma brought meals to Su Qing's bedside, pleading, "Young mistress, please eat a little. Your child cannot endure this." Su Qing remained unresponsive, as this was not the first time Chen Ma had come to her with such entreaties. In truth, she was on the brink of collapse. Feeling the baby within her beginning to stir, she had sensed fetal movement over the past few days. Thus, she dared not gaze upon the dishes that Chen Ma had brought, fearing that she might falter midway. Noticing that Su Qing remained unfazed, Chen Ma spoke with a quivering voice, "Madam, the young master will surely reprimand me severely if he learns of this. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly explain it to him?" Upon hearing these words, Su Qing nearly lost her composure. It dawned on her that she had yet to inform Guan Mushin that she had gone a day without food. Once he became aware, would she not be left to starve? She cast her eyes toward the darkening sky, pondering how she would endure this interminable night on an empty stomach. Had she known that this rebellion would be fraught with such difficulty, she would have discreetly stashed away some food in this room to nibble on later, thus avoiding such distress. Su Qing gently caressed her belly, silently reassuring the little one within. "Hold on, my dear child. It is entirely my fault for being so naive and lacking in strategy." Withstanding the pressure, Chen Ma ultimately left the room, bearing the dishes with a heavy heart, while Su Qing could only gaze at the boundless night, consumed by her thoughts. As the clock approached 8 or 9, and her stomach growled with hunger, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door being forcefully kicked open. Startled, Su Qing looked up to see Guan Mushin striding in with an expression dark as a storm cloud. "Are you wagering my child against me?" he declared as he approached the bedside. Su Qing had not anticipated his swift arrival. She had thought Chun Ma would inform him of her hunger strike tonight, and he would come by tomorrow. I want to go back to Jiangzhou, she replied calmly, looking up at him. Absolutely not, he asserted with unwavering resolve. Faced with his steadfastness, Su Qing turned her gaze away and stated, then let your child starve. Naturally, she could not bear the thought of any harm befalling her unborn child. Yet the child had now become her sole leverage. Dear child, do not blame your mother for using you to threaten your father. I have no other choice. Unbeknownst to her, Guan Mushin was impervious to threats. Her words only served to incite his fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qing, threatening her directly. Su Qing, I solemnly warn you, if anything befalls my child, your family will pay the price. His gaze was as chilling as ancient ice, leaving her spine tingling with dread. Su Qing was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. You must not act recklessly. Her voice trembled slightly. When Guan Mushin became unhinged, he truly instilled fear, and he possessed considerable influence in Jiangzhou. Su Qing could not afford to gamble with the lives of her mother and sister. If you wish for me not to act recklessly, then you must eat regularly, Guan Mushin declared with authority. In that moment, Su Qing realized that she could not confront him head-on. He would not be swayed by such tactics, and she lacked the means to engage him in a battle of wills. A wise person does not suffer losses in front of them, and there was no need for her to clash with a rock using an egg. Thus, she softened her tone. Guan Mushin, I have been here for several days. My mother, sister, and friends will be worried if they cannot find me. What if they, in their desperation, report my disappearance to the authorities? You would certainly face trouble. Rest assured, I visited your mother's home yesterday and informed her of the instability of your pregnancy. I have arranged for you to stay at a distant sanatorium where you can recuperate in peace, free from disturbances. I advised her to refrain from contacting you for a while, and I have also left her with ample living expenses. Additionally, your sister is about to start her university journey, and I ensure that her tuition fees are covered. As for your dear friend, Qiaoli, I have instructed Ailey to convey the same rationale to her. Are there any other friends or relatives you wish to notify? I can have my secretary attend to each matter. You need only focus on nurturing our child until the moment arrives for their safe arrival. Guan Mushin's eyes fixed intently on Su Qing as he spoke fervently. Chapter 69. You are a bastard. Upon hearing those words, Su Qing was left utterly astounded. He appeared to be exceptionally prepared, and she had consistently underestimated him. This time, she found herself at a loss for words. But, you must allow me to contact them, right? They hardly ever see me. They will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Under the penetrating gaze of Guan Mushin, Su Qing was bewildered as she instantaneously altered her request from leaving this place to merely being able to connect with her mother and sister. Guan Mushin glanced at his watch and replied, That is acceptable, but it is rather late today. Tomorrow morning, you may call home or reach out to Qiaoli, provided that Chun Ma is present. Su Qing, do not attempt any tricks with me again, or else they will face dire consequences. Su Qing understood that he was entirely capable of following through on his threats. Without even considering the matter further, a mere intimidation of her mother and sister would be enough to unsettle them. As for Qiaoli, if she were to be dismissed, her life would undoubtedly descend into turmoil. Su Qing realized that even if she disclosed her circumstances to them, they would be unable to assist her and would only suffer in turn. Surveying the opulent room around her, Su Qing's perspective shifted in an instant. Was it not only a matter of residing here for a few months? The surroundings were pleasant, and there were caretakers. The mountain air was also highly beneficial for pregnant women. Why should she not embrace it? In the next moment, Su Qing declared, I am hungry. Although her tone bore a hint of helplessness and restraint, she was nonetheless willing to eat. Guan Mushin turned away, touched his nose, and a faint smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. He then called out towards the door, Chun Ma, the young mistress is hungry. Please bring her food. Coming, coming. As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Ma's voice echoed from outside. She had always prepared meals in advance, and upon hearing the call, she ascended the stairs with a tray in hand, setting down two of Su Qing's favorite dishes along with rice on the bedside table. Su Qing eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and began to devour the food voraciously. The experience of hunger was excruciating, and being pregnant only amplified her discomfort. After a few bites, she felt steadier and found the strength to continue resisting Guanmushen. Chen Ma stood before Guanmushen, smiling amiably. "Young master, it is quite late, and the mountain path is treacherous. Why not stay the night and leave in the morning? I could prepare some clothes and bedding for you." Guanmushen remained noncommittal, while Su Qing lifted her head first and stated, "I am going to sleep. If you intend to stay, it would be best for you to reside next door. My rest will directly impact your child." Her words were unmistakably clear. She did not wish to share a bed with Guanmushen. Her response caused Guanmushen's brows to furrow, and he then turned to Chen Ma, saying, "I have an engagement tonight that requires me to return to Jiangzhou immediately." Although directed at Chen Ma, his words were clearly intended for Su Qing to hear. Chen Ma, understanding the underlying tension between the couple, promptly added, "Then, young master, please drive carefully. Have Assistant Lin take it slow." As she spoke, Guanmushen's gaze remained fixed on Su Qing, who was solemnly focused on her meal, silent and unyielding. In the next moment, Guanmushen declared fiercely, "From now on, I shall visit you once a month to see if you have gained weight. Should you lose any, I will ensure that your sister Su Zi will not attend university." Upon hearing this, Su Qing raised her head, glaring at Guanmushen with a look of indignation. How despicable of him to use his own family as leverage to coerce her into submission. Guanmushen's expression darkened as he shot her a glance before storming off in a huff. Chen Ma hurriedly followed him out. Once they had departed, Su Qing continued to chew her food while pounding a soft pillow with her hands, cursing, "Guanmushen, you scoundrel! Scoundrel!" After seeing off Guanmushen, Chen Ma approached, hesitating to speak. "Young madam, is this really necessary? The young master is also. Do not mention him again." Su Qing interjected firmly. Chen Ma shook her head and retreated. From that day forth, Su Qing endeavored to live here with a calm demeanor. Each morning, she would ask Chen Ma to accompany her for walks in the nearby woods or by the creek, inhaling the fresh mountain air. At noon, she would bask in the sun on a lounge chair on the terrace. In the evenings, she would sit by the bay window to gaze at the stars. During her leisure, Su Qing would take out her books to study for the Certified Public Accountant examination. Ever since her entanglement with Guanmushen, her grand aspiration to become a CPA had been put on hold. Now, she finally had an opportunity to study undisturbed. Before long, Su Qing was nearly 5 months pregnant, and the time for her prenatal checkup was approaching. Deep down, she harbored a secret wish that perhaps, during the checkup, she could return to Jiangzhou and meet her mother and Suzy. However, this thought would be shattered on a later day. One afternoon, while soaking up the sun by the bay window, Su Qing suddenly noticed the garden gate swing open and a black Bentley drove into the garden. It was Guanmushen's car. He likely came to weigh her, as it had been exactly a month since her last act of starvation. However, shortly thereafter, an ambulance entered the garden as well, leaving Su Qing momentarily baffled as to why Guanmushen would bring an ambulance. Then, she saw Guanmushen step out of the Bentley, followed by Assistant Lin, and soon the ambulance doors swung open, revealing 2 female doctors in white coats and 2 nurses carrying medical equipment. Just as Su Qing was enveloped in confusion, Chen Ma opened the door to the house. "Young madam, the young master has summoned the doctors from the hospital for your checkup," she announced. With that, the doctors and nurses entered, bringing their medical equipment along. At that moment, Su Qing finally understood. Guanmushen was resolute in ensuring she did not step outside the villa before giving birth, even going so far as to have doctors and nurses come to her home for the checkup. As for the prenatal examination, Su Qing did not resist. Instead, she complied obediently with the doctors and nurses. She understood that resistance was futile. Guanmushen was someone who responded to softness rather than hardness. If she were to be obstinate, he would undoubtedly become even more unyielding. Nevertheless, she would not submit to him or grovel at his feet. That would be preferable to wishing for her own demise. After the examination concluded, Su Qing heard a steady sound of footsteps approaching. Without needing to look, she recognized that the footsteps belonged to Guanmushen. Upon entering, he inquired of the leading doctor, "How did the checkup go?" "Everything is normal," the female doctor replied. Guanmushen cast a glance at Su Qing, who was seated on the bed, and further questioned, "What about her weight?" The doctor lowered her gaze to review the previous examination records and responded, It has increased by 2 kilograms since last month. At that moment, Su Qing realized that the female doctor who was examining her today was the same one who had attended to her during her last visit to the hospital. Su Qing couldn't help but marvel at the privileges that wealth could afford, allowing one to essentially relocate a hospital to their home, summoning whichever doctor they wished at their convenience. Chapter 70. I wanted a divorce upon hearing that Su Qing had gained 2 kilograms. Guan Yukin's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly pleased with the news. You have worked hard, Chen Ma. Please see our guests out, he instructed. The doctor and nurses filed out, carrying their equipment, followed closely by Chen Ma. Guan Yukin approached the bedside, casting a glance at Su Qing and then at her noticeably rounded belly. He reached out, intending to touch her. Su Qing, irritated, swatted his hand away and exclaimed, Don't touch me. Do you think I am interested in touching you? I merely wish to feel my child, Guan Yukin retorted immediately. At his words, Su Qing's cheeks flushed. She then composed herself and calmly addressed him. Guan Yukin, since the person you love has returned, why won't you divorce me? Even if we part ways, I can still safely bear your child. If you refuse to divorce me, you cannot marry the one you love. Are you truly willing to see her suffer? Su Qing could not comprehend why Guan Yukin insisted on this course of action. Was it merely to uphold his pride as a man after being angered by her words? Or did he insist on having her bear his child within the confines of marriage so that the child would possess a legitimate identity? Guan Yukin's gaze lingered on Su Qing for a moment, his expression betraying a hint of frustration. Su Qing, you are the most self-righteous woman I have ever encountered. Guan Yukin, do not resort to personal attacks. I am earnestly discussing our situation, Su Qing replied. The matters between us are my prerogative. You have no right to discuss them. With that, Guan Yukin turned impatiently and strode toward the door. Realizing that this departure might mean he wouldn't return for an indeterminate period, Su Qing hastily leapt from the bed, barefoot, and obstructed his path. What do you intend to do? Guan Yukin furrowed his brow, staring at her. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, I want a divorce. Though merely 4 words, they provoked a visible reaction from Guan Yukin, his forehead tightening with tension as he questioned. You are so eager to divorce me because you wish to seek out Jinghaoren? That is my own affair, Su Qing asserted, fully aware of his lingering suspicions regarding her and Jinghaoren. This statement incensed Guan Yukin. He grasped her arm tightly, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, You are still carrying my child, and yet you are so impatient to pursue another man. You accuse me of being unreasonable, but it is you who is truly irrational, drawing such conclusions from everything. Su Qing's eyes blazed with indignation. I am indeed unreasonable. Let me make this clear. While you are bearing my child, you are forbidden from approaching any other man. With that, Guan Yukin released her arm and stormed off in anger. Guan Yukin, Su Qing called after him, but he ignored her, disappearing through the doorway. The car meandered down the winding mountain road. In the back seat, Guan Yukin continued to smoke, the window partially rolled down, leaving the air inside the vehicle stifling. Lin Feng, Guan Yukin suddenly called out, his demeanor one of melancholy. President Guan? Lin Feng glanced back, having never before witnessed his boss in such a state. A moment later, he suddenly spoke as if to himself, yet also as if confiding in another. Why do some women remain so oblivious to their circumstances? No matter how one treats them, they possess no awareness whatsoever. Are you referring to your wife? Lin Feng inquired. At that moment, Guan Yukin let out a self-deprecating smile. How did I come to discuss such matters with you? You are neither married, nor have you ever been in a relationship. Your experience pales in comparison to mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, gripping the steering wheel, chuckled. It's precisely because I find women troublesome that I have avoided romantic entanglements. That is merely because you have yet to encounter someone who captivates your heart at first glance. Guan Yukin murmured, gazing out at the inky black mountains. Guan, you seem a bit. Lin Feng hesitated. A bit what? Guan Yukin inquired nonchalantly. A bit troubled by matters of the heart. Lin Feng replied with a shake of his head and a smile. For many years, Lin Feng had served as Guan Yukin's assistant. Their relationship was amicable beyond the confines of hierarchy, allowing for a more casual exchange in private. However, Lin Feng was always adept at distinguishing between the appropriate times for levity and seriousness, a quality that made him an invaluable ally to Guan Yukin. Do you dare mock me? A flicker of amusement crossed Guan Yukin's stern countenance. I wouldn't dream of it, Lin Feng quickly retorted, waving his hands. After a bout of playful banter, Guan Yukin's mood improved considerably. Just then, the ringing of a phone pierced the air within the car. Guan Yukin retrieved his mobile device, glanced at the flashing number on the screen, and furrowed his brow slightly before answering. Hello? Yukin, didn't you say you would come to see me tonight? It's nearly 10 o'clock. Why haven't you arrived yet? The voice on the other end softened upon hearing Guan Yukin's response. Guan Yukin hesitated for a moment before replying. Xiaoyi, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to this evening and cannot come to see you. What matters? Is it a work-related issue or something personal? The voice of Feng Yi probed cautiously. Guan Yukin's patience wore thin at that point. I have some matters to handle. I will visit you another day. I've been quite busy these past few days. If you require assistance, you may contact my secretary, Alarmingly. She will be able to help you. But Feng Yi attempted to interject, yet Guan Yukin interjected with a curt goodbye and ended the call. After the line went dead, Feng Yi, incensed, threw her phone onto the bed and flung herself onto the mattress. Lying there, staring at the ceiling for a long while, her eyes suddenly glimmered with a newfound resolve. The following day, Feng Yi, donned in a cream-colored dress, rang the doorbell of the Guan residence in the provincial capital. The housekeeper, Qing, scrutinized Feng Yi, signaling unfamiliarity. After all, when Feng Yi was a frequent visitor, the Guans had not yet employed Qing. Miss, whom do you seek? I am here to visit Mrs. Guan. Kindly inform her that Feng Yi has come to call, Feng Yi confidently stated. Please hold for a moment, Qing replied, about to close the door. Feng Yi quickly added, by the way, please tell Mrs. Guan that I have come from Jiangzhou, sent by Yukin. Certainly, Qing promptly went to relay the message. As anticipated by Feng Yi, she was invited into the Guan residence 2 minutes later. However, rather than being ushered into the living room, she was seated at a stone table in the courtyard, though she was at least offered a cup of tea. Feng Yi was not taken aback by such treatment. Her purpose for visiting today was not to seek any particular courtesy. Merely having Lu Yun agree to meet her provided her with the opportunity to achieve her goals. 5 minutes passed, yet Lu Yun still had not emerged from the house. Feng Yi was not surprised. She had come to understand Lu Yun well, recognizing that Mrs. Guan, with her affluent demeanor, would only present herself once she had established a certain air of grandeur, regardless of who was present. Chapter 71. Prepared. Feng Yi leisurely finished the tea in her cup just as Lu Yun, adorned in elegant attire, emerged from the room. Upon seeing her approach, Feng Yi rose with a smile, exclaiming, Aunt Guan, after all these years, you remain as youthful and beautiful as ever. Lu Yun, momentarily taken aback by Feng Yi's words, quickly regained her composure. Feng Yi placed the gifts she had brought from America upon the stone table, saying, These are some presents I brought back from the United States. I hope you will accept them, Aunt. Lu Yun feigned modesty, responding with a dry chuckle. I never expected that after all these years, you would still remember me. Of course, you are Mu Shun's mother. I will always keep you in my heart, Feng Yi replied discreetly. Mention in Guan Mu Shen, Lu Yun sneered. You said you came from Jiangzhou. It seems you have already met Mu Shun. Indeed, Feng Yi nodded. Then you must be aware that Mu Shun is married now, and Qing is pregnant. He is about to become a father, Lu Yun remarked, scrutinizing Feng Yi's expression as she spoke. Mu Shun has informed me of all this. Feng Yi confirmed with a nod. Surprised, Lu Yun inquired, if you already know, then why seek me out? With a calm smile, Feng Yi leisurely retrieved a photograph from her bag and presented it before Lu Yun, gazing intently at her face. While tidying up my house upon returning, I chanced upon this photograph from years past, and I thought it appropriate to bring it to you in person, Aunt Guan. Initially indifferent, Lu Yun glanced down at the photograph, only to be struck with shock. She snatched the picture, examining it closely, her fury barely contained. Qing, I suddenly have a craving for cherries. Please go to the large supermarket in the south and buy 2 pounds. She called out sharply. Understood, Qing, who was tidying the courtyard, hastily gathered her belongings and left. Observing Lu Yun's dismissal of Xiaoqin, Fang Yi recognized that she had achieved half of her goal, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Once Xiaoqin had departed, Lu Yun furiously tore the photograph to shreds. Fang Yi chuckled, "Guan. I possess the negatives of that photograph. You cannot tear them all apart. How do you have this photograph?" Lu Yun questioned in a low voice, her tone laced with suspicion. Fang Yi smiled subtly, recalling the events of that day. "I remember that at the time, I had not yet graduated from university. Mu Shun and I had planned a picnic, but I was struck with my menstrual cycle and could not go. While Mu Shun remained indoors reading, I took my camera to capture the phoenix trees outside the window. Unexpectedly, the gate to the courtyard swung open, and you entered with a gentleman. Then, you suddenly shut the door, and that man embraced you passionately. Enough." Lu Yun's previously regal demeanor had drained to a pallid hue. Fang Yi continued unabated. "I recall that day, Uncle Guan was in the capital for a meeting, and you believe Mu Shun and I were on our outing, so we would not return all day. You and that gentleman could hardly contain yourselves in the courtyard. I witnessed you both entering the house, disrobing." Silence. Lu Yun suddenly erupted, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her as she supported her head with her hand. Fang Yi paused for a moment and then continued. "Mu Shun witnessed your actions with that gentleman through the window, and he was so enraged that he nearly wanted to kill. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. He instructed me to stay inside and not to come out, and I could only comply with his wishes, considering that we, as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, will have to coexist in the future." Lu Yun's complexion had lost the earlier air of superiority. She appeared to have aged several years in an instant. However, being a person who had weathered many storms, she quickly composed herself and raised her head with a cold smile, saying, "Fang, speak plainly. What exactly do you intend to do? What can I possibly do? My heart has always remained with the Guan family these years. I merely wish to be with Mu Shun in the future. It is unfortunate that due to an unexpected upheaval in my family back then, my child with Mu Shun would likely have been able to call you grandmother by now." Fang Yi spoke evasively, yet she made her stance clear. "But Mu Shun is already married," Lu Yun began, only to be interrupted by Fang Yi. "He does not love that woman. The one he loves is me. Very well. As long as you possess the capability to make him divorce and marry you, I shall not interfere. Moreover, I will wholeheartedly accept you and arrange a grand wedding for you," Lu Yun replied. In truth, for Lu Yun, her son marrying either Fang Yi or that Su Qing was of little difference, for she was dissatisfied with both. Yet, she still underestimated Fang Yi. Fang Yi then chuckled. "Merely not interfering is not sufficient. I need your support to help drive that woman out of the Guan family and ensure that Mu Shun completely forgets her." At these words, Lu Yun furrowed her brows. "This is ultimately your emotional matter. How can I, as a mother, interfere or assist you?" Fang Yi's expression darkened as she gazed elsewhere and said, "I know you must have a way. I will give you a week to devise a plan. If you cannot come up with anything, I shall send this photograph to the local tabloids in the provincial city, and you will certainly become even more infamous there." With that, Fang Yi stood up, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. "This is nothing short of extortion," Lu Yun exclaimed in anger. Fang Yi halted, turning her back to Lu Yun as she replied, "To be with Mu Shun, I can no longer concern myself with much." "Ah." Lu Yun scoffed coldly. "You're still too naive, little girl. With my influence, eliminating you would be as simple as crushing an ant. Do you truly believe you can threaten me?" Fang Yi turned to meet Lu Yun's shrewd gaze and said, "Aunt Guan, I have come prepared. The apartment I reside in Jiangzhou is under Mu Shun's name, and our relationship is currently stable. If anything were to happen to me, do you think you would stand idly by? You dare use Mu Shun to threaten me?" Lu Yun sprang to her feet. Fang Yi quickly smiled. "Aunt Guan, after all these years, the bond between you and Mu Shun has likely diminished to mere pretense. Has it not? He is your only son. Do you truly wish to add the final straw that breaks the camel's back?" Fang Yi's words struck Lu Yun like a thunderclap, causing her to slowly sink onto the stone bench in despair. As Lu Yun appeared to relent, Fang Yi stepped forward, her demeanor transforming into one of utmost respect. She gently placed her hand upon Lu Yun's shoulder and said, "Aunt Guan, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. My affection for Mu Shun is simply profound. Should I be fortunate enough to marry Mu Shun in the future, I will undoubtedly honor you and will encourage him to mend the bond between mother and son. I hope you remember the words spoken today. Lu Yun, being a discerning individual, understood that this statement signified the consummation of their agreement. I swear to the heavens, if I ever betray this promise, may I meet a wretched fate, Fang Yi declared, raising her left hand. Once our objective is achieved, please ensure that all evidence is destroyed. Lu Yun fixed her gaze upon Fang Yi. Rest assured, I shall do so. Fang Yi nodded in affirmation. Chapter 72. Conspiracy in the blink of an eye. Su Qing was approaching 7 months into her pregnancy, her belly growing larger and her movements increasingly cumbersome. She could distinctly feel the baby's movements, cultivating a profound bond with the little one within her. That morning, Chun Ma ascended the stairs to announce, "Madam, the mistress has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Su Hing furoit hadburoth. Since her last visit to the provincial capital to meet Guan Mushin's mother, that individual had not reappeared in her life. Although she harbored no fondness for Lu Yun, she was, after all, Guan Mushin's mother, and they now shared a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Thus, Su Qing donned her garments and descended the stairs. Upon entering the living room, she found Lu Yun sitting upright on the sofa. "Mother, you've come?" Su Qing greeted her with a lowered gaze. Lu Yun scrutinized Su Qing's belly for a moment before her tone softened. "Please, take a seat." As Su Qing settled down, she sensed Lu Yun's newfound friendliness. At the very least, there was no longer animosity or disdain in her gaze. "I have long wished to visit you, but I have been so busy that I could not find the time. Now that I see you are doing well, I am relieved. By the way, I have purchased numerous items for the baby. Why not let Chun Ma accompany me back to the provincial capital to retrieve them?" Lu Yun suddenly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing this, Su Qing glanced at Chun Ma, feeling a bit hesitant. After all, aside from a security guard at the entrance, Chun Ma was the only one looking after her in the villa. Noticing Su Qing's dilemma, Lu Yun quickly added, "It takes about 4 hours to reach the provincial capital. I will ensure she returns before nightfall." "Mother, you may decide," Su Qing replied. Feeling that Lu Yun taking Chun Ma for a brief period would not pose any significant issue, and thus she nodded in agreement. "Then let us not waste any time. Chun Ma, please accompany me." Lu Yun promptly rose. "Oh," Chun Ma, still somewhat dazed, followed Lu Yun cautiously after hearing her call. As expected, just as twilight approached, Chun Ma returned. She indeed brought back a multitude of items for the baby: crib, bottles, pillows, bedding, clothes, formula, everything one might need for an infant, including many imported goods that Su Qing had never seen before, likely worth over 100,000. Observing these items, Su Qing affectionately rubbed her belly and joyfully exclaimed, "Baby, did you see? These are all gifts from your grandmother." After examining the items, she then said, "Chun Ma, I'm hungry. Please prepare something for me." "Yes, I will do so right away," Chun Ma replied and hurried off. Before long, a loud crash emanated from the kitchen, followed by the sound of something shattering. Su Qing hurried over to investigate and found Chun Ma crouched on the floor, picking up the fragments of a soup bowl. "Chun Ma, how could you be so careless?" Su Qing had barely uttered her concern when Chun Ma accidentally cut her hand on the shards. "Oh dear, I'm bleeding." It's fine. You should quickly tend to your wound. I can manage to serve myself some noodles," Su Qing urged, gently pushing Chun Ma out of the kitchen. Chun Ma gazed at Su Qing, hesitating to speak, ultimately saying nothing as she turned to tend to her wounds inside. A week later, Lu Yun received a call from Fang Yi. "Aunt Guan, have you devised a solution?" Lu Yun furrowed her brow and replied, "Not yet." After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi continued, "Aunt Guan, you have weathered many storms. Surely, you can find a way out of this minor predicament? Are you intentionally evading me?" This remark infuriated Lu Yun. "Fang Yi, I am your elder now, and you are to become my daughter-in-law. Is this how you converse with your future mother-in-law?" However, Fang Yi, being somewhat wary of Lu Yun, quickly softened her tone. "Aunt Guan, I apologize. My impatience has gotten the better of me. I hope you can understand my feelings. I simply cannot wait any longer. Haste makes waste. Matters must be approached step by step. lest they go awry. Lu Yin thought to herself, keen on maintaining her composure with Fong Yi. Aunt Guan, do you truly have a plan? Fong Yi pressed on. I visited that woman a couple of days ago and devised a comprehensive strategy, but it cannot be executed until 2 months from now, Lu Yin explained. Why must we wait 2 months? If a plan is in place, we should implement it immediately. Fong Yi was unable to contain her impatience. That woman is carrying Mu Shan's child, our Guan family's heir. I must ensure she delivers safely. I refuse to engage in any act that brings harm to an innocent life, Lu Yun asserted resolutely. Aunt Guan, is this merely an excuse? Fong Yi narrowed her eyes. Once I have made a promise, I shall not waver. If you do not trust me, there is no need for collaboration, Lu Yun declared with authority. Aware that her urgency was futile, Fong Yi pondered for a moment before stating, very well, I shall place my faith in you and wait 2 more months. However, when the time comes, you must not present any further excuses. My only demand is that you do not harm that woman's unborn child. Everything else is inconsequential to me. Lu Yin replied, then it is settled. At that moment, Fong Yi was too preoccupied to consider anything else. Her sole desire was to remove Su Qing from Guan Mushin's life, and the presence of 1 or 2 more children was a minor concern for now. 2 months later, the winter in the mountains was exceptionally frigid. The villa was warmed by the heating system, and the floors were adorned with woolen carpets. Yet Su Qing still felt cold, particularly at night. Despite being bundled in a thick quilt, her hands and feet remained icy. That night, amidst a restless midnight, Su Qing found herself unable to sleep. Thirsty, she realized the thermos was empty and reluctantly rose from her warm nest, donning a cotton robe as she exited her bedroom. Clutching a cup, she sought to descend to the kitchen for some hot water, knowing that consuming cold water in such weather would only exacerbate her discomfort. As she reached the staircase, she suddenly heard voices from below, halting her in her tracks. She thought, there are only Chun Ma and me in the villa. Who could she be conversing with? Moreover, it sounded like a man. Young master, you should sleep in the guest room upstairs. The young mistress will not notice. Chen Ma urged inash ton. Since there was only 1 bedroom downstairs occupied by Chun Ma, the remaining options were the 3 bedrooms upstairs. There's no need for that. I shall sleep in the car, Guan Mu Shun's voice echoed, causing Su Qing's heart to tighten immediately. It was truly him. Well, had he arrived? He had not been there when she fell asleep. So had he come after she had dozed off? Considering the winding mountain roads, which were treacherous even in daylight, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. Chapter 73. The cool the night in the mountains was frigid. How could you possibly endure sleeping in a car? And what of Assistant Lin? Chen Ma remarked, her brow furrowed. It's the weekend. I gave Assistant Lin the day off. Guan Mushin replied. What? You drove up the mountain by yourself? Chen Ma exclaimed, astonished. Rest easy. I shall return to Jiangzhou early tomorrow morning. With that, Guan Mushan departed the villa. Left alone, Chen Ma muttered to herself, this young master, so fierce towards others, yet harbors concern deep within. After her musings, she too retired for the night. At that moment, Su Qing's hand slipped, and her cup nearly tumbled to the floor. What was he doing here at such a late hour? Could it be that he merely wished to inquire about her situation with Chen Ma? Yet, this was a matter easily resolved with a phone call. Why then traverse hundreds of kilometers? Moreover, why forsake the warmth of the villa to sleep in the car? A sudden thought struck her. Hadn't she previously mentioned that she wouldn't be able to sleep if he stayed here? Had he taken her irritable words to heart? And what of Chen Ma's earlier remarks? Did he truly care for her? But what did that mean for his relationship with Fong Yi? Wasn't it Fong Yi whom he loved? Why then invest such effort in her? In a whirl of emotions, Su Qing found herself in turmoil, standing in place for what felt like an eternity, until the cold finally drove her back to her room, the thought of water long forgotten. She tossed and turned throughout the night, ultimately concluding that Guan Mushan must be concerned for the child she carried. After all, it was his firstborn. The saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young. He surely wished for her and the baby to be safe, and thus her heart sank once more. The following morning, Su Qing overheard Chen Ma preparing breakfast to send out of the villa, undoubtedly for Guan Mushan. Only when Chen Ma returned with the empty food container did Su Qing descend to eat, knowing he had already left. Young mistress, up so early today? Chen Ma inquired, surprised by Su Qing's earlier-than-usual appearance. Oh, I couldn't sleep. Kept having to use the restroom. Su Qing replied nonchalantly. It's common at this stage. In just over half a month, you'll give birth. Do take care. The young master mentioned he would take you to the hospital in Jiangzhou 2 weeks in advance. Chen Ma remarked cheerfully. Have you seen him? Su Qing asked, her tone casual yet probing. Oh, no. How could I possibly see the young master? He is in Jiangzhou. He called yesterday to inquire about your condition. Chen Ma stammered, quickly diverting the conversation. Su Qing is liebst. But she refrained from exposing Chen Ma's fib. At that moment, the intercom by the front door suddenly crackled to life. This intercom connected directly to the security at the entrance. Any occurrences outside would be communicated through it. Chen Ma approached the intercom, and the security voice came through. Chen Ma, a Miss Fong claims that Mr. Guan sent her to visit the young mistress. Su Qing paused, taken aback. Who else could this Miss Fong be but Fong Yi? Had Guan Mushun just left, and now she arrived? Was this a visit orchestrated by him? Though it may not appear so. If Guan Mushun were to withhold the information about his residence, she would undoubtedly remain oblivious to its whereabouts. Madam, would you like to meet? Chen Ma, a long-standing member of the Guan household, was well acquainted with Fong Yi, having cared for Su Qing for an extended period. Although no one had explicitly conveyed it to her, she could discern the complexities underlying the situation. If it is Mushun who sent you, how could I refuse to meet? Su nontai Qing retorted torstai tien monontai. Understanding her implication, Chen Ma promptly exited to open the door. Curiosity piqued. Su Qing indeed wished to hear what Fong Yi had to say. Deep down, she harbored a tinge of intrigue. After all, for the past few months, Fong Yi and Guan Mushun had likely been living in close quarters. It must have been difficult for her, as she had yet to receive any news regarding her divorce from Guan Mushun after all this time. A moment later, Chen Ma ushered Fong Yi into the villa. Su Qing remained seated on the sofa, observing with a cold gaze as Fong Yi offered her a smile before taking a seat directly opposite her. Fong Yi glanced at the large bags Chen Ma was holding and said, I bought some clothing for the baby. Not knowing the gender, I chose colors suitable for both boys and girls. Su Qing felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as Fong Yi spoke without an ounce of embarrassment, as though she shared a close bond with the child. Consequently, the next moment, Su Qing directed her words at Chen Ma. Chen Ma, why haven't you served tea to our guest yet? Ah, it was my oversight, Chen Ma responded promptly, placing her belongings down and turning to prepare the tea. Su Qing's intent was clear. This was Guan Mushun's villa, and she was the mistress of this abode. Fong Yi, regardless of her status, was merely a guest and should not presume too much. She had no genuine connection to the child within her womb. Fong Yi, fully aware of Su Qing's implication, surveyed the villa before suddenly exclaiming, This villa pales in comparison to the one Mushun owns in the suburbs of the capital. We have spent several vacations there together in the past. Her words were evidently provocative, yet Su Qing, disinterested in engaging with her, turned her attention to the infant clothing on the coffee table and coldly remarked, I have already prepared everything needed for the baby. Thank you for your kind gesture, but you may take it back. Fong Yi hesitated upon hearing this, then suddenly laughed. Oh, really? Had I known, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of bringing it here. After all, these items can still be useful when I care for the baby in the future. Su Qing frowned at Fong Yi's words. What do you mean by that? Does my baby require your care? Don't you know? Has Mushun not informed you? Fong Yi finds surprise. What exactly are you trying to convey? Su Qing asked impatiently. She knew that Fong Yi's visit was likely motivated by ill intent, but she remained unclear about her objectives. Perhaps it was merely to belittle her, which ultimately served little purpose. Moments later, Fong Yi stated, Since Mushun has yet to inform you, allow me to share this with you. Once you give birth to the child, Mushun will divorce you. After marrying me, I will naturally assume the role of the child's mother. Is it not only rightful that I care for him? Upon hearing these words, Su Qing stood up in a state of urgency, pointing at Fong Yi and exclaiming, You shall not take my child away. This is Mu Shun's decision. You must heed it, whether you like it or not. Fong Yi invoked Guan Mushun to exert pressure on her. Su Qing, unable to maintain her composure, retorted furiously, Do not use Guan Mushun to intimidate me. Even if I divorce him, I will never relinquish my child to him. Fang Yi abruptly rose as well, sneering. Su Qing, I cannot discern whether your foolishness is genuine or feigned. Do you truly believe that a family like the Guans would allow their own flesh and blood to be cast aside? With Mu Shen's influence, do you think he would permit you to take the child away? Do not delude yourself. If you were wise, you would kneel and plead with me now. Perhaps I might feel pity for you and allow you to see the child once or twice in the future. However, if you continue to shout at me like this, you shall never see your child again. Chapter 74. Crisis. Fang Yi's words sent a tumultuous wave through Su Qing's stomach, causing her to anxiously support her waist and slowly collapse onto the sofa. She was right. How could a family like the Guans allow their bloodline to be cast aside? Reflecting on the unexpected visit from Guan Mushin's mother 2 months ago, who had brought an abundance of baby items, it was evident that they cherished this child deeply. However, knowing the improbability of the situation was one thing, and fighting for her rights was another. Su Qing resolutely declared, I will never relinquish my custody of the child. You may not have a choice in the matter, Fang Yi retorted with a cold smirk. At that moment, Su Qing fixed her gaze fiercely upon Fang Yi. You admire Guan Mushin. I won't contest that. But must you seize another's child? Can't you have your own? It's not that I don't wish to compete. It's that you're utterly unqualified to do so, for you are merely my substitute. Fang Yi lifted her chin arrogantly. Seeing Fang Yi's haughty demeanor, Su Qing began to comprehend her intentions. The timing of this provocation was likely meant to agitate her, potentially jeopardizing the well-being of her unborn child. Recognizing this scheme, Su Qing suppressed her fury, reminding herself, Su Qing, do not fall for her tricks. You must endure. Then, a gentle smile graced her lips. What are you laughing at? Fang Yi asked, momentarily startled by Su Qing's reaction. Regaining her composure, Su Qing exposed Fang Yi's ulterior motives. Your visit today is merely a manifestation of your insecurity. I assent it. Are you so impatient because Guan Mushin has yet to divorce me? You speak nonsense. He said he would divorce you once you give birth, and then marry me. Fang Yi shouted defiantly. Then, since I am about to deliver, you can hardly contain your excitement? You traveled all this way to Butterfly Mountain just to find me? Suin replied dismissively. Fang Yi, realizing her first plan had failed, resorted to her premeditated second strategy. Suin, do you know why Mushin sent you to this villa on Butterfly Mountain? She crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. What are you implying? Suin responded coldly. Fang Yi lowered her head with a smile, saying, on the surface, it seems you have not been virtuous, and Mushin is angry. Hence he banished you to this desolate place to prevent you from embarrassing him. Su Qing stared at Fang Yi in shock. She was aware of such details. It appeared that Guan Mushin had reached a level of intimacy with her. After all, she had occupied a place in his heart for 10 years. A man like him, adorned with various accolades, had not loved another woman in all that time, which spoke volumes about her significance to him. As this realization struck her, Su Qing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, instinctively placing her hand upon her prominently rounded belly, which at that moment began to stir restlessly. In truth, there's another reason you are unaware of. Your presence in Jiangzhou unsettles me. Mushin does not wish to see me unhappy, which is why he brought you here. Without you, do you have any idea how joyful Mushin and I could be in Jiangzhou? We could spend each day together, greeting the dawn and bidding farewell to the dusk. Fang Yi smiled as she approached Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was rendered speechless. She had never imagined that Guan Mushi's insistence on bringing her here had such a motive. It turned out he found her presence in Jiangzhou an eyesore to Fang Yi. Noticing Su Qing's furrowed brow, Fang Yi continued, do you know? The moment you left, Mu Shen moved me to your former residence. Now, I sleep in the very bed you once occupied, a vast bed perfect for rolling around with Mu Shen. Perhaps you never quite satisfied him during your time together? For the past few months, he has clung to me every night, leaving me unable to rise in the mornings. Enough. Su Qing could no longer endure it. Shouting in agitation. The curtains, sheets, and bedding in that house were all selected by her over several days, in colors she cherished, and now they had been usurped. Naturally, the man she loved, Guan Mushi, had also become hers. Su Qing's heart was in turmoil her hand pressed against her chest in distress. Ha! Observing Su Qing's flustered state, Fang Yi laughed heartily. I'm a bit tired today. I'll come back another day to chat with you. We can discuss Mu Xin's preferences, particularly those in bed. Fang Yi flashed a charming smile at Su Qing before turning to leave. At that moment, Chen Ma approached with a tray of freshly brewed tea. Fang Yi turned and collided with Chen Ma, causing the tea to spill all over her. The teacup clattered to the carpet. Can't you watch where you're going? Fang Yi exclaimed. Notijin had calotes soakit. Miss Fang, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. Chen Ma quickly apologized. How could you miss me? This is just ridiculous. Fang Yi retorted, fuming as she stormed away. After her departure, Chen Ma spat in the direction of Fang Yi's retreating figure. Moments latte. She hurried to Su Qing's side, seeing her distressed expression. Madam, are you all right? Should I call the young master? No need, I'm fine. Just tell me upstairs to rest. Su Qing replied, her face pale. All right. Chen Ma carefully assisted Su Qing upstairs. With no appetite, Su Qing's mind was filled with Fang Yi's words. After a sleepless night, a sharp pain began to grip her abdomen. Initially, she thought a brief rest would suffice, but the pain intensified, instilling fear in her heart. When she finally called for Chen Ma, the latter discovered Su Qing's trousers were wet and exclaimed, Madam, your amniotic fluid is broken. At those words, Su Qing was horrified. Even without experience, she instinctively understood that the breaking of the water signified labor was imminent. Chen Ma quickly called Guan Mushi. Su nontai Qing grasped tien monantai es hent anxiously. They were atop Butterfly Mountain, a 2-hour drive from the hospital in Jiangzhou. Wait here, I'll call immediately, Chen Ma said, rushing downstairs to make the call. Suyin, enduring the pain, descended the stairs with great difficulty and leaned against the sofa, anxiously awaiting for Guan Mushin to hasten the arrival of a vehicle to take her to the hospital. However, after making a series of calls, Chen Ma finally delivered the disappointing news. Madam, the young master has gone on a business trip to Singapore, accompanied by Assistant Lin. They are currently on the plane and cannot be reached. What should I do now? Su Qing exclaimed, her heart racing with urgency. It was indeed an unfortunate turn of events. Just then, she recalled that before the young master left, he had provided her with his secretary's phone number for emergencies. Chen Ma promptly made another call. Su Qing gently caressed her prominently rounded belly, continuously soothing the baby within. Dear child, please hold on a little longer. Do not be so hasty to arrive. Chapter 75. An unjust act. After putting down the phone, Aunt Chun sighed in relief and said, Young Master-S Secretary, Eli, mentioned that the situation is urgent and feared that sending a car would take too long. Therefore, he arranged for the young Master-S helicopter to pick you up. It should arrive in about 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Qing too felt a wave of relief. She had not anticipated that Guan Mushan possessed a private helicopter. Indeed, her imagination had been limited by her circumstances. True to the information, half an hour later, a small helicopter landed in front of the villa. Eli and the pilot personally came to escort Su Qing, while Aunt Chun took the delivery bag and assisted Su Qing onto the aircraft. As the helicopter ascended slowly into the blue sky amidst the fluffy clouds, Su Qing gazed blankly at the diminishing villa, a sense of inexplicable panic swelling within her. She typically did not suffer from acrophobia. Thus, she was bewildered by the severe headache and unease that enveloped her, wondering if it was a pre-labor reaction. Noticing Su Qing's tension, Eli grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. I have already contacted the best obstetrics and gynecology hospital in Jiangzhou. The doctors are prepared, and as soon as we land, you will be taken directly to the delivery room. Thank you. Su Qing expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for Eli's adept handling of the situation, she shuddered to think what might have transpired if they had to wait several more hours. Eli smizlit. Is my duty. Moreover, before boarding, the young master specifically instructed me to send a helicopter immediately if there was an emergency on your side. I am merely a humble secretary and do not possess the authority to utilize the young master as private aircraft. These words offered Su Qing a semblance of comfort. It seemed that Guan Mushan was indeed somewhat responsible for the child she carried. When will he return? Although she was not the one he loved, Su Qing yearned for him to witness the birth of their child, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Eli quickly replied, "The meeting in Singapore was scheduled long ago, and the young master must attend. It will take approximately 3 to 4 days." Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded and then closed her eyes. A wave of profound disappointment surged within her. In 3 to 4 days, their child would surely be born, and he would not be there to support her during labor. Sensing Su Qing's despondency, Eli hastily added, "But rest assured, I have sent text messages and emails to the young master. He should receive them immediately upon landing, and there is a possibility he may return." "Thank you," Su Qing murmured with her eyes still shut. Soon after, she felt the contractions intensifying, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She understood that the child was truly on the verge of arrival. The helicopter landed at Jiangzhou's finest obstetrics and gynecology hospital 30 minutes later, and Su Qing was swiftly taken into the delivery room. Eli and Aunt Chun waited anxiously outside, hours passing with no sign of progress. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from the end of the corridor. Aunt Chun looked up to see a gracefully attired woman in her 50s accompanied by a young woman in her 30s approaching. "Madam, Miss Fong?" Aunt Chun exclaimed with surprise. Eli, having met Guan Mushun's mother once or twice, stepped forward to greet her as well. "How is she?" Lu Yun inquired, glancing at the delivery room door. "The specifics remain unknown," replied Ailey. Lu Yun furrowed her brow and turned to glance at Fong Yi behind her, stating, "Then let us wait and see." Lu Yun settled into a seat, with Fong Yi taking her place beside her, while Ailey and Chun Ma continued to stand. A quarter of an hour later, the door to the delivery room swung open, and a female doctor clad in a white coat emerged. "Who is the family member of Su Qing?" the doctor called out. "Doctor, how is the situation?" Lu Yin remained seated, but Ailey stepped forward to respond. "The patient has developed gestational hypertension. It is quite perilous. Please prepare yourselves mentally." With that, the doctor turned and re-entered the delivery room. Upon hearing this, Chunma and Ailey wore expressions of distress. Lu Yun's eyes flickered as she commanded, "Ailey, go back to the company immediately and find a way to contact Mushun. Urge him to return as soon as possible." "Understood." Ailey hurriedly departed. After Ailey left, Lu Yun exchanged glances with Fong Yi, who promptly retrieved her phone to make a call in a corner. 2 minutes later, Fong Yi returned and nodded at Lu Yun, who then addressed Chun Ma, saying, "Chun Ma, do you remember what I told you beforehand?" "Aye." Chun Ma stammered, overwhelmed by anxiety. "Just do as I instructed. Should there be any missteps, I will hold you accountable," Lu Yun cautioned. As Lu Yun and Fong Yi prepared to leave, Chun Ma hastily knelt before Lu Yun, trembling as she pleaded, "Madam, I would do anything for you, but please do not ask me to commit such a heinous act." "Fong Yi fronet." And Lu Yun lowered her voice, threateningly. "Chun Ma, you have served in my household for over 20 years. How have I treated you? When your parents could not afford medical care, I assisted you. 2 years ago, when your son accrued a substantial gambling debt, I helped you settle it. Now, when I require your assistance, you speak of moral transgressions. Are you repaying kindness with enmity?" "Aye, madam, I would not dare," Chima wept. Lu Yun continued, "Do not forget your son remains in prison. I am currently seeking connections to help reduce his sentence. Do not act foolishly at this moment." Lu Yun's words struck a chord with Chun Ma, leaving her with no choice but to bow her head and say, "Madam, I will follow your instructions." Hearing this, Lu Yun and Fong Yi exchanged satisfied smiles before disappearing into the hospital. Chun Ma, overwhelmed with guilt, paced back and forth in front of the delivery room, frequently glancing at the staircase to see if the person she awaited had arrived. Finally, after a few minutes, a tall figure rushed down the stairs. He wore a gray woolen coat, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his demeanor quite refined, though at that moment he was panting, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Are you Mr. Zheng Haoren?" Chun Ma inquired hastily, knowing he was the one she had been waiting for. "Did you call me earlier?" Zheng Haoren asked urgently. "I had a nurse make that call for me." "It is wonderful that you have arrived," Chun Ma replied quickly. "How is Su Qing doing?" Zheng Haoren asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on the delivery room. "The doctor has indicated a difficult labor. I am the caretaker of Su Qing, who expressed that her mother is unwell and her younger sister is too young to be of assistance. Currently, she finds herself without a reliable person by her side. After much contemplation, the only solution seems to be enlisting your help temporarily. Chun Ma conveyed the instructions that Lu Yun had previously taught her. Yet perhaps due to her nervousness, her words came out in a stammer. Zheng Haoran, however, did not harbor any suspicions. After all, this is a moment fraught with tension, and it is understandable for the caretaker to fear the weight of responsibility. Then, what of her husband? Zheng Haoran paced back and forth, suddenly inquiring. Chapter 76. The esteemed Sir Bao. At this moment, Chun Ma lowered her gaze, unable to meet Zheng Haoran's eyes. Throughout the time I have cared for her, I have seldom encountered her husband, and now he is unreachable. It is said he has gone abroad on official business. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haoran, a typically refined individual, suddenly felt a surge of indignation, almost compelled to strike someone. She is on the verge of giving birth, yet he chooses to travel abroad on business? Just then, the door to the delivery room swung open, and a female doctor emerged with documents and a pen, calling out, "Where are the family members of Su Qing?" Zheng Haoran hurriedly approached her. "Doctor, how is she doing? The situation is not very optimistic, but we will do our utmost." "You are her husband, correct? We need a family member to sign here," the doctor replied, handing the documents and pen to Zheng Haoran. He understood that hospital policy dictated that only family members could sign, yet given the urgency of the situation, he set aside his reservations and signed his name. Once he completed the signature, the doctor took back the documents and returned to the delivery room. What followed was a prolonged wait. 2 hours passed with no sign of any progress. At that moment, several figures appeared at the staircase, and a man in the lead, clad in a black cashmere coat, swiftly approached Chun Ma. "How is she?" Guan Mushin grasped Chun Ma's shoulder, his expression one of deep concern. Lu Yun and Feng Yi, following closely behind Guan Mushin, also arrived at the delivery room entrance. The doctor said, "It's a difficult labor," Chun Ma replied, fear evident in her voice. She had never witnessed the young master so anxious before. Upon hearing this, Guan Mushin released Chun Ma, running his fingers through his hair in agitation. His gaze fixed on the door of the delivery room, his anxiety palpable. In the next moment, Zheng Haoran suddenly stepped in front of Guan Mushin, coldly inquiring, "Are you Su Qing's husband? What are you doing here?" Guan Mushin's countenance soured upon seeing Zheng Haoran. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoran delivered a swift punch to Guan Mushin, his voice seething with anger as he demanded, "How have you been caring for Su Qing? She's about to give birth, and you are gallivanting about. Do you not understand how perilous her situation is?" Witnessing Guan Mushin being struck, Lu Yun and Feng Yi stepped forward, intent on escalating the situation. "Who are you to lay a hand on my son?" Lu Yun questioned. "What is your relationship with Su Qing? Who are you to reprimand anyone?" Feng Yi chimed in from behind. Guan Mushin gestured for Lu Yun and Feng Yi to refrain from intervening, stepping forward to seize Zheng Haoran by the collar. His voice icy as he demanded, "What are you doing here? Who permitted your presence? Does she not have a reliable person by her side? Shouldn't I be here?" Zheng Haoran declared, resolute. "My presence is sufficient. I insist you leave immediately." Guan Mushin's face was already bruised. "Not until I see her safely deliver," Zheng Haoran declared, clearly unconvinced of Su Qing's safety. Guan Mushin's brow furrowed, and he retaliated with a punch to Zheng Haoran. Zheng Haoran fell to the ground, indignant, scrambling to his feet to grapple with Guan Mushin. "Su Qing is my woman. Who do you think you are? I am of no significance. Yet I cannot entrust her entirely to you without trepidation. Have you not been punished enough? As long as I can see her safe, I would not mind enduring a few blows from you." The two individuals were locked in a fierce struggle, with Lu Yun and Feng Yi unable to separate them. At that moment, the delivery room door swung open, and the doctor who had just exited reappeared. Upon witnessing the altercation, he promptly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is a hospital. Fighting is prohibited here. Take it outside." The doctor's words bore weight, and Guan Mushin and Zheng Haoran immediately ceased their conflict. "Doctor, how is my wife?" Guan Mushin grasped the doctor's arm. The female doctor cast a puzzled glance at him and inquired, "What is your wife's name?" "Suing," Guan Mushin replied. Upon hearing this, the doctor shot a glance at Zheng Haoran, whose face was also bruised, and asked, "Did you not claim to be Su Qing's husband? How is it that another husband has emerged? What is truly happening here?" "I am Su Qing's husband." Guan Yukin's gaze was icy as it bore into Zheng Haoran. It was evident that he had signed the documents just moments ago. The doctor retrieved the paperwork from earlier. Guan Yukin took it and, as expected, found Zheng Haoran's name inscribed upon it, leading to his frustration as he seized Zheng Haoran by the collar and demanded, "What exactly do you intend to achieve? Why are you masquerading as another's husband? When I could not reach you, the doctor needed a signature. Should we have awaited your return? Can matters concerning childbirth be delayed?" Zheng Haoran's voice rose in pitch. "Enough. Cease your quarrel. The patient's condition is critical, and I have come to ask Su Qing's husband whether, in the event of unforeseen complications, we prioritize the mother or the child," the female doctor declared emphatically. Hearing this, both Guan Yukin and Zheng Haoran were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. In unison, they exclaimed, "Say the mother. Since you are in agreement, it shall be as such," the doctor stated, casting a glance at the two before re-entering the delivery room. At this juncture, Feng Yi and Lu Yun exchanged glances. Lu Yun approached Zheng Haoran and spoke with a notably strained tone. "Sir, regardless of your past relationship with Su Qing, she is now my son's wife and a member of the Guan family. I implore you to leave at once." Faced with such an inquiry, Zheng Haoran found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, witnessing one so refined, competing for attention in such a public setting with another's husband, seemed rather shameless. Feng Yi stepped forward, delivering a biting remark towards Zheng Haoran. Left with no recourse, Zheng Haoran understood he could not remain any longer, yet before departing, he warned Guan Yukin, "Should anything happen to Su Qing, I will not let you off easily." With that, he turned to leave. Once Zheng Haoran had exited, Feng Yi feigned concern, asking, "Yukin, who is this man? What is his connection to Su Qing? Does this concern you?" was Guan Yukin's cold retort. Feng Yi appeared aggrieved, prompting Lu Yun to come to her defense. "Feng Yi is merely acting out of goodwill. Do temper your anger." Guan Yukin's gaze fell upon Chen Ma, who immediately lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. In the next moment, Guan Yukin stepped forward and inquired, "Chen Ma, how did Zheng Haoran come to be here?" Chen Ma hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Speak." Guan Yukin barked impatiently. "When the young master inquires, you must respond with the truth." Lu Yun fixed her gaze on Chen Ma. Upon meeting Lu Yun's eyes, Chen Ma hurriedly replied, It was the young mistress who gave me a phone number to inform Zheng Haoran. I'm not proficient with mobile phones, so I requested a nurse's assistance to make the call." Chapter 77. Why do you never understand my heart? Upon hearing those words, Guan Mushin's countenance darkened further, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through flesh. At that moment, Feng Yi exchanged a glance with Lu Yun. Lu Yun stepped forward to inquire, "Aunt Chen, what is the relationship between Zheng Haoran and Su Qing?" It seemed. Aunt Chen lowered her head. "What does it seem like? Speak quickly." Lu Yun pressed. It seems to be the young lady's former boyfriend," Aunt Chen responded ambiguously. At this, Lu Yun's anger flared. "Su Qing's behavior is utterly disgraceful. How can she still be involved with her ex after marrying you? Mushin, I've always said that this girl from a humble background is merely enamored with our family status. Her love for you is insincere. Mother, please refrain from saying more," Guan Mushin replied, exasperation evident as he held his head in his hands. Yet Lu Yun continued unabated. "Once the child is born, perhaps you should provide her with a sum of money and let her go wherever she pleases. Our Guan family cannot afford such a scandal. You are a person of stature and cannot have such a wife. Aunt Guan, please say no more. Mushin is a man of discernment. He will make the right decision." Feng Yi interjected, feigning a soothing tone towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun shook her head dismissively, stating, "I can no longer concern myself with your affairs. I am tired. I shall return home." With that, she strode out of the hospital. After Lu Yun's departure, Feng Yi noticed Guan Mushin's distress and approached him. "Mushin, you must be exhausted from running around without a meal. Shall I fetch you a bento?" However, Guan Mushin received her offer with cold disdain, retorting, "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Even if I divorced Su Qing, I would never marry you." Her words struck Feng Yi deeply, and after a moment of silence, she replied, tears glistening in her eyes. "Mushin, I never hoped for you to marry me. I only wish to remain by your side, to see you every day." Fang Yi's confession only aggravated Guan Mushin further. Yet his expression softened slightly as he replied, "You should return to rest. Let me stay here with you." Fang Yi insisted stubbornly. "I command you to go back." Guan Mushin finally bellowed, his patience wearing thin. Realizing his fury, Fang Yi, though frightened, quickly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall return. Please take care of yourself." "I am aware," Guan Mushin replied curtly, turning his face away from her. Fang Yi departed reluctantly, glancing back several times. In the cold corridor, only Aunt Chun and Guan Mushin remained. His piercing gaze fixed upon Aunt Chun made her increasingly anxious. Had she been in contact with Zheng Haoren all along? After a prolonged silence, Guan Mushin finally voiced his lingering suspicion. I do not know." Aunt Chun stammered. "You have been by her side. How could you not know?" His eyes were filled with an intensity that could incinerate. Aunt Chun averted her gaze, speaking cautiously, "Certainly not in the past few months. As for earlier, I cannot say. However, I often saw the young lady sneaking onto the terrace to make phone calls while you were away." The words twisted Guan Myukin's expression. His hands clenched into fists, cracking ominously, causing Chun Ma to shrink into the corner, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. On the delivery bed, Su Qing inhaled oxygen, her gaze hazy as she observed the doctors and nurses bustling about. A flicker of consciousness remained within her as she silently prayed for the safe arrival of her child. Su Qing felt as though she had slumbered for an eternity, exhaustion enveloping her entire being. Struggling to move, she realized she was utterly weak. An inexplicable panic surged within her until she finally opened her eyes. "Young madam, you're awake?" Chen Ma's voice reached her ears. As Su Qing focused on Chen Ma's face, her surroundings came into view. White walls, a white ceiling, white bedding. No wonder her hands ached. She was still receiving in 4 drip. Turning her head, she spotted a familiar silhouette standing by the window, cloaked in darkness. It was Guan Myukin. Upon seeing him, her heart inexplicably tightened. Hearing Chun Ma's words, Guan Myukin slowly turned to face Su Qing, his gaze icy as it fell upon her lying on the hospital bed. Su Qing had no time to ponder his expression. Her mind immediately raced to thoughts of her child. She instinctively touched her abdomen, only to find the familiar swell had vanished. "What about the baby? What happened to the baby?" she exclaimed in alarm. Chen Ma glanced at Guan Myukin, hesitating to speak. Noticing Chun Ma's silence, Su Qing swiftly turned to Guan Myukin. "Where's our child?" Guan Myukin stepped forward, his face devoid of emotion as he replied. The child was stillborn. At these words, Su Qing's mind went blank, her eyes widening as she stared at Guan Myukin. 2 seconds later, she began to shake her head frantically. "No, that's impossible. Young madam, please calm down," Chen Ma urged, trying to restrain Su Qing from getting out of bed. How could Su Qing possibly find calm? The child she had carried for nearly 9 months had slipped away without a sound. She could not accept this reality. "I need to find my child." Su Qing summoned all her strength to tear out the 4, blood splattering everywhere, staining the pristine white sheets. Though her body was frail, the agony of losing her child drove her to madness, and even Chun Ma struggled to contain her. Observing the scene, Guan Myukin stepped forward, grasping Su Qing's shoulders. His brow furrowed as he said, "Your child is gone. Nothing you do can change that." "No, it's not true, it can't be." Sui murmured, collapsing back onto the bed. "Young madam." Chun Ma pressed her finger against Su Qing's hand, where the blood from the 4 had already stained her hospital gown. Witnessing her heart-wrenching despair, Guan Myukin stated, "I will call the doctor." With that, he exited the room. At that moment, Su Qing sat in a daze. And after a long while, she burst into tears, wailing for her lost child. Soon, the doctor arrived to administer a sedative, and it wasn't long before she drifted into a deep sleep. The night enveloped the ward in a profound silence, with even the faintest footsteps outside echoing distinctly. Guan Mushin sat before the hospital bed, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Su Qing, who lay asleep, his eyes a tumult of emotions: love, tenderness, heartache, and sorrow. "Aunt Chun, you should return to rest," Guan Mushin said, casting a glance at Su Qing. "Young master, it would be better if you went back." Aunt Shun replied with concern. Come in the morning to relieve me, he stated, falling silent thereafter. Understanding Guan Mushin's disposition, Aunt Shun gathered her belongings and exited the room. Once she left, Guan Mushin reached out to grasp Su Qing's hand, his brow still knitted, murmuring, Why do you never comprehend my heart? Chapter 78. The White Lotus. Guan Mukin informed Chu Fun and Su Zi, and the mother-daughter duo hurried to the hospital. With the presence of loved ones, Su Qing appeared somewhat better. At least she was no longer emotionally volatile. However, she remained taciturn and melancholic. After a week in the hospital, the day of discharge arrived. Aunt Shun had packed a multitude of belongings, while Qiao Li peeled an apple for Su Qing. Thank you, Su Qing murmured, taking the apple and nibbling at it absent-mindedly. As the time drew near, Qiao Li furrowed her brow and inquired, Why isn't Guan Mukin come to pick you up? He must be busy, Su Qing replied, forcing a smile on her pale visage. No matter how busy he is, he should come and take you home. After all, you were hospitalized because of the baby you bore for him, Qiao Li retorted with dissatisfaction. Su Qing chose not to respond, turning to Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun, you can take a taxi and go ahead. Qiao Li can take me home. Then I shall leave it to Miss Xiao. Aunt Shun smiled at Qiao Li before departing with the bags. Isn't Guan Mukin rather lacking in humanity? You are still his legitimate wife. Aunt Shun's departure emboldened Qiao Li to express her thoughts more freely. Please, refrain from speaking so much. The reason I didn't have my mother come today was to prevent her from worrying about me. My relationship with Guan Mukin is solely due to this child. Now that the child is gone, our connection has diminished as well. Su Qing spoke lightly, though turmoil brewed within her heart. Indeed, their only bond had been severed, and soon he would likely propose a divorce. His captivating lover was undoubtedly waiting impatiently for him. Acknowledging the truth in Su Qing's words, Qiao Li swallowed her discontent. Patting Su Qing's shoulder as she comforted her, it is best that you can see things clearly. Right now, you must not dwell on anything. The most crucial aspect is to restore your health, for one's body is the foundation of all endeavors. Do you understand? I understand, Su Qing nodded. Qiao Li supported Su Qing as they exited the ward. Just before leaving the hospital building, Qiao Li wrapped a thick scarf around Su Qing's head and adjusted her coat before allowing her to step outside. As they emerged from the hospital, a young woman clad in white fur unexpectedly approached them. Upon seeing her, Su Qing felt an urge to ignore her and grasped Qiao Li's hand to leave. Yet, the woman refused to relent and stepped directly into Su Qing's path. Mrs. Guan, you don't recognize me anymore? The woman's face beamed with a smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in early spring. Realizing she could not ignore the challenge, Su Qing replied, How could I possibly forget my husband's ex-girlfriend? She was undoubtedly aware of the loss of her child, coming here today to orchestrate this encounter. What a coincidence, in such a vast Jiangzhou, to run into one another here. I must clarify that my relationship with Mukin is ongoing. His love for me has never wavered, Feng Yi declared, chin raised, her eyes radiating confidence and a distinct provocation towards Su Qing. Despite lying here for 7 days, Su Qing was acutely aware that there was no possibility of continuing her relationship with Guan Mushan. However, Feng Yi's words still pierced her heart. I have no interest in your affairs, but it is necessary for me to remind you that I am still Mrs. Guan. After saying this, Su Qing intended to leave. Her implication was clear. Feng Yi's relationship with Guan Mushan could at most be deemed an extramarital affair, and until her divorce was finalized, her status could not be elevated. Feng Yi had deliberately sought confrontation and was not going to let her leave easily. She stepped aside to block Su Qing's path and mockingly remarked, Right now, it's merely because you have just lost your child that Mushan cannot bear to abandon you. Do you truly believe he harbors feelings for you? What a joke. If you were wise, you would initiate the divorce yourself to spare yourself further humiliation. Having just endured the agony of losing her child and feeling physically frail, Su Qing found it difficult to engage in a verbal dispute, let alone a quarrel. At this moment, Qiao Li finally recognized that the intruder was Feng Yi. She released Su Qing's arm and stepped forward to push Feng Yi. So you are the infamous Feng Yi? Who do you think you are? Feng Yi scrutinized Qiao Li with disdain. I am your great aunt. Xiao Li retorted, delivering a resounding slap to Fang Yi's face. What gives you the right to strike me? Fang Yi questioned. Kudachin her sitinging cheek. What gives me the right? Simply the fact that you are a mistress, shamelessly seducing another woman's husband. Is there any justification for your behavior? The world is truly becoming absurd. How can a mistress flaunt herself so brazenly? Xiao Li's voice was loud, drawing the attention of passers-by. Fang Yi, despite her eloquence, found herself at a loss for words against Xiao Li's fiery temperament. Subsequently, Xiao Li, hands on her hips, began to walk around while calling out, "Come and see everyone. This is the most shameless mistress of the year in Jiangzhou. Not only has she seduced another woman's husband, but she also dares to confront the original spouse, who has just been discharged from the hospital. Is there any justice in this? It's utterly outrageous." In no time, a crowd gathered, particularly a group of gossiping women casting scornful glances at Fang Yi and whispering amongst themselves. Unable to withstand the scrutiny, Fang Yi touched her cheek and turned to leave. At that moment, two men in black coats ascended the steps. Su Qing suddenly caught sight of Guan Mushun and was momentarily taken aback. During her 7 days in the hospital, he had only visited her once when she regained consciousness, and she had not seen him since. She had not anticipated his arrival to take her home today. He still bore a stern countenance, and the black cashmere coat he wore made him appear even more distinguished amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Guan Yukin's arrival, Fang Yi immediately rushed into his embrace. Expressing her grievances, "Mukin, you've finally come. Look, they have hurt me." Her fair complexion bore the stark imprints of 5 fingers. Guan Yukin furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly pushed her away. "What brings you here?" he questioned, a hint of reproach lacing his tone. I heard that Su Qing was discharged from the hospital today, so I came to see her. Little did I know. They completely disregarded my goodwill and even struck me." At this point, Fang Yi's tears flowed like rain, her sorrow palpable. Chapter 79. Understanding at this moment, Lin Feng, who was following Guan Yukin, began to disperse the onlookers, instructing the gossiping crowd, "Please, no more watching." Once the area was cleared, only Guan Yukin, Fang Yi, Xiao Li, Su Qing, and Lin Feng remained at the entrance of the hospital. Su Qing observed Guan Yukin with a cold gaze, eager to discern his reaction after being informed on by the one he cherished. Would he lash out at himself, or perhaps strike his own face in frustration on Fang Yi's behalf? "Best keep your good intentions to yourself," Guan Yukin said, lowering his head to Fang Yi. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi looked at him with disappointment, feigning sadness as she replied, "Mukin, please don't misunderstand me." Guan Yukin then turned to Lin Feng and commanded, "Lin Feng, escort Miss Fang back." Mukin Fang Yi's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Guan Yukin remained silent. Fang Yi knew him too well. If she did not leave, she would only embarrass herself further. With a glance at Su Qing, she followed Lin Feng out. At that moment, the forthright Xiao Li stepped forward, undeterred, and boldly addressed Guan Yukin, "Mr. Guan, regardless of the circumstances, you are not yet divorced from Su Qing. Please manage that woman and prevent her from causing a scene before Su Qing." Su Qing furrowed her brow at Xiao Li's audacity. Aware that Guan Yukin was known for his unpredictable temperament and fearing he might retaliate against Xiao Li. However, Guan Yukin did not appear angered. His expression remained icy as he looked at Xiao Li and replied earnestly, "I have noted your words, but that woman is not my responsibility." In that moment, Su Qing was perplexed by his statement. Was he implying that he could not control Fang Yi, or was he attempting to distance himself from her? Yet, could their connection truly be severed so easily? She believed his words were not indicative of the latter. After speaking, Guan Yukin approached Su Qing, saying, "Let us go." Su Qing glanced at him, nodded slightly, and followed his lead. Recognizing it was time for them to have a moment alone, Xiao Li found an excuse to leave. Guan Yukin hailed a taxi to take Su Qing home. As it seemed, Lin Feng had taken the car to escort Fang Yi. Su Qing sat in the back seat, while Guan Yukin occupied the front passenger seat. Throughout the ride, they exchanged no words. Had he come specifically to pick her up from the hospital? Su Qing's gaze lingered on the back of his head. She pondered his current thoughts. His absence over the past week could signify that the soul bond between them had dissolved, leading them to an inevitable end. Regardless, he had come for her discharge today. Ultimately, he had done nothing to wrong her. Perhaps once they arrived home, he would present her with a divorce agreement. Su Qing resolved that if that were indeed the case, she must respond with grace, ensuring not to display any sorrow before him, lest he perceive her as seeking his sympathy. 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the residential complex. After paying the fare, Guan Mukin exited the vehicle and opened the door for Su Qing. She realized she could not meet his gaze and quickly averted her eyes as she stepped out. Subsequently, he walked ahead while she followed behind. Today, he deliberately slowed his pace, making it difficult for Su Qing to keep up, as she was still quite weak after giving birth. After walking for a while, she stopped to catch her breath, bending over and gasping. Su Qing leaned against a tree, furrowing her brow as she gazed at Guan Mushun, who continued to walk ahead. She wanted to call out to him, but opened her mouth, only to find that the words would not come. At that moment, Guan Mushun seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his steps. Turning around, he noticed that he had left Su Qing several meters behind. Seeing her clutching the tree trunk, he frowned slightly before quickly returning to her side. As he approached, Su Qing noticed the crease in his brow and anticipated his reproach. To her surprise, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. She was taken aback, feeling herself lifted off the ground. Already a bit dizzy, this sensation intensified, compelling her to instinctively wrap her arms around Guan Mushun's neck, fearing she might fall from his embrace. In the next moment, he carried her toward their building. By the time Su Qing regained her composure, he had already brought her into the hallway. His embrace remained warm and his arms strong. At that moment, she harbored a wish to remain in his arms forever. Yet, she recognized this as a mere fantasy, one that was unattainable. All she could do was cherish this moment, perhaps to hold on to it as a beautiful memory in the future. As they reached the elevator, their eyes met, and with unspoken understanding, Su Qing reached out to press the button. When the elevator arrived, he carried her inside, and she selected their floor. Throughout the journey, they exchanged no words. Mere glances sufficed to guide them to the door. Once again, Su Qing pressed the doorbell, and soon after, Aunt Shun appeared to open the door. Upon seeing Guan Mushun holding Su Qing, Aunt Shun was momentarily taken aback before stepping aside to let them enter. "Young master, young mistress, you have returned," she greeted joyfully. Guan Mushun and Su Qing remained silent as he carried her inside and directly into the bedroom. Gently, he laid her on the bed, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he had something to convey. Su Qing waited, anticipating the two words he had yet to utter. Just then, Aunt Shun, donned in an apron, appeared at the bedroom door, smiling as she announced, "Young master, young mistress, lunch is ready. Would you like to eat?" "I have matters to attend to and won't be dining at home," Guan Mushun replied, fastening his coat. Hearing this, Su Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. He was leaving again, and her gaze fell. Observing her reaction, Aunt Shun quickly inquired, "Shall I prepare dinner for you to return for?" In that moment, Su Qing eagerly awaited his response. "I have been quite busy lately and will not be returning. Please take good care of the young mistress. Lin Feng will ensure timely delivery of the groceries. If anything urgent arises, call me." Once the explanation was concluded, Guan Mushi's gaze finally settled upon Su Qing. Upon hearing these words, a pang of sorrow pierced Su Qing's heart. What did he mean by this? Was he attempting to sever ties with her? Or was he simply adhering to humanitarian principles, believing that now was not the appropriate time to discuss divorce? Was he waiting for her to regain her strength before casting her aside? A bitter smile crept across Su Qing's heart as she pondered. Indeed, Guan Mushi's demeanor had genuinely considered her feelings. Should she express gratitude for his apparent kindness?